Savage formations are oral, are vocal, but not because they lack a graphic system. A dance on the earth, a drawing on a wall, a mark on the body are a graphic system, a geographism, a geography. These formations are oral precisely because they possess a graphic system that is independent of the voice, a system that is not aligned on the voice and not subordinate to it, but connected to it, coordinated in an organization that is radiating, as it were, and multidimensional. And it must be said that this graphic system is linear writing's contrary. Civilizations cease being oral only through losing the independence and the particular dimensions of the graphic system. By aligning itself on the voice, graphism supplants the voice and induces a fictitious voice. André Leroy-Gourhan has admirably described these two heterogeneous poles of the savage inscription process or territorial representation, the couple voice audition and hand graphics. 34 How does such a machine work? For it does work. The voice is like a voice of alliance to which, on the side of the extended filiation, a graphics is coordinated that bears no resemblance. The calabash of the excision is placed on the body of the young woman. Furnished by the husband's lineage, the calabash serves as a conductor for the voice of alliance, but the graphism must be traced by a member of the young woman's clan. The articulation of the two elements takes place on the body itself, and constitutes the sign, which is not a resemblance or imitation, nor an effect of a signifier, but rather a position and a production of desire. In order for the young woman's transformation to be fully effective, a direct contact must take place between her stomach, on the one hand, and the calabash and the signs inscribed on her, on the other hand. The young woman must become physically saturated with the signs of procreation and she must incorporate them. The young women are never taught the meaning of the ideograms during their initiation. The sign acts through its inscription in the body. The inscription of a mark on the body does not merely possess a message value here, but is an instrument of action that acts on the body itself. The signs command the things they signify, and far from being a mere imitator, the artisan of the signs accomplishes a work that calls to mind the divine creation. 35. But how does one explain the role played by sight, indicated by Leroy-Gourhan, in the contemplation of the face that is speaking, as well as in the reading of the manual graphism? Or more precisely, what enables the eye to grasp a terrible equivalence between the voice of alliance that inflicts and constrains, and the body afflicted by the sign that a hand is carving in it? Isn't it necessary to add a third element of the sign, eye pain, in addition to voice audition and hand graphics? In the rituals of affliction the patient does not speak, but receives the spoken word. He does not act, but is passive under the graphic action, he receives the stamp of the sign. And what is his pain if not a pleasure for the eye that regards it, the collective or divine eye that is not motivated by any idea of revenge, but is alone capable of grasping the subtle relationship between the sign engraved in the body and the voice issuing from a face, between the mark and the mask? Between these two elements of the code, pain is like the surplus value that the eye extracts, taking hold of the effect of active speech on the body, but also of the reaction of the body insofar as it is acted upon. This is indeed what must be called a debt system or territorial representation, a voice that speaks or intones, a sign marked in bare flesh, an eye that extracts enjoyment from the pain. These are the three sides of a savage triangle forming a territory of resonance and retention, a theater of cruelty that implies the triple independence of the articulated voice, the graphic hand, and the appreciative eye. Such is the manner in which territorial representation organizes itself at the surface, still quite close to a desiring machine of eye-hand-voice. A magic triangle. Everything in this system is active, acted upon, or reacted to, the action of the voice of alliance, the passion of the body of filiation, the reaction of the eye evaluating the declension of the two. To choose the stone that will make a man of the young Guattari, with enough pain and suffering, by cleaving the length of his back, it must have a good cutting edge, says Clas Trace in an admirable text, but not like a sliver of bamboo, which cuts too easily. Choosing the right stone therefore requires a practiced eye. The whole apparatus of this new ceremony is reduced to that, a rock. Furrowed skin, scarified earth, one and the same mark. 36. The great book of modern ethnology is not so much Mauss's The Gift as Nietzsche's On the Genealogy of Morals. At least it should be. For the genealogy, the second essay, is an attempt and a success without equal at interpreting primitive economy in terms of debt, in the debtor-creditor relationship, by eliminating every consideration of exchange or interest à l'anglaise. And if they are eliminated from psychology, it is not in order to place them in structure. Nietzsche has only a meager set of tools at his disposal, some ancient Germanic law, a little Hindu law. But he does not hesitate, as does Mauss, between exchange and debt. Georges Baudelot, motivated by a Nietzschean inspiration, will not hesitate either. The fundamental problem of the primitive socius, which is the problem of inscription, of coding, of marking, has never been raised in such an incisive fashion. Man must constitute himself through the repression of the intense germinal influx, the great biocosmic memory that threatens to deluge every attempt at collectivity. But at the same time, how is a new memory to be created for man, a collective memory of the spoken word and of alliances that declines the alliances with the extended filiations, that endows him with faculties of resonance and retention, of selection, prelevement, and detachment, and that affects in this way the coding of the flows of desire as a condition of the socius? The answer is simple: it is debt, open, mobile, and finite blocks of debt, this extraordinary composite of the speaking voice, the marked body, and the enjoying eye. All the stupidity and the arbitrariness of the laws, all the pain of the initiations, the whole perverse apparatus of repression and education, the red-hot irons, and the atrocious procedures have only this meaning: to breed man, to mark him in his flesh, to render him capable of alliance, to form him within the debtor-creditor relation, which on both sides turns out to be a matter of memory, a memory straining toward the future. Far from being an appearance assumed by exchange, debt is the immediate effect or the direct means of the territorial and corporal inscription process. Debt is the direct result of inscription. Once again, no revenge, no ressentiment will be invoked here. That is not the ground they grow on, any more than does Oedipus. The fact that innocent men suffer all the marks on their bodies derives from the respective autonomy of the voice and the graphic action, and also from the autonomous eye that extracts pleasure from the event. It is not because everyone is suspected, in advance, of being a future bad debtor; the contrary would be closer to the truth. It is the bad debtor who must be understood as if the marks had not sufficiently taken on him, as if he were or had been unmarked. He has merely widened, beyond the limits allowed, the gap that separated the voice of alliance and the body of filiation, to such a degree that it is necessary to re-establish the equilibrium through an increase in pain. Nietzsche doesn't say this, but what does it matter? For it is indeed here that he encounters the terrible equation of debt: injury done equals pain to be suffered. How does one explain, he asks, that the criminal's pain can serve as an equivalent of the harm he has done? How can one pay back with suffering? An eye must be invoked that extracts pleasure from the event. This has nothing to do with vengeance, something that Nietzsche himself calls the evaluating eye, or the eye of the gods who enjoy cruel spectacles, and in punishment there is so much that is festive. 37. So much is pain part of an active life and an obliging gaze. The equation injury equals pain has nothing exchangist about it, and it shows in this extreme case that the debt itself had nothing to do with exchange. Simply stated, the eye extracts from the pain it is contemplating a surplus value of code that compensates the broken relationship between the voice of alliance that the criminal has wronged, and the mark that had not sufficiently penetrated his body. The crime, a rupture of the phonographic connection, re-established by the spectacle of the punishment, as primitive justice, territorial representation has foreseen everything. Coding pain and death, it has foreseen everything except for the way its own death would come to it from without. They come like fate, without reason, consideration, or pretext. They appear as lightning appears, too terrible, too convincing, too sudden, too different even to be hated. Their work is an instinctive creation and imposition of forms. They are the most involuntary, unconscious artists there are. Wherever they appear something new arises, a ruling structure that lives, in which parts and functions are delimited and coordinated, in which nothing whatever finds a place that has not first been assigned a meaning in relation to the whole. They do not know what guilt, responsibility, or consideration are, these born organizers. They exemplify that terrible artist's egoism that has the look of bronze and knows itself justified to all eternity in its work, like a mother in her child. It is not in them that the bad conscience developed, that goes without saying, but it would not have developed if a tremendous quantity of freedom had not been expelled from the world, or at least from the visible world, and made as it were latent under their hammer blows and artists' violence. 38. It is here that Nietzsche speaks of a break, a rupture, a leap. Who are these beings, they who come like fate? Some pack of blonde beasts of prey, a conqueror and master race which, organized for war and with the ability to organize, unhesitatingly lays its terrible claws upon a populace perhaps tremendously superior in numbers but still formless. 39. Even the most ancient African myths speak to us of these blonde men. They are the founders of the state. Nietzsche will come to establish the existence of other breaks, those of the Greek city-state, Christianity, democratic and bourgeois humanism, industrial society, capitalism, and socialism. But it could be that all these in various ways presuppose this first great hiatus, although they all claim to repel and to fill it. It could be that, spiritual or temporal, tyrannical or democratic, capitalist or socialist, there has never been but a single state, the state as dog that speaks with flaming roars. 40. And Nietzsche suggests how this new socius proceeds, a terror without precedent, in comparison with which the ancient system of cruelty, the forms of primitive regimentation and punishment, are nothing. A concerted destruction of all the primitive codings, or worse yet, their derisory preservation, their reduction to the condition of secondary parts in the new machine, and the new apparatus of repression, refoulement. All that constituted the essential element of the primitive inscription machine, the blocks of mobile, open, finite debts, the parcels of destiny, finds itself taken into an immense machinery that renders the debt infinite and no longer forms anything but one and the same crushing fate. The aim now is to preclude pessimistically, once and for all, the prospect of a final discharge. The aim now is to make the glance recoil disconsolately from an iron impossibility. 41. The earth becomes a madhouse. 6. The barbarian despotic machine. The founding of the despotic machine or the barbarian socius can be summarized in the following way: a new alliance and direct filiation. The despot challenges the lateral alliances and the extended filiations of the old community. He imposes a new alliance system and places himself in direct filiation with the deity. The people must follow. A leap into a new alliance, a break with the ancient filiation. This is expressed in a strange machine, or rather a machine of the strange whose locus is the desert, imposing the harshest and the most barren of ordeals, and attesting to the resistance of an old order as well as to the validation of the new order. The machine of the strange is both a great paranoiac machine, since it expresses the struggle with the old system, and already a glorious celibate machine, insofar as it exalts the triumph of the new alliance. The despot is the paranoiac. There is no longer any reason to forego such a statement, once one has freed oneself from the characteristic familialism of the concept of paranoia in psychoanalysis and psychiatry, and provided one sees in paranoia a type of investment of a social formation. And new perverse groups spread the despot's invention, perhaps they even fabricated it for him, broadcast his fame, and impose his power in the towns they found or conquer. Wherever a despot and his army pass, doctors, priests, scribes, and officials are part of the procession. It might be said that the ancient complementarity has shifted to form a new socius, no longer the bush paranoiac and the encampment or village perverts, but the desert paranoiac and the town perverts. In theory, the despotic barbarian formation has to be conceived of in terms of an opposition between it and the primitive territorial machine, the birth of an empire. But in reality one can perceive the movement of this formation just as well when one empire breaks away from a preceding empire, or even when there arises the dream of a spiritual empire, wherever temporal empires fall into decadence. It may be that the enterprise is primarily military and motivated by conquest, or that it is primarily religious, the military discipline being converted into internal asceticism and cohesion. It may be that the paranoiac himself is either a gentle creature or a raging beast. But we always rediscover the figures of this paranoiac and his perverts, the conqueror and his elite troops, the despot and his bureaucrats, the holy man and his disciples, the anchorite and his monks, Christ and his Saint Paul. Moses flees from the Egyptian machine into the wilderness and installs his new machine there, a holy ark and a portable temple, and gives his people a new religious military organization. In order to summarize St. John the Baptist's enterprise, one author declares, John attacks at its foundation the central doctrine of Judaism, the doctrine of the alliance with God through affiliation that goes back to Abraham 42. There is the essential, every time the categories of new alliance and direct filiation are mobilized, we are talking about the imperial barbarian formation or the despotic machine. And this holds true whatever the context of this mobilization, whether in a relationship with preceding empires or not, since throughout these vicissitudes the imperial formation is always defined by a certain type of code and inscription that is in direct opposition to the primitive territorial codings. The number of elements in the alliance makes little difference. New alliance and direct filiation are specific categories that testify to the existence of a new socius, irreducible to the lateral alliances and the extended filiations that decline the primitive machine. It is this force of projection that defines paranoia, this strength to start again from zero, to objectify a complete transformation. The subject leaps outside the intersections of alliance filiation, installs himself at the limit, at the horizon, in the desert, the subject of a deterritorialized knowledge that links him directly to God and connects him to the people. For the first time, something has been withdrawn from life and from the earth that will make it possible to judge life and to survey the earth from above, a first principle of paranoiac knowledge. The whole relative play of alliances and filiations is carried to the absolute in this new alliance and this direct filiation. It remains to be said that, in order to understand the barbarian formation, it is necessary to relate it not to other formations in competition with it temporally and spiritually, according to relationships that obscure the essential, but to the savage primitive formation that it supplants by imposing its own rule of law, but that continues to haunt it. It is exactly in this way that Marx defines Asiatic production. A higher unity of the state establishes itself on the foundations of the primitive rural communities, which keep their ownership of the soil, while the state becomes the true owner in conformity with the apparent objective movement that attributes the surplus product to the state, assigns the productive forces to it in the great projects undertaken, and makes it appear as the cause of the collective conditions of appropriation. 43. The full body as socius has ceased to be the earth, it has become the body of the despot himself or his god. The prescriptions and prohibitions that often render him almost incapable of acting make of him a body without organs. He is the sole quasi-cause, the source and fountainhead and estuary of the apparent objective movement. In place of mobile detachments from the signifying chain, a detached object has jumped outside the chain. In place of flow selections, all the flows converge into a great river that constitutes the sovereign's consumption, a radical change of regimes in the fetish or the symbol. What counts is not the person of the sovereign, nor even his function, which can be limited. It is the social machine that has profoundly changed. In place of the territorial machine, there is the mega-machine of the state, a functional pyramid that has the despot at its apex, an immobile motor, with the bureaucratic apparatus as its lateral surface and its transmission gear, and the villagers at its base, serving as its working parts. The stocks form the object of an accumulation, the blocks of debt become an infinite relation in the form of the tribute. The entire surplus value of code is an object of appropriation. This conversion crosses through all the syntheses, the synthesis of production, with the hydraulic machine and the mining machine, the synthesis of inscription, with the accounting machine, the writing machine, and the monument machine, and finally the synthesis of consumption, with the upkeep of the despot, his court, and the bureaucratic caste. Far from seeing in the state the principle of a territorialization that would inscribe people according to their residence, we should see in the principle of residence the effect of a movement of deterritorialization that divides the earth as an object and subjects men to the new imperial inscription, to the new full body, to the new socius. They come like fate. They appear as lightning appears, too terrible, too sudden. 44. The death of the primitive system always comes from without. History is the history of contingencies and encounters. Like a cloud blown in from the desert, the conquerors are there, in some way that is incomprehensible to me. They have pushed right into the capital, although it is a long way from the frontier. At any rate, here they are. It seems that every morning there are more of them. Speech with the nomads is impossible. They do not know our own language. 45. But this death that comes from without is also that which was rising from within, the general irreducibility of alliance to filiation, the independence of the alliance groups, the way in which they serve as a conducting element for the political and economic relations, the system of primitive rankings, the mechanism of surplus value. All this already prefigured despotic formations and caste hierarchies. And how does one distinguish the way in which the primitive community remains on its guard with respect to its own institutions of chieftainship, and exorcises or straitjackets the image of the possible despot whom it threatens to secrete from within, from the way in which it binds up the symbol, a symbol that has become derisory, of a former despot who thrust himself upon the community from the outside long ago? It is not always easy to know if one is considering a primitive community that is repressing an endogenous tendency, or one that is regaining its cohesion as best it can after a terrible exogenous adventure. The game of alliances is ambiguous. Are we still on this side of the new alliance, or already beyond it, having fallen back, as it were, into this side of that is residual and transformed? Related question: what is the feudal system? We are only able to fix the precise moment of the imperial formation as that of the new exogenous alliance, not only in the place of former alliances, but in relation to them. This new alliance is something altogether different from a treaty or a contract. What is suppressed is not the former regime of lateral alliances and extended filiations, but merely their determining character. They subsist, more or less modified, more or less harnessed by the great paranoiac, since they furnish the material of surplus value. In point of fact, that is what forms the specific character of Asiatic production. The autochthonous rural communities subsist, and continue to produce, inscribe, and consume. In effect, they are the state's sole concern. The wheels of the territorial lineage machine subsist, but are no longer anything more than the working parts of the state machine. The objects, the organs, the persons, and the groups retain at least a part of their intrinsic coding, but these coded flows of the former regime find themselves overcoded by the transcendent unity that appropriates surplus value. The old inscription remains, but is bricked over by and in the inscription of the state. The blocks subsist, but have become encasted and embedded bricks, having only a controlled mobility. The territorial alliances are not replaced, but are merely allied with the new alliance. The territorial filiations are not replaced, but are merely affiliated with the direct filiation. It is like an immense right of the firstborn over all filiations, an immense right of the wedding night over all alliances. The filiative stock becomes the object of an accumulation in the other filiation, while the alliance debt becomes an infinite relation in the other alliance. It is the entire primitive system that finds itself mobilized, requisitioned by a superior power, subjugated by new exterior forces, put in the service of other ends. So true is it, said Nietzsche, that what is called the evolution of a thing is a succession of more or less profound, more or less mutually independent processes of subduing, plus the resistances they encounter, the attempts at transformation for the purpose of defense and reaction, and the results of successful counteractions. 46. It has often been remarked that the state commences, or recommences, with two fundamental acts, one of which is said to be an act of territoriality through the fixing of residence, and the other, an act of liberation through the abolition of small debts. But the state operates by means of euphemisms. The pseudo-territoriality is the product of an effective deterritorialization that substitutes abstract signs for the signs of the earth, and that makes the earth itself into the object of a state ownership of property, or an ownership held by the state's richest servants and officials. There is no great change, from this point of view, when the state no longer does anything more than guarantee the private property of a ruling class that becomes distinct from the state. The abolition of debts, when it takes place, is a means of maintaining the distribution of land, and a means of preventing the entry on stage of a new territorial machine, possibly revolutionary and capable of raising and dealing with the agrarian problem in a comprehensive way. In other cases where a redistribution occurs, the cycle of credits is maintained, in the new form established by the state money. For without question, money does not begin by serving the needs of commerce, or at least it has no autonomous mercantile model. The despotic machine holds the following in common with the primitive machine: it confirms the latter in this respect, the dread of decoded flows of production, but also mercantile flows, flux marchans, of exchange and commerce that might escape the state monopoly, with its tight restrictions and its plugging of flows. When Etienne Balish asks why capitalism wasn't born in China in the 13th century, when all the necessary scientific and technical conditions nevertheless seemed to be present, the answer lies in the state, which closed the mines as soon as the reserves of metal were judged sufficient, and which retained a monopoly or a narrow control over commerce, the merchant as functionary. Point 47. The role of money in commerce hinges less on commerce itself than on its control by the state. Commerce's relationship with money is synthetic, not analytical. And money is fundamentally inseparable, not from commerce, but from taxes as the maintenance of the apparatus of the state. Even where dominant classes set themselves apart from this apparatus and make use of it for the benefit of private property, the despotic tie between money and taxes remains visible. Basing himself on the research of Edouard Will, Michel Foucault shows how, in certain Greek tyrannies, the tax on aristocrats and the distribution of money to the poor are a means of bringing the money back to the rich and a means of remarkably widening the regime of debts, making it even stronger, by anticipating and repressing any reterritorialization that might be produced by the economic givens of the agrarian problem. Point 48, as if the Greeks had discovered in their own way what the Americans rediscovered after the New Deal, that heavy taxes are good for business. In a word, money, the circulation of money, is the means for rendering the debt infinite. And that is what is concealed in the two acts of the state. The residence or territoriality of the state inaugurates the great movement of deterritorialization that subordinates all the primitive filiations to the despotic machine. The agrarian problem, the abolition of debts or their accountable transformation, initiates the duty of an interminable service to the state that subordinates all the primitive alliances to itself. The problem of debts. The infinite creditor and infinite credit have replaced the blocks of mobile and finite debts. There is always a monotheism on the horizon of despotism. The debt becomes a debt of existence, a debt of the existence of the subjects themselves. A time will come when the creditor has not yet lent while the debtor never quits repaying, for repaying is a duty but lending is an option, as in Lewis Carroll's song, the long song about the infinite debt. A man may surely claim his dues, but when there's money to be lent, a man must be allowed to choose such times as are convenient. Point 49. The despotic state, such as it appears in the purest conditions of Asiatic production, has two correlative aspects. On the one hand, it replaces the territorial machine, it forms a new deterritorialized full body. On the other hand, it maintains the old territorialities, integrates them as parts or organs of production in the new machine. It is perfected all at once because it functions on the basis of dispersed rural communities, which are like pre-existing autonomous or semi-autonomous machines from the viewpoint of production, but from this same viewpoint, it reacts on them in producing the conditions for major work projects that exceed the capacities of the separate communities. What is produced on the body of the despot is a connective synthesis of the old alliances with the new, and a disjunctive synthesis that entails an overflowing of the old filiations into the direct filiation, gathering all the subjects into the new machine. The essential action of the state, therefore, is the creation of a second inscription by which the new full body immobile, monumental, immutable appropriates all the forces and agents of production, but this inscription of the state allows the old territorial inscriptions to subsist, as bricks on the new surface. And finally, from this appropriation there results the way in which the conjunction of the two parts is implemented and the respective portions are distributed to the higher proprietary unity and to the propertied communities, to the overcoding process and to the intrinsic codes, to the appropriated surplus value and to the usufruct put into use, to the state machine and to the territorial machines. As in Kafka's The Great Wall of China, the state is the transcendent higher unity that integrates relatively isolated subaggregates, functioning separately, to which it assigns a development in bricks and a labor of construction by fragments. Scattered partial objects hanging on the body without organs. No one has equaled Kafka in demonstrating that the law had nothing to do with a natural, harmonious, and immanent totality, but that it acted as an eminent formal unity, and reigned accordingly over pieces and fragments, the wall and the tower. Hence the state is not primeval, it is an origin or an abstraction, it is the original abstract essence that is not to be confused with a beginning. We think only about the emperor, but not about the present one, or rather we would think about the present one if we knew who he was or knew anything definite about him. The people do not know what emperor is reigning, and there exist doubts regarding even the name of the dynasty. Long-dead emperors are set on the throne in our villages, and one that only lives in song recently had a proclamation of his read out by the priest before the altar 50. As for the subaggregates themselves, the primitive territorial machines, they are the concrete itself, the concrete base and beginning, but their segments here enter into relationships corresponding to the essence, they assume precisely this form of bricks that ensures their integration into the higher unity, and their distributive operation, consonant with the great collective designs of this same unity, major work projects, extortion of surplus value, tributes, generalized servitude. Two inscriptions coexist in the imperial formation, and mutually adjust insofar as the one is imbricated into the other, but the new inscription cements the whole and brings producers and products into relations with itself, they do not need to speak the same language. The imperial inscription countersects all the alliances and filiations, prolongs them, makes them converge into the direct filiation of the despot with the deity, and the new alliance of the despot with the people. All the coded flows of the primitive machine are now forced into a bottleneck, where the despotic machine overcodes them. Overcoding is the operation that constitutes the essence of the state, and that measures both its continuity and its break with the previous formations, the dread of flows of desire that would resist coding, but also the establishment of a new inscription that overcodes, and that makes desire into the property of the sovereign, even though he be the death instinct itself. The castes are inseparable from this overcoding, and imply the existence of dominant classes that do not yet manifest themselves as classes, but are merged with a state apparatus. Who is able to touch the full body of the sovereign? Here we have a problem of castes. It is overcoding that impoverishes the earth for the benefit of the deterritorialized full body, and that on this full body renders the movement of debt infinite. It is a measure of Nietzsche's force to have stressed the importance of such a movement that begins with the founders of states, these artists with a look of bronze, creating an oppressive and remorseless machine, 51 erecting before any perspective of liberation an ironclad impossibility. This infinitivation, cannot be understood exactly as Nietzsche would have it, that is, as a consequence of the interplay of ancestors, profound genealogies, and extended filiations. Rather, when these are short-circuited, abducted by the new alliance and direct filiation, then the ancestor, the master of the mobile and finite blocks, finds himself dismissed by the deity, the immobile organizer of the bricks and of their infinite circuit. 7. Barbarian or imperial representation. Incest with the sister and incest with the mother are very different things. The sister is not a substitute for the mother, the one belongs to the connective category of alliance, the other to the disjunctive category of filiation. Incest with the sister is prohibited insofar as the conditions of territorial coding require that alliance not be confounded with filiation, and incest with the mother, insofar as descent within filiation must not be allowed to interfere with ascending lines. That is why the despot's incest is twofold, by virtue of the new alliance and direct filiation. He begins by marrying the sister. But he enters into this forbidden endogamous marriage outside the tribe, inasmuch as he is himself outside his tribe, on the outside or at the outer limits of the territory. This is what Pierre Gordon showed in his strange book. The same rule that proscribes incest must prescribe it for certain persons. Exogamy must result in the position of men outside the tribe who for their part are entitled to an endogamous marriage and are able, by virtue of this formidable right, to serve as initiators to exogamous subjects of both sexes, the sacred deflowerer, the ritual initiator on the mountain or across the waters. The wilderness, land of betrothal. All the flows converge on a man such as this, all the alliances find themselves countersect by this new alliance that overcodes them. Endogamous marriage outside the tribe places the hero in a position to overcode all the endogamous marriages in the tribe. It is clear that incest with the mother has a completely different meaning. This time it is a question of the mother of the tribe, as she exists in the tribe, as the hero finds her in penetrating into the tribe, or finds her again in returning to the tribe after his first marriage. He countersects the extended filiations with a direct filiation. The initiated or initiating hero becomes king. The second marriage develops the consequences of the first, it draws out the effects of the first. The hero begins by marrying the sister, then he marries the mother. The fact that the two acts can, to varying degrees, be bound together, assimilated, does not rule out the existence of two sequences in the phenomenon, the union with the princess sister and the union with the mother queen. Incest goes by twos. The hero is always sitting astride two groups, the one where he leaves to find his sister, the other where he returns to find his mother again. The purpose of this double incest is not to produce a flow, not even a magic flow, but to overcode all the existing flows, and to ensure that no intrinsic code, no underlying flow escapes the overcoding of the despotic machine. Hence it is by virtue of his sterility that he guarantees the general fecundity. 52 The marriage with the sister is on the outside, it is the wilderness ordeal, it expresses the spatial divergence from the primitive machine, it provides the old alliances with an outcome. It founds the new alliance by effecting a generalized appropriation of all the alliance debts. The marriage with the mother is the return to the tribe, it expresses the temporal divergence from the primitive machine, the difference between the generations, it constitutes the direct filiation that results from the new alliance, by effecting a generalized accumulation of filiative stock. Both marriages are essential to the overcoding, as the two ends of a tie for the despotic knot. A pause seems in order here while we ask how such a thing is possible. How is it that incest has become possible, and not only possible, but the manifest property and seal of the despot? Who is this sister, this mother? The sister and mother of the despot himself? Or should the question be framed in a different way? For it concerns the whole system of representation when it ceases to be territorial and becomes imperial. First of all, we have the impression that the elements of the in-depth system of representation have begun to move, the cellular migration has begun that will carry the Oedipal cell from one locus of representation to another. In the imperial formation, incest has ceased being the displaced represented of desire to become the repressing representation itself. For there can be no doubt, this way the despot has of committing incest, and of making it possible, in no way involves removing the apparatus of social and psychic repression, l'appareil repression refoulement. On the contrary, the despot's intervention forms part of the apparatus, it changes only the parts of the machine, yet it is still as the displaced represented that incest now comes to occupy the position of the repressing representation. Another gain in the sum of repression, a new economy in the repressing apparatus, l'appareil refoulant repressive, a new mark, a new severity. It would be easy, too easy, if it were enough to make incest possible, and to implement this in sovereign fashion, so that the exercise of psychic repression and the service of social repression would be made to end. The royal barbarian incest is merely the means to overcode the flows of desire, certainly not a means to liberate them. O Caligula, O Heliogabalus, O mad memory of vanished emperors! Incest never having been the desire, but merely its displaced represented as it results from psychic repression, social repression has everything to gain when incest comes to take the place of the representation itself, and in this capacity take charge of the repressing function, la fonction refoulant. That is what we have already seen in psychosis, where the intrusion of the complex into consciousness, according to the traditional criterion, did not, to be sure, alleviate the repression of desire. With incest's new position in the imperial formation, we are therefore speaking only of a migration in the in-depth elements of representation, which will render the latter more foreign, more ruthless, more definitive, or more infinite with respect to desiring production. But this migration would never be possible if there did not occur correlatively a considerable change in the other elements of representation, those elements that operate on the surface of the inscribing socius. What changes singularly in the surface organization of representation is the relationship between the voice and graphism. It is the despot who establishes the practice of writing. The most ancient authors saw this clearly. It is the imperial formation that makes graphism into a system of writing in the proper sense of the term. Legislation, bureaucracy, accounting, the collection of taxes, the state monopoly, imperial justice, the functionary's activity, historiography, everything is written in the despot's procession. Let us return to the paradox that emerges from the analyses of Leroy-Gourhan. Primitive societies are oral not because they lack a graphic system but because, on the contrary, the graphic system in these societies is independent of the voice. It marks signs on the body that respond to the voice, react to the voice, but that are autonomous and do not align themselves on it. In return, barbarian civilizations are written, not because the voice has been lost but because the graphic system has lost its independence and its particular dimensions, has aligned itself on the voice and has become subordinated to the voice, enabling it to extract from the voice a deterritorialized abstract flux that it retains and makes reverberate in the linear code of writing. In short, graphism in one and the same movement begins to depend on the voice, and induces a mute voice from on high or from the beyond, a voice that begins to depend on graphism. It is by subordinating itself to the voice that writing supplants it. Jacques Derrida is correct in saying that every language presupposes a writing system from which it originates, if by that he means the existence and the connection of some sort of graphism writing in the largest sense of the term. He is also right in saying that, within writing in the narrow sense, hardly any breaks can be established between pictographic, ideogrammic, and phonetic procedures. There is always and already an alignment on the voice, at the same time as a substitution for the voice. Supplementarity, and phonetism is never all-powerful, but has also always already begun to labor and elaborate the mute signifier. He is again correct in linking writing to incest in a mysterious fashion. But we see nothing in this link that would lead us to conclude in favor of the constancy of an apparatus of psychic repression, operating in the manner of a graphic machine capable of performing as well by means of hieroglyphs as by phonemes. 53 For there is indeed a break that changes everything in the world of representation, between this writing in the narrow sense and writing in the broad sense, that is, between two completely different orders of inscription, a graphism that leaves the voice dominant by being independent of the voice while connecting with it, and a graphism that dominates or supplants the voice by depending on it in various ways and by subordinating itself to the voice. The primitive territorial sign is self-validating. It is a position of desire in a state of multiple connections. It is not a sign of a sign nor a desire of a desire. It knows nothing of linear subordination and its reciprocity, neither pictogram nor ideogram. It is rhythm and not form, zigzag and not line, artifact and not idea, production and not expression. Let us try to summarize the differences between these two forms of representation, territorial and imperial. In the first place, territorial representation is made up of two heterogeneous elements, voice and graphism. The former is like the representation of words constituted in lateral alliance, while the latter is like the representation of things of bodies established in extended filiation. The former acts on the latter, while the latter reacts on the former, each element having its own particular force that is connoted along with that of the other, so as to perform the great task of germinal intense repression. What is repressed, in fact, is the full body as the foundation of the intense earth, which must yield its place to the socius in extension, into which the intensities in question pass or fail to pass. The full body of the earth must assume an extension in the socius and as the socius. The primitive socius covers itself in this manner with a network wherein one is continually jumping from words to things, and from bodies to appellations, according to the extensive requirements of the system in its length and its width. What we call the order of connotation is an order in which the word, lemot, as a vocal sign designates something, but where the thing designated is no less a sign, because it is furrowed by a graphism that is connoted in conjunction with the voice. The heterogeneity, the divergence, the disequilibrium of the two elements vocal and graphic is resolved by a third element, the visual, the eye. It might be said of this eye that it sees the word, it sees it, it does not read it insofar as it evaluates the suffering caused by the graphism. Jean-François Lyotard has attempted to describe such a system in another context, where the word has only a designating function but does not of itself constitute the sign. What becomes a sign is rather the thing or body designated as such, insofar as it reveals an unknown facet described on it, traced by the graphism that responds to the word. The gap between the two elements is bridged by the eye, which sees the word without reading it, inasmuch as it appraises the pain emanating from the graphism applied to the flesh itself. The eye jumps. The magic triangle with its three sides, voice, audition, graphism, body, eye, pain, thus seems to us to be an order of connotation, a system of cruelty where the word has an essentially designating function, but where the graphism itself constitutes a sign in conjunction with the thing designated, and where the eye goes from one to the other, extracting and measuring the visibility of the one against the pain of the other. Everything in the system is active, enacted, agi, or reacting, everything is a matter of use and function. So that when one considers the whole of territorial representation, one is struck by the complexity of the networks with which it covers the socius. The chain of territorial signs is continually jumping from one element to another, radiating in all directions, emitting detachments wherever there are flows to be selected, including disjunctions, consuming remains, extracting surplus values, connecting words, bodies, and sufferings, and formulas, things, and effects, connoting voices, graphic traces, and eyes, always in a polyvocal usage, a way of jumping that cannot be contained within an order of meaning, still less within a signifier. And if incest seemed impossible to us from this point of view, it is because incest is nothing other than a jump that necessarily fails, this jump that goes from appellations to persons, from names to bodies, on the one hand, the repressed this side of appellations that do not yet designate persons, but only intensive germinal states, on the other hand, the repressing beyond that only applies appellations to persons by prohibiting persons who answer to the names of sister, mother, father. Between the two, the shallow stream where nothing passes, where the appellations do not adhere to the persons, where the persons elude the graphic action, and where the eye no longer has anything to see or evaluate, incest, the simple displaced limit, neither repressed nor repressing, but merely the displaced represented of desire. From this moment on it appears indeed that the two dimensions of representation, its surface organization with the elements voice graphii, and its in-depth organization with the representing instances of desire repressing representation / displaced represented, share the same fate, like a system of correspondences in the heart of a given social machine. All this finds itself overwhelmed in a new destiny, with the despotic machine and imperial representation. In the first place, graphism aligns itself on the voice, falls back on the voice, and becomes writing. At the same time it induces the voice no longer as the voice of alliance, but as that of the new alliance, a fictitious voice from beyond that expresses itself in the flow of writing as direct filiation. These two fundamental despotic categories are also the movement of graphism that, at one and the same time, subordinates itself to the voice in order to subordinate the voice and supplant it. Then there occurs a crushing of the magic triangle, the voice no longer sings but dictates, decrees, the graphe no longer dances, it ceases to animate bodies, but is set into writing on tablets, stones, and books, the eye sets itself to reading. Writing does not entail but implies a kind of blindness, a loss of vision and of the ability to appraise, it is now the eye that suffers, although it also acquires other functions. Or rather, we are unable to say that the magic triangle is completely crushed, it subsists as a base and as a brick, insofar as the territorial machine continues to function in the framework of the new machine. The triangle has become the base for a pyramid, all of whose sides cause the vocal, the graphic, and the visual to converge toward the eminent unity of the despot. If we call the order of representation in a social system a plane of consistency, plan de consistance, it is evident that this plane has changed, that it has become a plane of subordination and no longer one of connotation. And here, in the second place, is the essential: the flattening of the graphe onto the voice has made a transcendent object jump outside the chain, a mute voice on which the whole chain now seems to depend, and in relation to which it becomes linearized. The subordination of graphism to the voice induces a fictitious voice from on high which, inversely, no longer expresses itself except through the writing signs that it emits, revelation. This is perhaps the first assembling of formal operations that will lead to Oedipus, the paralogism of extrapolation, a flattening out or a set of biunivocal relations that leads to the breakaway and elevation of a detached object, and the linearization of the chain that derives from this object. It is perhaps at this juncture that the question "what does it mean?" begins to be heard, and that problems of exegesis prevail over problems of use and efficacy. The emperor, the god, what did he mean? In place of segments of the chain that are always detachable, a detached partial object on which the whole chain depends, in place of a polyvocal graphism flush with the real, a biunivocalization forming the transcendent dimension that gives rise to a linearity, in place of non-signifying signs that compose the networks of a territorial chain, a despotic signifier from which all the signs uniformly flow in a deterritorialized flow of writing. Men have even been seen drinking this flow. Andrés Zempleni shows how, in certain regions of Senegal, Islam superimposes a plane of subordination on the old plane of connotation of animist values. The divine or prophetic word, written or recited, is the foundation of this universe. The transparence of the animist prayer yields to the opacity of the rigid Arab verse, speech, verb, rigidities into formulas whose power is ensured by the truth of the revelation and not by a symbolic or incantatory efficacy. The Muslim holy man's learning refers to a hierarchy of names, verses, numbers, and corresponding beings, and if necessary, the verse will be placed in a bottle filled with pure water, the verse water will be drunk, one's body will be rubbed with it, and one's hands will be washed with it. 54. Writing the first deterritorialized flow, drinkable on this account, it flows from the despotic signifier. For what is the signifier in the first instance? What is it in relation to the non-signifying territorial signs, when it jumps outside their chains and superimposes a plane of subordination on their plane of immanent connotation? The signifier is the sign that has become a sign of the sign, the despotic sign having replaced the territorial sign, having crossed the threshold of deterritorialization. The signifier is merely the deterritorialized sign itself. The sign made letter. Desire no longer dares to desire, having become a desire of desire, a desire of the despot's desire. The mouth no longer speaks, it drinks the letter. The eye no longer sees, it reads. The body no longer allows itself to be engraved like the earth, but prostrates itself before the engravings of the despot, the region beyond the earth, the new full body. No water will ever cleanse the signifier of its imperial origin, the signifying master or the master signifier. In vain will the signifier be immersed in the immanent system of language, la langue, or be used to clear away problems of meaning and signification, or be resolved into the coexistence of phonematic elements, where the signified is no more than the summary of the respective differential values of these elements in the relationships among themselves. In vain will the comparison of language, to exchange and money be pushed to its furthest point, subjecting language to the paradigms of an active capitalism, for one will never prevent the signifier from reintroducing its transcendence, and from bearing witness for a vanished despot who still functions in modern imperialism. Even when it speaks Swiss or American, linguistics manipulates the shadow of Oriental despotism. Ferdinand de Saussure does not merely emphasize the following, that the arbitrariness of language establishes its sovereignty, as a servitude or a generalized slavery visited upon the masses. It has also been shown that two dimensions exist side by side in Saussure, the one horizontal, where the signified is reduced to the value of coexisting minimal terms into which the signifier decomposes, but the other vertical, where the signifier is elevated to the concept corresponding to the acoustic image, that is, to the voice, taken in its maximum extension, which recomposes the signifier, value as the opposite of the coexisting terms, but also the concept as the opposite of the acoustic image. In short, the signifier appears twice, once in the chain of elements in relation to which the signified is always a signifier for another signifier, and a second time in the detached object on which the whole of the chain depends, and that spreads over the chain the effects of signification. There is no phonological or even phonetic code operating on the signifier in the first sense, without an overcoding effected by the signifier itself in the second sense. There is no linguistic field without biunivocal relations, whether between ideographic and phonetic values, or between articulations of different levels, monemes and phonemes, that finally ensure the independence and the linearity of the deterritorialized signs. But such a field remains defined by a transcendence, even when one considers this transcendence as an absence or an empty locus, performing the necessary foldings, levelings, rabattements, and subordinations, a transcendence whence issues throughout the system the inarticulate material flux in which this transcendence operates, opposes, selects, and combines, the signifier. It is curious, therefore, that one can show so well the servitude of the masses with respect to the minimal elements of the sign within the immanence of language, without showing how the domination is exercised through and in the transcendence of the signifier. There, however, as elsewhere, an irreducible exteriority of conquest asserts itself. For if language itself does not presuppose conquest, the leveling operations, lay operations de rabattement, that constitute written language indeed presuppose two inscriptions that do not speak the same language, two languages, languages, one of masters, the other of slaves. Jean Nogueral describes just such a situation. For the Sumerians, a given sign is water. The Sumerians read the sign A, which signifies water in Sumerian. An Akkadian comes along and asks his Sumerian master, "What is this sign?" The Sumerian replies, "That's A." The Akkadian takes the sign for A, and on this point there is no longer any relationship between the sign and water, which in Akkadian is called mu. I believe that the presence of the Akkadians determined the phoneticization of the writing system, and that the contact of two peoples is almost necessary before the spark of a new writing can spring forth. 55. One cannot better show how an operation of biunivocalization organizes itself around a despotic signifier, so that a phonetic and alphabetical chain flows from it. Alphabetical writing is not for illiterates, but by illiterates. It goes by way of illiterates, those unconscious workers. The signifier implies a language that overcodes another language, while the other language is completely coded into phonetic elements. And if the unconscious in fact includes the topical order of a double inscription, it is not structured like one language, but like two. The signifier does not appear to keep its promise, which is to give us access to a modern and functional understanding of language. The imperialism of the signifier does not take us beyond the question, what does it mean? It is content to bar the question in advance, to render all the answers insufficient by relegating them to the status of a simple signified. It challenges exegesis in the name of recitation, pure textuality, and superior scientificity, scientificit. Like the young palace dogs too quick to drink the verse water, and who never tire of crying, the signifier, you have not reached the signifier, you are still at the level of the signifieds. The signifier is the only thing that gladdens their hearts. But this master signifier remains what it was in ages past, a transcendent stock that distributes lack to all the elements of the chain, something in common for a common absence, the authority that channels all the breaks flows into one and the same locus of one and the same cleavage, the detached object, the phallus encastration, the bar that delivers over all the depressive subjects to the great paranoiac king. O signifier, terrible archaism of the despot where they still look for the empty tomb, the dead father, and the mystery of the name. And perhaps that is what incites the anger of certain linguists against Lacan, no less than the enthusiasm of his followers, the vigor and the serenity with which Lacan accompanies the signifier back to its source, to its veritable origin, the despotic age, and erects an infernal machine that welds desire to the law, because, everything considered, so Lacan thinks this is indeed the form in which the signifier is in agreement with the unconscious, and the form in which it produces effects of the signified in the unconscious. The signifier as the repressing representation, and the new displaced represented that it induces, the famous metaphors and metonymy, all of that constitutes the overcoding and deterritorialized despotic machine. The despotic signifier has the effect of overcoding the territorial chain. The signified is precisely the effect of the signifier, and not what it represents or what it designates. The signified is the sister of the borders and the mother of the interior. Sister and mother are the concepts that correspond to the great acoustic image, to the voice of the new alliance and direct filiation. Incest is the very operation of overcoding at the two ends of the chain in all the territory ruled by the despot, from the borders to the center. All the debts of alliance are converted into the infinite debt of the new alliance, and all the extended filiations are subsumed by direct filiation. Incest or the Royal Trinity is therefore the whole of the repressing representation insofar as it initiates the overcoding. The system of subordination or signification has replaced the system of connotation. To the extent that graphism is flattened onto the voice, the graphism that, not so long ago, was inscribed flush with the body representation subordinates itself to word representation. Sister and mother are the voice's signifieds. But to the extent that this flattening induces a fictitious voice from on high that no longer expresses itself except in the linear flux, the despot himself is the signifier of the voice that, along with the two signifieds, affects the overcoding of the whole chain. What made incest impossible, namely, that at times we had the appellations, mother, sister, but not the persons or the bodies, while at other times we had the bodies, but the appellations disappeared from view as soon as we broke through the prohibitions they bore, has ceased to exist. Incest has become possible in the wedding of the kinship bodies and family appellations, in the union of the signifier with its signifieds. Hence it is by no means a question of knowing if the despot marries his true sister and his true mother. For in any case his true sister is the sister of the wilderness, just as his true mother is the mother of the tribe. Once incest is possible, it matters little whether it is simulated or not, since in any case something else again is simulated through incest. And in accordance with the complementarity of simulation and identity that we encountered earlier, if the identification is that of the object on high, the simulation is indeed the writing that corresponds to it, the flux that flows from this object, the graphic flux that flows from the voice. Simulation does not replace reality, it is not an equivalent that stands for reality, but rather it appropriates reality in the operation of despotic overcoding, it produces reality on the new full body that replaces the earth. It expresses the appropriation and production of the real by a quasi-cause. In incest it is the signifier that makes love with its signifieds. System of simulation is the other name for signification and subordination. And what is simulated and therefore produced, through the incest that is itself simulated and therefore produced all the more real for being simulated, and vice versa, is something very much like the extreme states of a reconstituted, recreated intensity. With his sister the despot simulates a zero state from which the phallic force will arise, like a promise whose hidden presence in the very interior of the body must be situated at the extreme limit, and with his mother the despot simulates a superforce where the two sexes would be at the maximum degree of externalization of their specific natures, the BABA of the phallus as voice. Point 56. Hence something else is always at issue in royal incest: bisexuality, homosexuality, castration, transvestism, as so many gradients and passages in the cycle of intensities. This is because the despotic signifier aims at the reconstitution of the full body of the intense earth that the primitive machine had repressed, but on new foundations or under new conditions present in the deterritorialized full body of the despot himself. This is the reason that incest changes its meaning or locus, and becomes the repressing representation. For what is at stake in the overcoding effected by incest is the following: that all the organs of all the subjects, all the eyes, all the mouths, all the penises, all the vaginas, all the ears, and all the anuses become attached to the full body of the despot, as though to the peacock's tail of a royal train, and that they have in this body their own intensive representatives. Royal incest is inseparable from the intense multiplication of organs and their inscription on the new full body. Sada saw clearly this always royal role of incest. The apparatus of social repression, psychic repression, i.e., the repressing representation, now finds itself defined in terms of a supreme danger that expresses the representative on which it bears, the danger that a single organ might flow outside the despotic body, that it might break away or escape. Suddenly the despot sees rising up before him, against him, the enemy who brings death, an eye with too steady a look, a mouth with too unfamiliar a smile. Each organ is a possible protest. It is at one and the same time that a half-deaf Caesar complains of an ear that no longer hears, and sees weighing on him the look of Cassius, lean and hungry, and the smile of Cassius, who smiles in such a sort as if he mocked himself. A long chronicle that will carry the assassinated, dismembered, disorganized, filed down body of the despot into the latrines of the city. Wasn't it already the anus that detached the object on high and produced the eminent voice? Didn't the transcendence of the phallus depend on the anus? But the latter is revealed only at the end, as the last vestige of the vanished despot, the underside of his voice. The despot is nothing more than this dead rat's ass suspended from the ceiling of the sky. The organs begin by detaching themselves from the despotic body, the organs of the citizen risen up against the tyrant. Then they will become those of private man. They will become privatized after the model and memory of the disgraced anus, ejected from the social field the obsessive fear of smelling bad. The entire history of primitive coding, of despotic overcoding, and of the decoding of private man turns on these movements of flows, the intense germinal influx, the surflux of royal incest, and the reflux of excrement that conducts the dead despot to the latrines, and conducts us all to today's private man, the history sketched out by Artaud in his masterpiece Heliogable. The entire history of the graphic flux goes from the flood of sperm in the tyrant's cradle, to the wave of shit in his sewer tomb. All writing is so much pig shit, all writing is the simulation, sperm and excrement. One might think that the system of imperial representation was, in spite of everything, milder than that of territorial representation. The signs are no longer inscribed in the flesh itself but on stones, parchments, pieces of currency, and lists. According to Wittfogel's law of diminishing administrative returns, wide sectors are left semi-autonomous insofar as they do not compromise the power of the state. The eye no longer extracts a surplus value from the spectacle of suffering, it has ceased to evaluate, it has begun rather to forewarn and keep watch, to see that no surplus value escapes the overcoding of the despotic machine. For all the organs and their functions experience a detachment and elevation that relates them to, and makes them converge on, the full body of the despot. In point of fact, the regime is not milder, the system of terror has replaced the system of cruelty. The old cruelty persists, especially in the autonomous or quasi-autonomous sectors, but it is now bricked into the state apparatus, which at times organizes it and at other times tolerates or limits it, in order to make it serve the ends of the state, and to subsume it under the higher superimposed unity of a law that is more terrible. As a matter of fact, The law's opposition or apparent opposition to despotism comes late when the state presents itself as an apparent peacemaker between classes that become distinct from the state, making it necessary for the latter to reshape its form of sovereignty. The law does not begin by being what it will become or seek to become later, a guarantee against despotism, an immanent principle that unites the parts into a whole, that makes of this whole the object of a general knowledge and will whose sanctions are merely derivative of a judgment and an application directed at the rebellious parts. The imperial barbarian law possesses instead two features that are in opposition to those just mentioned, the two features that Kafka so forcefully developed. First, the paranoiac schizoid trait of the law, metonymy, according to which the law governs non-totalizable and non-totalized parts, partitioning them off, organizing them as bricks, measuring their distance and forbidding their communication, henceforth acting in the name of a formidable but formal and empty unity, eminent, distributive, and not collective. And second, the maniacal depressive trait, metaphor, according to which the law reveals nothing and has no knowable object, the verdict having no existence prior to the penalty, and the statement of the law having no existence prior to the verdict. The trial by ordeal presents these two traits in a raw state. As in the machine of in the penal colony, it is the penalty that writes both the verdict and the rule that has been broken. In vain did the body liberate itself from its characteristic graphism in the system of connotation, for it now becomes the stone and the paper, the tablet and the currency on which the new writing is able to mark its figures, its phonetism, and its alphabet. Overcoding is the essence of the law, and the origin of the new sufferings of the body. Punishment has ceased to be a festive occasion, from which the eye extracts a surplus value in the magic triangle of alliance and filiations. Punishment becomes a vengeance, the vengeance of the voice, the hand, and the eye now joined together on the despot, the vengeance of the new alliance, whose public character does not spoil the secret. I will bring down upon you the avenging sword of the vengeance of alliance. For once again, before it becomes a feigned guarantee against despotism, the law is the invention of the despot himself, it is the juridical form assumed by the infinite dead. The jurist will be seen in the despot's procession up to the time of the late Roman emperors, and the juridical form will accompany the imperial formation, the legislator alongside the monster, Gaius and Commodus, Popinian and Caracalla, Ulpian and Heliogabalus, the delirium of the 12 Caesars and the golden age of Roman law taking the debtor's side against the creditor when necessary, so as to consolidate the infinite debt. As vengeance, and a vengeance exercised in advance, the imperial barbarian law crushes the whole primitive interplay of action, the enacted, vagi, and reaction. Passivity must now become the virtue of the subjects attached to the despotic body. As Nietzsche says when he shows precisely how punishment becomes a vengeance in the imperial formations, a tremendous quantity of freedom must have been expelled from the world, or at least from the visible world, and made as it were latent under their hammer blows and artists' violence. 57. There occurs a detachment and elevation of the death instinct, which ceases to be coded in the interplay of savage actions and reactions where fatalism was still something enacted, in order to become the somber agent of overcoding, the detached object that hovers over each subject, as though the social machine had come unstuck from its desiring machines. Death, the desire of the despot's desire, a latency inscribed in the bowels of the state apparatus. Better not a sole survivor than for a single organ to flow outside this apparatus or slip away from the body of the despot. This is because there is no other necessity, no other fatum, than that of the signifier in its relationships with its signifieds, such is the regime of terror. What the law is supposed to signify will only be revealed later, when it has evolved and assumed the new figure that appears to place it in opposition to despotism. But from the beginning it expresses the imperialism of the signifier that produces its signifieds as effects that are the more effective and necessary as they escape knowing, and as they owe all to their eminent cause. Occasionally it still happens that the young dogs will call for a return to the despotic signifier, without exegesis or interpretation, while the law, however, wants to explain what it signifies, to assert an independence of its signified against the despot, says the law. For the dogs, according to Kafka's observations, want desire to be firmly wedded to the law in the pure detachment and elevation of the death instinct, rather than to hear, it is true, hypocritical doctors explain what it all means. But all that the development of the democratic signified or the wrapping of the despotic signifier nevertheless forms part of the same question, sometimes open and sometimes barred, the same extended abstraction, a repressive machinery that always moves us away from the desiring machines. For there has never been but one state. The question what is the use of that? Fades more and more, and disappears in the fog of pessimism, of nihilism, nada, nada. The order of law as it appears in the imperial formation, and as it will evolve later, indeed have something in common, the indifference to designation. It is in the nature of the law to signify without designating anything. The law does not designate anything or anybody, the democratic conception of law will make this into a criterion. The complex relationship of designation, as we have seen it elaborated in the system of primitive connotation with its interplay of voice, graphism, and I, here disappears in the new relationship of barbarian subordination. How could designation subsist when the sign has ceased to be a position of desire, in order to become this imperial sign, a universal castration that welds desire to the law? It is the crushing of the old code, it is the new relationship of signification, it is the necessity of this new relationship established in the overcoding process, that refers designations to the arbitrary, or that lets them subsist in the form of bricks held over from the old system. Why is it that linguists are constantly rediscovering the truths of the despotic age? And finally, could it be that this arbitrariness of designations, as the reverse side of a necessity of signification, does not bear only on the despot's subjects, nor even on his servants, but on the despot himself, his dynasty, and his name? The people do not know what emperor is reigning, and there exist doubts regarding even the name of the dynasty. 58. This would mean that the death instinct is even more deeply rooted in the state than thought, and that latency not only befalls the subjects of the state, but is also at work in the highest machinery of the apparatus. The revenge becomes that of the subjects against the despot. In the latency system of terror, what is no longer active, enacted, or reacted to, this instinct for freedom forcibly made latent, pushed back and repressed, incarcerated within and finally able to discharge and vent itself only on itself. 59. That very thing is now a ressenti, the eternal ressentiment of the subjects answers to the eternal vengeance of the despots. The inscription is ressentier when it is no longer enacted or reacted to. When the deterritorialized sign becomes a signifier, a formidable quantity of reaction passes into a latent state, all the resonance and all the retention change in volume and time, after the event. Vengeance and ressentiment, not the beginning of justice, to be sure, but its becoming and its destiny in the imperial formation as Nietzsche analyzes it. And according to his prophecy, wouldn't the state itself be that dog which wants to die? But that is also reborn from its ashes. For it is this whole constellation of the new alliance, the imperialism of the signifier, the metaphoric or metonymic necessity of the signifieds, with the arbitrary of the designations that ensures the maintenance of the system, and sees to it that the name is succeeded by another name, one dynasty by another, without changing the signifieds, and without a collapse of the wall of the signifier. This is why the order of latency in the African, Chinese, Egyptian, and other empires was that of rebellions and constant secessions, and not that of revolution. Here again, death will have to be felt from within, but it will have to come from without. The founders of empires caused everything to pass into a latent state, they invented vengeance and incited ressentiment, that counter-vengeance. And yet Nietzsche says about them what he has already said about the primitive system: it was not in their midst that bad conscience, this ugly growth, i.e., Oedipus, took root and began to grow. It is simply that one more step has been taken in that direction. Oedipus, bad conscience, interiority, they made it possible. 60. What does Nietzsche mean? This man who dragged Caesar along with him as a despotic signifier, along with its two signifieds, his sister and his mother, and who felt their weight grow heavier as he drew nearer to madness. It is true that Oedipus begins its cellular, Ovular migration in the system of imperial representation, from being at first the displaced represented of desire, it becomes the repressing representation itself. The impossible has become possible, the unoccupied limit now finds itself occupied by the despot. Oedipus has received its name, the club-footed despot committing double incest through overcoding, with his sister and his mother as body representations subjected to verbal representation. Moreover, Oedipus is in the process of establishing each of the formal operations that will make it all possible, the extrapolation of a detached object, the double bind of overcoding or royal incest, the biunivocalization, application, and linearization of the chain between masters and slaves, the introduction of the law into desire, and of desire into the law, the terrible latency with its afterward or its after the event. All the parts of the 5 paralogisms thus seem to be ready. But we are still very far from the psychoanalytic Oedipus, and the Hellenists are right to not grasp clearly the story that psychoanalysis is trying at all costs to tell them. It is indeed the story of desire and its sexual history, there is no other. But here all the parts figure as cogs and wheels in the state machine. Desire is by no means an interplay between a son, a mother, and a father. Desire institutes a libidinal investment of a state machine that overcodes the territorial machine and, with an additional turn of the screw, represses the desiring machines. Incest derives from this investment and not the reverse. At first it brings into play only the despot, the sister, and the mother, it is the overcoding and repressing representation. The father intervenes only as the representative of the old territorial machine, but the sister is the representative of the new alliance, and the mother is the representative of direct filiation. Father and son are not yet born. Asexuality functions in terms of the conjoined operations of machines, their internecine struggle, their superposition, their interlocking arrangements. Let us marvel once again at Freud's account of Oedipus. In Moses and monotheism he indeed surmises that latency is a state affair. But then latency must not succeed the Oedipus complex, marking the complex's repression or even its suppression. It must result from the repressing action of the incestuous representation, which is not yet by any means a complex in the sense of repressed desire, since on the contrary the representation exercises its repressive action on desire itself. The Oedipus complex, as it is called by psychoanalysis, will be born of latency, after latency, and it signifies the return of the repressed under conditions that disfigure, displace, and even decode desire. The Oedipus complex appears only after latency, and when Freud recognizes 2 phases separated by latency, it is only the second phase that merits the complex's name, while the first expresses only its parts and wheels functioning from a completely different viewpoint, in a completely different organization. There we see the mania of psychoanalysis with all its paralogisms. It presents as a resolution, or an attempted resolution, of the complex what is rather the latter's definitive establishment or its interior installation, and it presents as the complex what is still the complex's opposite. What will be necessary in order for Oedipus to become the Oedipus complex? Many things, in fact those things that Nietzsche partially grasped in the evolution of the infinite debt. The Oedipal cell will have to complete its migration, it must no longer be content to pass from the state of the displaced represented to that of repressing representation, rather, from being the repressing representation, it will have to finally become the representative of desire itself. And it must become the latter by virtue of being the displaced represented. The debt must not only become an infinite debt, it will have to be internalized and spiritualized as an infinite debt, Christianity and what follows. The Father and the Son will have to take form, that is, the royal triad must masculinize itself, and this must occur as a direct consequence of the infinite debt that is now internalized. Oedipus the despot will have to be replaced by Oedipuses as subjects, Oedipuses as subjugated individuals, Oedipuses as fathers, and Oedipuses as sons. All the formal operations will have to be resumed within a decoded social field, and must reverberate in the pure and private element of interiority, of interior reproduction. The apparatus of social repression, psychic repression, will have to undergo a complete reorganization. Hence desire, having completed its migration, will have to experience this extreme affliction of being turned against itself, the turning back against itself, bad conscience, the guilt that attaches it to the most decoded of social fields as well as to the sickest interiority, the trap for desire, its ugly growth. So long as the history of desire does not experience this outcome, Oedipus haunts all societies, but as the nightmare of something that has still not happened to them, its hour has not come. And isn't this the strength of Lacan, to have saved psychoanalysis from the frenzied Oedipalization to which it was linking its fate, to have brought about this salvation even at the price of a regression, and even though it meant the unconscious would be kept under the weight of the despotic apparatus, that it would be reinterpreted starting from this apparatus, the law and the signifier phallus and castration, yes. Oedipus, no, the despotic age of the unconscious. 8. The Ur-State. The city of Ur, the point of departure of Abraham or the new alliance. The state was not formed in progressive stages, it appears fully armed, a master stroke executed all at once, the primordial Ur-State, the eternal model of everything the state wants to be and desires. Asiatic production, with the state that expresses or constitutes its objective movement, is not a distinct formation, it is the basic formation, on the horizon throughout history. There comes back to us from all quarters the discovery of imperial machines that preceded the traditional historical forms, machines characterized by state ownership of property, with communal possession bricked into it, and collective dependence. Every form that is more evolved is like a palimpsest, it covers a despotic inscription, a Mycenaean manuscript. Under every black and every Jew there is an Egyptian, and a Mycenaean under the Greeks, an Etruscan under the Romans. And yet their origin sinks into oblivion, a latency that lays hold of the state itself, and where the writing system sometimes disappears. It is beneath the blows of private property, then of commodity production, that the state witnesses its decline. Land enters into the sphere of private property and into that of commodities. Classes appear, inasmuch as the dominant classes are no longer merged with the state apparatus, but are distinct determinations that make use of this transformed apparatus. At first situated adjacent to communal property, then entering into the latter's composition or conditioning it, then becoming more and more a determining force, private property brings about an internalization of the creditor-debtor relation in the relations of opposed classes. 61. But how does one explain both this latency into which the despotic state enters, and this power with which it reforms itself on modified foundations, in order to spring back more mendacious, colder, and more hypocritical than ever? This oblivion and this return. On the one hand, the ancient city-state, the Germanic commune, and feudalism presuppose the great empires, and cannot be understood except in terms of the Ur-State that serves as their horizon. On the other hand, the problem confronting these forms is to reconstitute the Ur-State insofar as possible, given the requirements of their new distinct determinations. For what do private property, wealth, commodities, and classes signify? The breakdown of codes. The appearance, the surging forth of now decoded flows that pour over the socius, crossing it from one end to the other. The state can no longer be content to overcode territorial elements that are already coded, it must invent specific codes for flows that are increasingly deterritorialized, which means, putting despotism in the service of the new class relations, integrating the relations of wealth and poverty, of commodity and labor, reconciling market money and money from revenues, everywhere stamping the mark of the Ur-State on the new state of things. And everywhere, the presence of the latent model that can no longer be equaled, but that one cannot help but imitate. The Egyptians' melancholy warning to the Greeks echoes through history, you Greeks will never be anything but children. This special situation of the state as a category oblivion and return has to be explained. To begin with, it should be said that the primordial despotic state is not a historical break like any other. Of all the institutions, it is perhaps the only one to appear fully armed in the brain of those who institute it, the artists with a look of bronze. That is why Marxism didn't quite know what to make of it, it has no place in the famous 5 stages, primitive communism, ancient city-states, feudalism, capitalism, and socialism. It is not one formation among others, nor is it the transition from one formation to another. It appears to be set back at a remove from what it transects and from what it resects, as though it were giving evidence of another dimension, a cerebral ideality that is added to, superimposed on the material evolution of societies, a regulating idea or principle of reflection, terror, that organizes the parts and the flows into a whole. What is transected, superseded, or overcoded by the despotic state is what comes before the territorial machine, which it reduces to the state of bricks, of working parts henceforth subjected to the cerebral idea. In this sense the despotic state is indeed the origin, but the origin as an abstraction that must include its differences with respect to the concrete beginning. We know that myth always expresses a passage and a divergence, un écart. The primitive territorial myth of the beginning expressed the divergence of a characteristically intense energy, what Marcel Gilles called the metaphysical part of mythology, the vibratory spiral in relation to the social system in extension that it conditioned, passing back and forth between alliance and filiation. But the imperial myth of the origin expresses something else, the divergence of this beginning from the origin itself, the divergence of the extension from the idea, of the genesis from the order and the power, the new alliance, and also what repasses from filiation to alliance, what is taken up again by filiation. Jean-Pierre Vernant shows in this way that the imperial myths are not able to conceive a law of organization that is immanent in the universe, they need to posit and internalize this difference between the origin and the beginnings, between the sovereign power and the genesis of the world. The myth constitutes itself within this distance, it makes it into the very object of its narrative, retracing the avatars of sovereignty down through the succession of generations to the moment when a supremacy, this time definitive, puts an end to the dramatic elaboration of the Dunstaya 62. So that in the end one no longer really knows what comes first, and whether the territorial machine does not in fact presuppose a despotic machine from which it extracts the bricks, or that it segments in its turn. In a certain sense it is necessary to say as much in regard to what comes after the primal state, in regard to what is resected by the state. It supersects what comes before, but resects the formations that follow. There too it is like an abstraction that belongs to another dimension, always at a remove and struck by latency, but that springs back and returns stronger than before in the later forms that lend it a concrete existence. A protean state, yet there has never been but one state. Whence the variations, all the variants of the new alliance, falling nevertheless under the same category. For example, feudalism not only presupposes an abstract despotic state that it divides into segments according to the regime of its private property and the rise of its commodity production, but the latter induce in return the concrete existence of a feudal state in the proper sense of the term, where the despot returns as the absolute monarch. For it is a double error to think that the development of commodity production is enough to bring about feudalism's collapse. On the contrary, this development reinforces feudalism in many respects, offering the latter new conditions of existence and survival, and that feudalism of itself is in opposition to the state, which on the contrary, as the feudal state, is capable of preventing commodities from introducing the decoding of flows that alone would be ruinous to the system under consideration. And in more recent examples, we have to go along with Wittfogel when he shows the degree to which modern capitalist and socialist states take on the characteristic features of the primordial despotic state. As for democracies, how could one fail to recognize in them the despot who has become colder and more hypocritical, more calculating, since he must himself count and code instead of overcoding the accounts? It is useless to compose the list of differences after the manner of conscientious historians, village communes here, industrial societies there, and so on. The differences could be determining only if the despotic state were one concrete formation among others, to be treated comparatively. But the despotic state is the abstraction that is realized in imperial formations, to be sure only as an abstraction, the overcoding eminent unity. It assumes its immanent concrete existence only in the subsequent forms that cause it to return under other guises and conditions. Being the common horizon for what comes before and what comes after, it conditions universal history only provided it is not on the outside, but always off to the side, the cold monster that represents the way in which history is in the head, in the brain, the state. Marx recognized that there was indeed a way in which history proceeded from the abstract to the concrete. The simple categories are the expression of relations within which the less developed concrete may have already realized itself before having posited the more many-sided connection or relation which is mentally expressed in the more concrete category, while the more developed concrete preserves the same category as a subordinate relation. 63. The state was first this abstract unity that integrated subaggregates functioning separately. It is now subordinated to a field of forces whose flows it coordinates and whose autonomous relations of domination and subordination it expresses. It is no longer content to overcode maintained and imbricated territorialities. It must constitute, invent codes for the decoded flows of money, commodities, and private property. It no longer of itself forms a ruling class or classes. It is itself formed by these classes, which have become independent and delegated to serve their power and their contradictions, their struggles and their compromises with the dominated classes. It is no longer the transcendent law that governs fragments. It must fashion as best it can a whole to which it will render its law immanent. It is no longer the pure signifier that regulates its signifieds. It now appears behind them, depending on the things it signifies. It no longer produces an overcoding unity. It is itself produced inside the field of decoded flows. As a machine, it no longer determines a social system. It is itself determined by the social system into which it is incorporated in the exercise of its functions. In brief, it does not cease being artificial, but it becomes concrete. It tends to concretization while subordinating itself to the dominant forces. The existence of an analogous evolution has been demonstrated for the technical machine, when it ceases to be an abstract unity or intellectual system reigning over separate subaggregates to become a relation that is subordinated to a field of forces operating as a concrete physical system. 64. But isn't this tendency to concretization in the social or technical machine precisely the movement of desire? Again and again we come upon the monstrous paradox: the state is desire that passes from the head of the despot to the hearts of his subjects, and from the intellectual law to the entire physical system that disengages or liberates itself from the law. A state desire, the most fantastic machine for repression, is still desire, the subject that desires and the object of desire. Desire such is the operation that consists in always stamping the mark of the primordial state on the new state of things, rendering it immanent to the new system insofar as possible, making it interior to the system. As for the rest, it will be a question of starting again from zero, the founding of a spiritual empire there where forms exist under which the state can no longer function as such in the physical system. When the Christians took possession of the empire, this complementary duality reappeared between those who wanted to do everything possible to reconstruct the state from the elements they found in the immanence of the objective Roman world, and the purists, who wanted a fresh start in the wilderness, a new beginning for a new alliance, a rediscovery of the Egyptian and Syriac inspiration that would provide the impetus for a transcendent state. What strange machines those were that cropped up on columns and in tree trunks! In this sense, Christianity was able to develop a whole set of paranoiac and celibate machines, a whole string of paranoiacs and perverts who also form part of our history's horizon and people our calendar. These are the two aspects of a becoming of the state: its internalization in a field of increasingly decoded social forces forming a physical system, its spiritualization in a superterrestrial field that increasingly overcodes, forming a metaphysical system. The infinite debt must become internalized at the same time as it becomes spiritualized. The hour of bad conscience draws nigh. It will also be the hour of the greatest cynicism, that repressed cruelty of the animal man made inward and scared back into himself, the creature imprisoned in the state so as to be tamed. 65. 9. The civilized capitalist machine. The first great movement of deterritorialization appears with the overcoding performed by the despotic state. But it is nothing compared to the other great movement, the one that will be brought about by the decoding of flows. The action of decoded flows is not enough, however, to cause the new break to traverse and transform the socius, not enough, that is, to induce the birth of capitalism. Decoded flows strike the despotic state with latency, they submerge the tyrant, but they also cause him to return in unexpected forms. They democratize him, oligarchize him, segmentalize him, monarchize him, and always internalize and spiritualize him, while on the horizon there is the latent state, for the loss of which there is no consolation. It is now up to the state to recode as best it can, by means of regular or exceptional operations, the product of the decoded flows. Let us take the example of Rome, the decoding of the landed flows, de flux fanciers, through the privatization of property, the decoding of the monetary flows through the formation of great fortunes, the decoding of the commercial flows through the development of commodity production, the decoding of the producers through expropriation and proletarization. All the preconditions are present, everything is given, without producing a capitalism properly speaking, but rather a regime based on slavery. 66 Or the example of feudalism, there again private property, commodity production, the monetary afflux, the extension of the market, the development of towns, and the appearance of monoreal ground rent in money form, or of the contractual hiring of labor, do not by any means produce a capitalist economy, but rather a reinforcing of feudal offices and relations, at times a return to more primitive stages of feudalism, and occasionally even the re-establishment of a kind of slavery. Esclavagism. And it is well known that the monopolistic action favoring the guilds and the companies promotes, not the rise of capitalist production, but the insertion of the bourgeoisie into a town and state feudalism that consists in devising codes for flows that are decoded as such, and in keeping the merchants, according to Marx's formula, in the very pores of the old full body of the social machine. Hence capitalism does not lead to the dissolution of feudalism, but rather the contrary, and that is why so much time was required between the two. There is a great difference in this respect between the despotic age and the capitalist age. For the founders of the state come like lightning, the despotic machine is synchronic while the capitalist machine's time is diachronic. The capitalists appear in succession in a series that institutes a kind of creativity of history, a strange menagerie, the schizoid time of the new creative break. The dissolutions are defined by a simple decoding of flows, and they are always compensated by residual forces or transformations of the state. Death is felt rising from within and desire itself becomes the death instinct, latency, but it also passes over into these flows that carry the seeds of a new life. Decoded flows, but who will give a name to this new desire? Flows of property that is sold, flows of money that circulates, flows of production and means of production making ready in the shadows, flows of workers becoming deterritorialized. The encounter of all these flows will be necessary, their conjunction, and their reaction on one another, and the contingent nature of this encounter, this conjunction, and this reaction, which occur one time in order for capitalism to be born, and for the old system to die this time from without, at the same time as the new life begins and desire receives its name. The only universal history is the history of contingency. Let us return to this eminently contingent question that modern historians know how to ask: why Europe, why not China? Apropos of ocean navigation, Fernand Braudel asks, why not Chinese, Japanese, or even Muslim ships? Why not Sinbad the sailor? It is not the technique, the technical machine, that is lacking. Isn't it rather that desire remains caught in the nets of the despotic state, entirely invested in the despot's machine? Perhaps then the merit of the West, confined as it was on its narrow Cape of Asia, was to have needed the world, to have needed to venture outside its own front door. 67. The schizophrenic voyage is the only kind there is. Later this will be the American meaning of frontiers, something to go beyond, limits to cross over, flows to set in motion, non-coded spaces to enter. Decoded desires and desires for decoding have always existed, history is full of them. But we have just seen that only through their encounter in a place, and their conjunction in a space that takes time, do decoded flows constitute a desire that, instead of just dreaming or lacking it, actually produces a desiring machine that is at the same time social and technical. That is why capitalism and its break are defined not solely by decoded flows, but by the generalized decoding of flows, the new massive deterritorialization, the conjunction of deterritorialized flows. It is the singular nature of this conjunction that ensured the universality of capitalism. By simplifying a lot, we can say that the savage territorial machine operated on the basis of connections of production, and that the barbarian despotic machine was based on disjunctions of inscription derived from the eminent unity. But the capitalist machine, the civilized machine, will first establish itself on the conjunction. When this occurs, the conjunction no longer merely designates remnants that have escaped coding, or consummations consumptions as in the primitive feasts, or even the maximum consumption in the extravagance of the despot and his agents. When the conjunction moves to the fore in the social machine, it seems on the contrary that it ceases to be tied to enjoyment or to the excess consumption of a class, that it makes luxury itself into a means of investment, and reduces all the decoded flows to production, in a production for production's sake that rediscovers the primitive connections of labor, on the sole condition that they be linked to capital and to the new deterritorialized full body, the true consumer from whence they seem to emanate, as in the pact with the devil that Marx describes the industrial eunuch, so it's your fault if. 68. At the heart of capital, Marx points to the encounter of two principal elements, on one side, the deterritorialized worker who has become free and naked, having to sell his labor capacity, and on the other, decoded money that has become capital and is capable of buying it. The fact that these two elements result from the segmentation of the despotic state in feudalism, and from the decomposition of the feudal system itself and that of its state, still does not give us the extrinsic conjunction of these two flows, flows of producers and flows of money. The encounter might not have taken place, with the free workers and the money capital existing virtually side by side. One of the elements depends on a transformation of the agrarian structures that constitute the old social body, while the other depends on a completely different series going by way of the merchant and the usurer, as they exist marginally in the pores of this old social body. 69 What is more, each of these elements brings into play several processes of decoding and deterritorialization having very different origins. For the free worker, the deterritorialization of the soil through privatization, the decoding of the instruments of production through appropriation, the loss of the means of consumption through the dissolution of the family and the corporation, and finally, the decoding of the worker in favor of the work itself or of the machine. And for capital, the deterritorialization of wealth through monetary abstraction, the decoding of the flows of production through merchant capital, the decoding of states through financial capital and public debts, the decoding of the means of production through the formation of industrial capital, and so on. Let us consider more in detail how the elements come together, with the conjunction of all their processes. It is no longer the age of cruelty or the age of terror, but the age of cynicism, accompanied by a strange piety. The two taken together constitute humanism. Cynicism is the physical immanence of the social field, and piety is the maintenance of a spiritualized state. Cynicism is capital as the means of extorting surplus labor, but piety is the same capital as God capital, whence all the forces of labor seem to emanate. This age of cynicism is that of the accumulation of capital, an age that implies a period of time, precisely for the conjunction of all the decoded and deterritorialized flows. As Maurice Daub has shown, an accumulation of property title deeds in land, for example, will be necessary in a first period of time, in a favorable conjuncture, at a time when this property costs little, the disintegration of the feudal system, and a second period is required when the property is sold during a rise in prices and under conditions that make industrial investment especially advantageous, the price revolution, an abundant reserve supply of labor, the formation of a proletariat. An easy access to sources of raw materials, favorable conditions for the production of tools and machinery. 70 All sorts of contingent factors favor these conjunctions. So many encounters for the formation of the thing, the unamable. But the effect of the conjunction is indeed capital's tighter and tighter control over production, capitalism or its break, the conjunction of all the decoded and deterritorialized flows, cannot be defined by commercial capital or by financial capital, these being merely flows among other flows and elements among other elements, but rather by industrial capital. Doubtless the merchant was very early an active factor in production, either by turning into an industrialist himself in occupations based on commerce, or by making artisans into his own intermediaries or employees, the struggles against the guilds and the monopolies. But capitalism doesn't begin, the capitalist machine is not assembled, until capital directly appropriates production, and until financial capital and merchant capital are no longer anything but specific functions corresponding to a division of labor in the capitalist mode of production in general. One then re-encounters the production of productions, the production of recordings, and the production of consumptions, but precisely in this conjunction of decoded flows that makes of capital the new social full body, whereas commercial and financial capitalism in its primitive forms merely installed itself in the pores of the old socius without changing the old mode of production. Even before the capitalist production machine is assembled, commodities and money effect a decoding of flows through abstraction. But this does not occur in the same way for both instances. First, simple exchange inscribes commercial products as particular quanta of a unit of abstract labor. It is abstract labor, posited in the exchange relation, that forms the disjunctive synthesis of the apparent movement of commodities, since the abstract labor is divided into qualified pieces of labor to which a given determinate quantum corresponds. But it is only when a general equivalent appears as money that one enters into the reign of the quantitas, which can have all sorts of particular values or be worth all sorts of quanta. This abstract quantity nonetheless must have some particular value, so that it still appears only as a relation of magnitude between quanta. It is in this sense that the exchange relation formally unites partial objects that are produced and even inscribed independently of it. The commercial and monetary inscription remains overcoded and even repressed by the previous characteristics and modes of inscription of a socius considered in its specific mode of production, which knows nothing of and does not recognize abstract labor. As Marx says, the latter is indeed the simplest and most ancient relation of productive activity, but it does not appear as such and only becomes a true practical relation in the modern capitalist machine. 71. That is why, before, the monetary and commercial inscription does not have a body of its own at its disposal, and why it is inserted into the interstices of the pre-existing social body. The merchant is continually speculating with the maintained territorialities, so as to buy where prices are low and sell where they are high. Before the capitalist machine, merchant or financial capital is merely in a relationship of alliance with non-capitalist production. It enters into the new alliance that characterizes pre-capitalist states, whence the alliance of the merchant and banking bourgeoisie with feudalism. In brief, the capitalist machine begins when capital ceases to be a capital of alliance to become affiliative capital. Capital becomes filiative when money begets money, or value a surplus value in process, money in process, and, as such, capital value suddenly presents itself as an independent substance, endowed with a motion of its own, in which money and commodities are mere forms which it assumes and casts off in turn. Nay more, instead of simply representing the relations of commodities, it enters now, so to say, into relations with itself. It differentiates itself as original value from itself as surplus value, as the father differentiates himself qua the son, yet both are one and of one age, for only by the surplus value of £10 does the £100 originally advanced become capital 72. It is solely under these conditions that capital becomes the full body, the new socius or the quasi-cause that appropriates all the productive forces. We are no longer in the domain of the quantum or of the quantitas, but in that of the differential relation as a conjunction that defines the immanent social field particular to capitalism, and confers on the abstraction as such its effectively concrete value, its tendency to concretization. The abstraction has not ceased to be what it is, but it no longer appears in the simple quantity as a variable relation between independent terms. It has taken upon itself the independence, the quality of the terms and the quantity of the relations. The abstract itself posits the more complex relation within which it will develop like something concrete. This is the differential relation dy/dx, where dy derives from labor power and constitutes the fluctuation of variable capital, and where dx derives from capital itself and constitutes the fluctuation of constant capital. The definition of constant capital by no means excludes the possibility of a change in the value of its constituent parts. It is from the fluxion of decoded flows, from their conjunction, that the filiative form of capital, x plus dx, results. The differential relation expresses the fundamental capitalist phenomenon of the transformation of the surplus value of code into a surplus value of flux. The fact that a mathematical appearance here replaces the old code simply signifies that one is witnessing a breakdown of the subsisting codes and territorialities for the benefit of a machine of another species, functioning in an entirely different way. This is no longer the cruelty of life, the terror of one life brought to bear against another life, but a post-mortem despotism. The despot become anus and vampire. Capital is dead labor, that vampire-like, only lives by sucking living labor, and lives the more labor it sucks. Industrial capital thus offers a new filiation that is a constituent part of the capitalist machine, in relation to which commercial capital and financial capital will now take the form of a new alliance by assuming specific functions. The celebrated problem of the tendency to a falling rate of profit, that is, of surplus value in relation to total capital, can be understood only from the viewpoint of capitalism's entire field of immanence, and by taking into account the conditions under which a surplus value of code is transformed into a surplus value of flux. First of all, it appears that in keeping with Balibar's remarks, this tendency to a falling rate of profit has no end, but reproduces itself while reproducing the factors that counteract it. But why does it have no end? Doubtless for the same reasons that provoke the laughter of the capitalists and their economists when they ascertain that surplus value cannot be determined mathematically. Yet they have little cause to rejoice. They would be better off concluding in favor of the very thing they are bent on hiding, that it is not the same money that goes into the pocket of the wage earner and is entered on the balance sheet of a commercial enterprise. In the one case, there are impotent money signs of exchange value, a flow of means of payment relative to consumer goods and use values, and a one-to-one relation between money and an imposed range of products, which I have a right to, which are my due, so they're mine. In the other case, signs of the power of capital, flows of financing, a system of differential quotients of production that bear witness to a prospective force or to a long-term evaluation, not realizable hic et nunc, and functioning as an axiomatic of abstract quantities. In the one case, money represents a potential break deduction in a flow of consumption. In the other case, it represents a break detachment and a rearticulation of economic chains directed toward the adaptation of flows of production to the disjunctions of capital. The extreme importance in the capitalist system of the dualism that exists in banking has been demonstrated. The dualism between the formation of means of payment and the structure of financing, between the management of money and the financing of capitalist accumulation, between exchange money and credit money. 73 The fact that banks participate in both, that they are situated at the pivotal point between financing and payment, merely shows the multiple interactions of these two operations. Thus in credit money, which comprises all the commercial and bank credits, purely commercial credit has its roots in simple circulation where money develops as means of payment, bills of exchange falling due on a fixed date, which constitute a monetary form of finite debt. Inversely, bank credit affects a demonetization or dematerialization of money, and is based on the circulation of drafts instead of the circulation of money. This credit money traverses a particular circuit where it assumes, then loses, its value as an instrument of exchange, and where the conditions of flux imply conditions of reflux, giving to the infinite debt its capitalist form, but the state as a regulator ensures a principle of convertibility of this credit money, either directly by tying it to gold, or indirectly through a mode of centralization that comprises a guarantor of the credit, a uniform interest rate, a unity of capital markets, etc. Hence one is correct in speaking of a profound dissimulation of the dualism of these two forms of money, payment, and financing, the two aspects of banking practice. But this dissimulation does not depend on a faulty understanding so much as it expresses the capitalist field of immanence, the apparent objective movement where the lower or subordinate form is no less necessary than the other. It is necessary for money to play on both boards, and where no integration of the dominated classes could occur without the shadow of this unapplied principle of convertibility, which is enough, however, to ensure that the desire of the most disadvantaged creature will invest with all its strength, irrespective of any economic understanding or lack of it, the capitalist social field as a whole. Flows, who doesn't desire flows, and relationships between flows, and breaks in flows, all of which capitalism was able to mobilize and break under these hitherto unknown conditions of money. While it is true that capitalism is industrial in its essence or mode of production, it functions only as merchant capitalism. While it is true that it is filiative industrial capital in its essence, it functions only through its alliance with commercial and financial capital. In a sense, it is the bank that controls the whole system and the investment of desire. One of Keynes's contributions was the reintroduction of desire into the problem of money. It is this that must be subjected to the requirements of Marxist analysis. That is why it is unfortunate that Marxist economists too often dwell on considerations concerning the mode of production, and on the theory of money as the general equivalent as found in the first section of Capital, without attaching enough importance to banking practice, to financial operations, and to the specific circulation of credit money, which would be the meaning of a return to Marx, to the Marxist theory of money. Let us return to the dualism of money, to the two boards, the two inscriptions, the one going into the account of the wage earner, the other into the balance sheet of the enterprise. Measuring the two orders of magnitude in terms of the same analytical unit is a pure fiction, a cosmic swindle, as if one were to measure intergalactic or intra-atomic distances in meters and centimeters. There is no common measure between the value of the enterprises and that of the labor capacity of wage earners. That is why the falling tendency has no conclusion. A quotient of differentials is indeed calculable if it is a matter of the limit of variation of the production flows from the viewpoint of a full output, but it is not calculable if it is a matter of the production flow and the labor flow on which surplus value depends. Thus the difference is not cancelled in the relationship that constitutes it as a difference in nature. The tendency has no end, it has no exterior limit that it could reach or even approximate. The tendency's only limit is internal, and it is continually going beyond it, but by displacing this limit, that is, by reconstituting it, by rediscovering it as an internal limit to be surpassed again by means of a displacement, thus the continuity of the capitalist process engenders itself in this break of a break that is always displaced, in this unity of the skis and the flow. In this respect already the field of social immanence, as revealed under the withdrawal and the transformation of the state, is continually expanding, and acquires a consistency entirely its own, which shows the manner in which capitalism for its part was able to interpret the general principle according to which things work well only providing they break down, crises being the means immanent to the capitalist mode of production. If capitalism is the exterior limit of all societies, this is because capitalism for its part has no exterior limit, but only an interior limit that is capital itself and that it does not encounter, but reproduces by always displacing it. Jean-Joseph rigorously analyzes the mathematical phenomenon of the curve without a tangent, and the direction it is apt to take in economy as well as linguistics. If the movement does not tend toward any limit, if the quotient of differentials is not calculable, the present no longer has any meaning. The quotient of differentials is not resolved, the differences no longer cancel one another in their relationship. No limit opposes the break, la brisure, or the breaking of this break. The tendency finds no end, the thing in motion never quite reaches what the immediate future has in store for it, it is endlessly delayed by accidents and deviations. Such is the complex notion of a continuity within the absolute break. 74. In the expanded immanence of the system, the limit tends to reconstitute in its displacement the thing it tended to diminish in its primitive emplacement. Now this movement of displacement belongs essentially to the deterritorialization of capitalism. As Samir Emin has shown, the process of deterritorialization here goes from the center to the periphery, that is, from the developed countries to the underdeveloped countries, which do not constitute a separate world, but rather an essential component of the worldwide capitalist machine. It must be added, however, that the center itself has its organized enclaves of underdevelopment, its reservations, and its ghettos as interior peripheries. Pierre Maussa has defined the United States as a fragment of the Third World that has succeeded and has preserved its immense zones of underdevelopment. And if it is true that the tendency to a falling rate of profit or to its equalization asserts itself at least partially at the center, carrying the economy toward the most progressive and the most automated sectors, a veritable development of underdevelopment on the periphery ensures a rise in the rate of surplus value, in the form of an increasing exploitation of the peripheral proletariat in relation to that of the center. For it would be a great error to think that exports from the periphery originate primarily in traditional sectors or archaic territorialities. On the contrary, they come from modern industries and plantations that generate an immense surplus value, to a point where it is no longer the developed countries that supply the underdeveloped countries with capital, but quite the opposite. So true is it that primitive accumulation is not produced just once at the dawn of capitalism, but is continually reproducing itself. Capitalism exports filiative capital. At the same time as capitalist deterritorialization is developing from the center to the periphery, the decoding of flows on the periphery develops by means of a disarticulation that ensures the ruin of traditional sectors, the development of extravert economic circuits, a specific hypertrophy of the tertiary sector, and an extreme inequality in the different areas of productivity and in incomes. 75 Each passage of a flux is a deterritorialization, and each displaced limit, a decoding. Capitalism schizophrenizes more and more on the periphery. It will be said that, even so, at the center the falling tendency retains its restricted sense, i.e., the relative diminution of surplus value in relation to total capital, a diminution that is ensured by the development of productivity, automation, and constant capital. This problem was raised again recently by Maurice Clavel in a series of decisive and willfully incompetent questions, that is, questions addressed to Marxist economists by someone who doesn't quite understand how one can maintain human surplus value as the basis for capitalist production, while recognizing that machines too work or produce value, that they have always worked, and that they work more and more in proportion to man, who thus ceases to be a constituent part of the production process, in order to become adjacent to this process. 76 Hence there is a machinic surplus value produced by constant capital, which develops along with automation and productivity, and which cannot be explained by factors that counteract the falling tendency, the increasing intensity of the exploitation of human labor, the diminution of the price of the elements of constant capital, etc. Since, on the contrary, these factors depend on it. It seems to us, with the same indispensable incompetence, that these problems can only be viewed under the conditions of the transformation of the surplus value of code into a surplus value of flux. In defining pre-capitalist regimes by a surplus value of code, and capitalism by a generalized decoding that converted the surplus value of code into a surplus value of flux, we were presenting things in a summary fashion, we were still acting as though the matter were settled once and for all, at the dawn of a capitalism that had lost all code value. This is not the case, however. On the one hand, codes continue to exist even as an archaism, but they assume a function that is perfectly contemporary and adapted to the situation within personified capital, the capitalist, the worker, the merchant, the banker. But on the other hand, and more profoundly, every technical machine presupposes flows of a particular type, flows of code that are both interior and exterior to the machine, forming the elements of a technology and even a science. It is these flows of code that find themselves encasted, coded, or overcoded in the pre-capitalist societies in such a way that they never achieve any independence, the blacksmith, the astronomer. But the decoding of flows in capitalism has freed, deterritorialized, and decoded the flows of code just as it has the others to such a degree that the automatic machine has always increasingly internalized them in its body or its structure as a field of forces, while depending on a science and a technology, on a so-called intellectual labor distinct from the manual labor of the worker, the evolution of the technical object. In this sense, it is not machines that have created capitalism, but capitalism that creates machines, and that is constantly introducing breaks and cleavages through which it revolutionizes its technical modes of production. But several correctives must be introduced in this regard. These breaks and cleavages take time, and their extension is very wide-ranging. By no means does the diachronic capitalist machine allow itself to be revolutionized by one or more of its synchronous technical machines, and by no means does it confer on its scientists and its technicians an independence that was unknown in the previous regimes. Doubtless it can let a certain number of scientists, mathematicians, for example, schizophrenize in their corner, and it can allow the passage of socially decoded flows of code that these scientists organize into axiomatics of research that is said to be basic. But the true axiomatic is elsewhere. Leave the scientists alone to a certain point, let them create their own axiomatic, but when the time comes for serious things. For example, non-determinist physics, with its corpuscular flows, will have to be brought into line with determinism. The true axiomatic is that of the social machine itself, which takes the place of the old codings and organizes all the decoded flows, including the flows of scientific and technical code, for the benefit of the capitalist system and in the service of its ends. That is why it has often been remarked that the Industrial Revolution combined an elevated rate of technical progress with the maintenance of a great quantity of obsolescent equipment, along with a great suspicion concerning machines and science. An innovation is adopted only from the perspective of the rate of profit its investment will offer by the lowering of production costs. Without this prospect, the capitalist will keep the existing equipment, and stand ready to make a parallel investment in equipment in another area. 77. Thus the importance of human surplus value remains decisive, even at the center and in highly industrialized sectors. What determines the lowering of costs and the elevation of the rate of profit through machinic surplus value is not innovation itself, whose value is no more measurable than that of human surplus value. It is not even the profitability of the new technique considered in isolation, but its effect on the overall profitability of the firm in its relationships with the market and with commercial and financial capital. This implies diachronic encounters and countersectings such as one already sees, for example, in the early part of the 19th century, between the steam engine and textile machines or techniques for the production of iron. In general, the introduction of innovations always tends to be delayed beyond the time scientifically necessary, until the moment when the market forecasts justify their exploitation on a large scale. Here again, alliance capital exerts a strong selective pressure on machinic innovations within industrial capital. In brief, there where the flows are decoded, the specific flows of code that have taken a technical and scientific form are subjected to a properly social axiomatic that is much severer than all the scientific axiomatics, much severer too than all the old codes and overcodes that have disappeared, the axiomatic of the world capitalist market. In brief, the flows of code that are liberated in science and techniques by the capitalist regime engender a machinic surplus value that does not directly depend on science and techniques themselves, but on capital, a surplus value that is added to human surplus value and that comes to correct the relative diminution of the latter, both of them constituting the whole of the surplus value of flux that characterizes the system. Knowledge, information, and specialized education are just as much parts of capital, knowledge capital, as is the most elementary labor of the worker. And just as we found, on the side of human surplus value insofar as it resulted from decoded flows, an incommensurability or a fundamental asymmetry, no assignable exterior limit, between manual labor and capital, or between two forms of money, here too, on the side of the machinic surplus value resulting from scientific and technical flows of code, we find no commensurability or exterior limit between scientific or technical labor even when highly remunerated and the profit of capital that inscribes itself with another sort of writing. In this respect the knowledge flow and the labor flow find themselves in the same situation, determined by capitalist decoding or deterritorialization. But if it is true that innovations are adopted only insofar as they entail a rise in profits through a lowering of costs of production, and if there exists a sufficiently high volume of production to justify them, the corollary that derives from this proposition is that investment in innovations is never sufficient to realize or absorb the surplus value of flux that is produced on the one side as on the other. 78 Marx has clearly demonstrated the importance of the problem. The ever-widening circle of capitalism is completed, while reproducing its imminent limits on an ever larger scale, only if the surplus value is not merely produced or extorted, but absorbed or realized. 79 If the capitalist is not defined in terms of enjoyment, the reason is not merely that his aim is the production for production's sake that generates surplus value, it also includes the realization of this surplus value. An unrealized surplus value of flux is as if not produced, and becomes embodied in unemployment and stagnation. It is easy to list the principal modes of absorption of surplus value outside the spheres of consumption and investment: advertising, civil government, militarism, and imperialism. The role of the state in this regard, within the capitalist axiomatic, is the more manifest in that what it absorbs is not sliced from the surplus value of the firms, but added to their surplus value by bringing the capitalist economy closer to full output within the given limits, and by widening these limits in turn, especially within an order of military expenditures that are in no way competitive with private enterprise. Quite the contrary, it took a war to accomplish what the New Deal had failed to accomplish. The role of a politico-military economic complex is the more manifest in that it guarantees the extraction of human surplus value on the periphery and in the appropriated zones of the center, but also because it engenders for its own part an enormous machinic surplus value by mobilizing the resources of knowledge and information capital, and finally because it absorbs the greater part of the surplus value produced. The state, its police, and its army form a gigantic enterprise of anti-production, but at the heart of production itself, and conditioning this production. Here we discover a new determination of the properly capitalist field of immanence, not only the interplay of the relations and differential coefficients of decoded flows, not only the nature of the limits that capitalism reproduces on an ever wider scale as interior limits, but the presence of anti-production within production itself. The apparatus of anti-production is no longer a transcendent instance that opposes production, limits it, or checks it. On the contrary, it insinuates itself everywhere in the productive machine and becomes firmly wedded to it in order to regulate its productivity and realize surplus value, which explains, for example, the difference between the despotic bureaucracy and the capitalist bureaucracy. This effusion from the apparatus of anti-production is characteristic of the entire capitalist system. The capitalist effusion is that of anti-production within production at all levels of the process. On the one hand, it alone is capable of realizing capitalism's supreme goal, which is to produce lack in the large aggregates, to introduce lack where there is always too much, by effecting the absorption of overabundant resources. On the other hand, it alone doubles the capital and the flow of knowledge with a capital and an equivalent flow of stupidity that also effects an absorption and a realization, and that ensures the integration of groups and individuals into the system. Not only lack amid overabundance, but stupidity in the midst of knowledge and science. It will be seen in particular how it is at the level of the state and the military that the most progressive sectors of scientific or technical knowledge combine with those feeble archaism bearing the greatest burden of current functions. Here André Gortz's double portrait of the scientific and technical worker takes on its full meaning. Although he has mastered a flow of knowledge, information, and training, he is so absorbed in capital that the reflux of organized, axiomatized stupidity coincides with him, so that, when he goes home in the evening, he rediscovers his little desiring machines by tinkering with the television set. Oh despair. 80 Of course the scientist as such has no revolutionary potential, he is the first integrated agent of integration, a refuge for bad conscience, and the forced destroyer of his own creativity. Let us consider the more striking example of a career à l'américaine, with abrupt mutations, just as we imagine such a career to be, Gregory Bateson begins by fleeing the civilized world, by becoming an ethnologist and following the primitive codes and the savage flows, then he turns in the direction of flows that are more and more decoded, those of schizophrenia, from which he extracts an interesting psychoanalytic theory, then, still in search of a beyond, of another wall to break through, he turns to dolphins, to the language of dolphins, to flows that are even stranger and more deterritorialized. But where does the dolphin flux end, if not with the basic research projects of the American Army, which brings us back to preparations for war and to the absorption of surplus value? In comparison to the capitalist state, the socialist states are children, but children who learned something from their father concerning the axiomatizing role of the state. But the socialist states have more trouble stopping unexpected flow leakage except by direct violence. What on the contrary is called the co-opting power of capitalism can be explained by the fact that its axiomatic is not more flexible, but wider and more englobing. In such a system no one escapes participation in the activity of anti-production that drives the entire productive system. But it is not only those who man and supply the military machine who are engaged in an anti-human enterprise. The same can be said in varying degrees of many millions of other workers who produce, and create wants for, goods and services which no one needs. And so interdependent are the various sectors and branches of the economy that nearly everyone is involved in one way or another in these anti-human activities, the farmer supplying food to troops fighting in Vietnam, the tool and die makers turning out the intricate machinery needed for a new automobile model, the manufacturers of paper and ink and TV sets whose products are used to control the minds of the people, and so on and so on. 81. Thus the three segments of the ever-widening capitalist reproduction process are joined, three segments that also define the three aspects of its immanence. 1. The one that extracts human surplus value on the basis of the differential relation between decoded flows of labor and production, and that moves from the center to the periphery while nevertheless maintaining vast residual zones at the center. 2. The one that extracts machinic surplus value, on the basis of an axiomatic of the flows of scientific and technical code, in the core areas of the center. 3. And the one that absorbs or realizes these two forms of surplus value of flux by guaranteeing the emission of both, and by constantly injecting anti-production into the producing apparatus. Schizophrenization occurs on the periphery, but it occurs at the center and at the core as well. The definition of surplus value must be modified in terms of the machinic surplus value of constant capital, which distinguishes itself from the human surplus value of variable capital and from the non-measurable nature of this aggregate of surplus value of flux. It cannot be defined by the difference between the value of labor capacity and the value created by labor capacity, but by the incommensurability between two flows that are nonetheless immanent to each other, by the disparity between the two aspects of money that express them, and by the absence of a limit exterior to their relationship, the one measuring the true economic force, the other measuring a purchasing power determined as income. The first is the immense deterritorialized flow that constitutes the full body of capital. An economist of the caliber of Bernard Schmidt finds strange lyrical words to characterize this flow of infinite debt, an instantaneous creative flow that the banks create spontaneously as a debt owing to themselves, a creation ex nihilo that, instead of transferring a pre-existing currency as means of payment, hollows out at one extreme of the full body a negative money, a debt entered as a liability of the banks, and projects at the other extreme a positive money, a credit granted the productive economy by the banks, a flow possessing a power of mutation that does not enter into income and is not assigned to purchases, a pure availability, non-possession and non-wealth. 82 The other aspect of money represents the reflux, that is, the relationship that it assumes with goods as soon as it acquires a purchasing power through its distribution to workers or production factors. Through its allotment in the form of incomes, a relationship that it loses as soon as the latter are converted into real goods, at which point everything recommences by means of a new production that will first come under the sway of the first aspect. The incommensurability of the two aspects, the flux and the reflux, shows that nominal wages fail to embrace the totality of the national income, since the wage earners allow a great quantity of revenues to escape. These revenues are tapped by the firms and in turn form an afflux by means of a conjunction, a flow this time uninterrupted of raw profit, constituting at one go an undivided quantity flowing over the full body, however diverse the uses for which it is allocated, interest, dividends, management salaries, purchase of production goods, etc. 83. The incompetent observer has the impression that this whole economic schema, this whole story is profoundly schizo. The aim of the theory is clear, a theory that refrains, however, from employing any moral reference. Who is robbed? Is the serious implied question that echoes Clavel's ironic question, who is alienated? Yet no one is or can be robbed, just as, according to Gavel, one no longer knows who is alienated or who does the alienating. Who steals? Certainly not the finance capitalist as the representative of the great instantaneous creative flow, which is not even a possession and has no purchasing power. Who is robbed? Certainly not the worker who is not even bought, since the reflux or salary distribution creates the purchasing power, instead of presupposing it. Who would be capable of stealing? Certainly not the industrial capitalist as the representative of the afflux of profit, since profits do not flow in the reflux, but side by side with, deviating from rather than penalizing the flow that creates incomes. How much flexibility there is in the axiomatic of capitalism, always ready to widen its own limits so as to add a new axiom to a previously saturated system? You say you want an axiom for wage earners, for the working class and the unions? Well then, let's see what we can do, and thereafter profit will flow alongside wages, side by side, reflux and afflux. An axiom will be found even for the language of dolphins. Marx often alluded to the golden age of the capitalist, when the latter didn't hide his own cynicism. In the beginning, at least, he could not be unaware of what he was doing, extorting surplus value. But how this cynicism has grown to the point where he is able to declare, no, nobody is being robbed. For everything is then based on the disparity between two kinds of flows, as in the fathomless abyss where profit and surplus value are engendered, the flow of merchant capital's economic force and the flow that is derisively named purchasing power, a flow made truly impotent that represents the absolute impotence of the wage earner as well as the relative dependence of the industrial capitalist. This is money and the market, capitalism's true police. In a certain sense, capitalist economists are not mistaken when they present the economy as being perpetually in need of monetarization, as if it were always necessary to inject money into the economy from the outside according to a supply and a demand. In this manner the system indeed holds together and functions, and perpetually fulfills its own immanence. In this manner it is indeed the global object of an investment of desire. The wage earner's desire, the capitalist's desire, everything moves to the rhythm of one and the same desire, founded on the differential relation of flows having no assignable exterior limit, and where capitalism reproduces its immanent limits on an ever-widening and more comprehensive scale. Hence it is at the level of a generalized theory of flows that one is able to reply to the question, how does one come to desire strength while also desiring one's own impotence? How was such a social field able to be invested by desire? And how far does desire go beyond so-called objective interests, when it is a question of flows to set in motion and to break? Doubtless Marxists will remind us that the formation of money as a specific relation within capitalism depends on the mode of production that makes the economy a monetary economy. The fact remains that the apparent objective movement of capital, which is by no means a failure to recognize or an illusion of consciousness, shows that the productive essence of capitalism can itself function only in this necessarily monetary or commodity form that controls it, and whose flows and relations between flows contain the secret of the investment of desire. It is at the level of flows, the monetary flows included, and not at the level of ideology, that the integration of desire is achieved. So what is the solution? Which is the revolutionary path? Psychoanalysis is of little help, entertaining as it does the most intimate of relations with money, and recording while refusing to recognize it an entire system of economic monetary dependences at the heart of the desire of every subject it treats. Psychoanalysis constitutes for its part a gigantic enterprise of absorption of surplus value. But which is the revolutionary path? Is there one, to withdraw from the world market, as Samir Emin advises third world countries to do, in a curious revival of the fascist economic solution? Or might it be to go in the opposite direction? To go still further, that is, in the movement of the market, of decoding and deterritorialization? For perhaps the flows are not yet deterritorialized enough, not decoded enough, from the viewpoint of a theory and a practice of a highly schizophrenic character. Not to withdraw from the process, but to go further, to accelerate the process, as Nietzsche put it, in this matter, the truth is that we haven't seen anything yet. 10. Capitalist representation. Writing has never been capitalism's thing. Capitalism is profoundly illiterate. The death of writing is like the death of God or the death of the Father. The thing was settled a long time ago, although the news of the event is slow to reach us, and there survives in us the memory of extinct signs with which we still write. The reason for this is simple: writing implies a use of language in general according to which graphism becomes aligned on the voice, but also overcodes it and induces a fictitious voice from on high that functions as a signifier. The arbitrary nature of the thing designated, the subordination of the signified, the transcendence of the despotic signifier, and finally, its consecutive decomposition into minimal elements within a field of immanence uncovered by the withdrawal of the despot, all this is evidence that writing belongs to imperial despotic representation. Once this is said, what exactly is meant when someone announces the collapse of the Gutenberg galaxy? Of course, capitalism has made and continues to make use of writing. Not only is writing adapted to money as the general equivalent, but the specific functions of money in capitalism went by way of writing and printing, and in some measure continue to do so. The fact nonetheless remains that writing typically plays the role of an archaism in capitalism, the Gutenberg press being the element that confers on the archaism a current function. But the capitalist use of language is different in nature. It is realized or becomes concrete within the field of immanence peculiar to capitalism itself, with the appearance of the technical means of expression that correspond to the generalized decoding of flows, instead of still referring, in a direct or indirect form, to despotic overcoding. This seems to us to be the significance of McLuhan's analyses, to have shown what a language of decoded flows is, as opposed to a signifier that strangles and overcodes the flows. In the first place, for non-signifying language anything will do, whether it be phonic, graphic, gestural, etc. No flow is privileged in this language, which remains indifferent to its substance or its support, inasmuch as the latter is an amorphous continuum. The electric flow can be considered as the realization of such a flow that is indeterminate as such. But a substance is said to be formed when a flow enters into a relationship with another flow, such that the first defines a content and the second, an expression. The deterritorialized flows of content and expression are in a state of conjunction or reciprocal precondition that constitutes figures as the ultimate units of both content and expression. These figures do not derive from a signifier, nor are they even signs as minimal elements of the signifier. They are non-signs, or rather non-signifying signs, point signs having several dimensions, flows, breaks, or schizophrenes that form images through their coming together in a whole, but that do not maintain any identity when they pass from one whole to another. Hence the figures, that is, the schizophrenes or breaks flows are in no way figurative. They become figurative only in a particular constellation that dissolves in order to be replaced by another one. 3 million points per second transmitted by television, only a few of which are retained. Electric language does not go by way of the voice or writing, data processing does without them both, as does that discipline appropriately named fluidics, which operates by means of streams of gas. The computer is a machine for instantaneous and generalized decoding. Michel Serres defines in this sense the correlation of the break and the flow in the signs of the new technical language machines, where production is narrowly determined by information. Take for example a cloverleaf highway interchange. It is a quasi-point that analyses, through multiple overlappings, along a dimension that is normal to the network space, the lines of flow for which it serves as a receiver. On it one can go from any afferent direction to any efferent direction, and in whatever order, without ever encountering any of the other directions. If I like, I will never come back to the same point, although it will be the same. A topological knot where everything is connected without confusion, where everything flows together and is distributed. Thus a knot may be seen as a point having several dimensions which, far from cancelling the flows, contains them and sets them in motion. Point 84. This cordoning off of production through information shows once again that the productive essence of capitalism functions or speaks only in the language of signs imposed on it by merchant capital or the axiomatic of the market. There are great differences between such a linguistics of flows and linguistics of the signifier. Saussurian linguistics, for example, in effect discovers a field of immanence constituted by value, i.e., by the system of relations among ultimate elements of the signifier, but apart from the fact that this field of immanence still presupposes the transcendence of the signifier, which uncovers the field if only through the signifier's own withdrawal, the elements populating this field have for a criterion a minimal identity that they owe to their relations of opposition, and that they keep throughout all the types of variations affecting them. The elements of the signifier as distinguishing units are regulated by coded gaps that the signifier overcodes in its turn. There result diverse but always convergent consequences: the comparison of language to a game, the signified-signifier relationship, where the signified finds itself by nature subordinated to the signifier, figures defined as effects of the signifier itself, the formal elements of the signifier determined in relation to a phonic substance on which writing even confers a secret privilege. We believe that, from all points of view and despite certain appearances, Louis Gilles' left's linguistics stands in profound opposition to the Saussurian and post-Saussurian undertaking. Because it abandons all privileged reference. Because it describes a pure field of algebraic immanence that no longer allows any surveillance on the part of a transcendent instance, even one that has withdrawn. Because within this field it sets in motion its flows of form and substance, content and expression. Because it substitutes the relationship of reciprocal precondition between expression and content for the relationship of subordination between signifier and signified. Because there no longer occurs a double articulation between two hierarchized levels of language, but between two convertible deterritorialized planes, constituted by the relation between the form of content and the form of expression. Because in this relation one reaches figures that are no longer effects of a signifier, but schizophrenes, point signs, or flows breaks that collapse the wall of the signifier, pass through, and continue on beyond. Because these signs have crossed a new threshold of deterritorialization. Because these figures have definitively lost the minimum conditions of identity that define the elements of the signifier itself. Because in Gilles' left's linguistics the order of the elements is secondary in relation to the axiomatic of flows and figures. Because the money model in the point sign, or in the figure break stripped of its identity, having now only a floating identity, tends to replace the model of the game. In short, Gilles' left's very special position in linguistics, and the reactions he provokes, seem to be explained by the following: that he tends to fashion a purely immanent theory of language that shatters the double game of the voice graphism domination, that causes form and substance, content and expression to flow according to the flows of desire, and that breaks these flows according to points, signs and figures, schizophrenes. Far from being an overdetermination of structuralism and of its fondness for the signifier, Gilles' left's linguistics implies the concerted destruction of the signifier, and constitutes a decoded theory of language about which one can also say an ambiguous tribute that it is the only linguistics adapted to the nature of both the capitalist and the schizophrenic flows, until now, the only modern and not archaic theory of language. The extreme importance of J. F. Lyotard's recent book is due to its position as the first generalized critique of the signifier. In his most general proposition, in fact, he shows that the signifier is overtaken toward the outside by figurative images, just as it is overtaken toward the inside by the pure figures that compose it, or, more decisively, by the figural that comes to short-circuit the signifier's coded gaps, inserting itself between them, and working under the conditions of identity of their elements. In language and in writing itself, sometimes the letters as breaks, as shattered partial objects, and sometimes the words as undivided flows, as non-decomposable blocks, or full bodies having a tonic value, constitute a signifying signs that deliver themselves over to the order of desire, rushes of breath and cries. In particular, formal investigations concerning manual or printed writing change their meaning according to whether the characteristics of the letters and the qualities of the words are in the service of a signifier, whose effects they express following exegetical rules, or whether, on the contrary, they break through this wall so as to set flows in motion, and establish breaks that overflow or rupture the signs conditions of identity, and that cause books within the book to flow and to disintegrate, entering into multiple configurations whose possibilities were already the object of the typographical exercises of Mallarmé, always passing underneath the signifier, filing through the wall, which again shows that the death of writing is infinite, so long as it arises and arrives from within. Similarly, in the plastic arts there is the pure figural dimension formed by the active line and the multidimensional point, and on the other hand, the multiple configurations formed by the passive line and the surface it engenders, so as to reveal, as in Paul Klee, those intermundia that perhaps are visible only to children, madmen, and primitives. AD 5. Or in dreams, in some very beautiful pages, Lyotard shows that what is at work in dreams is not the signifier but a figural dimension underneath, which gives rise to configurations of images that make use of words, making them flow and cutting them according to flows and points that are not linguistic and do not depend on the signifier or its regulated elements. Thus Lyotard everywhere reverses the order of the signifier and the figure. It is not the figures that depend on the signifier and its effects, but the signifying chain that depends on the figural effects, this chain itself being composed of a signifying signs crushing the signifiers as well as the signifieds, treating words as things, fabricating new unities, creating from non-figurative figures configurations of images that form and then disintegrate. And these constellations are like flows that imply the breaks effected by points, just as the points imply the fluxion of the material they cause to flow or leak. The sole unity without identity is that of the flux skis or the break flow. The pure figural element, the figure matrix, Lyotard correctly names desire, which carries us to the gates of schizophrenia as a process. Point 86. But what explains the reader's impression that Lyotard is continually arresting the process, and steering the schizas toward shores he has so recently left behind, toward coded or over-coded territories, spaces, and structures, to which they bring only transgressions, disorders, and deformations that are secondary in spite of everything, instead of forming and transporting further the desiring machines that are in opposition to the structures, and the intensities that are in opposition to the spaces. The explanation is that, despite his attempt at linking desire to a fundamental yes, Lyotard reintroduces lack and absence into desire, maintains desire under the law of castration, at the risk of restoring the entire signifier along with the law, and discovers the matrix of the figure in fantasy, the simple fantasy that comes to veil desiring production, the whole of desire as effective production. But at least for an instant the mortgage of the signifier was raised, that enormous archaism that causes so many of us to groan and bow under its weight, and that others use to establish a new terrorism, diverting Lacan's imperial discourse into a university discourse characterized by a pure scientificity, that scientificity perfectly suited for resupplying our neuroses, for strangling the process once again, and for overcoating Oedipus with castration, while chaining us to the current structural functions of a vanished archaic despot. For it is certain that, even and especially in their manifestations of extreme force, neither capitalism, nor revolution, nor schizophrenia follows the paths of the signifier. Civilization is defined by the decoding and the deterritorialization of flows in capitalist production. Any method will do for ensuring this universal decoding, the privatization brought to bear on property, goods, and the means of production, but also on the organs of private man himself, the abstraction of monetary quantities, but also the abstraction of the quantity of labor, the limitless nature of the relationship between capital and labor capacity, and between the flows of financing and the flows of incomes or means of payment, the scientific and technical form assumed by flows of code. Themselves, the formation of floating configurations starting from lines and points without a discernible identity. The route taken by the decoded flows is traced by recent monetary history, the role of the dollar, short-term migrating capital, the floating of currencies, the new means of financing and credit, the special drawing rights, and the new form of crises and speculations. Our societies exhibit a marked taste for all codes foreign or exotic, but this taste is destructive and morbid. While decoding doubtless means understanding and translating a code, it also means destroying the code as such, assigning it an archaic, folkloric, or residual function, which makes of psychoanalysis and ethnology two disciplines highly regarded in our modern societies. Yet it would be a serious error to consider the capitalist flows and the schizophrenic flows as identical, under the general theme of a decoding of the flows of desire. Their affinity is great, to be sure. Everywhere capitalism sets in motion schizoflows that animate our arts and our sciences, just as they congeal into the production of our own sick, the schizophrenics. We have seen that the relationship of schizophrenia to capitalism went far beyond problems of modes of living, environment, ideology, etc., and that it should be examined at the deepest level of one and the same economy, one and the same production process. Our society produces schizos the same way it produces Prel shampoo or Ford cars, the only difference being that the schizos are not saleable. How then does one explain the fact that capitalist production is constantly arresting the schizophrenic process and transforming the subject of the process into a confined clinical entity, as though it saw in this process the image of its own death coming from within? Why does it make the schizophrenic into a sick person not only nominally but in reality? Why does it confine its madmen and madwomen instead of seeing in them its own heroes and heroines, its own fulfillment? And where it can no longer recognize the figure of a simple illness, why does it keep its artists and even its scientists under such close surveillance as though they risked unleashing flows that would be dangerous for capitalist production and charged with a revolutionary potential, so long as these flows are not co-opted or absorbed by the laws of the market? Why does it form in turn a gigantic machine for social repression, psychic repression, aimed at what nevertheless constitutes its own reality, the decoded flows? The answer, as we have seen, is that capitalism is indeed the limit of all societies, insofar as it brings about the decoding of the flows that the other social formations coded and overcoded. But it is the relative limit of every society. It affects relative breaks, because it substitutes for the codes an extremely rigorous axiomatic that maintains the energy of the flows in a bound state on the body of capital as a socius that is deterritorialized, but also a socius that is even more pitiless than any other. Schizophrenia, on the contrary, is indeed the absolute limit that causes the flows to travel in a free state on a desocialized body without organs. Hence one can say that schizophrenia is the exterior limit of capitalism itself or the conclusion of its deepest tendency, but that capitalism only functions on condition that it inhibit this tendency, or that it push back or displace this limit, by substituting for it its own immanent relative limits, which it continually reproduces on a widened scale. It axiomatizes with one hand what it decodes with the other. Such is the way one must reinterpret the Marxist law of the counteracting tendency. With the result that schizophrenia pervades the entire capitalist field from one end to the other. But for capitalism it is a question of binding the schizophrenic charges and energies into a world axiomatic that always opposes the revolutionary potential of decoded flows with new interior limits. And it is impossible in such a regime to distinguish, even in two phases, between decoding and the axiomatization that comes to replace the vanished codes. The flows are decoded and axiomatized by capitalism at the same time. Hence schizophrenia is not the identity of capitalism, but on the contrary its difference, its divergence, and its death. Monetary flows are perfectly schizophrenic realities, but they exist and function only within the immanent axiomatic that exorcises and repels this reality. The language of a banker, a general, an industrialist, a middle or high-level manager, or a government minister is a perfectly schizophrenic language, but that functions only statistically within the flattening axiomatic of connections that puts it in the service of the capitalist order. 87. At the highest level of linguistics as a science, Gilles is able to effect a vast decoding of language only by setting in motion from the start an axiomatic machine based on the supposed finite number of the figures considered. Then what becomes of the truly schizophrenic language and the truly decoded and unbound flows that manage to break through the wall or absolute limit? The capitalist axiomatic is so rich that one more axiom is added for the books of a great writer whose lexical and stylistic characteristics can always be computed by means of an electronic machine, or for the discourse of madmen that can always be heard within the framework of a hospital, administrative, and psychiatric axiomatic. In brief, the notion of break flow has seemed to us to define both capitalism and schizophrenia. But not in the same way. They are not at all the same thing, depending on whether the decodings are caught up in an axiomatic or not, on whether one remains at the level of the large aggregates functioning statistically, or crosses the barrier that separates them from the unbound molecular positions, on whether the flows of desire reach this absolute limit or are content to displace a relative imminent limit that will reconstitute itself further along, on whether controlling reterritorializations are added to the processes of deterritorialization, and on whether money burns or bursts into flames. Why not merely say that capitalism replaces one code with another, that it carries into effect a new type of coding? For two reasons, one of which represents a kind of moral impossibility, the other a logical impossibility. All the cruelties and terrors meet in the pre-capitalist formations. Some fragments of the signifying chain are struck by secrecy, secret societies or initiation groups, but there is never anything in these societies that is, strictly speaking, unavowable. It is with the thing, capitalism, that the unavowable begins. There is not a single economic or financial operation that, assuming it is translated in terms of a code, would not lay bare its own unavowable nature, that is, its intrinsic perversion or essential cynicism. The age of bad conscience is also the age of pure cynicism. But in point of fact it is impossible to code such operations. In the first place, a code determines the respective qualities of the flows passing through the socius. For example, the three circuits of consumer goods, prestige goods, and women and children. The characteristic object of codes is therefore to establish necessarily indirect relations among these qualified and therefore incommensurable codes. Such relations indeed imply a quantitative siphoning off of portions of the different sorts of flows, but these quantities do not enter into equivalences that would presuppose an unlimited something. They simply form composites that are themselves qualitative, essentially mobile and limited, where differences between the elements compensate the disequilibrium, whence the relationship of prestige and consumption in the block of finite debt. All these code characteristics, indirect, qualitative, and limited, are sufficient to show that a code is not, and can never be, economic. On the contrary, it expresses the apparent objective movement according to which the economic forces or productive connections are attributed to an extra-economic instance as though they emanated from it, an instance that serves as a support and an agent of inscription. That is what Althusser and Balibar show so well, how juridical and political relations are determined as dominant in the case of feudalism, for example because surplus labor as a form of surplus value constitutes a flux that is qualitatively and temporally distinct from that of labor, and consequently must enter into a composite that is itself qualitative and implies non-economic factors. Or the way the autochthonous relations of alliance and filiation are determined as dominant in the so-called primitive societies, where the economic forces and flows are inscribed on the full body of the earth and are attributed to it. In short, there is a code where a full body as an instance of anti-production falls back on the economy that it appropriates. That is why the sign of desire, as an economic sign that consists in producing and breaking flows, is accompanied by a sign of necessarily extra-economic power, although its causes and effects lie within the economy, for example, the sign of alliance in relation to the power of the creditor. Or what amounts to the same thing, surplus value here is determined as a surplus value of code. Hence the code relation is not only indirect, qualitative, and limited. Because of these very characteristics, it is also extra-economic, and by virtue of this fact engineers the couplings between qualified flows. Consequently it implies a system of collective appraisal and evaluation, and a set-off organs of perception, or more precisely of belief, as a condition of existence and survival of the society in question. Thus the collective investment of organs that causes men to be directly coded, and the appraising eye as we have analyzed it in the primitive system. It should be noted that these general traits characterizing a code are rediscovered precisely in what today is called a genetic code, not because it depends on an effect of a signifier, but on the contrary because the chain it constitutes is only signifying in a secondary way, insofar as it calls into play couplings between qualified flows, interactions that are exclusively indirect, qualitative composites that are essentially limited, and organs of perception and extra-chemical factors that select and appropriate the cellular connections. So many reasons for defining capitalism by a social axiomatic that stands opposed to codes in every respect. First of all, money as a general equivalent represents an abstract quantity that is indifferent to the qualified nature of the flows. But the equivalence itself points to the position of a relation without limitation. In the formula MCM, the circulation of money as capital has therefore no limits. 88. The studies of Bohannon concerning the Tiv of the Niger River, or those of Salisbury concerning the Cyane of New Guinea, have shown how the introduction of money as an equivalent which makes it possible to begin and end with money, therefore never to end at all, is enough to disturb the circuits of qualified flows, to decompose the finite blocks of debt, and to destroy the very basis of codes. Secondly, the fact remains that money as an unlimited abstract quantity cannot be divorced from a becoming concrete, without which it would not become capital and would not appropriate production. We have seen that this becoming concrete appeared in the differential relation, but it must be borne in mind that the differential relation is not an indirect relation between qualified or coded flows, it is a direct relation between decoded flows whose respective qualities have no existence prior to the differential relation itself. The quality of the flows results solely from their conjunction as decoded flows. Outside this conjunction they would remain purely virtual. This conjunction is also the disjunction of the abstract quantity through which it becomes something concrete. dx and dy are nothing independent of their relation, which determines the one as a pure quality of the flow of labor and the other as a pure quality of the flow of capital. The progression is therefore the opposite of that of a code. It expresses the capitalist transformation of the surplus value of code into a surplus value of flux. Whence the fundamental change in the order of powers. For if one of the flows finds itself subordinated and enslaved to the other, the reason is precisely that they are not to the same power, x and y2 for example, and that the relation is established between a power and a given magnitude. This is something that became evident as we pursued the analysis of capital and labor at the level of the differential relation between flows of financing, and flows of means of payment or income. Such an extension merely signifies that capital has no industrial essence functioning other than as merchant, financial, and commercial capital, where money would take on functions other than those deriving from its form as the equivalent. But in this way the signs of power completely cease being what they were from the viewpoint of a code. They become coefficients that are directly economic, instead of being doubles to the economic signs of desire and expressing for their part non-economic factors determined as dominant. That the flow of financing is raised to an entirely different power from the flow of means of payment signifies that the power has become directly economic. And yet, as regards paid labor, it is evident that there is no longer any need for a code in order to ensure surplus labor, when the latter is merged qualitatively and temporally with labor itself into one and the same simple magnitude, the condition characterized by surplus value of flux. Hence capital differentiates itself from any other socius or full body, inasmuch as capital itself figures as a directly economic instance, and falls back on production without interposing extra economic factors that would be inscribed in the form of a code. With the advent of capitalism the full body becomes truly naked, as does the worker himself who is attached to this full body. In this sense the anti-production apparatus ceases to be transcendent, and pervades all production and becomes coextensive with it. Thirdly, as a result of these developed conditions involving the destruction of all codes within a becoming concrete, the absence of limits takes on a new meaning. This absence no longer simply designates the unlimited abstract quantity, but the effective absence of any limit or end for the differential relation where the abstract becomes something concrete. Concerning capitalism, we maintain that it both does and does not have an exterior limit. It has an exterior limit that is schizophrenia, that is, the absolute decoding of flows, but it functions only by pushing back and exorcising this limit. And it also has, yet does not have, interior limits. It has interior limits under the specific conditions of capitalist production and circulation, that is, in capital itself, but it functions only by reproducing and widening these limits on an always vaster scale. The strength of capitalism indeed resides in the fact that its axiomatic is never saturated, that it is always capable of adding a new axiom to the previous ones. Capitalism defines a field of immanence and never ceases to fully occupy this field. But this deterritorialized field finds itself determined by an axiomatic, in contrast to the territorial field determined by primitive codes. Differential relations of such a nature as to be filled by surplus value, an absence of exterior limits that it is filled by the widening of internal limits, and the effusion of anti-production within production so as to be filled by the absorption of surplus value. These constitute the three aspects of capitalism's immanent axiomatic. And monetarization everywhere comes to fill the abyss of capitalist immanence, introducing there, as Schmidt says, a deformation, a convulsion, an explosion, in a word, a movement of extreme violence. 89. There results, finally, a fourth characteristic that places the axiomatic in opposition to codes. The axiomatic does not need to write in bare flesh, to mark bodies and organs, nor does it need to fashion a memory for man. In contrast to codes, the axiomatic finds in its different aspects its own organs of execution, perception, and memorization. Memory has become a bad thing. Above all, there is no longer any need of belief, and the capitalist is merely striking a pose when he bemoans the fact that nowadays no one believes in anything anymore. Language no longer signifies something that must be believed, it indicates rather what is going to be done, something that the shrewd or the competent are able to decode, to half understand. Moreover, despite the abundance of identity cards, files, and other means of control, capitalism does not even need to write in books to make up for the vanished body markings. Those are only relics, archaism with a current function. The person has become private in reality, insofar as he derives from abstract quantities and becomes concrete in the becoming concrete of these same quantities. It is these quantities that are marked, no longer the persons themselves, your capital or your labor capacity. The rest is not important, will always find a place for you within the expanded limits of the system, even if an axiom has to be created just for you. There is no longer any need of a collective investment of organs, as they are sufficiently filled with the floating images constantly produced by capitalism. To pursue a remark of Henry Lefebvre's, these images do not initiate a making public of the private so much as a privatization of the public. The whole world unfolds right at home, without one's having to leave the TV screen. This gives private persons a very special role in the system, a role of application, and no longer of implication, in a code. The hour of Oedipus draws nigh. While capitalism thus proceeds by means of an axiomatic and not by means of a code, one must not think that it replaces the socius, the social machine, with an aggregate of technical machines. The difference in nature between the two types of machines persists, although they are both machines in the strict sense, without metaphor. Capitalism's originality resides rather in the fact that the social machine has for its parts technical machines as constant capital attached to the full body of the socius, and no longer men, the latter having become adjacent to the technical machines, whence the fact that inscription no longer bears directly, or at least in theory has no need of bearing directly, on men. But an axiomatic of itself is by no means a simple technical machine, not even an automatic or cybernetic machine. Bourbaki says as much concerning scientific axiomatics: they do not form a Taylor system, nor a mechanical game of isolated formulas, but rather imply intuitions that are linked to resonances and conjunctions of structures, and that are merely aided by the powerful levers of technique. This holds even truer of the social axiomatic, the way in which this axiomatic fulfills its own immanence, pushes back or enlarges its limits, adds still more axioms while preventing the system from becoming saturated, and functions well only by grinding, sputtering, and starting up again. All this implies social organs of decision, administration, reaction, inscription, a technocracy and a bureaucracy that cannot be reduced to the operation of technical machines. In short, the conjunction of the decoded flows, their differential relations, and their multiple schizophrenes or breaks require a whole apparatus of regulation whose principal organ is the state. The capitalist state is the regulator of decoded flows as such, insofar as they are caught up in the axiomatic of capital. In this sense it indeed completes the becoming concrete that seemed to us to preside over the evolution of the abstract despotic state. From being at first the transcendent unity, it becomes immanent to the field of social forces, enters into their service, and serves as a regulator of the decoded and axiomatized flows. The capitalist state completes the becoming concrete so fully that, in another sense, it alone represents a veritable rupture with this becoming, a break with it, in contrast to the other forms that were established on the ruins of the state. For the state was defined by overcoding, and its derivatives, from the ancient city-state to the monarchic state, already found themselves in the presence of flows that were decoded or in the process of being decoded. These flows doubtless had the effect of making the state more and more immanent and subordinate to the actual field of forces, but precisely because the circumstances were not right for these flows to enter into a conjunction, the state could be content to save fragments of overcoding and of codes, to invent others, and by marshalling all its forces, was even able to prevent the conjunction from taking place. As for the rest, its project was to resuscitate the state insofar as possible. The capitalist state is in a different situation. It is produced by the conjunction of the decoded or deterritorialized flows, and is able to carry the becoming immanent to its highest point only to the extent that it is party to the generalized breakdown of codes and overcodings, and evolves entirely within this new axiomatic that results from a hitherto unknown conjunction. Once again, this axiomatic is not the invention of capitalism, since it is identical with capital itself. On the contrary, capitalism is its offspring, its result. Capitalism merely ensures the regulation of the axiomatic, it regulates or even organizes the failures of the axiomatic as conditions of the latter's operation, it watches over or directs progress toward a saturation of the axiomatic and the corresponding widenings of the limits. Never before has a state lost so much of its power in order to enter with so much force into the service of the signs of economic power. And capitalism, despite what is said to the contrary, assumed this role very early, in fact from the start, from its gestation in forms still semi-feudal or monarchic from the standpoint of the flow of free workers, the control of manual labor and of wages, from the standpoint of the flow of industrial and commercial production, the granting of monopolies, favorable conditions for accumulation, and the struggle against overproduction. There has never been a liberal capitalism. Action against monopolies goes back first of all to a time when commercial and financial capital is still allied with the old system of production, and when nascent industrial capitalism can secure its production and its market only by obtaining the abolition of such privileges. That the struggle against monopolistic privileges does not imply any struggle against the very principle of state control providing the state sees fit can be seen clearly in mercantilism, inasmuch as it expresses the new commercial functions of a capital that has secured for itself direct interests in production. As a general rule, state controls and regulations tend to disappear or diminish only in situations where there is an abundant labor supply and an unusual expansion of markets. 90 That is, when capitalism functions with a very small number of axioms within relative limits that are sufficiently wide. This situation ceased to exist long ago, and one must regard as a decisive factor in this evolution the organization of a powerful working class that required a high and stable level of employment, and forced capitalism to multiply its axioms while having at the same time to reproduce its limits on an ever-expanding scale, the axiom of displacement from the center to the periphery. Capitalism was able to digest the Russian Revolution only by continually adding new axioms to the old ones, an axiom for the working class, for the unions, and so on. but it is always prepared to add more axioms. It adds axioms for many other things besides, things that are much smaller, tiny even, absurdly insignificant. It has a peculiar passion for such things that leaves the essential unchanged. The state is thus induced to play an increasingly important role in the regulation of the axiomatized flows, with regard to production and its planning, the economy and its monetarization, and surplus value and its absorption, by the state apparatus itself. The regulative functions of the state do not imply any sort of arbitration between social classes. That the state is entirely in the service of the so-called ruling class is an obvious practical fact, but a fact that does not reveal its theoretical foundation. The latter is simple to explain. From the viewpoint of the capitalist axiomatic, there is only one class, a class with a universalist vocation, the bourgeoisie. Plekhanov notes that the French school of the 19th century, under the influence of Saint-Simon, should be credited with the discovery of class struggle and its role in history. Precisely the same men who praise the struggle of the bourgeois class against the nobility and feudalism, and who come to a halt before the proletariat and deny that there can be any difference in class between the industrialist or banker and the worker, but only a fusion into one and the same flow as with profits and wages. 91 This proposition contains something other than an ideological blindness or denial. Classes are the negative of castes and statuses. Classes are orders, castes, and statuses that have been decoded. To reread history through the class struggle is to read it in terms of the bourgeoisie as the decoding and decoded class. It is the only class as such, inasmuch as it leads the struggle against codes, and merges with the generalized decoding of flows. In this capacity it is sufficient to fill the capitalist field of immanence. And in point of fact, something new occurs with the rise of the bourgeoisie, the disappearance of enjoyment as an end, the new conception of the conjunction according to which the sole end is abstract wealth and its realization in forms other than consumption. The generalized slavery of the despotic state at least implied the existence of masters, and an apparatus of anti-production distinct from the sphere of production. But the bourgeois field of immanence as delimited by the conjunction of the decoded flows, the negation of any transcendence or exterior limit, and the effusion of anti-production inside production itself institutes an unrivaled slavery, an unprecedented subjugation. There are no longer even any masters, but only slaves commanding other slaves. There is no longer any need to burden the animal from the outside, it shoulders its own burden. Not that man is ever the slave of technical machines, he is rather the slave of the social machine. The bourgeois sets the example, he absorbs surplus value for ends that, taken as a whole, have nothing to do with his own enjoyment. More utterly enslaved than the lowest of slaves, he is the first servant of the ravenous machine, the beast of the reproduction of capital, internalization of the infinite debt. I too am a slave. These are the new words spoken by the master. Only as personified capital is the capitalist respectable. As such, he shares with the miser the passion for wealth as wealth. But that which in the miser is a mere idiosyncrasy, is, in the capitalist, the effect of the social mechanism, of which he is but one of the wheels. 92. It will be said that there is nonetheless a class that rules and a class that is ruled, both defined by surplus value, the distinction between the flow of financing and the flow of income in wages. But this is only partially true, since capitalism is born of the conjunction of the two in the differential relations, and integrates them both in the continually expanded reproduction of its limits. So that the bourgeois is justified in saying, not in terms of ideology, but in the very organization of his axiomatic, there is only one machine, that of the great mutant decoded flow cut off from goods, and one class of servants, the decoding bourgeoisie, the class that decodes the castes and the statuses, and that draws from the machine an undivided flow of income convertible into consumer and production goods, a flow on which profits and wages are based. In short, the theoretical opposition is not between two classes, for it is the very notion of class, insofar as it designates the negative of codes, that implies there is only one class. The theoretical opposition lies elsewhere. It is between, on the one hand, the decoded flows that enter into a class axiomatic on the full body of capital, and on the other hand, the decoded flows that free themselves from this axiomatic just as they free themselves from the despotic signifler, that break through this wall, and this wall of a wall, and begin flowing on the full body without organs. The opposition is between the class and those who are outside the class. Between the servants of the machine, and those who sabotage it or its cogs and wheels. Between the social machine's regime and that of the desiring machines. Between the relative interior limits and the absolute exterior limit. If you will, between the capitalists and the schizos in their basic intimacy at the level of decoding, in their basic antagonism at the level of the axiomatic whence the resemblance, in the 19th century socialist's portrait of the proletariat, between the latter and a perfect schizo. That is why the problem of a proletarian class belongs first of all to praxis. The task of the revolutionary socialist movement was to organize a bipolarity of the social field, a bipolarity of classes. Of course it is possible to conceive a theoretical determination of the proletarian class at the level of production, those from whom surplus value is extorted, or at the level of money, income in wages. But not only are these determinations sometimes too narrow and sometimes too wide, but the objective being they define as class interest remains purely virtual so long as it is not embodied in a consciousness that, to be sure, does not create it, but actualizes it in an organized party suited to the task of conquering the state apparatus. If the movement of capitalism, in the interplay of its differential relations, is to dodge any assignable fixed limit, to exceed and displace its interior limits, and to always effect breaks of breaks, then the socialist movement seems necessarily led to fix or assign a limit that differentiates the proletariat from the bourgeoisie, a great cleavage that will animate a struggle not only economic and financial, but political as well. Now the meaning of just such a conquest of the state apparatus has always been and remains problematical. A supposedly socialist state implies a transformation of production, of the units of production and the economic rationale. But this transformation can only take place starting from an already conquered state that finds itself confronted by the same axiomatic problems of extraction of a surplus or surplus value, of accumulation and absorption, of the market and monetary reckoning. Consequently, either the proletariat prevails and transforms the apparatus in conformity with its objective interest, but these operations are carried out under the domination of its consciousness or party vanguard, that is, for the benefit of a bureaucracy or technocracy that stands in for the bourgeoisie as the great absent class, or the bourgeoisie keeps its control of the state and is free to secrete its own techno-bureaucracy, and above all to add a few more axioms for the recognition of the proletariat as a second class. It is correct to say that the alternative is not between the market and economic planning, since planning is necessarily introduced in the capitalist state, and the market subsists in the socialist state, if only as a monopolistic market of the state itself. And in effect, how does one define the true alternative without assuming all these problems resolved beforehand? The immense accomplishment of Lenin and the Russian Revolution was to have forged a class consciousness consonant with the objective being or interest of the class, and as a consequence, to have imposed on the capitalist countries a recognition of class bipolarity. But this great Leninist break did not prevent the resurrection of a state capitalism inside socialism itself, any more than it prevented classical capitalism from getting round the break by continuing its veritable mole work, always effecting breaks of breaks that allowed it to integrate into its axiomatic sections of the newly recognized class, while throwing the uncontrolled revolutionary elements no more controlled by official socialism than by capitalism itself further into the distance, to the periphery or into enclaves. Thus the only choice left was between the new terroristic and rigid axiomatic quickly saturated of the socialist state, and the old cynical axiomatic all the more dangerous for being flexible and never saturated of the capitalist state. But in reality, the most direct question is not that of knowing whether an industrial society can do without a surplus, without the absorption of a surplus, without a commodity exchanging and planner state, and even without an equivalent of the bourgeoisie. It is evident both that the answer is no, and that in these terms the question is poorly put. Nor is it a question of knowing whether or not class consciousness, embodied in a party or a state, betrays the objective class interest, to which a kind of potential spontaneity would be ascribed, suffocated by the agents claiming to represent that interest. Sartre's analysis in Critique de la raison dialectique appears to us profoundly correct, where he concludes that there does not exist any class spontaneity, but only a group spontaneity. Whence the necessity for distinguishing groups in fusion from the class, which remains serial, represented by the party or the state. 93 And the two do not exist on the same scale. This is because class interest remains a function of the large molar aggregates. It merely defines a collective preconscious that is necessarily represented in a distinct consciousness that, at this level, does not even present any grounds for asking whether it betrays or not, alienates or not, deforms or not. The problem is situated there, between unconscious group desires and preconscious class interests. It is only starting from this point, as we shall see, that one is able to pose the questions issuing indirectly therefrom, concerning the class preconscious and the representative forms of class consciousness, and the nature of the interests and the process of their realization. Reich always comes back to us with his innocent standards, claiming the rights of a prior distinction between desire and interest. The leadership has no task more urgent, besides that of acquiring a precise understanding of the objective historical process, than to understand, a. What are the progressive desires, ideas, and thoughts which are latent in people of different social strata, occupations, age groups and sexes, and, b. What are the desires, fears, thoughts, and ideas, traditional bonds, which prevent the progressive desires, ideas, etc., from developing. 94. The leadership has a tendency rather to reply, when I hear the word desire, I pull out my gun. Desire can never be deceived. Interests can be deceived, unrecognized, or betrayed, but not desire. Whence Reich's cry, no, the masses were not deceived, they desired fascism, and that is what has to be explained. It happens that one desires against one's own interests. Capitalism profits from this, but so does socialism, the party, and the party leadership. How does one explain that desire devotes itself to operations that are not failures of recognition, but rather perfectly reactionary unconscious investments? And what does Reich mean when he speaks of traditional bonds? The latter also belong to the historical process and bring us back to the modern functions of the state. Civilized modern societies are defined by processes of decoding and deterritorialization. But what they deterritorialized with one hand, they reterritorialize with the other. These neoterritorialities are often artificial, residual, archaic, but they are archaism having a perfectly current function, our modern way of imbricating, of sectioning off, of reintroducing code fragments, resuscitating old codes, inventing pseudo-codes or jargons. Neo-archaism, as Edgar Morin puts it. These modern archaism are extremely complex and varied. Some are mainly folkloric, but they nonetheless represent social and potentially political forces, from domino players to home brewers via the veterans of foreign wars. Others are enclaves whose archaism is just as capable of nourishing a modern fascism as of freeing a revolutionary charge, the ethnic minorities, the Basque problem, the Irish Catholics, the Indian reservations. Some of these archaism take form as if spontaneously, in the very current of the movement of deterritorialization, neighborhood territorialities, territorialities of the large aggregates, gangs. Others are organized or promoted by the state, even though they might turn against the state and cause it serious problems, regionalism, nationalism. The fascist state has been without doubt capitalism's most fantastic attempt at economic and political reterritorialization. But the socialist state also has its own minorities, its own territorialities, which reform themselves against the state, or which the state instigates and organizes. Russian nationalism, the territoriality of the party, the proletariat was only able to constitute itself as a class on the basis of artificial neoterritorialities. In parallel fashion, the bourgeoisie reterritorializes itself in forms that are at times the most archaic. The famous personalization of power is like a territoriality that accompanies the deterritorialization of the machine, as its other side. If it is true that the function of the modern state is the regulation of the decoded, deterritorialized flows, one of the principal aspects of this function consists in reterritorializing, so as to prevent the decoded flows from breaking loose at all the edges of the social axiomatic. One sometimes has the impression that the flows of capital would willingly dispatch themselves to the moon if the capitalist state were not there to bring them back to earth. For example, deterritorialization of the flows of financing, but reterritorialization of purchasing power and the means of payment, the role of the central banks. Or the movement of deterritorialization that goes from the center to the periphery is accompanied by a peripheral reterritorialization, a kind of economic and political self-centering of the periphery, either in the modernistic forms of a state socialism or capitalism, or in the archaic form of local despots. It may be all but impossible to distinguish deterritorialization from reterritorialization, since they are mutually enmeshed, or like opposite faces of one and the same process. This essential aspect of the regulation performed by the state is even more readily understood if one sees that it is directly based on the social and economic axiomatic of capitalism as such. It is the very conjunction of the deterritorialized flows that delineates archaic or artificial neoterritorialities. Marx has shown what was the foundation of political economy properly speaking, the discovery of an abstract subjective essence of wealth, in labor or production and in desire as well, it would seem. It was an immense step forward for Adam Smith to throw out every limiting specification of wealth-creating activity, not only manufacturing, or commercial, or agricultural labor, but one as well as others, labor in general. The abstract universality of wealth-creating activity 95. Here we have the great movement of decoding or deterritorialization. The nature of wealth is no longer to be sought on the side of the object, under exterior conditions, in the territorial or despotic machine. But Marx is quick to add that this essentially cynical discovery finds itself rectified by a new territorialization, in the form of a new fetishism or a new hypocrisy. Production as the abstract subjective essence is discovered only in the forms of property that objectifies it all over again, that alienates it by reterritorializing it. Although they had a presentiment of the subjective nature of wealth, the mercantilists had determined it as a special activity still tied to a money-creating despotic machine. The physiocrats, pushing this presentiment still further, had tied subjective activity to a territorial or reterritorialized machine, in the form of agriculture and landed property. And even Adam Smith discovers the great essence of wealth, abstract and subjective, industrial and deterritorialized, only by immediately reterritorializing it in the private ownership of the means of production. Nor can one say in this regard that so-called common ownership changes the direction of this movement. Moreover, if it is not a question of writing the history of political economy, but the real history of the corresponding society, one is better able to understand why capitalism is continually reterritorializing with one hand what it was deterritorializing with the other. In Capital, Marx analyzes the true reason for the double movement. On the one hand, capitalism can proceed only by continually developing the subjective essence of abstract wealth or production for the sake of production, that is, production as an end in itself, the absolute development of the social productivity of labor, but on the other hand and at the same time, it can do so only in the framework of its own limited purpose, as a determinate mode of production, production of capital, the self-expansion of existing capital 96. Under the first aspect, capitalism is continually surpassing its own limits, always deterritorializing further, displaying a cosmopolitan, universal energy which overthrows every restriction and bond. But under the second, strictly complementary, aspect, capitalism is continually confronting limits and barriers that are interior and immanent to itself, and that, precisely because they are immanent, let themselves be overcome only provided they are reproduced on a wider scale, always more. Reterritorialization local, worldwide, planetary. That is why the law of the falling tendency, that is, limits never reached because they are always surpassed and always reproduced, has seemed to us to have as a corollary and even as a direct manifestation, the simultaneity of the two movements of deterritorialization and reterritorialization. An important consequence emerges from the above considerations. The social axiomatic of modern societies is caught between two poles, and is constantly oscillating from one pole to the other. Born of decoding and deterritorialization, on the ruins of the despotic machine, these societies are caught between the state that they would like to resuscitate as an overcoding and reterritorializing unity, and the unfettered flows that carry them toward an absolute threshold. They recode with all their might, with worldwide dictatorship, local dictators, and an all-powerful police, while decoding or allowing the decoding of the fluent quantities of their capital and their populations. They are torn in two directions, archaism and futurism, neo-archaism and ex-futurism, paranoia and schizophrenia. They vacillate between two poles, the paranoiac despotic sign, the sign signifier of the despot that they try to revive as a unit of code, and the sign figure of the schizo as a unit of decoded flux, a schiz, a point sign, or flow break. They try to hold on to the one, but they pour or flow out through the other. They are continually behind or ahead of themselves. How can the nostalgia for, and the necessity of, the state be reconciled with the insistence and the inevitability of the fluxion of the flows? What can be done so that the decoding and the deterritorialization constitutive of the system do not make it flee through one end or another that would escape the axiomatic and throw the machine into a panic, a Chinese on the horizon, a Cuban missile launcher, an Arab hijacker, a consul kidnapper, a Black Panther, a May 68, or even stoned hippies, angry gays, etc. There is an oscillation between the reactionary paranoiac overcharges and the subterranean, schizophrenic, and revolutionary charges. Moreover, one no longer quite knows how it goes on one side or the other, the two ambiguous poles of delirium, their transformations, the way in which an archaism or folklore in a given set of circumstances can suddenly become charged with a dangerous progressive value. How things turn fascist or revolutionary is the problem of the universal delirium about which everyone is silent, first of all and especially the psychiatrists. They have no ideas on the subject. Why would they? Capitalism, and socialism as well, are as though torn between the despotic signifier that they adore, and the schizophrenic figure that sweeps them along. We are thus entitled to maintain two conclusions that we have already put forward and that seem to stand mutually opposed. On the one hand, the modern state forms a break that represents a genuine advance in comparison with the despotic state, in terms of its fulfillment of a becoming immanent, its generalized decoding of flows, and its axiomatic that comes to replace the codes and overcodings. But on the other hand, there has never been but one state, the state, the Asiatic despotic formation, which constitutes in its shadow existence history's only break, since even the modern social axiomatic can function only by resuscitating it as one of the poles between which it produces its own break. Democracy, fascism, or socialism, which of these is not haunted by the state as a model without equal? The name of the local dictator Duvalier's chief of police was Desir. But the events that restore a thing to life are not the same as those that gave rise to it in the first place. We have distinguished among three social machines corresponding to the savage, the barbarian, and the civilized societies. The first is the underlying territorial machine, which consists in coding the flows on the full body of the earth. The second is the transcendent imperial machine, which consists in overcoding the flows on the full body of the despot or his apparatus, the state. It affects the first great movement of deterritorialization, but does so by adding its eminent unity to the territorial communes that it conserves by bringing them together, overcoding them and appropriating their surplus labor. The third is the modern immanent machine, which consists in decoding the flows on the full body of capital money. It has realized the immanence, it has rendered concrete the abstract as such and has naturalized the artificial, replacing the territorial codes and the despotic overcoding with an axiomatic of decoded flows, and a regulation of these flows. It affects the second great movement of deterritorialization, but this time because it doesn't allow any part of the codes and overcodes to subsist. However, what it doesn't allow to subsist it rediscovers through its own original means. it reterritorializes where it has lost the territorialities, it creates new archaism where it has destroyed the old ones, and the two become as one. The historian says no, the modern state, its bureaucracy and its technocracy, do not resemble the ancient despotic state. Of course not, since it is a matter in the one case of reterritorializing decoded flows, but in the other case of overcoding the territorial flows. The paradox is that capitalism makes use of the state for effecting its reterritorializations. But the imperturbable modern axiomatic, from the depths of its immanence, reproduces the transcendence of the state as its internalized limit, or one of the poles between which it is determined to oscillate. And in its imperturbable and cynical existence, it is prey to great forces that form the other pole of the axiomatic, its accidents, its breakdowns, its chances of being blown to pieces, of causing what it decodes to pass beyond the wall of its immanent regulations and beyond its transcendental resurrections. Each type of social machine produces a particular kind of representation whose elements are organized at the surface of the socius, the system of connotation connection in the savage territorial machine, corresponding to the coding of the flows, the system of subordination disjunction in the barbarian despotic machine, corresponding to overcoding, the system of coordination conjunction in the civilized capitalist machine, corresponding to the decoding of the flows. Deterritorialization, the axiomatic, and reterritorialization are the three surface elements of the representation of desire in the modern socius. So we come back to the question, in each case what is the relationship between social production and desiring production, once it is said that they have identical natures and differing regimes? Could it be that the identity in nature is at its highest point in the order of modern capitalist representation, because this identity is universally realized in the immanence of this order and in the fluxion of the decoded flows? But also that the difference in regime is greatest in the capitalist order of representation, and that this representation subjects desire to an operation of social repression, psychic repression, that is stronger than any other, because, by means of the immanence and the decoding, anti-production has spread throughout all of production, instead of remaining localized in the system, and has freed a fantastic death instinct that now permeates and crushes desire? And what is this death that always rises from within, but that must arrive from without, and that, in the case of capitalism, rises with all the more power as one still fails to see exactly what this outside is that will cause it to arrive? In short, the general theory of society is a generalized theory of flows. It is in terms of the latter that one must consider the relationship of social production to desiring production, the variations of this relationship in each case, and the limits of this relationship in the capitalist system. 11. Oedipus at last. In the territorial or even the despotic machine, social economic reproduction is never independent of human reproduction, of the social form of this reproduction. The family is therefore an open praxis, a strategy that is coextensive with the social field. The relations of filiation and alliance are determinant, or rather determined as dominant. As a matter of fact, what is marked or inscribed on the socius directly is the producers, or non-producers, according to the standing of their family or their standing inside the family. The reproduction process is not directly economic, but passes by way of the non-economic factors of kinship. This is true not only with respect to the territorial machine, and to local groups that determine the place of each member in social economic reproduction, according to one's status from the standpoint of the alliances and the filiations, but also with respect to the despotic machine, which adds the relations of the new alliance and direct filiation to the old alliance and filiations, whence the role of the sovereign's family in despotic overcoding, and that of the dynasty whatever its mutations, its indecisions, which are inscribed under the same category of new alliance. The process by no means remains the same in the capitalist system. 97 Representation no longer relates to a distinct object, but to productive activity itself. The socius as full body has become directly economic as capital money. It does not tolerate any other preconditions. What is inscribed or marked is no longer the producers or non-producers, but the forces and means of production as abstract quantities that become effectively concrete in their becoming related or their conjunction, labor capacity or capital, constant capital or variable capital, capital of filiation or capital of alliance. Capital has taken upon itself the relations of alliance and filiation. There ensues a privatization of the family according to which the family ceases to give its social form to economic reproduction, it is as though disinvested, placed outside the field. In the language of Aristotle, the family is now simply the form of human matter or material that finds itself subordinated to the autonomous social form of economic reproduction, and that comes to take the place assigned it by the latter. That is to say that the elements of production and anti-production are not reproduced in the same way as humans themselves, but find in them a simple material that the form of economic reproduction pre-organizes in a mode that is entirely distinct from the form this material has as human reproduction. Precisely because it is privatized, placed outside the field, the form of the material or the form of human reproduction begets people whom one can readily assume to be all equal in relation to one another, but inside the field itself, the form of social economic reproduction has already preformed the form of the material so as to engender, there where they are needed, the capitalist as a function derived from capital, and the worker as a function derived from labor capacity, etc., in such a way that the family finds itself countersect by the order of classes. In this sense, indeed, segregation is the only origin of equality. 98. This placing of the family outside the social field is also its greatest social fortune. For it is the condition under which the entire social field can be applied to the family. Individual persons are social persons first of all, i.e., functions derived from the abstract quantities, they become concrete in the becoming related or the axiomatic of these quantities, in their conjunction. They are nothing more nor less than configurations or images produced by the points signs, the breaks flows, the pure figures of capitalism, the capitalist as personified capital i.e., as a function derived from the flow of capital, and the worker as personified labor capacity i.e., a function derived from the flow of labor. In this way capitalism fills its field of immanence with images, even destitution, despair, revolt, and on the other side, the violence and the oppression of capital become images of destitution, despair, revolt, violence, or oppression. But starting from non-figurative figures or from the breaks flows that produce them, these images will themselves be capable of figuring and reproducing only by shaping a human material whose specific form of reproduction falls outside the social field that nonetheless determines this form. Private persons are therefore images of the second order, images of images, that is, simulacra that are thus endowed with an aptitude for representing the first-order images of social persons. These private persons are formally delimited in the locus of the restricted family as father, mother, child. But instead of being a strategy that, through the action of alliances and filiations, opens onto the entire social field, is coextensive with it, and countersects its coordinates, it would appear that the family is now merely a simple tactic around which the social field recloses, to which it applies its autonomous requirements of reproduction, and that it counteracts with all its dimensions. The alliances and filiations no longer pass through people but through money, so the family becomes a microcosm, suited to expressing what it no longer dominates. In a certain sense the situation has not changed, for what is invested through the family is still the economic, political, and cultural social field, its breaks and flows. Private persons are an illusion, images of images or derivatives of derivatives. But in another sense everything has changed, because the family, instead of constituting and developing the dominant factors of social reproduction, is content to apply and envelop these factors in its own mode of reproduction. Father, mother, and child thus become the simulacrum of the images of capital, Mr. Capital, Madam Earth, and their child the worker, with the result that these images are no longer recognized at all in the desire that is determined to invest only their simulacrum. The familial determinations become the application of the social axiomatic. The family becomes the subaggregate to which the whole of the social field is applied. Since each person has his own private father and mother, it is a distributive subaggregate that simulates for each person the collective whole of social persons and that closes off his domain and scrambles his images. Everything is reduced to the father-mother-child triangle, which reverberates the answer daddy-mommy every time it is stimulated by the images of capital. In short, Oedipus arrives, it is born in the capitalist system of the application of first-order social images to the private familial images of the second order. It is the aggregate of destination that corresponds to an aggregate of departure that is socially determined. It is our intimate colonial formation that corresponds to the form of social sovereignty. We are all little colonies, and it is Oedipus that colonizes us. When the family ceases to be a unit of production and of reproduction, when the conjunction again finds in the family the meaning of a simple unit of consumption, it is father-mother that we consume. In the aggregate of departure there is the boss, the foreman, the priest, the tax collector, the cop, the soldier, the worker, all the machines and territorialities, all the social images of our society, but in the aggregate of destination, in the end, there is no longer anyone but daddy, mommy, and me, the despotic sign inherited by daddy, the residual territoriality assumed by mommy, and the divided, split, castrated ego. Isn't this operation of flattening, folding, or application what leads Lacan to say, willingly betraying the secret of psychoanalysis as an applied axiomatic, what appears to come most freely into play in what is called the analytic dialogue, in fact depends on a sub-foundation that is perfectly reducible to a few essential and formalizable articulations. 99. Everything is preformed, arranged in advance. The social field, where everyone acts and is acted upon, padded, as a collective agent of enunciation, an agent of production and anti-production, is reduced to Oedipus, where everyone now finds himself cornered and cut along the line that divides him into an individual subject of the statement and an individual subject of enunciation. The subject of the statement is the social person, and the subject of enunciation, the private person. So it's your father, so it's your mother, so it's you. The familial conjunction results from the capitalist conjunctions, insofar as they are applied to private persons. Daddy, mommy, me, one is sure to re-encounter them everywhere, since everything has been applied to them. The reign of images is the new way in which capitalism utilizes the schizas and diverts the flows, composite images, images flattened onto other images, so that when this operation reaches its outcome the little ego of each person, related to its father-mother, is truly the center of the world. Much more underhanded than the subterranean reign of the fetishes of the earth, or the celestial reign of the despots' idols, is the advent of the Oedipal narcissistic machine. No more glyphs and hieroglyphs, we'll have the real objective reality. Our Kodak vision. To every man, to every woman, the universe is just a setting to the absolute little picture of himself, herself. A picture. A Kodak snap, in a universal film of snaps 100. Each person as a little triangulated microcosm. The narcissistic ego is identical with the Oedipal subject. Oedipus at last, in the end it is a very simple operation, one that indeed readily lends itself to formalization, although it involves universal history. We have seen in what sense schizophrenia was the absolute limit of every society, inasmuch as it sets in motion decoded and deterritorialized flows that it restores to desiring production, at the bounds of all social production. And capitalism, the relative limit of every society, inasmuch as it axiomatizes the decoded flows and reterritorializes the deterritorialized flows. We have also seen that capitalism finds in schizophrenia its own exterior limit, which it is continually repelling and exorcising, while capitalism itself produces its immanent limits, which it never ceases to displace and enlarge. But capitalism still needs a displaced interior limit in another way, precisely in order to neutralize or repel the absolute exterior limit, the schizophrenic limit. It needs to internalize this limit, this time by restricting it, by causing it to pass no longer between social production and the desiring production that breaks away from social reproduction, but inside social production, between the form of social reproduction and the form of a familial reproduction to which social production is reduced, between the social aggregate and the private subaggregate to which the social aggregate is applied. Oedipus is this displaced or internalized limit where desire lets itself be caught. The Oedipal triangle is the personal and private territoriality that corresponds to all of capitalism's efforts at social reterritorialization. Oedipus was always the displaced limit for every social formation, since it is the displaced representative of desire. But in the primitive formations this limit remains vacant, precisely insofar as the flows are coded and as the interplay of alliances and filiations keeps families extended according to the scale of the determinations of the social field, preventing any secondary reduction of the latter to the former. In the despotic formations the Oedipal limit is occupied, symbolically occupied but not lived or inhabited, inasmuch as the imperial incest effects an overcoding that in turn surveys the entire social field from above, the repressing representation, the formal operations of flattening, extrapolation, and so on, that later belong to Oedipus, are already sketched out, but within a symbolic space where the object from on high is formed. It is only in the capitalist formation that the Oedipal limit finds itself not only occupied, but inhabited and lived, in the sense in which the social images produced by the decoded flows actually fall back on restricted familial images invested by desire. It is at this point in the imaginary that Oedipus is constituted, at the same time as it completes its migration in the in-depth elements of representation. The displaced represented has become, as such, the representation of desire. Hence it goes without saying that this becoming or this constitution does not develop under the categories imagined in the earlier social formation, since the imaginary Oedipus results from such a becoming and not the inverse. It is not via a flow of shit or a wave of incest that Oedipus arrives, but via the decoded flows of capital money. The waves of incest and shit are only secondary derivates of the latter, insofar as they transport the private persons to which the flows of capital are reduced or applied. Which explains the complex origin of the relation that is completely distorted in the psychoanalytic equation, shit equals money. In reality, it is a question of encounters or conjunctions, of derivatives and resultants between decoded flows. In Oedipus there is a recapitulation of the three states, or the three machines. For Oedipus makes ready in the territorial machine, as an empty unoccupied limit. It takes form in the despotic machine as a symbolically occupied limit. But it is filled and carried to completion only by becoming the imaginary Oedipus of the capitalist machine. The despotic machine preserved the primitive territorialities, and the capitalist machine resuscitates the state as one of the poles of its axiomatic. It makes the despot into one of its images. That is why Oedipus gathers up everything. Everything is found again in Oedipus, which is indeed the result of universal history, but in the singular sense in which capital is already this result. Fetishes, idols, images, and simulacra. Here we have the whole series: territorial fetishes, despotic idols, or symbols. Then everything is recapitulated in the images of capitalism, which shapes and reduces them to the Oedipal simulacrum. The representative of the local group with Deleuze, the territoriality with Jocasta, the despot with Oedipus himself, a motley painting of everything that has ever been believed. It comes as no surprise that Freud looks to Sophocles for the central image of Oedipus the despot, the myth become tragedy, in order to make the image radiate in two contrary directions, the ritual primitive direction of totem and taboo, and the private direction of modern man the dreamer. Oedipus can be a myth, a tragedy, or a dream. It always expresses the displacement of the limit. Oedipus would be nothing if the symbolic position of an object from on high, in the despotic machine, did not first make possible the folding and flattening operations that will constitute Oedipus in the modern social field, the triangulation's cause. Whence the extreme importance but also the indeterminate nature, the non-decidability of the argument advanced by psychoanalysis's most profound innovator, which makes the displaced limit pass between the symbolic and the imaginary, between symbolic castration and imaginary Oedipus. For castration in the order of the despotic signifier, as the law of the despot or the effect of the object from on high, is in reality the formal condition of the Oedipal images that will be deployed in the field of immanence left uncovered by the withdrawal of the signifier. I reach desire when I arrive at castration. What does the desire-castration equation signify, if not in fact a prodigious operation that consists in replacing desire under the law of the despot, in introducing lack there at the deepest levels, and in rescuing us from Oedipus by means of a fantastic regression. A fantastic and brilliant regression, someone had to do it, no one helped me, as Lacan says, to shake loose the yoke of Oedipus and carry it to the point of its autocritique. But it is like the story of the resistance fighters who, wanting to destroy a pylon, balanced the plastic charges so well that the pylon blew up and fell back into its hole. From the symbolic to the imaginary, from castration to Oedipus, and from the despotic age to capitalism, inversely there is the progress leading to the withdrawal of the overseeing and overcoding object from on high, which gives way to a social field of immanence where the decoded flows produce images and level them down. Whence the two aspects of the signifier, a barred transcendent signifier taken in a maximum that distributes lack, and an immanent system of relations between minimal elements that come to fill the uncovered field, somewhat similar, in traditional terms, to the way one goes from the Parmenidean being to the atoms of Democritus. A transcendent object that is more and more spiritualized, for a field of forces that is more and more immanent, more and more internalized. This describes the evolution of the infinite debt through Catholicism, then the Reformation. The extreme spiritualization of the despotic state, and the extreme internalization of the capitalist field, define bad conscience. The latter is not cynicism's contrary, it is, in private persons, the correlate of the cynicism of social persons. All the cynical tactics of bad conscience, just as Nietzsche and then Lawrence and Miller analyzed them to arrive at a definition of civilized European man, the hypnosis and the reign of images, the torpor they spread, the hatred of life and of all that is free, of all that passes and flows, the universal effusion of the death instinct, depression and guilt used as a means of contagion, the kiss of the vampire, aren't you ashamed to be happy? Follow my example, I won't let go before you say, it's my fault, oh ignoble contagion of the depressives, neurosis as the only illness consisting in making others ill, the permissive structure, let me deceive, rob, slaughter, kill. But in the name of the social order, and so daddy mommy will be proud of me, the double direction given to ressentiment, the turning back against oneself, and the projection against the other, the father is dead, it's my fault, who killed him? It's your fault, it's the Jews, the Arabs, the Chinese, all the resources of racism and segregation. The abject desire to be loved, the whimpering at not being loved enough, at not being understood, concurrent with the reduction of sexuality to the dirty little secret, this whole priest's psychology. There is not a single one of these tactics that does not find in Oedipus its land of milk and honey, its good provider. Nor is there a single one of these tactics that does not serve and develop in psychoanalysis, with the latter as the new avatar of the ascetic ideal. Once again, psychoanalysis does not invent Oedipus, it merely provides the latter a last territoriality, the couch, and a last law, the analyst as despot and money collector. But the mother as the simulacrum of territoriality, and the father as the simulacrum of the despotic law, with the slashed, split, castrated ego, are the products of capitalism insofar as it engineers an operation that has no equivalent in the other social formations. Everywhere else the familial position is merely a stimulus to the investment of the social field by desire. The familial images function only by opening onto social images to which they become coupled or which they confront in the course of struggles and compromises, so that what is invested through the breaks and segments of families is the economic, political, and cultural breaks of the field into which they are plunged. Cf. Endembu Schizophrenia. This is the case even in the peripheral zones of capitalism, where the colonizers' efforts at Oedipalizing the indigenous population African Oedipus find themselves contradicted by the breakup of the family along the lines of social exploitation and oppression. But it is at the soft center of capitalism, in the temperate zones of the bourgeoisie, that the colony becomes intimate and private, interior to each person. It is there that the flow of the investment of desire, which travels from the familial stimulus to the social organization, or disorganization, is as it were covered over by a reflux that flattens the social investment onto the familial investment, serving as a pseudo-organizer. The family has become the locus of retention and resonance of all the social determinations. It falls to the reactionary investment of the capitalist field to apply all the social images to the simulacra of the restricted family, with the result that, wherever one turns, one no longer finds anything but father-mother, this Oedipal filth that sticks to our skin. Yes, I desired my mother and wanted to kill my father, a single subject of enunciation Oedipus for all the capitalist statements, and between the two, the leveling cleavage of castration. Marx said that Luther's merit was to have determined the essence of religion, no longer on the side of the object, but as an interior religiosity, that the merit of Adam Smith and Ricardo was to have determined the essence or nature of wealth no longer as an objective nature, but as an abstract and deterritorialized subjective essence, the activity of production in general. But as this determination develops under the condition of capitalism, they objectify the essence all over again, they alienate and reterritorialize it, this time in the form of the private ownership of the means of production. So that capitalism is without doubt the universal of every society, but only insofar as it is capable of carrying to a certain point its own critique, that is, the critique of the processes by which it re-enslaves what within it tends to free itself or to appear freely. 101 The same thing must be said of Freud. His greatness lies in having determined the essence or nature of desire, no longer in relation to objects, aims, or even sources, territories, but as an abstract subjective essence, libido, or sexuality. But he still relates this essence to the family as the last territoriality of private man, whence the position of Oedipus, marginal at first in the three essays, then centering more and more around desire. It is as though Freud were asking to be forgiven his profound discovery of sexuality by saying to us, at least it won't go any further than the family. The dirty little secret, in place of the wide open spaces glimpsed for a moment. The familialist reduction, in place of the drift of desire. In place of the great decoded flows, little streams recoded in mommy's bed. Interiority in place of a new relationship with the outside. Throughout psychoanalysis, the discourse of bad conscience and guilt always rises up and finds its nourishment what is called being cured. On 2 points at least, Freud exonerates the real exterior family of any wrongs, the better to internalize the family and the wrongs in the person of the family's smallest member, the child. The way in which he posits an autonomous repression independent of social repression, the way in which he abandons the theme of the seduction of the child by the adult, in order to substitute the individual fantasy that makes the real parents into so many innocents or even victims. For the family must appear in two forms, one where doubtless it is guilty, but only in the manner in which the child lives it intensely, internally, and where it is confounded with the child's own guilt, the other where it is a tribunal of responsibility, before which one stands as a guilty child, and in relation to which one becomes a responsible adult, Oedipus as sickness and sanity, the family as an alienating factor and as an agent of delienation, if only through the way in which it is reconstituted in the transference. This is what Foucault has shown in his very fine analysis. The familialism inherent in psychoanalysis doesn't so much destroy classical psychiatry as shine forth as the latter's crowning achievement. After the madman of the earth and the madman of the despot comes the madman of the family. What 19th century psychiatry had wanted to organize in the asylum the imperative fiction of the family, reason the father and madness the child or minor, the parents who are ill only from their own childhood, all this finds its fulfillment outside the asylum, in psychoanalysis and in the consulting room of the analyst. Freud is the Luther and the Adam Smith of psychiatry. He mobilizes all the resources of myth, of tragedy, of dreams, in order to re-enslave desire, this time from within, an intimate theater. Yes, Oedipus is nevertheless the universal of desire, the product of universal history, but on one condition, which is not met by Freud, that Oedipus be capable, at least to a certain point, of conducting its autocritique. Universal history is nothing more than a theology if it does not seize control of the conditions of its contingent, singular existence, its irony, and its own critique. And what are these conditions, this point where the autocritique is possible and necessary? To discover beneath the familial reduction the nature of the social investments of the unconscious. To discover beneath the individual fantasy the nature of group fantasies. Or, what amounts to the same thing, to push the simulacrum to the point where it ceases to be the image of an image, so as to discover the abstract figures, the schizo's flows that it harbors and conceals. To substitute, for the private subject of castration, split into a subject of enunciation and a subject of the statement relating only to the two orders of personal images, the collective agents of enunciation that for their part refer to machinic arrangements. To overturn the theater of representation into the order of desiring production, this is the whole task of schizoanalysis. Force de travail. Here we have followed Martin Nicholas's translation of Marx's Grundriss in translating this Marxian term as labor capacity instead of labor power. Translators. Note. Marx, Grundriss, see reference note 63, pages 104 to 108. Maurice Godelier comments, the West's line of development, far from being universal because it will recur everywhere, appears universal because it recurs nowhere else. It is typical therefore because, in its singular progress, it has obtained a universal result. It has furnished a practical base, industrial economy, and a theoretical conception, socialism, that permit it to leave behind, and to cause all other societies to leave behind, the most ancient and the most recent forms of exploitation of man by man. The authentic universality of the West's line of development lies therefore in its singularity, in its difference, not in its resemblance to the other lines of evolution. Godelier see reference note 47, pages 92-96. Paul Perrin et al., Les Blancs Pensent Trop, Paris, Payet, 1963. The pre-object relations with the mothers pass over and are divided into relations of identification with the group of companions of the same age. The conflict with the fathers finds itself neutralized in relations of identification with the group of older brothers. Pages 428 to 36. Similar analysis and results in M.C. and Edmond Ordig's Oedipus Africain, reference note 22, pages 302 to 305. But these authors indulge in a strange gymnastics to maintain the existence of an Oedipal problem or complex, despite all the reasons they advance to the contrary, and although they say this complex is not clinically accessible. Louis Baird, Etnies et Cadets, l'Alliance et fa hiérarchique chez les Badugés, L'Homme, July 1965. B. Luc de Huysque's statement, in Levi-Strauss, Lark, number 26, a kinship system is also and first of all a praxis, p. 11. Leach, Rethinking Anthropology, p. 89. Also the criticism Leach addresses to Levi-Strauss, Levi-Strauss rightly argues that the structural implications of a marriage can only be understood if we think of it as one item in a whole series of transactions between kin groups. So far, so good. But in none of the examples which he provides in his book does he carry this principle far enough. Fundamentally he is not really interested in the nature and significance of the counter-prestations that serve as equivalents for women in the systems he is discussing. We cannot predict from first principles how the different categories of prestation will be evaluated in any particular society. It is very important to distinguish between consumable and non-consumable materials. It is also very important to appreciate that quite intangible elements such as rights and prestige form part of the total inventory of things exchanged. Pages 90, 100. Claude Levi-Strauss, Structural Anthropology, trans. Claire Jacobs and Brooke Grunfest-Scoep, New York, Basic Books, Harper Torch Books, 1963, p. 117, Translator's Note. The French reads, La marque, impossible a méconnaître, de l'événement. The above translation misses the impact of marque and événement event. Adler and Cartry, see reference note 13. Jacques Derrida wrote, in a commentary of Rousseau, before the feast there was no incest because there was no prohibition of incest. After the feast there is no longer any incest because it is prohibited. The feast itself would be the incest itself if any such thing itself could take place, De la Grammatologie, see reference note 53, pages 372 to 77. Robert Jolin, La Paix Blanche, Introduction à Ethnocide, Paris, Editions du Seuil, 1970, p. 309. Jolin analyzes the situation of those Indians whom the Capucines persuaded to abandon the collective house in favor of small personal houses, pages 391 to the power of 100th. In the collective house, the familial apartment and personal intimacy were based on a relationship with the neighbor defined as an ally, so that interfamilial relations were coextensive with the social field. In the new situation, on the contrary, there occurred an excessive ferment of the elements of the couple affecting the couple itself and the children, so that the restrictive family closes into an expressive microcosm where each person reflects his own lineage, while the social and productive destiny, devenir, escapes him more and more. For Oedipus is not only an ideological process, but the result of a destruction of the environment, the habitat, etc. In his study of the Marquesa Islands, Abram Kardiner has convincingly demonstrated the role of a collective or economic alimentary anxiety that, even from the viewpoint of the unconscious, does not allow itself to be reduced to the familial relationship with the mother, the individual and his society, see reference note 28, pages 223 ff. Michel Dufresne, analyzing the concepts of Kardiner, raises these essential questions: is it the family that is primary, while the political, the economic, and the social are merely secondary? Which comes first from the viewpoint of the libido, the familial investment or the social investment? And methodologically, is it necessary to go from the child to the adult, or from the adult to the child? Michel Dufresne, La Personnalité de Base, Paris, Presses Universitaires de France, 1953, pages 287 ff. Paul Perrin et al., Les Blancs Pensent Trop, p. 432. Regarding the coextensivity of marriages with the primitive social field, see Jolin's remarks. La Paix Blanche, p. 256, marriages are not governed by kinship laws, they obey a dynamic that is infinitely more complex, less rigid, whose invention at each moment utilizes a number of coordinates of another order of importance. Marriages are more apt to be a speculation on the future than on the past, and in any case these marriages and their speculation derive from what is complex, not from what is elementary, and never from what is rigidly fixed. The reason for this is not by any means that man knows laws only so that he may violate them. Whence the stupidity of the concept of transgression. Roger Bastide has systematically developed the theory of the two symbolic sectors, in Sociologie et Psychanalyse, Paris, Presses Universitaires de France, 1950. But, starting from a viewpoint that is analogous at first, Leach is led to displace the duality, causing it to pass between the question of meaning and that of use, thereby changing the scope of the problem. See Magical Hair, reference note 24. Pierre Bonaf, Objet Magique, Sorcellerie et Fetishisme, Nouvelle Revue de Psychanalyse, No. 2, 1970. The Kikuya affirm that the nature of the object matters little, the essential thing is that it acts. See also Alfred Adler, L'Ethnologie et les Fetishes. The interest of this issue of the NRP, devoted to objects of fetishism, is that in its pages ethnologists do not place one theory in opposition to another, but reflect on the bearing of psychoanalytic interpretations on their own ethnological practice, and on the social practices they study. In a paper entitled Les Interpretations de Turner, Faculté de Nanterre, Eric Laron was able to make explicit in a profound way the problems of method in this regard, the necessity for performing a series of reversals, for privileging use over exegesis or justification, productivity over expressivity, the actual state of the social field over the cosmological myths, the exact ritual over structural models, the social drama, the political tactic, and strategy over kinship diagrams. Claude Lévi-Strauss, Introduction à l'œuvre de Marcel Mauss, in Marcel Mauss, Sociologie et Anthropologie, Paris, Presses Universitaires de France, pages 38 to 39. and Levi-Strauss, The Elementary Structures of Kinship, p. 181. To explain why the system of generalized exchange has remained subjacent and why the explicit system is formulated in very different terms. To see how, starting from this principle, Levi-Strauss arrives at a conception of the unconscious as an empty form, indifferent to the drives of desire, see Structural Anthropology, p. 203. It is true that Levi-Strauss's mythologic series elaborates a theory of primitive codes, and of codings of flows and of organs, that goes beyond the exchangist conception on all sides. Le Dresserle Home in the French. See Friedrich Nietzsche, Will to Power, Book 4, for his discussion of this notion. Translator's note. Pierre Gordon, L'initiation sexuelle et l'évolution religieuse, Paris, Presses Universitaires de France, 1946, p. 164, The Sacred Personage. Did not live in the little agricultural village, but in the woods, like the hero Enkidu of the Chaldean epic, or on the mountain, in the sacred enclosure. His occupations were those of a herdsman or a hunter, not those of a cultivator. The obligation to resort to him for sacred marriages, the only kind of marriage that enhanced the woman's position, therefore entailed ipso facto an exogamy. Under these conditions only the young women belonging to the same group as the ritual deflowerer could be endogamous. Lyotard re-establishes the overly neglected rights of a theory of pure designation. He shows the irreducible gap between the word and the thing in the relationship of designation that connotes them. By virtue of this gap, it is the thing designated that becomes the sign by revealing an unknown facet as a hidden content. Words are not themselves signs, but they transform into signs the things or bodies they designate. At the same time it is the designating word that becomes visible, independently of any writing reading, by revealing a strange ability to be seen, not read. See Lyotard, Discours, Figure, see reference note 85, pages 41 to 82, words are not things, but as soon as there is a word, the object designated becomes a sign, which means precisely that it conceals a hidden content within its manifest identity, and that it reserves another face for another view focused on it, which perhaps will never be seen but which in return will be viewed in the word itself. Bernard Patrat tries to establish a rapprochement between Nietzsche and Saussure, starting from problems of domination and servitude, Versions du Soleil, Figures et Système de Nietzsche, Paris, Editions du Seuil, 1971, pages 207 ff. He does well to remark that Nietzsche, in contrast to Hegel, causes the master-slave relationship to go by way of language and not by way of labor. But when he proceeds to the comparison with Saussure, he retains language as a system to which the masses are enslaved, and consigns to fiction the Nietzschean idea of a language of masters through which this enslavement is accomplished. See Elizabeth Roudinesco's excellent article on Lacan, where she analyzes the twofold aspect of the analytic signifying chain and the transcendent signifier on which the chain depends. She shows that, in this sense, Lacan's theory should be interpreted less as a linguistic conception of the unconscious than as a critique of linguistics in the name of the unconscious. Elizabeth Roudinesco, L'action d'une métaphore, I. A. Pensée, February 1972. Regarding the transition from a royal system of justice based on magico-religious speech to a city-state system of justice based on a speech as dialogue, and regarding the change in sovereignty that corresponds to this transition, see L. Journet. Droit. Et prédroit en Grèce ancienne, L'année sociologique 1948-49, M'Dichan, Les Maîtres de Vérité dans la Grèce archaïque, Paris, Maspero, 1967, and Michel Foucault, La Volonté de Savoir, see reference note 48. Ressentir, is the past participle of the French verb ressentir, and ressentiment is the noun form. Nietzsche makes use of ressentiment constantly, in his own singular fashion, to describe the phenomenon whereby an active force is deprived of its normal conditions of existence, where it directs itself inward and turns against itself. Pushed back and repressed, incarcerated within and finally able to discharge and vent itself only on itself, is a perfect definition of what is meant for something to be ressenti according to Nietzsche's concept of ressentiment. In his Nietzsche et la philosophie, Paris, Presses Universitaires de France, 1970, Deleuze defines ressentiment as the becoming reactive of force in general, separated from what it is capable of. The active force does not however cease to exist. Turning against itself, it produces suffering. p. 147. Hence, Deleuze concludes, with ressentiment a new meaning and depth is created for suffering, an intimate, internal meaning. Translator's note. Historians of religions and psychoanalysts are very familiar with this problem of the masculinization of the imperial triad, in terms of the father-son relationship that is brought into it. Nietzsche sees in this problem an essential moment in the development of the infinite dead, that stroke of genius on the part of Christianity. God himself sacrifices himself for the guilt of mankind, God himself makes payment to himself, God as the only being who can redeem man from what has become unredeemable for man himself. The creditor sacrifices himself for his debtor, out of love. Can one credit that, out of love for his debtor? On the Genealogy of Morals, 2:21. Regarding whether it is possible to bring Asiatic production into agreement with the 5 stages, and regarding the reasons behind Engels' renunciation of this category in Origins of the Family, and the Russian and Chinese Marxists' resistance to this category, see Godlier, Sur le mode de production asiatique, reference note 47. One may recall the insults addressed to Guattari for having raised this simple question: wasn't the category of the Oriental despotic state challenged for reasons having to do with its special paradigmatic status as a horizon for modern socialist states? Maurice Daub has shown how the development of commerce, of the market, and of money had very diverse effects on feudalism, at times reinforcing serfdom and the whole array of feudal structures. Studies in the Development of Capitalism, reference note 70, pages 33 to 83. François Hincker has elaborated the concept of state feudalism to show how the French absolute monarchy, in particular, maintained the productive forces and commodity production in the framework of a feudalism that did not end until the 18th century. Sur le Feudalisme Paris, Editions Sociales, 1971, pages 61 to 66. In this regard, Jacques Lacarrière has called attention to the figures and the moments of Christian asceticism Egypt, Palestine, and Syria, starting with the 3rd century, Les Hommes Ivoires de Dieu, Grenoble, Artaud, 1961. First come gentle paranoiacs who install themselves close to a village, then withdraw into the desert where they invent astonishing ascetic machines expressing their struggle against the old alliances and filiations. The St. Anthony stage. Next, communities of disciples are formed, monasteries where one of the main activities is to write the life of the founding saint, celibate machines with a military discipline where the monk reconstructs around him, in the form of ascetic and collective constraints, the aggressive universe of the old persecutions, the Saint Pachomius stage, and finally, the return to the city or the village, armed groups of perverts who assign themselves the task of struggling against the dying paganism, the Schnudi stage. More generally, concerning the monastery's relationship with the city, see Lewis Mumford, who talks about an elaboration of a new form of urban structuration in terms of monasteries, the city in history New York, Harcourt, Brace, and World, 1961, pages 246 ff, 258-59. Brunhoff, L'Offre de Monnaie, reference note 73, p. 124, the very notion of a monetary mass can have a meaning only relative to the workings of a system of credit where the different kinds of money combine. Without such a system, one would have only a sum of means of payment that would have no access to the social nature of the genera equivalent and that could serve only in local private circuits. There would be no genera monetary circulation. Only in the centralized system can the different kinds of money become homogeneous and appear as the components of an articulated whole. And with regard to the objective dissimulation in the system, see pages 110, 114. Marx, Capital, see reference note 72, Volume 3, p. 250. Capitalist production seeks continually to overcome these imminent barriers, but overcomes them only by means which again place these barriers in its way and on a more formidable scale. The real barrier of capitalist production is capital itself. Marshall McLuhan, Understanding Media, New York, McGraw-Hill, Signet, 1964, p. 23, The electric light is pure information. It is a medium without a message, as it were, unless it is used to spell out some verbal ad or name. This fact, characteristic of all media, means that the content of any medium is always another medium. The content of writing is speech, just as the written word is the content of print, and print is the content of the telegraph. Nicolas Rouet, for example, takes Gilles left to task for having elaborated a theory whose applications are on the order of Jabberwocky or Finnegan's Wake. Introduction à la grammaire générative, Paris, Plan, 1967, p. 54. Regarding Gilles left's indifference to the order of the elements, cp. 345. André Martinet stresses the loss of the conditions of identity in Gilles left's theory, en sujet de fondements de la théorie linguistique de Louis Gilles Leffe, 2nd ed. Paris, Paulette, 1946. See Marx, Capital, Volume 3, p. 791. Under such conditions the surplus labor for the nominal owner of the land can only be extorted from them by other than economic pressure, whatever the form assumed may be. Nicolas Bourbaki is the pseudonym of a group of French mathematicians who are known for their work in the theory of sets and for their advocacy of an axiomatic method which allows us, when we are concerned with complex mathematical objects, to separate their properties and regroup them around a small number of concepts, that is to say, using a word which will receive a precise definition later, to classify them according to the structures to which they belong. Nicolas Bourbaki, Elements of Mathematics Volume 3, Theory of Sets Reading, Massachusetts, Addison Wesley, 1968, p. 9. In this way they propose to elaborate a language of mathematical formalization capable of integrating the different branches of mathematics. Translator's note. Lay or class, this term shares an affinity with or caste, outcast, and or lawloy, outlaw. Translator's note. Suzanne de Brunhoff, La Monnaie chez Marx, reference note 73, p. 147, that is why in capitalism even credit, formed into a system, brings together composite elements that are both anti-capitalist, money commerce, and post-capitalist, the credit circuit being a higher circulation. Adapted to the needs of capitalism, credit is never really contemporary with capital. The system of financing born of the capitalist mode of production remains a bastard. Erich Fromm, apropos of the analysis of Little Hans in particular, has pointed to the increasingly clear evolution of Freud, who comes to posit the child's guilt and exonerate parental authority. The Crisis of Psychoanalysis, New York, Fawcett, 1970, pages 55 to 59, 90 to 100. Anti-Oedipus. For Introduction to Schizoanalysis. Translated by Robert Hurley and Mark Seam. 1. The social field. Which comes first, the chicken or the egg, but also the father and the mother, or the child? Psychoanalysis acts as if it were the child. The father is sick only from his own childhood, but at the same time is forced to postulate a parental pre-existence. The child is sick only in relation to a father and a mother. This is clearly evident in the primal position of the father of the horde. Oedipus itself would be nothing without the identifications of the parents with the children, and the fact cannot be hidden that everything begins in the mind of the father. Isn't that what you want, to kill me, to sleep with your mother? It is first of all a father's idea, thus Deleuze. It is the father who raises hell, and who brandishes the law. The mother tends to be obliging. We mustn't make this into a scene, it's only a dream, a territoriality. Levi Strauss puts it very well, the initial theme of the key myth is the incest committed by the hero with the mother. Yet the idea that he is guilty seems to exist mainly in the mind of the father, who desires his son's death and schemes to bring it about. In the long run it is the father who appears guilty, through having tried to avenge himself, and it is he who is killed. This curious indifference toward incest appears in other myths. 1 Oedipus is first the idea of an adult paranoiac, before it is the childhood feeling of a neurotic. So it is that psychoanalysis has much difficulty extracting itself from an infinite regression. The father must have been a child, but was able to be a child only in relation to a father, who was himself a child, in relation to another father. How does a delirium begin? Perhaps the cinema is able to capture the movement of madness, precisely because it is not analytical and regressive, but explores a global field of coexistence. Witness a film by Nicholas Ray, supposedly representing the formation of a cortisone delirium, an overworked father, a high school teacher who works overtime for a radio taxi service and is being treated for heart trouble. He begins to rave about the educational system in general, the need to restore a pure race, the salvation of the social and moral order. Then he passes to religion, the timeliness of a return to the Bible, Abraham. But what in fact did Abraham do? Well now, he killed or wanted to kill his son, and perhaps God's only error lies in having stayed his hand. But doesn't this man, the film's protagonist, have a son of his own? What the film shows so well, to the shame of psychiatrists, is that every delirium is first of all the investment of a field that is social, economic, political, cultural, racial, and racist, pedagogical, and religious. The delirious person applies a delirium to his family and his son that overreaches them on all sides. Joseph Goebbels, presenting a case of paranoiac delirium with a strong politico-erotic content replete with suggestions for social reform, believes it possible to say that such a case is rare, and that, moreover, its origins are not reconstructible. 2 Yet it is evident that there is never a delirium that does not possess this characteristic to a high degree, and that is not originally economic, political, and so forth, before being crushed in the psychiatric and psychoanalytic treadmill. Judge Schreiber would not deny this, nor his father, who invented the Pengymnastiken and a general pedagogical system. Everything changes, then. The infinite regression forced us to postulate a primacy of the father, but an always relative and hypothetical primacy that carried us to infinity, barring a shift into the position of an absolutely primary father. But it is clear that the viewpoint of regression is the result of abstraction. When we say the father is first in relation to the child, this proposition, devoid of meaning in itself, concretely means the following: the social investments are first in relation to the familial investments, which result solely from the application or the reduction, rabattement, of the social investments. To say that the father is first in relation to the child really amounts to saying that the investment of desire is in the first instance the investment of a social field into which the father and the child are plunged, simultaneously immersed. Let us again consider the example of the Marxans, as analyzed by Gardiner. He distinguishes between an adult alimentary anxiety linked to an endemic famine, and an infantile alimentary anxiety linked to a deficiency of maternal care. 3 Not only is it impossible to derive the first anxiety from the second, but one cannot even consider, as Gardiner does, that the social investment corresponding to the first anxiety comes after the infantile familial investment of the second. For a determination of the social field is already invested in the second type of anxiety, namely, the rarity of women, that explains how it is that the adults no less than the children are wary of them. In brief, what the child invests through the infantile experience, the mother's breast, and the familial structure is already a state of the breaks and the flows of the social field in its entirety, flows of women and of food, recordings, and distributions. Never is the adult an afterward of the child, but in the family both relate to the determinations of the field in which both the family and they are simultaneously immersed. Hence we are confronted by three unavoidable conclusions. 1. From the point of view of regression, whose meaning is only hypothetical, it is the father who is first in relation to the child. The paranoiac father Oedipalizes the son. Guilt is an idea projected by the father before it is an inner feeling experienced by the son. The first error of psychoanalysis is in acting as if things began with the child. This leads psychoanalysis to develop an absurd theory of fantasy, in terms of which the father, the mother, and their real actions and passions must first be understood as fantasies of the child, the Freudian abandonment of the theme of seduction. 2. If regression taken in an absolute sense reveals itself to be inadequate, it is because this regression encloses us in simple reproduction or generation. Furthermore, taking organic bodies and organized persons as its object, the theory of regression merely attains the object of reproduction. The point of view of the cycle alone is categorical and absolute, because it attains production as the subject of reproduction, which is to say it attains the process of auto-production of the unconscious, a unity of history and of nature, from homo natura to homo historia. It is certainly not sexuality that is in the service of generation, but progressive or regressive generation that is in the service of sexuality as a cyclical movement by which the unconscious, always remaining subject, reproduces itself. There is, then, no longer any call for wondering which is first, the father or the child, because such a question can be raised only within the framework of familialism. The father is first in relation to the child, but only because what is first is the social investment in relation to the familial investment, the investment of the social field in which the father, the child, and the family as a subaggregate are at one and the same time immersed. The primacy of the social field as the terminus of the investment of desire defines the cycle, and the states through which a subject passes. The second error of psychoanalysis, made just as it was completing the separation of sexuality from reproduction, lies in having remained captive to an unrepentant familialism that condemned it to evolve solely within the movement of regression or progression. Even the psychoanalytic conception of repetition remains captive to such a movement. 4. 3. Finally, the point of view of the community, which is disjunctive or takes account of the disjunctions in the cycle. Not only is generation second in relation to the cycle, but transmission is second in relation to an information or a communication. The genetic revolution occurred when it was discovered that, strictly speaking, there is no transmission of flows, but a communication of a code or an axiomatic, of a combinative apparatus, combinatoire, informing the flows. Such is also the case for the social field. Its coding or its axiomatic first determine within it a communication of unconsciouses. This phenomenon of communication, which Freud touched on only marginally in his remarks on occultism, constitutes in fact the norm, and pushes into the background the problems of hereditary transmission that animated the Freud-Jung controversy. It appears that, in the common social field, the first thing that the son represses, or has to repress, or tries to repress, is the unconscious of the father and the mother. The failure of that repression is the basis of neuroses. But this communication of unconsciouses does not by any means take the family as its principle, it takes as its principle the commonality of the social field insofar as it is the object of the investment of desire. In all respects the family is never determining, but is always determined, first as a stimulus of departure, then as an aggregate of destination, and finally as an intermediary or an interception of communication. If the familial investment is only a dependence or an application of the unconscious investments of the social field, and if this is just as true of the child as of the adult, if it is true that the child, through the mommy territoriality and the daddy law, already aims for the schizas and the encoded or axiomated flows of the social field, then we must transport the essential difference to the heart of this domain. Delirium is the general matrix of every unconscious social investment. Every unconscious investment mobilizes a delirious interplay of disinvestments, of counter-investments, of over-investments. But we have seen in this context that there were two major types of social investment, segregative and nomadic, just as there were two poles of delirium. First, a paranoiac fascisizing, fascisans, type or pole that invests the formation of central sovereignty, overinvests it by making it the final eternal cause for all the other social forms of history, counterinvests the enclaves or the periphery, and disinvests every free figure of desire. Yes, I am your kind, and I belong to the superior race and class. And second, a schizorevolutionary type or pole that follows the lines of escape of desire, breaches the wall and causes flows to move, assembles its machines and its groups in fusion in the enclaves or at the periphery, proceeding in an inverse fashion from that of the other pole. I am not your kind, I belong eternally to the inferior race, I am a beast, a black. Good people say that we must not flee, that to escape is not good, that it isn't effective, and that one must work for reforms. But the revolutionary knows that escape is revolutionary withdrawal, freaks provided one sweeps away the social cover on leaving, or causes a piece of the system to get lost in the shuffle. What matters is to break through the wall, even if one has to become black like John Brown. George Jackson. I may take flight, but all the while I am fleeing, I will be looking for a weapon. 5. Doubtless there are astonishing oscillations of the unconscious, from one pole of delirium to the other, the way in which an expected revolutionary force, puissance, breaks free, sometimes even in the midst of the worst archaism, inversely, the way in which everything turns fascist or envelopes itself in fascism, the way in which it falls back into archaism. Or, staying on the level of literary examples, the case of Celine, the great victim of delirium who evolves while communicating more and more with the paranoia of his father. The case of Jack Kerouac, the artist possessing the soberest of means who took revolutionary flight, but who later finds himself immersed in dreams of a great America, and then in search of his Breton ancestors of the superior race. Isn't the destiny of American literature that of crossing limits and frontiers, causing deterritorialized flows of desire to circulate, but also always making these flows transport fascicizing, moralizing, Puritan, and familialist territorialities? These oscillations of the unconscious, these underground passages from one type of libidinal investment to the other, often the coexistence of the two, form one of the major objects of schizoanalysis. The two poles united by are taught in the formula, Heliogabalus the anarchist, the image of all human contradictions, and of the contradiction in principle. But no passage impairs or suppresses the difference in nature between the two, nomadism and segregation. If we are able to define this difference as that which separates paranoia and schizophrenia, it is because on the one hand we have distinguished the schizophrenic process, the breakthrough, from the accidents and relapses that hinder or interrupt it, the breakdown, and because on the other hand we have posited paranoia no less than schizophrenia as independent of all familial pseudo-etiologies, so as to make them bear directly upon the social field, every name in history, and not the name of the father. On the contrary, the nature of the familial investments depends on the breaks and the flows of the social field as they are invested in one type or another, at one pole or the other. And the child does not wait until he is an adult before grasping underneath father-mother the economic, financial, social, and cultural problems that cross through a family, his belonging or his desire to belong to a superior or an inferior race, the reactionary or the revolutionary tenor of a familial group with which he is already preparing his ruptures and his conformities. What a muddle, what an emulsion the family is, agitated by backwashes, pulled in one direction or another, in such a way that the Oedipal bacillus takes or doesn't take, imposes its mold or doesn't succeed in imposing it, pursuing directions of an entirely different nature that traverse the family from the exterior. What we mean is that Oedipus is born of an application or a reduction to personalized images, which presupposes a social investment of a paranoiac type, which explains why Freud first discovers the familial romance and Oedipus while reflecting on paranoia. Oedipus is a dependency of the paranoiac territoriality, whereas the schizophrenic investment commands an entirely different determination, a family gasping for breath and stretched out over the dimensions of a social field that does not reclose or withdraw, a family as matrix for depersonalized partial objects, which plunge again and again into the torrential or depleted flux of a historic cosmos, a historic chaos. The matrical fissure of schizophrenia, as opposed to paranoiac castration, and the line of escape as opposed to the blue line, the blues. Oh mother! Farewell. With a long black shoe. Farewell. With Communist Party and a broken stocking. With your sagging belly. With your fear of Hitler. With your mouth of bad short stories. With your belly of strikes and smokestacks. With your chin of Trotsky and the Spanish War. With your voice singing for the decaying overbroken workers. With your eyes. With your eyes of Russia. With your eyes of no money. With your eyes of starving India. With your eyes of Czechoslovakia attacked by robots. With your eyes being led away by policemen to an ambulance. With your eyes with the pancreas removed. With your eyes of appendix operation. With your eyes of abortion. With your eyes of ovaries removed. With your eyes of shock. With your eyes of lobotomy. With your eyes of divorce. 6. Why these words, paranoia and schizophrenia, which are like talking birds and girls' first names? Why do social investments follow this dividing line that gives them a specifically delirious content, recreating history in delirium? And what is this line? How can we situate schizophrenia and paranoia on either side of it? Our assumption is that everything happens on the body without organs, but this body has, as it were, two faces. Elias Canetti has clearly shown how the paranoiac organizes masses and packs. The paranoiac opposes them to one another, maneuvers them. The paranoiac engineers masses, he is the artist of the large molar aggregates, the statistical formations or gregariousnesses, the phenomena of organized crowds. He invests everything that falls within the province of large numbers. The night of the battle, Colonel Lawrence lines up the young naked corpses on the full body of the desert. Judge Schreiber attaches little men by the thousands to his body. It might be said that, of the two directions in physics, the molar direction that goes toward the large numbers and the mass phenomena, and the molecular direction that on the contrary penetrates into singularities, their interactions and connections at a distance or between different orders, the paranoiac has chosen the first. He practices macrophysics. And it could be said that by contrast the schizo goes in the other direction, that of microphysics, of molecules insofar as they no longer obey the statistical laws, waves and corpuscles, flows and partial objects that are no longer dependent upon the large numbers, infinitesimal lines of escape, instead of the perspectives of the large aggregates. Doubtless it would be a mistake to contrast these two dimensions in terms of the collective and the individual. On the one hand, the micro-unconscious presents no fewer arrangements, connections, and interactions, although these arrangements are of an original type. On the other hand, the form of individualized persons does not belong to it, since it knows only partial objects and flows, but belongs instead to the laws of statistical distribution of the molar unconscious or the macro-unconscious. Freud was Darwinian, neo-Darwinian, when he said that in the unconscious everything was a problem of population. Likewise, in the contemplation of multiplicities he saw a sign of psychosis. It is therefore more a matter of the difference between two kinds of collections or populations, the large aggregates and the micro-multiplicities. In both cases the investment is collective, it is an investment of a collective field. Even a lone particle has an associated wave as a flow that defines the coexisting space of its presences. Every investment is collective. Every fantasy is a group fantasy and in this sense a position of reality. But the two kinds of investments are radically different, according as the one bears upon the molar structures that subordinate the molecules, and the other on the contrary bears upon the molecular multiplicities that subordinate the structured crowd phenomena. One is a subjugated group investment, as much in its sovereign form as in its colonial formations of the gregarious aggregate, which socially and psychically represses the desire of persons. The other, a subject group investment in the transverse multiplicities that convey desire as a molecular phenomenon, that is, as partial objects and flows, as opposed to aggregates and persons. It is true that social investments are made on the socius itself as a full body, and that their respective poles necessarily relate to the character or the map of the socius earth, despot, or capital money. For each social machine the two poles, paranoiac and schizophrenic, are distributed in varying ways. Whereas the paranoiac and the schizophrenic, properly speaking, do not operate on the socius, but on the body without organs in a pure state. It might then be said that the paranoiac, in the clinical sense of the term, makes us spectators to the imaginary birth of the mass phenomenon, and does so at a level that is still microscopic. The body without organs is like the cosmic egg, the giant molecule swarming with worms, bacilli, Lilliputian figures, animal culls, and homunculi, with their organization and their machines, minute strings, ropes, teeth, fingernails, levers and pulleys, catapults, thus intrabor the millions of spermatozoids in the sunbeams, or the souls that lead a brief existence as little men on his body. R. Todd says, this world of microbes, which is nothing more than coagulated nothingness. The two sides of the body without organs are, therefore, the side on which the mass phenomenon and the paranoiac investment corresponding to it are organized on a microscopic scale, and the other side on which, on a submicroscopic scale, the molecular phenomena and their schizophrenic investment are arranged. It is on the body without organs, as a pivot, as a frontier between the molar and the molecular, that the paranoia-schizophrenia division is made. Are we to believe, then, that social investments are secondary projections, as if a large two-headed schizonoac, father of the primitive horde, were at the base of the socius in general? We have seen that this is not at all the case. The socius is not a projection of the body without organs, rather, the body without organs is the limit of the socius, its tangent of deterritorialization, the ultimate residue of a deterritorialized socius. The socius, the earth, the body of the despot, capital money are clothed full bodies, just as the body without organs is a naked full body, but the latter exists at the limit, at the end, not at the origin. And doubtless the body without organs haunts all forms of socius. But in this very sense, if social investments can be said to be paranoiac or schizophrenic, it is to the extent that they have paranoia and schizophrenia as ultimate products under the determinate conditions of capitalism. From the standpoint of a universal clinical theory, paranoia and schizophrenia can be presented as the two extreme oscillations of a pendulum oscillating around the position of a socius as a full body and, at the limit, of a body without organs, one of whose sides is occupied by the molar aggregates, and the other populated by molecular elements. But one can also present this as a single line along which the different forms of socius, their planes, and their large aggregates, are arranged. On each of these planes there is a paranoiac dimension, another that is perverse, a kind of familial position, and a dotted line of escape or schizoid breakthrough. The major line ends at the body without organs, and there it either passes through the wall, opening onto the molecular elements where it becomes in actual fact what it was from the start, the schizophrenic process, the pure schizophrenic process of deterritorialization. Or it strikes the wall, rebounds off it, and falls back into the most miserably arranged territorialities of the modern world as simulacra of the preceding planes, getting caught up in the asylum aggregate of paranoia and schizophrenia as clinical entities, in the artificial aggregates or societies established by perversion, in the familial aggregate of Oedipal neuroses. 2. The molecular unconscious. What is the meaning of this distinction between two regions, one molecular and the other molar, one micropsychic or micrological, the other statistical and gregarious? Is this anything more than a metaphor lending the unconscious a distinction grounded in physics, when we speak of an opposition between intraatomic phenomena and the mass phenomena that operate through statistical accumulation, obeying the laws of aggregates? But in reality the unconscious belongs to the realm of physics. The body without organs and its intensities are not metaphors, but matter itself. Nor is it our intention to revive the question of an individual psychology and a collective psychology, and of the priority of the one or the other. This distinction, as it appears in group psychology and the analysis of the ego, remains completely stymied by Oedipus. In the unconscious there are only populations, groups, and machines. When we posit in one case an involuntariness, un involontaire, of the social and technical machines, in the other case an unconscious of the desiring machines, it is a question of a necessary relationship between inextricably linked forces. Some of these are elementary forces by means of which the unconscious is produced, the others, resultants reacting on the first, statistical aggregates through which the unconscious is represented and already suffers psychic and social repression of its elementary productive forces. But how can we speak of machines in this microphysical or micropsychic region, there where there is desire, that is to say, not only its functioning, but formation and auto-production? A machine works according to the previous intercommunications of its structure and the positioning of its parts, but does not set itself into place any more than it forms or reproduces itself. This is even the point around which the usual polemic between vitalism and mechanism revolves, the machine's ability to account for the workings of the organism, but its fundamental inability to account for its formations. From machines, mechanism abstracts a structural unity in terms of which it explains the functioning of the organism. Vitalism invokes an individual and specific unity of the living, which every machine presupposes insofar as it is subordinate to organic continuance, and insofar as it extends the latter's autonomous formations on the outside. But it should be noted that, in one way or another, the machine and desire thus remain in an extrinsic relationship, either because desire appears as an effect determined by a system of mechanical causes, or because the machine is itself a system of means in terms of the aims of desire. The link between the two remains secondary and indirect, both in the new means appropriated by desire and in the derived desires produced by the machines. A profound text by Samuel Butler, The Book of the Machines, nevertheless allows us to go beyond these points of view. 7. It is true that this text seems at first merely to contrast the two common arguments, the one according to which the organisms are for the moment only more perfect machines, whether those things which we deem most purely spiritual are anything but disturbances of equilibrium in an infinite series of levers, beginning with those levers that are too small for microscopic detection. 8. The other according to which machines are never more than extensions of the organism. The lower animals keep all their limbs at home in their bodies, but many of man's are loose, and lie about detached, now here and now there, in various parts of the world. 9. But there is a Butlerian manner for carrying each of the arguments to an extreme point where it can no longer be opposed to the other, a point of non-difference or dispersion. For one thing, Butler is not content to say that machines extend the organism, but asserts that they are really limbs and organs lying on the body without organs of a society, which men will appropriate according to their power and their wealth, and whose poverty deprives them as if they were mutilated organisms. For another, he is not content to say that organisms are machines, but asserts that they contain such an abundance of parts that they must be compared to very different parts of distinct machines, each relating to the others, engineered in combination with the others. What is essential is this double movement whereby Butler drives both arguments beyond their very limits. He shatters the vitalist argument by calling in question the specific or personal unity of the organism, and the mechanist argument even more decisively, by calling in question the structural unity of the machine. It is said that machines do not reproduce themselves, or that they only reproduce themselves through the intermediary of man, but does anyone say that the red clover has no reproductive system because the bumblebee, and the bumblebee only, must aid and abet it before it can reproduce? No one. The bumblebee is a part of the reproductive system of the clover. Each one of ourselves has sprung from minute animalcules whose entity was entirely distinct from our own. These creatures are part of our reproductive system, then why not we part of that of the machines? We are misled by considering any complicated machine as a single thing. In truth it is a city or a society, each member of which was bred truly after its kind. We see a machine as a whole, we call it by a name and individualize it, we look at our own limbs, and know that the combination forms an individual which springs from a single center of reproductive action. We therefore assume that there can be no reproductive action which does not arise from a single center, but this assumption is unscientific, and the bare fact that no vapor engine was ever made entirely by another, or two others, of its own kind, is not sufficient to warrant us in saying that vapor engines have no reproductive system. The truth is that each part of every vapor engine is bred by its own special breeders, whose function is to breed that part, and that only, while the combination of the parts into a whole forms another department of the mechanical reproductive system. 10. In passing, Butler encounters the phenomenon of surplus value of code, when a part of a machine captures within its own code a code fragment of another machine, and thus owes its reproduction to a part of another machine, the red clover and the bumblebee, or the orchid and the male wasp that it attracts and intercepts by carrying on its flower the image and the odor of the female wasp. At this point of dispersion of the two arguments, it becomes immaterial whether one says that machines are organs, or organs, machines. The two definitions are exact equivalents, man as a vertebro-machinate mammal, or as an aphidian parasite of machines. What is essential is not in the passage to infinity itself, the infinity composed of machine parts, or the temporal infinity of the animalcules, but rather in what this passage blossoms into. Once the structural unity of the machine has been undone, once the personal and specific unity of the living has been laid to rest, a direct link is perceived between the machine and desire. The machine passes to the heart of desire, the machine is desiring and desire, machined. Desire is not in the subject, but the machine in desire, with the residual subject off to the side, alongside the machine, around the entire periphery, a parasite of machines, an accessory of vertebro-machinate desire. In a word, the real difference is not between the living and the machine, vitalism and mechanism, but between two states of the machine that are two states of the living as well. The machine taken in its structural unity, the living taken in its specific and even personal unity, are mass phenomena or molar aggregates. For this reason each points to the extrinsic existence of the other. And even if they are differentiated and mutually opposed, it is merely as two paths in the same statistical direction. But in the other more profound or intrinsic direction of multiplicities there is interpenetration, direct communication between the molecular phenomena and the singularities of the living, that is to say, between the small machines scattered in every machine, and the small formations dispersed in every organism, a domain of non-difference between the microphysicae and the biological, there being as many living beings in the machine as there are machines in the living. Why speak of machines in this domain, when there would seem to be none, strictly speaking no structural unity nor any preformed mechanical interconnections? But there is the possibility of formation of such machines in indefinitely superimposed relays, in working cycles that mesh with each other, which, once assembled, will obey the laws of thermodynamics, but which in the process of assembly do not depend on these laws, since the chain of assembly begins in a domain where by definition there are as yet no statistical laws. At this level, functioning and formation are still confounded as in the molecule, and, starting from this level, two diverging paths open up, of which one will lead to the more or less regular accumulations of individuals, the other to the perfectings of the individual organization whose simplest schema is the formation of a pipe. The real difference is therefore between on the one hand the molar machines, whether social, technical, or organic, and on the other the desiring machines, which are of a molecular order. Desiring machines are the following: formative machines, whose very misfirings are functional, and whose functioning is indiscernible from their formation; chronogenous machines engaged in their own assembly, montage, operating by non-localizable intercommunications and dispersed localizations, bringing into play processes of temporalization, fragmented formations and detached parts, with a surplus value of code, and where the whole is itself produced alongside the parts, as a part apart, or, as Butler would say, in another department that fits the whole over the other parts, machines in the strict sense, because they proceed by breaks and flows, associated waves and particles, associative flows and partial objects, inducing always at a distance transverse connections, inclusive disjunctions, and polyvoca conjunctions, thereby producing selections, detachments, and remainders, with a transference of individuality, in a generalized schizogenesis whose elements are the schizas flows. Subsequently, rather, we should say on the other hand, when the machines become unified at the structural level of techniques and institutions that give them an existence as visible as a plate of steel, when the living, too, become structured by the statistical unities of their persons and their species, varieties, and locales, when a machine appears as a single object, and a living organism appears as a single subject, when the connections become global and specific, the disjunctions exclusive. and the conjunctions biunivocal, then desire does not need to project itself into these forms that have become opaque. These forms are immediately molar manifestations, statistical determinations of desire and of its own machines. They are the same machines, there is no difference in nature here, as organic, technical, or social machines apprehended in their mass phenomenon, to which they become subordinated, there, as desiring machines apprehended in their submicroscopic singularities that subordinate the mass phenomena. That is why from the start we have rejected the idea that desiring machines belong to the domain of dreams or the imaginary, and that they stand in for the other machines. There is only desire and environments, fields, forms of herd instinct. Stated differently, the molecular desiring machines are in themselves the investment of the large molar machines or of the configurations that the desiring machines form according to the laws of large numbers in either or both senses of subordination, in one sense and the other of subordination. Desiring machines in one sense, but organic, technical, or social machines in the other, these are the same machines under determinate conditions. By determinate conditions we mean those statistical forms into which the machines enter as so many stable forms, unifying, structuring, and proceeding by means of large heavy aggregates. The selective pressures that group the parts retain some of them and exclude others, organizing the crowds. These are therefore the same machines, but not at all the same regime, the same relationships of magnitude, or the same uses of syntheses. It is only at the submicroscopic level of desiring machines that there exists a functionalism, machinic arrangements, an engineering of desire, for it is only there that functioning and formation, use and assembly, product and production merge. Amolar functionalism is false, since the organic or social machines are not formed in the same way they function, and the technical machines are not assembled in the same way they are used, but imply precisely the specific conditions that separate their own production from their distinct product. Only what is not produced in the same way it functions has a meaning, and also a purpose, an intention. The desiring machines on the contrary represent nothing, signify nothing, mean nothing, and are exactly what one makes of them, what is made with them, what they make in themselves. Desiring machines work according to regimes of syntheses that have no equivalent in the large aggregates. Jacques Monod has defined the originality of these syntheses, from the standpoint of a molecular biology or of a microscopic cybernetics without regard to the traditional opposition between mechanism and vitalism. Here the fundamental traits of synthesis are the indifferent nature of the chemical signals, the indifference to the substrate, and the indirect character of the interactions. Such formulas as these are negative only in appearance, and in relation to the laws of aggregates, but must be understood positively in terms of force, puissance. Between the substrate of an allosteric enzyme and the ligands prompting or inhibiting its activity there exists no chemically necessary relationship of structure or of reactivity. An allosteric protein should be seen as a specialized product of molecular engineering, enabling an interaction, positive or negative, to come about between compounds without chemical affinity, and thereby eventually subordinating any reaction to the intervention of compounds that are chemically foreign and indifferent to this reaction. The way in which allosteric interactions work hence permits a complete freedom in the choice of controls. And these controls, having no chemical requirements to answer to, will be the more responsive to physiological requirements, and will accordingly be selected for the extent to which they confer heightened coherence and efficiency upon the cell or organism. In a word, the very gratuitousness of these systems, giving molecular evolution a practically limitless field for exploration and experiment, enabled it to elaborate the huge network of cybernetic interconnections. How, starting from this domain of chance or of real inorganization, large configurations are organized that necessarily reproduce a structure under the action of DNA and its segments, the genes, performing veritable lottery drawings, creating switching points as lines of selection or evolution. This, indeed, is what all the stages of the passage from the molecular to the molar demonstrate, such as this passage appears in the organic machines, but no less so in the social machines with other laws and other figures. In this sense it was possible to insist on a common characteristic of human cultures and of living species, as Markov chains, aleatory phenomena that are partially dependent. In the genetic code as in the social codes, what is termed a signifying chain is more a jargon than a language, composed of non-signifying elements that have a meaning or an effect of signification only in the large aggregates that they constitute through a link drawing of elements, a partial dependence, and a superposition of relays. Plus, it is not a matter of biologizing human history, nor of anthropologizing natural history. It is a matter of showing the common participation of the social machines and the organic machines in the desiring machines. At man's most basic stratum, the ID, the schizophrenic cell, the schizo-molecules, their chains, and their jargons. There is a whole biology of schizophrenia. Molecular biology is itself schizophrenic, as is microphysics. But inversely, schizophrenia, the theory of schizophrenia, is biological, biocultural, inasmuch as it examines the machinic connections of a molecular order, their distribution into maps of intensity on the giant molecule of the body without organs, and the statistical accumulations that form and select the large aggregates. Zondi set out on this molecular path, discovering a genie unconscious that he contrasted with the Freudian individual unconscious as well as with Jung's collective unconscious. He often calls this genie or genealogical unconscious familial, and Zondi himself went on to study schizophrenia using familial aggregates as his units of measure. But the genie unconscious is familial only to a very small degree, much less so than Freud's unconscious, since the diagnosis is carried out by comparing desire to the photographs of hermaphrodites, assassins, etc., instead of reducing it as usual to the images of daddy-mommy. Finally, some relation to the outside. A whole alphabet, an entire axiomatic done with photos of mad people, this has to be tried, testing the need for paternal feeling against a series of portraits of assassins. It is no use saying this remains within the bounds of Oedipus, the truth is that it throws them open in a remarkable way. The hereditary genes of drives therefore play the role of simple stimuli that enter into variable combinations following vectors that survey an entire social historical field in analysis of destiny. In point of fact, the truly molecular unconscious cannot confine itself to genes as its units of reproduction. These units are still expressive, and lead to molar formations. Molecular biology teaches us that it is only the DNA that is reproduced, and not the proteins. Proteins are both products and units of production. They are what constitutes the unconscious as a cycle or as the auto-production of the unconscious, the ultimate molecular elements in the arrangement of the desiring machines and the syntheses of desire. We have seen that, through reproduction and its objects, defined familially or genetically, it is always the unconscious that produces itself in a cyclical orphan movement, a cycle of destiny where it always remains a subject. It is precisely on this point that the statutory independence of sexuality with regard to generation rests. Zondi senses this direction according to which one must go beyond the molar to the molecular so acutely that he takes exception to all statistical interpretations of what is wrongly called his test. What is more, he calls for going beyond contents toward the realm of functions. But he makes this advance, follows this direction, only by going from aggregates or classes toward categories, of which he establishes a systematically closed list, categories that are still only expressive forms of existence that a subject is meant to choose and combine freely. For this reason Zondi misses the internal or molecular elements of desire, the nature of their machinic choices, arrangements, and combinations. He also misses the real question of schizoanalysis: what drives your own desiring machines? What is their functioning? What are the syntheses into which they enter and operate? What use do you make of them, in all the transitions that extend from the molecular to the molar and inversely, and that constitute the cycle whereby the unconscious, remaining a subject, produces and reproduces itself? We use the term libido to designate the specific energy of desiring machines, and the transformations of this energy numen and voluptas are never desexualizations or sublimations. This terminology indeed seems extremely arbitrary. Considering the two ways in which the desiring machines must be viewed, what they have to do with a properly sexual energy is not immediately clear. Either they are assigned to the molecular order that is their own, or they are assigned to the molar order where they form the organic or social machines, and invest organic or social surroundings. It is in fact difficult to present sexual energy as directly cosmic and intra-atomic, and at the same time as directly socio-historical. It would be futile to say that love has to do with proteins and society. This would amount to reviving yet once more the old attempts at liquidating Freudianism, by substituting for the libido a vague cosmic energy capable of all of the metamorphoses, or a kind of socialized energy capable of all the investments. Or would we do better to review Reich's final attempt, involving a biogenesis that not without justification is qualified as a schizoparanoiac mode of reasoning? It will be remembered that Reich concluded in favor of an intra-atomic cosmic energy, the argon generative of an electrical flux and carrying submicroscopic particles, the bions. This energy produced differences in potential or intensities distributed on the body considered from a molecular viewpoint, and was associated with the mechanics of fluids in this same body considered from a molar viewpoint. What defined the libido as sexuality was therefore the association of the two modes of operation, mechanical and electrical, in a sequence with two poles, molar and molecular, mechanical tension, electrical charge, electrical discharge, mechanical relaxation. Reich thought he had thus overcome the alternative between mechanism and vitalism, since these functions, mechanical and electrical, existed in matter in general, but were combined in a particular sequence within the living. And above all he upheld the basic psychoanalytic truth, the supreme disavowal of which he was able to denounce in Freud, the independence of sexuality with regard to reproduction, the subordination of progressive or regressive reproduction to sexuality as a cycle. If the details of Reich's final theory are taken into consideration, we admit that its simultaneously schizophrenic and paranoiac nature is no obstacle where we are concerned. On the contrary, we admit that any comparison of sexuality with cosmic phenomena such as electrical storms, the blue color of the sky and the blue-gray of atmospheric haze, the blue of the argon, St. Elmo's fire, and the bluish formations of sunspot activity, fluids and flows, matter and particles, in the end appear to us more adequate than the reduction of sexuality to the pitiful little familialist secret. We think that Lawrence and Miller have a more accurate evaluation of sexuality than Freud, even from the viewpoint of the famous scientificity. It is not the neurotic stretched out on the couch who speaks to us of love, of its force and its despair, but the mute stroll of the schizo, lens outing in the mountains and under the stars, the immobile voyage in intensities on the body without organs. As to the whole of Reichian theory, it possesses the incomparable advantage of showing the double pole of the libido, as a molecular formation on the submicroscopic scale, and as an investment of the molar formations on the scale of social and organic aggregates. All that is missing is the confirmations of common sense. Why, in what sense is this sexuality? Cynicism has said, or claimed to have said, everything there is to say about love, that it is a matter of a copulation of social and organic machines on a large scale. At bottom, love is in the organs. At bottom, love is a matter of economic determinations, money. But what is properly cynical is to claim a scandal where there is none to be found, and to pass for bold while lacking boldness. Better the delirium of common sense than its platitude. For the prime evidence points to the fact that desire does not take as its object persons or things, but the entire surroundings that it traverses, the vibrations and flows of every sort to which it is joined, introducing therein breaks and captures an always nomadic and migrant desire, characterized first of all by its gigantism. No one has shown this more clearly than Charles Fourier. In a word, the social as well as biological surroundings are the object of unconscious investments that are necessarily desiring or libidinal, in contrast with the preconscious investments of need or of interest. The libido as sexual energy is the direct investment of masses, of large aggregates, and of social and organic fields. We have difficulty understanding what principles psychoanalysis uses to support its conception of desire, when it maintains that the libido must be desexualized or even sublimated in order to proceed to the social investments, and inversely that the libido only resexualizes these investments during the course of pathological regression. Unless the assumption of such a conception is still familialism, that is, an assumption holding that sexuality operates only in the family, and must be transformed in order to invest larger aggregates. The truth is that sexuality is everywhere, the way a bureaucrat fondles his records, a judge administers justice, a businessman causes money to circulate, the way the bourgeoisie fucks the proletariat, and so on. And there is no need to resort to metaphors, any more than for the libido to go by way of metamorphoses. Hitler got the fascists sexually aroused. Flags, nations, armies, banks get a lot of people aroused. A revolutionary machine is nothing if it does not acquire at least as much force as these coercive machines have for producing breaks and mobilizing flows. It is not through a desexualizing extension that the libido invests the large aggregates. On the contrary, it is through a restriction, a blockage, and a reduction that the libido is made to repress its flows in order to contain them in the narrow cells of the type couple, family, person, objects. And doubtless such a blockage is necessarily justified. The libido does not come to consciousness except in relation to a given body, a given person that it takes as object. But our object choice itself refers to a conjunction of flows of life and of society that this body and this person intercept, receive, and transmit, always within a biological, social, and historical field where we are equally immersed or with which we communicate. The persons to whom our loves are dedicated, including the parental persons, intervene only as points of connection, of disjunction, of conjunction of flows whose libidinal tenor of a properly unconscious investment they translate. Thus, no matter how well grounded the love blockage is, it curiously changes its function, depending on whether it engages desire in the Oedipal impasses of the couple and the family in the service of the repressive machines, or whether on the contrary it condenses a free energy capable of fueling a revolutionary machine. Here again, everything has already been said by Fourier, when he shows the two contrary directions of the captivation or the mechanization of the passions. But we always make love with worlds. And our love addresses itself to this libidinal property of our lover, to either close himself off or open up to more spacious worlds, to masses and large aggregates. There is always something statistical in our loves, and something belonging to the laws of large numbers. And isn't it in this way that we must understand the famous formula of Marx: the relationship between man and woman is the direct, natural, and necessary relation of person to person. That is, the relationship between the two sexes, man and woman, is only the measure of the relationship of sexuality in general, insofar as it invests large aggregates, man and man? Whence what came to be called the species determination of the sexuality of the two sexes. And must it not also be said that the phallus is not one sex, but sexuality in its entirety, which is to say the sign of the large aggregate invested by the libido, whence the two sexes necessarily derive, both in their separation, the two homosexual series of man and man, woman and woman, and in their statistical relations within this aggregate? But Marx says something even more mysterious, that the true difference is not the difference between the two sexes, but the difference between the human sex and the non-human sex. 11 It is clearly not a question of animals, nor of animal sexuality. Something quite different is involved. If sexuality is the unconscious investment of the large molar aggregates, it is because on its other side sexuality is identical with the interplay of the molecular elements that constitute these aggregates under determinate conditions. The dwarfism of desire as a correlate to its gigantism. Sexuality and the desiring machines are one and the same inasmuch as these machines are present and operating in the social machines, in their field, their formation, their functioning. Desiring machines are the non-human sex, the molecular machinic elements, their arrangements, and their syntheses, without which there would be neither a human sex specifically determined in the large aggregates, nor a human sexuality capable of investing these aggregates. In a few sentences Marx, who is nonetheless so miserly and reticent where sexuality is concerned, exploded something that will hold Freud and all of psychoanalysis forever captive: the anthropomorphic representation of sex. What we call anthropomorphic representation is just as much the idea that there are two sexes as the idea that there is only one. We know how Freudianism is permeated by this bizarre notion that there is finally only one sex, the masculine, in relation to which the woman, the feminine, is denned as a lack, an absence. It could be thought at first that such a hypothesis founds the omnipotence of a male homosexuality. Yet this is not at all the case. What is founded here is rather the statistical aggregate of intersexual loves. For if the woman is defined as a lack in relation to the man in his turn lacks what is lacking in the woman. Simply in another fashion, the idea of a single sex necessarily leads to the erection of a phallus as an object on high, which distributes lack as two non-superimposable sides and makes the two sexes communicate in a common absence castration. Women, as psychoanalysts, or psychoanalyzed, can then rejoice in showing man the way, and in recuperating equality in difference. Whence the irresistibly comical nature of the formulas according to which one gains access to desire through castration. But the idea that there are two sexes, after all, is no better. This time, like Melanie Klein, one attempts to define the female sex by means of positive characteristics, even if they be terrifying. At least in this way one avoids phallocentrism, if not anthropomorphism. But this time, far from founding the communication between the two sexes, one founds instead their separation into two homosexual series that remain statistical. And one does not by any means escape castration. It is simply that castration, instead of being the principle of sex conceived as the masculine sex, the great castrated soaring phallus, becomes the result of sex conceived as the feminine sex, the little hidden absorbed penis. We maintain therefore that castration is the basis for the anthropomorphic and molar representation of sexuality. Castration is the universal belief that brings together and disperses both men and women under the yoke of one and the same illusion of consciousness, and makes them adore this yoke. Every attempt to determine the non-human nature of sex, for example, the great other in Lacan while conserving myth and castration, is defeated from the start. And what does Jean-François Lyotard mean, in his commentary so profound, nevertheless on Marx's text, when he sees the opening of the non-human as having to be the entry of the subject into desire through castration, 12 long live castration, so that desire may be strong? Only fantasies are truly desired? What a perverse, human, all too human idea. An idea originating in bad conscience, and not in the unconscious. Anthropomorphic molar representation culminates in the very thing that founds it, the ideology of lack. The molecular unconscious, on the contrary, knows nothing of castration, because partial objects lack nothing and form free multiplicities as such, because the multiple breaks never cease producing flows, instead of repressing them, cutting them at a single stroke, the only break capable of exhausting them, because the syntheses constitute local and non-specific connections, inclusive disjunctions, nomadic conjunctions, everywhere a microscopic transsexuality, resulting in the woman containing as many men as the man, and the man as many women, all capable of entering men with women, women with men into relations of production of desire that overturn the statistical order of the sexes. Making love is not just becoming as one, or even two, but becoming as 100,000. Desiring machines or the non-Hunian sex, not one or even two sexes, but n sexes. Schizoanalysis is the variable analysis of the n sexes in a subject, beyond the anthropomorphic representation that society imposes on this subject, and with which it represents its own sexuality. The schizoanalytic slogan of the desiring revolution will be first of all, to each its own sexes. 3. Psychoanalysis and capitalism. The schizoanalytic argument is simple: desire is a machine, a synthesis of machines, a machinic arrangement desiring machines. The order of desire is the order of production, all production is at once desiring production and social production. We therefore reproach psychoanalysis for having stifled this order of production, for having shunted it into representation. Far from showing the boldness of psychoanalysis, this idea of unconscious representation marks from the outset its bankruptcy or its abnegation, an unconscious that no longer produces, but is content to believe. The unconscious believes in Oedipus, it believes in castration, in the law. It is doubtless true that the psychoanalyst would be the first to say that, everything considered, belief is not an act of the unconscious, it is always the preconscious that believes. Shouldn't it even be said that it is the psychoanalyst who believes the psychoanalyst in each of us? Would belief then be an effect on the conscious material that the unconscious representation exerts from a distance? But inversely, who or what reduced the unconscious to the state of representation, if not first of all a system of beliefs put in the place of productions? In reality, social production becomes alienated in allegedly autonomous beliefs at the same time that desiring production becomes enticed into allegedly unconscious representations. And as we have seen, it is the same agency, the family, that performs this double operation, distorting and disfiguring social desiring production, leading it into an impasse. Thus the link between representation belief and the family is not accidental, it is of the essence of representation to be a familial representation. But production is not thereby suppressed, it continues to rumble, to throb beneath the representative agency, instance representative, that suffocates it, and that it in return can make resonate to the breaking point. Thus, in order to keep an effective grip on the zones of production, representation must inflate itself with all the power of myth and tragedy, it must give a mythic and tragic presentation of the family and a familial presentation of myth and tragedy. Yet aren't myth and tragedy, too, productions, forms of production? Certainly not, they are production only when brought into connection with real social production, real desiring production. Otherwise they are ideological forms, which have taken the place of the units of production. Who believes in all this? Oedipus, castration, etc. The Greeks? Then the Greeks did not produce in the same way they believed. The Hellenists? Do the Hellenists believe that the Greeks produced according to their beliefs? This is true at least of the 19th century Hellenists, about whom Engels said, "You'd think they really believed in all that in myth, in tragedy." Is it the unconscious that represents itself through Oedipus and castration? Or is it the psychoanalyst in us all, who represents the unconscious in this way? For never has Engels's remark regained so much meaning, "You'd think the psychoanalysts really believed in all this in myth, in tragedy." They go on believing, whereas the Hellenists have long since stopped. The Schreber case again applies. Schreber's father invented and fabricated astonishing little machines, sadistico-paranoiac machines, for example head straps with a metallic shank and leather bands, for restrictive use on children, for making them straighten up and behave. These machines play no role whatever in the Freudian analysis. Perhaps it would have been more difficult to crush the entire socio-political content of Schreber's delirium if these desiring machines of the father had been taken into account, as well as their obvious participation in a pedagogical social machine in general. For the real question is this: of course the father acts on the child's unconscious, but does he act as a head of a family in an expressive familial transmission, or rather as the agent of a machine, in a machinic information or communication? Schreber's desiring machines communicate with those of his father, but it is in this very way that they are from early childhood the libidinal investment of a social field. In this field the father has a role only as an agent of production and anti-production. Freud, on the contrary, chooses the first path. It is not the father who indicates the action of machines, but just the opposite. Thereafter there is no longer even any reason for considering machines, whether as desiring machines or as social machines. In return, the father will be inflated with all the forces of myth and religion and with phylogenesis, so as to ensure that the little familial representation has the appearance of being coextensive with the field of delirium. The production couple, the desiring machines, and the social field gives way to a representative couple of an entirely different nature, family myth. Once again, have you ever seen a child at play, how he already populates the technical social machines with his own desiring machines, sexuality, while the father or mother remains in the background, from whom the child borrows parts and gears according to his need, and who are there as agents of transmission, reception, and interception, kindly agents of production or suspicious agents of anti-production. Why was mythic and tragic representation accorded such a senseless privilege? Why were expressive forms and a whole theater installed there where there were fields, workshops, factories, units of production? The psychoanalyst parks his circus in the dumbfounded unconscious, a real P.T. Barnum in the fields and in the factory. That is what Miller, and already Lawrence, have to say against psychoanalysis. The living are not believers, the seers do not believe in myth and tragedy by retracing the paths to the earlier heroic life. You defeat the very element and quality of the heroic, for the hero never looks backward, nor does he ever doubt his powers. Hamlet was undoubtedly a hero to himself, and for every Hamlet born the only true course to pursue is the very course which Shakespeare describes. But the question, it seems to me, is this: are we born Hamlets? Were you born Hamlet? Or did you not rather create the type in yourself? Whether this be so or not, what seems infinitely more important is why revert to myth. This ideational rubbish out of which our world has erected its cultural edifice is now, by a critical irony, being given its poetic immolation, its mythos, through a kind of writing which, because it is of the disease and therefore beyond, clears the ground for fresh superstructures. In my own mind the thought of fresh superstructures is abhorrent, but this is merely the awareness of a process and not the process itself. Actually, in process, I believe with each line I write that I am scouring the womb, giving it the curette, as it were. Behind this process lies the idea not of edifice and superstructure, which is culture and hence false, but of continuous birth, renewal, life. In the myth there is no life for us. Only the myth lives in the myth. This ability to produce the myth is born out of awareness, out of ever-increasing consciousness. That is why, speaking of the schizophrenic nature of our age, I said until the process is completed the belly of the world shall be the third eye. Now, Brother Ambrose, just what did I mean by that? What could I mean except that from this intellectual world in which we are swimming there must body forth a new world, but this new world can only be bodied forth in so far as it is conceived. And to conceive there must first be desire. Desire is instinctual and holy, it is only through desire that we bring about the Immaculate Conception. 13. Everything is said in these pages from Miller, Oedipus, or Hamlet, led to the point of autocritique, the expressive forms myth and tragedy denounced as conscious beliefs or illusions, nothing more than ideas, the necessity of a scouring of the unconscious, schizoanalysis as a curettage of the unconscious, the matrical fissure in opposition to the line of castration, the splendid affirmation of the orphan and producer unconscious, the exaltation of the process as a schizophrenic process of deterritorialization that must produce a new earth, and even the functioning of the desiring machines against tragedy, against the fatal drama of the personality, against the inevitable confusion between mask and actor. It is obvious that Miller's correspondent, Michael Frankl, does not understand. He talks like a psychoanalyst, or like a 19th-century Hellenist. Yes, myth, tragedy, Oedipus, and Hamlet are good expressions, pregnant forms, they express the true permanent drama of desire and knowledge. Frankl calls to his aid all the commonplaces, Schopenhauer, and the Nietzsche of the birth of tragedy. He thinks Miller is unaware of these things, and never wonders for a second why Nietzsche himself broke with the birth of tragedy, why he stopped believing in tragic representation. Michel Foucault has convincingly shown what break, coupure, introduced the eruption of production into the world of representation. Production can be that of labor or that of desire, it can be social or desiring, it calls forth forces that no longer permit themselves to be contained in representation, and it calls forth flows and breaks that break through representation, traversing it through and through, an immense expanse of shade extended beneath the level of representation. 14 And this collapse or sinking of the classical world of representation is assigned a date by Foucault, the end of the 18th and the beginning of the 19th century. So it seems that the situation is far more complex than we made it out to be, since psychoanalysis participates to the highest degree in this discovery of the units of production, which subjugate all possible representations rather than being subordinated to them. Just as Ricardo founds political or social economy by discovering quantitative labor as the principle of every representable value, Freud founds desiring economy by discovering the quantitative libido as the principle of every representation of the objects and aims of desire. Freud discovers the subjective nature or abstract essence of desire, just as Ricardo discovers the subjective nature or abstract essence of labor, beyond all representations that would bind it to objects, to aims, or even to particular sources. Freud is thus the first to disengage desire itself, le désir tout court, as Ricardo disengages labor itself, le travail tout court, and thereby the sphere of production that effectively eclipses representation. And subjective abstract desire, like subjective abstract labor, is inseparable from a movement of deterritorialization that discovers the interplay of machines and their agents underneath all the specific determinations that still link desire or labor to a given person, to a given object in the framework of representation. Desiring production and machines, psychic apparatuses and machines of desire, desiring machines and the assembling of an analytic machine suited to decode them, the domain of free syntheses where everything is possible, partial connections, included disjunctions, nomadic conjunctions, polyvocal flows and chains, transductive breaks, the relation of desiring machines as formations of the unconscious with the molar formations that they constitute statistically in organized crowds, and the apparatus of social and psychic repression resulting from these formations, such as the composition of the analytic field. And this subrepresentative field will continue to survive and work, even through Oedipus, even through myth and tragedy, which nevertheless mark the reconciliation of psychoanalysis with representation. The fact remains that a conflict cuts across the whole of psychoanalysis, the conflict between mythic and tragic familial representation and social and desiring production. For myth and tragedy are systems of symbolic representations that still refer desire to determinate exterior conditions as well as to particular objective codes, the body of the earth, the despotic body, and that in this way confound the discovery of the abstract or subjective essence. It has been remarked in this context that each time Freud brings to the fore the study of the psychic apparatuses, the social and desiring machines, the mechanisms of the drives, and the institutional mechanisms, his interest in myth and tragedy tends to diminish, while at the same time he denounces in Jung, then in Rank, the re-establishment of an exterior representation of the essence of desire as an objective desire, alienated in myth or tragedy plus. How can this very complex ambivalence of psychoanalysis be explained? Several different things must be distinguished. In the first place, symbolic representation indeed grasps the essence of desire, but by referring it to large objectifies, objectites, as to the specific elements that determine its objects, aims, and sources. It is in this way that myth ascribes desire to the element of the earth as a full body, and to the territorial code that distributes prescriptions and prohibitions. Likewise, tragedy ascribes desire to the full body of the despot and to the corresponding imperial code. Consequently, the understanding of symbolic representations may consist in a systematic phenomenology of these elements and objectities, as in the old Hellenists or even Jung, or else these representations may be understood by historical study that assigns them to their real and objective social conditions, as with recent Hellenists. Viewed in the latter fashion, representation implies a certain lag, and expresses less a stable element than the conditioned passage from one element to another. Mythic representation does not express the element of the earth, but rather the conditions under which this element fades before the despotic element, and tragic representation does not express the despotic element properly speaking, but the conditions under which in 5th century Greece, for example, this element diminishes in favor of the new order of the city-state. 15. It is obvious that neither one of these ways of treating myth or tragedy is suited to the psychoanalytic approach. The psychoanalytic method is quite different. Rather than referring symbolic representation to determinate objectities and to objective social conditions, psychoanalysis refers them to the subjective and universal essence of desire as libido. Thus the operation of decoding in psychoanalysis can no longer signify what it signifies in the sciences of man, the discovery of the secret of such and such a code. Psychoanalysis must undo the codes so as to attain the quantitative and qualitative flows of libido that traverse dreams, fantasies, and pathological formations as well as myth, tragedy, and the social formations. Psychoanalytic interpretation does not consist in competing with codes, adding a code to the codes already recognized, but in decoding in an absolute way, in eliciting something that is uncodable by virtue of its polymorphism and its polyvocity. Plus it appears then that the interest psychoanalysis has in myth, or in tragedy, is an essentially critical interest, since the specificity of myth, understood objectively, must melt under the rays of the subjective libido. It is indeed the world of representation that crumbles, or tends to crumble. It follows that, in the second place, the link between psychoanalysis and capitalism is no less profound than that between political economy and capitalism. This discovery of the decoded and deterritorialized flows is the same as that which takes place for political economy and in social production, in the form of subjective abstract labor, and for psychoanalysis and in desiring production, in the form of subjective abstract libido. As Marx says, in capitalism the essence becomes subjective, the activity of production in general, and abstract labor becomes something real from which all the preceding social formations can be reinterpreted from the point of view of a generalized decoding or a generalized process of deterritorialization, the simplest abstraction, then, which modern economics places at the head of its discussions, and which expresses an immeasurably ancient relation valid in all forms of society, nevertheless achieves practical truth as an abstraction only as a category of the most modern society. This is also the case for desire as abstract libido and as subjective essence. Not that a simple parallelism should be drawn between capitalist social production and desiring production, or between the flows of money capital and the shit flows of desire. The relationship is much closer. Desiring machines are in social machines and nowhere else, so that the conjunction of the decoded flows in the capitalist machine tends to liberate the free figures of a universal subjective libido. In short, the discovery of an activity of production in general and without distinction, as it appears in capitalism, is the identical discovery of both political economy and psychoanalysis, beyond the determinate systems of representation. Obviously this does not mean that the capitalist being, or the being in capitalism, desires to work or that he works according to his desire. But the identity of desire and labor is not a myth, it is rather the active utopia par excellence that designates the capitalist limit to be overcome through desiring production. But why, precisely, is desiring production situated at the always counteracted limit of capitalism? Why, at the same time as it discovers the subjective essence of desire and labor a common essence, inasmuch as it is the activity of production in genera, is capitalism continually realienating this essence, and without interruption, in a repressive machine that divides the essence in two, and maintains it divided: abstract labor on the one hand, abstract desire on the other, political economy and psychoanalysis, political economy and libidinal economy. Here we are able to appreciate the full extent to which psychoanalysis belongs to capitalism. For as we have seen, capitalism indeed has as its limit the decoded flows of desiring production, but it never stops repelling them by binding them in an axiomatic that takes the place of the codes. Capitalism is inseparable from the movement of deterritorialization, but this movement is exorcised through factitious and artificial reterritorializations. Capitalism is constructed on the ruins of the territorial and the despotic, the mythic and the tragic representations, but it re-establishes them in its own service and in another form, as images of capital. Marx summarizes the entire matter by saying that the subjective abstract essence is discovered by capitalism only to be put in chains all over again, to be subjugated and alienated no longer, it is true, in an exterior and independent element as objectify, but in the element, itself subjective, of private property. What was previously being external to oneself, man's externalization in the thing, has merely become the act of externalizing the process of alienating. It is, in fact, the form of private property that conditions the conjunction of the decoded flows, which is to say their axiomatization in a system where the flows of the means of production, as the property of the capitalists, is directly related to the flow of so-called free labor, as the property of the workers, so that the state restrictions on the substance or the content of private property do not at all affect this form. It is also the form of private property that constitutes the center of the factitious reterritorializations of capitalism. And finally, it is this form that produces the images filling the capitalist field of immanence, the capitalist, the worker, etc. In other terms, capitalism indeed implies the collapse of the great objective determinate representations, for the benefit of production as the universal interior essence, but it does not thereby escape the world of representation. It merely performs a vast conversion of this world, by attributing to it the new form of an infinite subjective representation. We seem to be straying from the main concern of psychoanalysis, yet never have we been so close. For here again, as we have seen previously, it is in the interiority of its movement that capitalism requires and institutes not only a social axiomatic, but an application of this axiomatic to the privatized family. Representation would never be able to ensure its own conversion without this application that furrows deep into it, cleaves it, and forces it back upon itself. Thus subjective abstract labor as represented in private property has, as its correlate, subjective abstract desire as represented in the privatized family. Psychoanalysis undertakes the analysis of this second term, as political economy analyzes the first. Psychoanalysis is the technique of application, for which political economy is the axiomatic. In a word, psychoanalysis disengages the second pole in the very movement of capitalism, which substitutes the infinite subjective representation for the large determinate objective representations. It is in fact essential that the limit of the decoded flows of desiring production be doubly exorcised, doubly displaced, once by the position of immanent limits that capitalism does not cease to reproduce on an ever-expanding scale, and again by the marking out of an interior limit that reduces this social reproduction to restricted familial reproduction. Consequently, the ambiguity of psychoanalysis in relation to myth or tragedy has the following explanation: psychoanalysis undoes them as objective representations, and discovers in them the figures of a subjective universal libido, but it reanimates them, and promotes them as subjective representations that extend the mythic and tragic contents to infinity. Psychoanalysis does treat myth and tragedy, but it treats them as the dreams and the fantasies of private man, homo familia, and in fact dream and fantasy are to myth and tragedy as private property is to public property. What acts in myth and tragedy at the level of objective elements is therefore reappropriated and raised to a higher level by psychoanalysis, but as an unconscious dimension of subjective representation, myth as humanity's dream. What acts as an objective and public element, the earth, the despot, is now taken up again, but as the expression of a subjective and private reterritorialization. Oedipus is the fallen despot banished, deterritorialized, but a reterritorialization is engineered, using the Oedipus complex conceived of as the daddy-mommy me of today's everyman. Psychoanalysis and the Oedipus complex gather up all beliefs, all that has ever been believed by humanity, but only in order to raise it to the condition of a denial that preserves belief without believing in it. It's only a dream. The strictest piety today asks for nothing more. Whence this double impression, that psychoanalysis is opposed to mythology no less than to mythologists, but at the same time extends myth and tragedy to the dimensions of the subjective universal. If Oedipus himself has no complex, the Oedipus complex has no Oedipus, just as Narcissism has no Narcissus. Such is the ambivalence that traverses psychoanalysis, and that extends beyond the specific problem of myth and tragedy. With one hand, psychoanalysis undoes the system of objective representations, myth, tragedy, for the benefit of the subjective essence conceived as desiring production, while with the other hand it reverses this production in a system of subjective representations, dream and fantasy, with myth and tragedy posited as their developments or projections. Images, nothing but images. What is left in the end is an intimate familial theater, the theater of private man, which is no longer either desiring production or objective representation. The unconscious as a stage. A whole theater put in the place of production, a theater that disfigures this production even more than could tragedy and myth when reduced to their meager ancient resources. Myth, tragedy, dream, and fantasy, and myth and tragedy reinterpreted in terms of dream and fantasy are the representative series that psychoanalysis substitutes for the line of production, social and desiring production. A theater series, instead of a production series. But why in fact does representation, having become subjective representation, assume this theatrical form? There is a mysterious tie between psychoanalysis and the theater. We are familiar with the eminently modern reply of certain recent authors: the theater elicits the finite structure of the infinite subjective representation. What is meant by elicit is very complex, since the structure can never present more than its own absence, or represent something not represented in the representation, but it is claimed that the theater's privilege is that of staging this metaphoric and metonymic causality that marks both the presence and the absence of the structures in its effects. While Andre Green expresses reservations about the adequacy of the structure, he does so only in the name of a theater necessary for the actualization of this structure, playing the role of revealer, a place by which the structure becomes visible. In her fine analysis of the phenomenon of belief, Octave Manini likewise uses the theater model to show how the denial of belief in fact implies a transformation of belief, under the effect of a structure that the theater embodies or places on stage. 16 We should understand that representation, when it ceases to be objective, when it becomes subjective infinite, that is to say, imaginary, effectively loses all consistency, unless it is supported by a structure that determines the place and the functions of the subject of representation, as well as the objects represented as images, and the formal relations between them all. Symbolic thus no longer designates the relation of representation to an objectity as an element, it designates the ultimate elements of subjective representation, pure signifiers, pure non-represented representatives whence the subjects, the objects, and their relationships all derive. In this way the structure designates the unconscious of subjective representation. The series of this representation now presents itself, imaginary, infinite subjective representation, theatrical representation, structural representation. And precisely because the theater is thought to stage the latent structure, as well as to embody its elements and relations, it is in a position to reveal the universality of this structure, even in the objective representations that it salvages and reinterprets in terms of hidden representatives, their migrations and variable relations. All former beliefs are gathered up and revived in the name of a structure of the unconscious. We are still pious. Everywhere, the great game of the symbolic signifier that is embodied in the signifieds of the imaginary Oedipus as a universal metaphor. Why the theater? How bizarre, this theatrical and pasteboard unconscious, the theater taken as the model of production. Even in Louis Althusser we are witness to the following operation: the discovery of social production as machine or machinery, irreducible to the world of objective representation, Vorstellung, but immediately the reduction of the machine to structure, the identification of production with a structural and theatrical representation, Darstellung. 17 Now the same is true of both desiring production and social production. Every time that production, rather than being apprehended in its originality, in its reality, becomes reduced, rabattu, in this manner to a representational space, it can no longer have value except by its own absence, and it appears as a lack within this space. In search of the structure in psychoanalysis, Mustafa Safwan is able to present it as a contribution to a theory of lack. It is in the structure that the fusion of desire with the impossible is performed, with lack defined as castration. From the structure there arises the most austere song in honor of castration. Yes, yes, we enter the order of desire through the gates of castration once desiring production has spread out in the space of a representation that allows it to go on living only as an absence and a lack unto itself. For a structural unity is imposed on the desiring machines that joins them together in a molar aggregate, the partial objects are referred to a totality that can appear only as that which the partial objects lack, and as that which is lacking unto itself while being lacking in them, the great signifiers symbolizable by the inherency of a -1 in the ensemble of signifiers. Just how far will one go in the development of a lack traversing the structure? Such is the structural operation, it distributes lack in the molar aggregate. The limit of desiring production, the borderline separating the molar aggregates and their molecular elements, the objective representations and the machines of desire, is now completely displaced. The limit now passes only within the molar aggregate itself, inasmuch as the latter is furrowed by the line of castration. The formal operations of the structure are those of extrapolation, application, and biunivocalization, which reduce the social aggregate of departure to a familial aggregate of destination, with the familial relation becoming metaphorical for all the others and hindering the molecular productive elements from following their own line of escape. When André Green looks for the reasons that establish the affinity of psychoanalysis with the theatrical and structural representation it makes visible, he offers two that are especially striking. The theater raises the familial relation to the condition of a universal metaphoric structural relation, whence the imaginary place and interplay of persons derives, and inversely, the theater forces the play and the working of machines into the wings, behind a limit that has become impassable. Exactly as in fantasy the machines are there, but behind the wall. In short, the displaced limit no longer passes between objective representation and desiring production, but between the two poles of subjective representation, as infinite imaginary representation, and as finite structural representation. Thereafter it is possible to oppose these two aspects to each other, the imaginary variations that tend toward the night of the indeterminate or the non-differentiated, and the symbolic invariant that traces the path of the differentiations. The same thing is found all over, following a rule of inverse relation, or double bind. All of production is conducted into the double impasse of subjective representation. Oedipus can always be consigned to the imaginary, but no matter, it will be encountered again, stronger and more whole, more lacking and triumphant by the very fact that it is lacking, it will be encountered again in its entirety in symbolic castration. And it's a sure thing that structure affords us no means for escaping familialism. On the contrary, it adds another turn, it attributes a universal metaphoric value to the family at the very moment it has lost its objective literal values. Psychoanalysis makes its ambition clear, to relieve the waning family, to replace the broken down familial bed with the psychoanalyst's couch, to make it so that the analytic situation is incestuous in its essence, so that it is its own proof or voucher, on a par with reality. 18. In the final analysis that is indeed what is at issue, as Octave Manini shows, how can belief continue after repudiation? How can we continue to be pious? We have repudiated and lost all our beliefs that proceeded by way of objective representations. The earth is dead, the desert is growing, the old father is dead, the territorial father, and the son too, the despot Oedipus. We are alone with our bad conscience and our boredom, our life where nothing happens, nothing left but images that revolve within the infinite subjective representation. We will muster all our strength so as to believe in these images, from the depths of a structure that governs our relationships with them and our identifications as so many effects of a symbolic signifier. The good identification. We are all Archie Bunker at the theater, shouting out before Oedipus, "There's my kind of guy, there's my kind of guy." Everything, the myth of the earth, the tragedy of the despot, is taken up again as shadows projected on a stage. The great territorialities have fallen into ruin, but the structure proceeds with all the subjective and private reterritorializations. What a perverse operation psychoanalysis is, where this neo-idealism, this rehabilitated cult of castration, this ideology of lack culminates, the anthropomorphic representation of sex. In truth, they don't know what they are doing, nor what mechanism of repression they are fostering, for their intentions are often progressive. But no one today can enter an analyst's consulting room without at least being aware that everything has been played out in advance, Oedipus and castration, the imaginary and the symbolic, the great lesson of the inadequacy of being or of dispossession. Psychoanalysis as a gadget, Oedipus as a reterritorialization, a retimburing of modern man on the rock of castration. The path marked out by Lacan led in a completely different direction. He is not content to turn, like the analytic squirrel, inside the will of the imaginary and the symbolic. He refuses to be caught up in the Oedipal imaginary and the Oedipalizing structure, the imaginary identity of persons and the structural unity of machines, everywhere knocking against the impasses of a molar representation that the family closes round itself. What is the use of going from the imaginary dual order to the symbolic third, or fourth, if the latter is biunivocalizing whereas the first is biunivocalized? As partial objects, the desiring machines undergo two totalizations, one when the socius confers on them a structural unity under a symbolic signifier acting as absence and lack in an aggregate of departure, the other when the family imposes on them a personal unity with imaginary signifieds that distribute, that vacuolize lack in an aggregate of destination, a double abduction of the orphan machines, inasmuch as the structure applies its articulation to them, inasmuch as the parents lay their fingers on them. To trace back from images to the structure would have little significance and would not rescue us from representation, if the structure did not have a reverse side that is like the real production of desire. This reverse side is the real inorganization of the molecular elements, partial objects that enter into indirect syntheses or interactions, since they are not partial, partielles, in the sense of extensive parts, but rather partial, partios, like the intensities under which a unit of matter always fills space in varying degrees, the eye, the mouth, the anus as degrees of matter, pure positive multiplicities where everything is possible, without exclusiveness or negation, syntheses operating without a plan, where the connections are transverse, the disjunctions included, the conjunctions polyvocal, indifferent to their underlying support, since this matter that serves them precisely as a support receives no specificity from any structural or personal unity, but appears as the body without organs that fills the space each time an intensity fills it, signs of desire that compose a signifying chain but that are not themselves signifying, and do not answer to the rules of a linguistic game of chess, but instead to the lottery drawings that sometimes cause a word to be chosen, sometimes a design, sometimes a thing or a piece of a thing, depending on one another only by the order of the random drawings, and holding together only by the absence of a link, non-localizable connections, having no other statutory condition than that of being dispersed elements of desiring machines that are themselves dispersed. Plus it is this entire reverse side of the structure that Lacan discovers, with the O as machine, and the O as non-human sex, schizophrenizing the analytic field, instead of Oedipalizing psychotic field. Everything hinges on the way in which the structure is elicited from the machines, according to planes of consistency or of structuration, and lines of selection that correspond to the large statistical aggregates or molar formations, and that determine the links and reduce production to representation. That is where the disjunctions become exclusive, and the connections global, and the conjunctions biunivocal, at the same time that the support gains a specificity under a structural unity, and the signs themselves become signifying under the action of a despotic symbol that totalizes them in the name of its own absence or withdrawal. Yes, in fact, there the production of desire can be represented only in terms of an extrapolated sign that joins together all the elements of production in a constellation of which it is not itself a part. There the absence of a tie necessarily appears as an absence, and no longer as a positive force. Their desire is necessarily referred to a missing term, whose very essence is to be lacking. The signs of desire, being non-signifying, become signifying in representation only in terms of a signifier of absence or lack. The structure is formed and appears only in terms of the symbolic term defined as a lack. The great other as the non-human sex gives way, in representation, to a signifier of the great other as an always missing term, the all-too-human sex, the phallus of molar castration. Here too Lacan's approach appears in all its complexity, for it is certain that he does not enclose the unconscious in an Oedipal structure. He shows on the contrary that Oedipus is imaginary, nothing but an image, a myth, that this or these images are produced by an Oedipalizing structure, that this structure acts only insofar as it reproduces the element of castration, which itself is not imaginary but symbolic. There we have the three major planes of structuration, which correspond to the molar aggregates: Oedipus as the imaginary reterritorialization of private man, produced under the structural conditions of capitalism, inasmuch as capitalism reproduces and revives the archaism of the imperial symbol or the vanished despot. All three are necessary precisely in order to lead Oedipus to the point of its self-critique. The task undertaken by Lacan is to lead Oedipus to such a point. Likewise, Elizabeth Roudinesco has clearly seen that, in Lacan, the hypothesis of an unconscious as language does not closet the unconscious in a linguistic structure, but leads linguistics to the point of its autocritique, by showing how the structural organization of signifiers still depends on a despotic great signifier acting as an archaism. 19. What is this point of self-criticism? It is the point where the structure, beyond the images that fill it and the symbolic that conditions it within representation, reveals its reverse side as a positive principle of non-consistency that dissolves it, where desire is shifted into the order of production, related to its molecular elements, and where it lacks nothing, because it is defined as the natural and sensuous objective being, at the same time as the real is defined as the objective being of desire. For the unconscious of schizoanalysis is unaware of persons, aggregates, and laws, and of images, structures, and symbols. It is an orphan, just as it is an anarchist and an atheist. It is not an orphan in the sense that the father's name would designate an absence, but in the sense that the unconscious reproduces itself wherever the names of history designate present intensities, the sea of proper names. The unconscious is not figurative, since its figural is abstract, the figure skis. It is not structural, nor is it symbolic, for its reality is that of the real in its very production, in its very inorganization. It is not representative, but solely machinic, and productive. Destroy, destroy. The task of schizoanalysis goes by way of destruction, a whole scouring of the unconscious, a complete curettage. Destroy Oedipus, the illusion of the ego, the puppet of the superego, guilt, the law, castration. It is not a matter of pious destructions, such as those performed by psychoanalysis under the benevolent neutral eye of the analyst. For these are Hegel-style destructions, ways of conserving. How is it that the celebrated neutrality, and what psychoanalysis dares to call the disappearance or the dissolution of the Oedipus complex, do not make us burst into laughter? We are told that Oedipus is indispensable, that it is the source of every possible differentiation, and that it saves us from the terrible non-differentiated mother. But this terrible mother, the Sphinx, is herself part of Oedipus. Her non-differentiation is merely the reverse of the exclusive differentiations created by Oedipus. She is herself created by Oedipus. Oedipus necessarily operates in the form of this double impasse. We are told that Oedipus in its turn must be overcome, and that this is achieved through castration, latency, desexualization, and sublimation. But what is castration if not still Oedipus, to the nth power, now symbolic, and therefore all the more virulent? And what is latency, this pure fable, if not the silence imposed on desiring machines so that Oedipus can develop, be fortified in us, so that it can accumulate its poisonous sperm and gain the time necessary for propagating itself, and for passing on to our future children? And what is the elimination of castration anxiety in its turn desexualization and sublimation if not divine acceptance of, and infinite resignation to, bad conscience, which consists for the woman of the appeased wish for a penis, destined to be converted into a wish for a baby and for a husband, and for the man in assuming his passive attitude and in subjecting himself to a father substitute. 20. We are all the more extricated from Oedipus as we become a living example, an advertisement, a theorem in action, so as to attract our children to Oedipus. We have evolved in Oedipus, we have been structured in Oedipus, and under the neutral and benevolent eye of the substitute, we have learned the song of castration, the lack of being that is life. Yes, it is through castration that we gain access to desire. What one calls the disappearance of Oedipus is Oedipus become an idea. Only the idea can inject the venom. Oedipus has to become an idea so that it sprouts each time a new set of arms and legs, lips and mustache. In tracing back the memory deaths, your ego becomes a sort of mineral theorem which constantly proves the futility of living. 21. We have been triangulated in Oedipus, and will triangulate in it in turn. From the family to the couple, from the couple to the family. In actuality, the benevolent neutrality of the analyst is very limited. It ceases the instant one stops responding daddy mommy. It ceases the instant one introduces a little desiring machine, the tape recorder, into the analyst's office. It ceases as soon as a flow is made to circulate that does not let itself be stopped by Oedipus, the mark of the triangle. They tell you you have a libido that is too viscous, or too liquid, contraindications for analysis. When Fromm denounces the existence of a psychoanalytic bureaucracy, he still doesn't go far enough, because he doesn't see what the stamp of this bureaucracy is, and that an appeal to the pre-Oedipal is not enough to escape this stamp. The pre-Oedipal, like the post-Oedipal, is still a way of bringing all of desiring production, the ano-Oedipal, back to Oedipus. When Reich denounces the way in which psychoanalysis joins forces with social repression, he still doesn't go far enough, because he doesn't see that the tie linking psychoanalysis with capitalism is not merely ideological, that it is infinitely closer, infinitely tighter, and that psychoanalysis depends directly on an economic mechanism, whence its relations with money, through which the decoded flows of desire, as taken up in the axiomatic of capitalism, must necessarily be reduced to a familial field where the application of this axiomatic is carried out. Oedipus as the last word of capitalist consumption, sucking away at daddy mommy, being blocked and triangulated on the couch. So it's psychoanalysis, no less than the bureaucratic or military apparatus, is a mechanism for the absorption of surplus value, nor is this true from the outside, extrinsically. Rather, its very form and its finality are marked by this social function. It is not the pervert, nor even the autistic person, who escapes psychoanalysis. The whole of psychoanalysis is an immense perversion, a drug, a radical break with reality, starting with the reality of desire. It is a narcissism, a monstrous autism, the characteristic autism and the intrinsic perversion of the machine of capital. At its most autistic, psychoanalysis is no longer measured against any reality, it no longer opens to any outside, but becomes itself the test of reality and the guarantor of its own test, reality as the lac to which the inside and the outside, departure and arrival, are reduced. Psychoanalysis index sui, with no other reference than itself or the analytic situation. Psychoanalysis states clearly that unconscious representation can never be apprehended independently of the deformations, disguises, or displacements it undergoes. Unconscious representation therefore comprises essentially, by virtue of its own law, a represented that is displaced in relation to an agency in a constant state of displacement. But from this, two unwarranted conclusions are drawn: that this agency can be discovered by way of the displaced represented, and this, precisely because this agency itself belongs to representation, as a non-represented representative, or as a lac that juts out into the overfull tropline of a representation. This results from the fact that displacement refers to very different movements. At times, the movement through which desiring production is continually overcoming the limit, becoming deterritorialized, causing its flows to escape, going beyond the threshold of representation. At times, on the contrary, the movement through which the limit itself is displaced, and now passes to the interior of the representation that performs the artificial reterritorializations of desire. If the displacing agency can be concluded from the displaced, this is only true in the second sense, where molar representation is organized around a representative that displaces the represented. But this is certainly not true in the first sense, where the molecular elements are continually passing through the links in the chain. We have seen in this perspective how the law of representation perverted the productive forces of the unconscious, and induced in its very structure a false image that caught desire in its trap, the impossibility of concluding from the prohibition as to what is actually prohibited. Yes, Oedipus is indeed the displaced represented, yes, castration is indeed the representative, the displacing agency, le deplacant, the signifier, but none of that constitutes an unconscious material, nor does any of it concern the productions of the unconscious. Oedipus, castration, the signifier, etc., exist at the crossroads of two operations of capture, one where repressive social production becomes replaced by beliefs, the other where repressed desiring production finds itself replaced by representations. To be sure, it is not psychoanalysis that makes us believe. Oedipus and castration are demanded, then demanded again, and these demands come from elsewhere and from deeper down. But psychoanalysis did find the following means, and fills the following function, causing beliefs to survive even after repudiation, causing those who no longer believe in anything to continue believing, reconstituting a private territory for them, a private state, a private capital, dreams as capital, said Freud. That is why, inversely, schizoanalysis must devote itself with all its strength to the necessary destructions. Destroying beliefs and representations, theatrical scenes. And when engaged in this task, no activity will be too malevolent. Causing Oedipus and castration to explode, brutally intervening each time the subject strikes up the song of myth or intones tragic lines, carrying him back to the factory. As Charles says, "A lot we care about your grandmother, you little shit." Oedipus and castration are no more than reactional formations, resistances, blockages, and armorings whose destruction can't come fast enough. Reich intuits a fundamental principle of schizoanalysis when he says that the destruction of resistances must not wait upon the discovery of the material. 22 But the reason for this is even more radical than he thought. There is no unconscious material, so that schizoanalysis has nothing to interpret. There are only resistances, and then machines desiring machines. Oedipus is a resistance. If we have been able to speak of the intrinsically perverted nature of psychoanalysis, this is due to the fact that perversion in general is the artificial reterritorialization of the flows of desire, whose machines on the contrary are indices of deterritorialized production. The psychoanalyst reterritorializes on the couch, in the representation of Oedipus and castration. Schizoanalysis on the contrary must disengage the deterritorialized flows of desire, in the molecular elements of desiring production. We should again call to mind the practical rule laid down by Leclerc, following Lacan, the rule of the right to nonsense as well as to the absence of a link. You will not have reached the ultimate and irreducible terms of the unconscious so long as you find or restore a link between two elements. But how then can one see in this extreme dispersion machines dispersed in every machine nothing more than a pure fiction that must give way to reality defined as a lack, with Oedipus and castration back at a gallop, at the same time that one reduces the absence of a link to a signifier of absence charged with representing the absence, with linking this absence itself, and with moving us back and forth from one pole of displacement to the other. One falls back into the molar hole while claiming to unmask the real. What complicates everything is that there is indeed a necessity for desiring production to be induced from representation, to be discovered through its lines of escape. But this is true in a way altogether different from what psychoanalysis believes it to be. The decoded flows of desire form the free energy, libido, of the desiring machines. The desiring machines take form and train their sights along a tangent of deterritorialization that traverses the representative spheres, and that runs along the body without organs. Leaving, escaping, but while causing more escapes. The desiring machines themselves are the flow schizophrenes or the brakes flows that break and flow at the same time on the body without organs, not the gaping wound represented in castration, but the myriad little connections, disjunctions, and conjunctions by which every machine produces a flow in relation to another that breaks it, and breaks a flow that another produces. But how would these decoded and deterritorialized flows of desiring production keep from being reduced to some representative territoriality? How would they keep from forming for themselves yet another such territory, even if on the body without organs as the indifferent support for a last representation? Even those who are best at leaving, those who make leaving into something as natural as being born or dying, those who set out in search of non-human sex Lawrence, Miller stake out a far-off territoriality that still forms an anthropomorphic and phallic representation, the Orient, Mexico, or Peru. Even the schizo's stroll or voyage does not affect great deterritorializations without borrowing from territorial circuits. The tottering walk of Malloy and his bicycle preserves the mother's room as the vestige of a goal. The vacillating spirals of the Unimable keep the familial tower as an uncertain center where it continues to turn while treading its own underfoot. The infinite series of juxtaposed and unlocalized parks in what still contains a reference to Mr. Knott's house, the only one capable of pushing the soul out of doors, but also of summoning it back to its place. We are all little dogs, we need circuits, and we need to be taken for walks. Even those best able to disconnect, to unplug themselves, enter into connections of desiring machines that reform little earths. Even Gisela Panko's great deterritorialized subjects are led to discover the image of a family castle under the roots of the uprooted tree that crosses through their body without organs. 23. Previously we distinguished two poles of delirium, one as the molecular schizophrenic line of escape, and the other as the paranoiac molar investment. But the perverted pole is equally opposed to the schizophrenic pole, just as the reconstitution of territorialities is opposed to the movement of deterritorialization. And if perversion in the narrowest sense of the word performs a certain very specific type of reterritorialization within the artifice, perversion in the broad sense comprises all the types of reterritorializations, not merely artificial, but also exotic, archaic, residual, private, etc., thus Oedipus and psychoanalysis as perversion. Even Raymond Roussel's schizophrenic machines turn into perverse machines in a theater representing Africa. In short, there is no deterritorialization of the flows of schizophrenic desire that is not accompanied by global or local reterritorializations that always reconstitute shores of representation. What is more, the force and the obstinacy of a deterritorialization can only be evaluated through the types of reterritorialization that represent it. The one is the reverse side of the other. Our loves are complexes of deterritorialization and reterritorialization. What we love is always a certain mulatto male or female. The movement of deterritorialization can never be grasped in itself, one can only grasp its indices in relation to the territorial representations. Take the example of dreams. Yes, dreams are Oedipal, and this comes as no surprise, since dreams are a perverse reterritorialization in relation to the deterritorialization of sleep and nightmares. But why return to dreams, why turn them into the royal road of desire and the unconscious, when they are in fact the manifestation of a superego, a superpowerful and superarchaized ego, the urzine of the state? Yet at the heart of dreams themselves, as with fantasy and delirium, machines function as indices of deterritorialization. In dreams there are always machines endowed with the strange property of passing from hand to hand, of escaping and causing circulations, of carrying and being carried away. The airplane of parental coitus, the father's car, the grandmother's sewing machine, the little brother's bicycle, all objects of flight and theft, stealing and stealing away. The machine is always infernal in the family dream. The machine introduces breaks and flows that prevent the dream from being reconfined in its scene and systematized within its representation. It makes the most of an irreducible factor of nonsense, which will develop elsewhere and from without, in the conjunctions of the real as such. Psychoanalysis, with its Oedipal stubbornness, has only a dim understanding of this, for one reterritorializes on persons and surroundings, but one deterritorializes on machines. Is it Schreber's father who acts through machines, or on the contrary is it the machines themselves that function through the father? Psychoanalysis settles on the imaginary and structural representatives of reterritorialization, while schizoanalysis follows the machinic indices of deterritorialization. The opposition still holds between the neurotic on the couch as an ultimate and sterile land, the last exhausted colony, and the schizo out for a walk in a deterritorialized circuit. The following excerpt from an article by Michel Cornat on Chaplin helps us understand what schizophrenic laughter is, as well as the schizophrenic line of escape or breakthrough, and the process as deterritorialization, with its machinic indices. The moment Charlie Chaplin makes the board fall a second time on his head, a psychotic gesture, he provokes the spectator's laughter. Yes, but what laughter is this? And what spectator? For example, the question no longer applies at all, at this point in the film, of knowing whether the spectator must see the accident coming or be surprised by it. It is as though the spectator, at that very moment, were no longer in his seat, were no longer in a position to observe things. A kind of perceptive gymnastics has led him, progressively, not to identify with the character of modern times, but to experience so directly the resistance of the events that he accompanies this character, has the same surprises, the same premonitions, the same habits as he. Thus it is that the famous eating machine, which in a sense, by its excess, is foreign to the film, Chaplin had invented it 22 years before the film, is merely the formal, absolute exercise that prepares for the conduct also psychotic of the worker trapped in the machine, with only his upside-down head sticking out, and who has Chaplin feed him his lunch, since it is lunch time. If laughter is a reaction that takes certain circuits, it can be said that Charlie Chaplin, as the film sequences unfold, progressively displaces the reactions, causes them to recede, level by level, until the moment when the spectator is no longer master of his own circuits, and tends to spontaneously take either a shorter path, which is not passable, which is barred, or else a path that is very explicitly posted as leading nowhere. After having suppressed the spectator as such, Chaplin perverts the laughter, which comes to be like so many short circuits of a disconnected piece of machinery. Critics have occasionally spoken of the pessimism of modern times and of the optimism of the final image. Neither term suits the film. Charles Chaplin in modern times sketches rather, on a very small scale, with a precise stroke, the finished design of several oppressive and fundamental manifestations. The leading character, played by Chaplin, has to be neither active nor passive, neither consenting nor insubordinate, since he is the pencil point that traces the design, he is the stroke itself. That is why the final image is without optimism. One does not see what optimism would be doing at the conclusion of this statement. This man and this woman seen from the back, all black, whose shadows are not projected by any sun, advance toward nothing. The wireless telegraph poles that run along the left side of the road, the barren trees that dot the right side, do not meet at the horizon. There is no horizon. The bald hills facing the spectator only form a line that merges with the void hanging over them. Anyone can see that this man and this woman are no longer alive. There is no pessimism here either. What had to happen happened. They did not kill each other. They were not brought down by the police. And it will not be necessary to go looking for the alibi of an accident. Charles Chaplin did not dwell on this. He went quickly, as usual. He traced the finished design 24. In its destructive task, schizoanalysis must proceed as quickly as possible, but it can also proceed only with great patience, great care, by successively undoing the representative territorialities and reterritorializations through which a subject passes in his individual history. For there are several layers, several planes of resistance that come from within or are imposed from without. Schizophrenia as a process, deterritorialization as a process, is inseparable from the stasis that interrupt it, or aggravate it, or make it turn in circles, and reterritorialize it into neurosis, perversion, and psychosis. To a point where the process cannot extricate itself, continue on, and reach fulfillment, except insofar as it is capable of creating what exactly, a new land. In each case we must go back by way of old lands, study their nature, their density, we must seek to discover how the machinic indices are grouped on each of these lands that permit going beyond them. How can we reconquer the process each time, constantly resuming the journey on these lands, Oedipal familial lands of neurosis, artificial lands of perversion, clinical lands of psychosis? In search of lost time as a great enterprise of schizoanalysis, all the planes are traversed until their molecular line of escape is reached, their schizophrenic breakthrough, thus in the kiss where Albertine's face jumps from one plane of consistency to another, in order to finally come undone in a nebula of molecules. The reader always risks stopping at a given plane and saying yes, that is where Proust is explaining himself. But the narrator spider never ceases undoing webs and planes, resuming the journey, watching for the signs or the indices that operate like machines and that will cause him to go on further. This very movement is humor, black humor. Oh, the narrator does not homestead in the familial and neurotic lands of Oedipus, there where the global and personal connections are established. He does not remain there, he crosses these lands, he desecrates them, he penetrates them, he liquidates even his grandmother with a machine for tying shoes. The perverse lands of homosexuality, where the exclusive disjunctions of women with women, and men with men, are established, likewise break apart in terms of the machinic indices that undermine them. The psychotic earths, with their conjunctions in place, Charles is therefore surely mad, and Albertine too, perhaps, are traversed in their turn to a point where the problem is no longer posed in this way. The narrator continues his own affair, until he reaches the unknown country, his own, the unknown land, which alone is created by his own work in progress, the search of lost time in progress, functioning as a desiring machine capable of collecting and dealing with all the indices. He goes toward these new regions where the connections are always partial and non-personal, the conjunctions nomadic and polyvocal, the disjunctions included, where homosexuality and heterosexuality cannot be distinguished any longer, the world of transverse communications, where the finally conquered non-human sex mingles with the flowers, a new earth where desire functions according to its molecular elements and flows. Such a voyage does not necessarily imply great movements in extension, it becomes immobile, in a room and on a body without organs, an intensive voyage that undoes all the lands for the benefit of the one it is creating. The patient resumption of the process, or on the contrary its interruption, the two are so closely interrelated that they can only be evaluated each within the other. How would the schizo's voyage be possible independent of certain circuits? How could it exist without a land? But inversely, how can we be certain that these circuits don't reconstitute the lands only too well known of the asylum, the artifice, or the family? We always return to the same question: from what does the schizo suffer, he whose sufferings are unspeakable? Does he suffer from the process itself, or rather from its interruptions, when he is neuroticized in the family, in the land of Oedipus, when the one who does not allow himself to be Oedipalized is psychoticized in the land of the asylum, when the one who escapes the family and the asylum is perverted in the artificial locales? Perhaps there is only one illness, neurosis, the Oedipal decay against which all the pathogenic interruptions of the process should be measured. Most of the modern endeavors, outpatient centers, inpatient hospitals, social clubs for the sick, family care, institutions, and even anti-psychiatry remain threatened by a common danger, a danger which Guattari has been able to analyze in depth. How does one avoid the institutions reforming an asylum structure, or constituting perverse and reformist artificial societies, or residual paternalistic or mothering pseudo-families? We do not have in mind the so-called community psychiatry endeavors, whose admitted purpose is to triangulate, to Oedipalize everyone, people, animals, and things, to a point where we will witness a new race of sick people implore by reaction that they be given back an asylum, or a little Beckettian land, a garbage can, so they can become catatonic in a corner. But in a less openly repressive manner, who says that the family is a good place, a good circuit for the deterritorialized schizo? Such a thing would be very surprising, to say the least, the therapeutic potentialities of the familial surroundings. The whole town, then, the whole neighborhood. What molar unit will constitute a sufficiently nomadic circuit? How does one prevent the unit chosen, even if a specific institution, from constituting a perverted society of tolerance, a mutual aid society that hides the real problems? Will the structure of the institution save it? But how will the structure break its relationship with neuroticizing, perverting, psychoticizing castration? How will this structure produce anything but a subjugated group? How will it give free play to the process, when its entire molar organization has the function of binding the molecular process? Even anti-psychiatry, especially sensitive to the schizophrenic breakthrough and the intense voyage, tires out and proposes the image of a subject group that would become immediately repervert, with former schizos guiding the most recent ones, and, as relays, little chapels, or better yet, a convent in Ceylon. The only thing that can save us from these impasses is an effective politicization of psychiatry. And doubtless, with R.D. Laing and David Cooper, anti-psychiatry went very far in this direction. But it seems to us that they still conceive of this politicization in terms of the structure and the event, rather than the process itself. Furthermore, they localize social and mental alienation on a single line, and tend to consider them as identical by showing how the familial agent extends the one into the other. Between the two, however, the relationship is rather that of an included disjunction. This is because the decoding and the deterritorialization of flows define the very process of capitalism, that is, its essence, its tendency, and its external limit. But we know that the process is continually interrupted, or the tendency counteracted, or the limit displaced, by subjective reterritorializations and representations that operate as much at the level of capital as a subject, the axiomatic, as at the level of the persons serving as capital's agents, application of the axiomatic. But we seek in vain to assign social alienation and mental alienation to one side or the other, as long as we establish a relation of exclusion between the two. The deterritorialization of flows in general effectively merges with mental alienation, inasmuch as it includes the reterritorializations that permit it to subsist only as the state of a particular flow, a flow of madness that is defined thus because it is charged with representing whatever escapes the axiomatics and the applications of reterritorialization in other flows. Inversely, one can find the form of social alienation in action in all the reterritorializations of capitalism, inasmuch as they keep the flows from escaping the system, and maintain labor in the axiomatic framework of property, and desire in the applied framework of the family, but this social alienation includes in its turn mental alienation, which finds itself represented or reterritorialized in neurosis, perversion, and psychosis, the mental illnesses. A true politics of psychiatry, or anti-psychiatry, would consist therefore in the following praxis: 1. Undoing all the reterritorializations that transform madness into mental illness. 2. Liberating the schizoid movement of deterritorialization in all the flows, in such a way that this characteristic can no longer qualify a particular residue as a flow of madness, but affects just as well the flows of labor and desire, of production, knowledge, and creation in their most profound tendency. Here, madness would no longer exist as madness, not because it would have been transformed into mental illness, but on the contrary because it would receive the support of all the other flows, including science and art. Once it is said that madness is called madness and appears as such only because it is deprived of this support, and finds itself reduced to testifying all alone for deterritorialization as a universal process. It is merely its unwarranted privilege, a privilege beyond its capacities, that renders it mad. In this perspective, Foucault announced an age when madness would disappear, not because it would be lodged within the controlled space of mental illness, great tepid aquariums, but on the contrary because the exterior limit designated by madness would be overcome by means of other flows escaping control on all sides, and carrying us along. It should therefore be said that one can never go far enough in the direction of deterritorialization. You haven't seen anything yet, an irreversible process. And when we consider what there is of a profoundly artificial nature in the perverted reterritorializations, but also in the psychotic reterritorializations of the hospital, or even the familial neurotic reterritorializations, we cry out, more perversion, more artifice. 2. A point where the earth becomes so artificial that the movement of deterritorialization creates of necessity and by itself a new earth. Psychoanalysis is especially satisfying in this regard. Its entire perverted practice of the cure consists in transforming familial neurosis into artificial neurosis, of transference, and in exalting the couch, a little island with its commander, the psychoanalyst, as an autonomous territoriality of the ultimate artifice. A little additional effort is enough to overturn everything, and to lead us finally toward other far-off places. The schizoanalytic flick of the finger, which restarts the movement, links up again with the tendency, and pushes the simulacra to a point where they cease being artificial images to become indices of the new world. That is what the completion of the process is, not a promised and a pre-existing land, but a world created in the process of its tendency, its coming undone, its deterritorialization. The movement of the theater of cruelty, for it is the only theater of production, there where the flows cross the threshold of deterritorialization and produce the new land, not at all a hope, but a simple finding, a finished design, where the person who escapes causes other escapes, and marks out the land while deterritorializing himself. An active point of escape where the revolutionary machine, the artistic machine, the scientific machine, and the schizo-analytic machine become parts and pieces of one another. For the first positive task of schizoanalysis. The negative or destructive task of schizoanalysis is in no way separable from its positive tasks. All these tasks are necessarily undertaken at the same time. The first positive task consists of discovering in a subject the nature, the formation, or the functioning of his desiring machines, independently of any interpretations. What are your desiring machines? What do you put into these machines? What is the output? How does it work? What are your non-human sexes? The schizoanalyst is a mechanic, and schizoanalysis is solely functional. In this respect it cannot remain at the level of a still interpretative examination, interpretative from the point of view of the unconscious of the social machines in which the subject is caught as a cog or as a user, nor of the technical machines that are his prized possession, or that he perfects or even produces through handiwork, nor of the subject's use of his machines in his dreams and his fantasies. These machines are still too representative, and represent units that are too large. Even the perverted machines of the sadist or the masochist, even the influencing machines of the paranoiac. We have seen in general that the pseudo-analyses of the object were really the lowest level of analytic activity, even and especially when they claim to double the real object with an imaginary object, and better a How to Interpret Your Dreams book than a psychoanalysis of the marketplace. The consideration of all these machines, however, whether they be real, symbolic, or imaginary, must indeed intervene in a specific way, but as functional indices to point us in the direction of the desiring machines, to which these indices are more or less close and affinal. The desiring machines in fact are only reached starting from a certain threshold of dispersion that no longer permits either their imaginary identity or their structural unity to subsist. These instances still belong to the order of interpretation, that is to say the order of the signified or the signifier. Partial objects are what make up the parts of the desiring machines. Partial objects define the working machine or the working parts, but in a state of dispersion such that one part is continually referring to a part from an entirely different machine, like the red clover and the bumblebee, the wasp and the orchid, the bicycle horn and the dead rat's ass. Let's not rush to introduce a term that would be like a phallus, structuring the whole and personifying the parts, unifying and totalizing everything. Everywhere there is libido as machine energy, and neither the horn nor the bumblebee have the privilege of being a phallus. The phallus intervenes only in the structural organization and the personal relations deriving from it, where everyone, like the worker called to war, abandons his machines and sets to fighting for a war trophy that is nothing but a great absence, with one and the same penalty, one and the same ridiculous wound for all castration. This entire struggle for the phallus, this poorly understood will to power, this anthropomorphic representation of sex, this whole conception of sexuality that horrifies Lawrence precisely because it is no more than a conception, because it is an idea that reason imposes on the unconscious and introduces into the passional sphere, and is not by any means a formation of the sphere. Here is where desire finds itself trapped, specifically limited to human sex, unified and identified in the molar constellation. But the desiring machines live on the contrary under the order of dispersion of the molecular elements. And one fails to understand the nature and function of partial objects if one does not see therein such elements, rather than parts of even a fragmented whole. As Lawrence said, analysis does not have to do with anything that resembles a concept or a person, the so-called human relations are not involved. 25. Analysis should deal solely, except in its negative task, with the machinic arrangements grasped in the context of their molecular dispersion. Let us therefore return to the rule so clearly stated by Serge Leclerc, even if he sees this only as a fiction instead of the real desire, real désir. The elements or parts of the desiring machines are recognized by their mutual independence, such that nothing in the one depends or should depend on something in the other. They must not be opposed determinations of a same entity, nor the differentiations of a single being, such as the masculine and the feminine in the human sex, but different or really distinct things, déroulement distincts, distinct beings, as found in the dispersion of the non-human sex, the clover and the bee. As long as schizoanalysis has not arrived at these disparate elements, it has not yet discovered the partial objects as the ultimate elements of the unconscious. It is in this sense that Leclerc used the term erogenous body not to designate a fragmented organism, but an emission of pre-individual and prepersonal singularities, a pure dispersed and anarchic multiplicity, without unity or totality, and whose elements are welded, pasted together by the real distinction or the very absence of a link. Such is the case in the schizoid sequences of Beckett: stones, pockets, mouth, a shoe, a pipe bowl, a small limp bundle that is undefined, a cover for a bicycle bell, half a crutch. If one indefinitely runs up against the same set of pure singularities, one can feel confident that he has drawn near the singularity of the subject's desire. Point 26. To be sure, one can always establish or re-establish some sort of link between these elements, organic links between organs or fragments of organs that eventually form part of the multiplicity, psychological and axiological links, the good, the bad, that finally refer to the persons or to the scenes from which these elements are borrowed, structural links between the ideas or the concepts apt to correspond to them. But it is not in this respect that the partial objects are elements of the unconscious, and we cannot even go along with the image of the partial objects that their inventor, Melanie Klein, proposes. This is because, whether organs or fragments of organs, the partial objects do not refer in the least to an organism that would function phantasmatically as a lost unity or a totality to come. Their dispersion has nothing to do with a lack, and constitutes their mode of presence in the multiplicity they form without unification or totalization. With every structure dislodged, every memory abolished, every organism set aside, every link undone, they function as raw partial objects, dispersed working parts of a machine that is itself dispersed. In short, partial objects are the molecular functions of the unconscious. That is why, when we insisted earlier on the difference between desiring machines and all the figures of molar machines, we were fully aware that they were both contained in, and did not exist without, one another, but we had to stress the difference in regime and in scale between these two machinic species. It is true that one might instead wonder how these conditions of dispersion, of distinction, and of the absence of a link permit any machinic regime to exist, how the partial objects thus defined are able to form machines and arrangements of machines. The answer lies in the passive nature of the syntheses, or what amounts to the same thing in the indirect nature of the interactions under consideration. If it is true that every partial object emits a flow, it is also the case that this flow is associated with another partial object and defines the other's potential field of presence, which is itself multiple, a multiplicity of anuses for the flows of shit. The synthesis of connection of the partial objects is indirect, since one of the partial objects, in each point of its presence within the field, always breaks the flow that another object emits or produces relatively, itself ready to emit a flow that other partial objects will break. The flows are two-headed, so to speak, and it is by means of these flows that every productive connection is made, such as we have tried to account for with the notion of flowskis or break flow. So that the true activities of the unconscious, causing to flow and breaking flows, consist of the passive synthesis itself insofar as it ensures the relative coexistence and displacement of the two different functions. Now let us assume that the respective flows associated with two partial objects at least partially overlap, their production remains distinct in relation to the objects X and Y that emit them, but not the fields of presence in relation to the objects A and B that inhabit and interrupt them, such that the partial A and the partial B become in this regard indiscernible, thus the mouth and the mouth-anus of the anorexic. And they are not indiscernible solely in the mixed region, since one can always assume that, having exchanged their function within this region, they cannot be further distinguished by exclusion there where the two flows no longer overlap. One then finds oneself before a new passive synthesis where A and B are in a paradoxical relationship of included disjunction. Finally, there remains the possibility, not of an overlapping of the flows, but of a permutation of the objects that emit them. One discovers fringes of interference on the edge of each field of presence, fringes that testify to the remainder of a flow in the other, and form residual conjunctive syntheses guiding the passage or the heartfelt becoming from the one to the other. A permutation involving 2, 3, n organs, deformable abstract polygons that make game of the figurative Oedipal triangle, and never cease to undo it. Through binarity, overlapping, or permutation, all these indirect passive syntheses are one and the same engineering of desire. But who will be able to describe the desiring machines of each subject? What analysis will be exacting enough for this? Mozart's desiring machine? Raise your ass to your mouth. Ah, my ass burns like fire, but what can be the meaning of that? Perhaps a turd wants to come out. Yes, yes, turd, I know you, I see you, I feel you. What is this? Is such a thing possible? These syntheses necessarily imply the position of a body without organs. This is due to the fact that the body without organs is in no way the contrary of the organ's partial objects. It is itself produced in the first passive synthesis of connection, as that which is going to neutralize or on the contrary put into motion the two activities, the two heads of desire. For as we have seen, it can be produced as the amorphous fluid of anti-production, just as it can be produced as the support that appropriates for itself the flow production. It can as well repel the organ's objects as attract them, and appropriate them for itself. But in repulsion as in attraction, the body without organs is not in opposition to these organs' objects, it merely ensures its own opposition, and their opposition, with regard to an organism. The body without organs and the organ's partial objects are opposed conjointly to the organism. The body without organs is in fact produced as a whole, but a whole alongside the parts, a whole that does not unify or totalize them, but that is added to them like a new, really distinct part. When it repels the organs, as in the mounting of the paranoiac machine, the body without organs marks the external limit of the pure multiplicity formed by these organs themselves insofar as they constitute a non-organic and non-organized multiplicity. And when it attracts them and fits itself over them, in the process of a miraculating fetishistic machine, it still does not totalize them, unify them in the manner of an organism. The organ's partial objects cling to the body without organs, and enter into the new syntheses of included disjunction and nomadic conjunction, of overlapping and permutation, on this body syntheses that continue to repudiate the organism and its organization. Desire indeed passes through the body, and through the organs, but not through the organism. That is why the partial objects are not the expression of a fragmented, shattered organism, which would presuppose a destroyed totality or the freed parts of a whole, nor is the body without organs the expression of a dedifferentiated, organism stuck back together that would surmount its own parts. The organ's partial objects and the body without organs are at bottom one and the same thing, one and the same multiplicity that must be conceived as such by schizoanalysis. Partial objects are the direct powers of the body without organs, and the body without organs, the raw material of the partial objects. The body without organs is the matter that always fills space to given degrees of intensity, and the partial objects are these degrees, these intensive parts that produce the real in space starting from matter as intensity equals zero. The body without organs is the immanent substance, in the most Spinozist sense of the word, and the partial objects are like its ultimate attributes, which belong to it precisely insofar as they are really distinct and cannot on this account exclude or oppose one another. The partial objects and the body without organs are the two material elements of the schizophrenic desiring machines, the one as the immobile motor, the others as the working parts, the one as the giant molecule, the others as the micromolecules, the two together in a relationship of continuity from one end to the other of the molecular chain of desire. The chain is like the apparatus of transmission or of reproduction in the desiring machine. Insofar as it brings together without unifying or uniting them the body without organs and the partial objects, the desiring machine is inseparable both from the distribution of the partial objects on the body without organs, and from the leveling effect exerted on the partial objects by the body without organs, which results in appropriation. The chain also implies another type of synthesis than the flows. It is no longer the lines of connection that traverse the productive parts of the machine, but an entire network of disjunction on the recording surface of the body without organs. And we have doubtless been able to present things in a logical order where the disjunctive synthesis of recording seemed to follow after the connective synthesis of production, with a part of the energy of production, libido, being converted into a recording energy, noumen. But in fact, from the standpoint of the machine itself, there is no succession that ensures the strict coexistence of the chains and the flows, as well as of the body without organs and the partial objects. The conversion of a portion of the energy does not occur at a given moment, but is a preliminary and constant condition of the system. The chain is the network of included disjunctions on the body without organs. Inasmuch as these disjunctions resect the productive connections, the chain causes them to pass over to the body without organs itself, thereby channeling or codifying the flows. However, the whole question is in knowing whether one can speak of a code at the level of this molecular chain of desire. We have seen that a code implied two things, one or the other, or the two together. On the one hand, the specific determination of the full body as a territoriality of support, on the other hand, the erection of a despotic signifier on which the entire chain depends. In this regard, in vain is the axiomatic in profound opposition to codes. Since it works on the decoded flows, it cannot itself proceed except by effecting reterritorializations and by reviving the signifying unity. The very notions of code and axiomatic therefore seem to be valid only for the molar aggregates, where the signifying chain forms a given determinate configuration on a support that is itself specifically determined, and in terms of a detached signifier. These conditions are not fulfilled without exclusions forming and appearing in the disjunctive network at the same time as the connective lines take on a global and specific meaning. But it is another case altogether with the properly molecular chain, insofar as the body without organs is a non-specific and non-specified support that marks the molecular limit of the molar aggregates. The chain no longer has any other function than that of deterritorializing the flows and causing them to pass through the signifying wall, thereby undoing the codes. The function of the chain is no longer that of coding the flows on a full body of the earth, the despot or capital, but on the contrary that of decoding them on the full body without organs. It is a chain of escape, and no longer a code. The signifying chain has become a chain of decoding and deterritorialization, which must be apprehended and can only be apprehended as the reverse of the codes and the territorialities. This molecular chain is still signifying because it is composed of signs of desire, but these signs are no longer signifying, given the fact that they are under the order of the included disjunctions where everything is possible. These signs are points whose nature is a matter of indifference, abstract machinic figures that play freely on the body without organs and as yet form no structured configuration, or rather, they form one no longer. As Jacques Monod says, we must conceive of a machine that is such by its functional properties but not by its structure, where nothing but the play of blind combinations can be discerned. 27. It is precisely the ambiguity of what the biologists call a genetic code that enables us to understand this kind of situation, for if the corresponding chain effectively forms codes, inasmuch as it folds into exclusive molar configurations, it undoes the codes by unfolding along a molecular fiber that includes all the possible figures. Similarly, in Lacan, the symbolic organization of the structure, with its exclusions that come from the function of the signifier, has as its reverse side the real inorganization of desire. It would seem that the genetic code points to a gene decoding. One need only grasp the decoding and deterritorialization functions in their own positivity, inasmuch as they imply a particular chain state that is metastable and distinct both from any axiomatic and from any code. The molecular chain is the form in which the genie unconscious, always remaining subject, reproduces itself. And as we have seen, that is the primary inspiration of psychoanalysis. It does not add a code to all those that are already known. The signifying chain of the unconscious, noumen, is not used to discover or decipher codes of desire, but to cause absolutely decoded flows of desire, libido, to circulate, and to discover in desire that which scrambles all the codes and undoes all the territorialities. It is true that Oedipus will restore psychoanalysis to the status of a simple code, with the familial territoriality and the signifier of castration. Worse yet, it will happen that psychoanalysis itself wants to act as an axiomatic, which is the famous turning point where it no longer even relates to the familial scene, but solely to the psychoanalytic scene that supposedly answers for its own truth, and to the psychoanalytic operation that supposedly answers for its own success, the couch as an axiomatized earth, the axiomatic of the cure as a successful castration. But by recoding or axiomatizing the flows of desire in this way, psychoanalysis makes a molar use of the signifying chain that results in a misappreciation of all the syntheses of the unconscious. The body without organs is the model of death. As the authors of horror stories have understood so well, it is not death that serves as the model for catatonia, it is catatonic schizophrenia that gives its model to death. Zero intensity. The death model appears when the body without organs repels the organs and lays them aside, no mouth, no tongue, no teeth, to the point of self-mutilation, to the point of suicide. Yet there is no real opposition between the body without organs and the organs as partial objects. The only real opposition is to the molar organism that is their common enemy. In the desiring machine, one sees the same catatonic inspired by the immobile motor that forces him to put aside his organs, to immobilize them, to silence them, but also, impelled by the working parts that work in an autonomous or stereotyped fashion, to reactivate the organs, to reanimate them with local movements. It is a question of different parts of the machine, different and coexisting, different in their very coexistence. Hence it is absurd to speak of a death desire that would presumably be in qualitative opposition to the life desires. Death is not desired, there is only death that desires, by virtue of the body without organs or the immobile motor, and there is also life that desires, by virtue of the working organs. There we do not have two desires but two parts, two kinds of desiring machine parts, in the dispersion of the machine itself. And yet the problem persists, how can all that function together? For it is not yet a functioning, but solely the non-structural condition of a molecular functioning. The functioning appears when the motor, under the preceding conditions, i.e., without ceasing to be immobile and without forming an organism, attracts the organs to the body without organs, and appropriates them for itself in the apparent objective movement. Repulsion is the condition of the machine's functioning, but attraction is the functioning itself. That the functioning depends on repulsion is clear to us, inasmuch as it all works only by breaking down. One is then able to say what this running or this functioning consists of. In the cycle of the desiring machine it is a matter of constantly translating, constantly converting the death model into something else altogether, which is the experience of death. Converting the death that rises from within, in the body without organs, into the death that comes from without, on the body without organs. But it seems that things are becoming very obscure, for what is this distinction between the experience of death and the model of death? Here again, is it a death desire? A being for death? Or rather an investment of death, even if speculative? None of the above. The experience of death is the most common of occurrences in the unconscious, precisely because it occurs in life and for life, in every passage or becoming, in every intensity as passage or becoming. It is in the very nature of every intensity to invest within itself the zero intensity starting from which it is produced, in one moment, as that which grows or diminishes according to an infinity of degrees. As Klossowski noted, an afflux is necessary merely to signify the absence of intensity. We have attempted to show in this respect how the relations of attraction and repulsion produce such states, sensations, and emotions, which imply a new energetic conversion and form the third kind of synthesis, the synthesis of conjunction. One might say that the unconscious as a real subject has scattered an apparent residual and nomadic subject around the entire compass of its cycle, a subject that passes by way of all the becomings corresponding to the included disjunctions, the last part of the desiring machine, the adjacent part. These intense becomings and feelings, these intensive emotions, feed deliriums and hallucinations. But in themselves, these intensive emotions are closest to the matter whose 0 degree they invest in itself. They control the unconscious experience of death, insofar as death is what is felt in every feeling, what never ceases and never finishes happening in every becoming, in the becoming another sex, the becoming God, the becoming a race, etc., forming zones of intensity on the body without organs. Every intensity controls within its own life the experience of death, and envelopes it. And it is doubtless the case that every intensity is extinguished at the end, that every becoming itself becomes a becoming death. Death, then, does actually happen. Maurice Blanquat distinguishes this twofold nature clearly, these two irreducible aspects of death, the one, according to which the apparent subject never ceases to live and travel as a one never stops and never has done with dying, and the other, according to which the same subject, fixed as I, actually dies, which is to say it finally ceases to die since it ends up dying, in the reality of a last instant that fixes it in this way as an I, all the while undoing the intensity, carrying it back to the 0 that envelopes it. Point 28. From one aspect to the other, there is not at all a personal deepening, but something quite different, there is a return from the experience of death to the model of death, in the cycle of the desiring machines. The cycle is closed. For a new departure, since this I is another, the experience of death must have given us exactly enough broadened experience, in order to live and know that the desiring machines do not die. And that the subject as an adjacent part is always a one who conducts the experience, not an I who receives the model. For the model itself is not the I either, but the body without organs. And I does not rejoin the model without the model starting out again in the direction of another experience. Always going from the model to the experience, and starting out again, returning from the model to the experience, is what schizophrenizing death amounts to, the exercise of the desiring machines, which is their very secret, well understood by the terrifying authors. The machines tell us this, and make us live it, feel it, deeper than delirium and further than hallucination. Yes, the return to repulsion will condition other attractions, other functionings, the setting in motion of other working parts on the body without organs, the putting to work of other adjacent parts on the periphery that have as much a right to say one as we ourselves do. Let him die in his leaping through unheard of and unimaginable things, other horrible workers will come, they will begin on the horizons where the other collapsed. 29. The eternal return as experience, and as the deterritorialized circuit of all the cycles of desire. How odd the psychoanalytic venture is. Psychoanalysis ought to be a song of life, or else be worth nothing at all. It ought, practically, to teach us to sing life. And see how the most defeated, sad song of death emanates from it, Eupopia. From the start, and because of his stubborn dualism of the drives, Freud never stopped trying to limit the discovery of a subjective or vital essence of desire as libido. But when the dualism passed into a death instinct against eros, this was no longer a simple limitation, it was a liquidation of the libido. Reich did not go wrong here, and was perhaps the only one to maintain that the product of analysis should be a free and joyous person, a carrier of the life flows, capable of carrying them all the way into the desert and decoding them, even if this idea necessarily took on the appearance of a crazy idea, given what had become of analysis. He demonstrated that Freud, no less than Jung and Adler, had repudiated the sexual position. The fixing of the death instinct in fact deprives sexuality of its generative role on at least one essential point, which is the genesis of anxiety, since this genesis becomes the autonomous cause, of sexual repression instead of its result, it follows that sexuality as desire no longer animates a social critique of civilization, but that civilization on the contrary finds itself sanctified as the sole agency capable of opposing the death desire. And how does it do this? By in principle turning death against death, by making this turned back death, la mort retournée, into a force of desire, by putting it in the service of a pseudo-life through an entire culture of guilt feeling. There is no need to tell all over how psychoanalysis culminates in a theory of culture that takes up again the age-old task of the ascetic ideal, nirvana, the cultural extract, judging life, belittling life, measuring life against death, and only retaining from life what the death of death wants very much to leave us with a sublime resignation. As Reich says, when psychoanalysis began to speak of eros, the whole world breathed a sigh of relief. One knew what this meant, and that everything was going to unfold within a mortified life, since then Eidos was now the partner of eros, for worse but also for better. 30 Psychoanalysis becomes the training ground of a new kind of priest, the director of bad conscience. Bad conscience has made us sick, but that is what will cure us. Freud did not hide what was really at issue with the introduction of the death instinct. It is not a question of any fact whatever, but merely of a principle, a question of principle. The death instinct is pure silence, pure transcendence, not givable and not given in experience. This very point is remarkable. It is because death, according to Freud, has neither a model nor an experience, that he makes of it a transcendent principle. 31 So that the psychoanalysts who refused the death instinct did so for the same reasons as those who accepted it. Some said that there was no death instinct since there was no model or experience in the unconscious, others, that there was a death instinct precisely because there was no model or experience. We say, to the contrary, that there is no death instinct because there is both the model and the experience of death in the unconscious. Death then is a part of the desiring machine, a part that must itself be judged, evaluated in the functioning of the machine and the system of its energetic conversions, and not as an abstract principle. If Freud needs death as a principle, this is by virtue of the requirements of the dualism that maintains a qualitative opposition between the drives. You will not escape the conflict once the dualism of the sexual drives and the ego drives has only a topological scope. The qualitative or dynamic dualism passes between eros and then eidos. But the same enterprise is continued and reinforced, eliminating the machinic element of desire, the desiring machines. It is a matter of eliminating the libido, insofar as it implies the possibility of energetic conversions in the machine, libido numen voluptas. It is a matter of imposing the idea of an energetic duality, rendering the machinic transformations impossible, with everything obliged to pass by way of an indifferent neutral energy, that energy emanating from Oedipus and capable of being added to either of the two irreducible forms, neutralizing, mortifying life. The purpose of the topological and dynamic dualities is to thrust aside the point of view of functional multiplicity that alone is economic. Zondi situates the problem clearly: why two kinds of drives qualified as molar, functioning mysteriously, which is to say Oedipally, rather than n genes of drives 8 molecular genes, for example, functioning mechanically. If one looks in this direction for the ultimate reason why Freud erects a transcendent death instinct as a principle, the reason will be found in Freud's practice itself. For if the principle has nothing to do with the facts, it has a lot to do with the psychoanalyst's conception of psychoanalytic practice, a conception the psychoanalyst wishes to impose. Freud made the most profound discovery of the abstract subjective essence of desire, libido. But since he realienated this essence, reinvesting it in a subjective system of representation of the ego, and since he recoded this essence on the residual territoriality of Oedipus and under the despotic signifier of castration, he could no longer conceive the essence of life except in a form turned back against itself, in the form of death itself. And this neutralization, this turning against life, is also the last way in which a depressive and exhausted libido can go on surviving, and dream that it is surviving. The ascetic ideal is an artifice for the preservation of life. Even when he wounds himself, this master of destruction, of self-destructing the very wound itself, compels him to live. 32. It is Oedipus, the marshy earth, that gives off a powerful odor of decay and death, and it is castration, the pious ascetic wound, the signifier, that makes of this death a conservatory for the Oedipal life. Desire is in itself not a desire to love, but a force to love, a virtue that gives and produces, that engineers. For how could what is in life still desire life? Who would want to call that a desire? But desire must turn back against itself in the name of a horrible anank, the anank of the weak and the depressed, the contagious neurotic anank. Desire must produce its shadow or its monkey, and find a strange artificial force for vegetating in the void, at the heart of its own lack. For better days to come? It must, but who talks in this way? What abjectness become a desire to be loved, and worse, a sniveling desire to have been loved, a desire that is reborn of its own frustration. No, daddy mommy didn't love me enough. Sick desire stretches out on the couch, an artificial swamp, a little earth, a little mother. Look at you, stumbling and staggering with no use in your legs. And it's nothing but your wanting to be loved which does it. A maudlin crying to be loved, which makes your knees go all rickety. 33. Just as there are two stomachs for the ruminant, there must also exist two abortions, two caste rations for sick desire, once in the family, in the familial scene, with the knitting mother, another time in an asepticized clinic, in the psychoanalytic scene, with specialist artists who know how to handle the death instinct and bring off castration, bring off frustration. Is this really the right way to bring on better days? And aren't all the destructions performed by schizoanalysis worth more than this psychoanalytic conservatory? Aren't they more a part of an affirmative task? Lie down, then, on the soft couch which the analyst provides and try to think up something different. If you realize that he is not a god but a human being like yourself, with worries, defects, ambitions, frailties, that he is not the repository of an all-encompassing wisdom equals code but a wanderer, along the deterritorialized path, perhaps you will cease pouring it out like a sewer, however melodious it may sound to your ears, and rise up on your own two legs and sing with your own God-given voice. Newman. To confess, to whine, to complain, to commiserate, always demands a toll. To sing it doesn't cost you a penny. Not only does it cost nothing, you actually enrich others, instead of infecting them. The phantasmal world is the world which has not been fully conquered over. It is the world of the past, never of the future. To move forward clinging to the past is like dragging a ball and chain. We are all guilty of crime, the great crime of not living life to the full. 34. You weren't born Oedipus, you caused it to grow in yourself, and you aim to get out of it through fantasy, through castration, but this in turn you have caused to grow in Oedipus, namely, in yourself, the horrible circle. Shit on your whole mortifying, imaginary, and symbolic theater. What does schizoanalysis ask? Nothing more than a bit of a relation to the outside, a little real reality. And we claim the right to a radical laxity, a radical incompetence, the right to enter the analyst's office and say it smells bad there. It reeks of the great death and the little ego. Freud himself indeed spoke of the link between his discovery of the death instinct and World War I, which remains the model of capitalist war. More generally, the death instinct celebrates the wedding of psychoanalysis and capitalism. Their engagement had been full of hesitation. What we have tried to show apropos of capitalism is how it inherited much from a transcendent death-carrying agency, the despotic signifier, but also how it brought about this agency's effusion in the full immanence of its own system. The full body, having become that of capital money, suppresses the distinction between production and anti-production. Everywhere it mixes anti-production with the productive forces in the imminent reproduction of its own always widened limits, the axiomatic. The death enterprise is one of the principal and specific forms of the absorption of surplus value in capitalism. It is this itinerary that psychoanalysis rediscovers and retraces with the death instinct. The death instinct is now only pure silence in its transcendent distinction from life, but it effuses all the more, throughout all the immanent combinations it forms with this same life. Absorbed, diffuse, Imminent death is the condition formed by the signifier in capitalism, the empty locus that is everywhere displaced in order to block the schizophrenic escapes and place restraints on the flights. The only modern myth is the myth of zombies, mortified schizos, good for work, brought back to reason. In this sense the primitive and the barbarian, with their ways of coding death, are children in comparison to modern man and his axiomatic, so many unemployed are needed, so many deaths. The Algerian war doesn't kill more people than weekend automobile accidents, planned death in Bengal, etc. Modern man raves to a far greater extent. His delirium is a switchboard with 13 telephones. He gives his orders to the world. He doesn't care for the ladies. He is brave, too. He is decorated like crazy. In man's game of chance, the death instinct, the silent instinct, is decidedly well placed, perhaps next to egoism. It takes the place of zero in roulette. The house always wins. So too does death. The law of large numbers works for death. 35. It is now or never that we must take up a problem we had left hanging. Once it is said that capitalism works on the basis of decoded flows as such, how is it that it is infinitely further removed from desiring production than were the primitive or even the barbarian systems, which nonetheless code and overcode the flows? Once it is said that desiring production is itself a decoded and deterritorialized production, how do we explain that capitalism, with its axiomatic, its statistics, performs an infinitely vaster repression of this production than do the preceding regimes, which nonetheless did not lack the necessary repressive means? We have seen that the molar statistical aggregates of social production were in a variable relationship of affinity with the molecular formations of desiring production. What must be explained is that the capitalist aggregate is the least affinal, at the very moment it decodes and deterritorializes with all its might. The answer is the death instinct, if we call instinct in general the conditions of life that are historically and socially determined by the relations of production and anti-production in a system. We know that molar social production and molecular desiring production must be evaluated both from the viewpoint of their identity in nature and from the viewpoint of their difference in regime. But it could be that these two aspects, nature and regime, are in a sense potential and are actualized only in inverse proportion. Which means that where the regimes are the closest, the identity in nature is on the contrary at its minimum, and where the identity in nature appears to be at its maximum, the regimes differ to the highest degree. If we examine the primitive or the barbarian constellations, we see that the subjective essence of desire as production is referred to large objectivities, to the territorial or the despotic body, which act as natural or divine preconditions that thus ensure the coding or the overcoding of the flows of desire by introducing them into systems of representation that are themselves objective. Hence it can be said that the identity in nature between the two productions is completely hidden there, as much by the difference between the objective socius and the subjective full body of desiring production, as by the difference between the qualified codes and overcodings of social production and the chains of decoding or of deterritorialization belonging to desiring production, and by the entire repressive apparatus represented in the savage prohibitions, the barbarian law, and the rights of anti-production. And yet the difference in regime, far from being accentuated and deepened, is on the contrary reduced to a minimum, because desiring production as an absolute limit remains an exterior limit, or else stays unoccupied as an internalized and displaced limit, with the result that the machines of desire operate on this side of their limit within the framework of the socius and its codes. That is why the primitive codes and even the despotic overcodings testify to a polyvocity that functionally draws them nearer to a chain of decoding of desire. The parts of the desiring machine function in the very workings of the social machine. The flows of desire enter and exit through the codes that continue, however, to inform the model and experience of death that are elaborated in the unity of the socio-desiring apparatus. And it is even less a question of the death instinct to the extent that the model and the experience are better coded in a circuit that never stops grafting the desiring machines onto the social machine and implanting the social machine in the desiring machines. Death comes all the more from without as it is coded from within. This is especially true of the system of cruelty, where death is inscribed in the primitive mechanism of surplus value as well as in the movement of the finite blocks of debt. But even in the system of despotic terror, where debt becomes infinite and where death experiences an elevation that tends to make of it a latent instinct, there nonetheless subsists a model in the overcoding law, and an experience for the overcoded subjects, at the same time as anti-production remains separate as the share owing to the overlord. Things are very different in capitalism. Precisely because the flows of capital are decoded and deterritorialized flows, precisely because the subjective essence of production is revealed in capitalism, precisely because the limit becomes internal to capitalism, which continually reproduces it, and also continually occupies it as an internalized and displaced limit, precisely for these reasons, the identity in nature must appear for itself between social production and desiring production. But in its turn, this identity in nature, far from favoring an affinity in regime between the two modes of production, increases the difference in regime in a catastrophic fashion, and assembles an apparatus of repression the mere idea of which neither savagery nor barbarism could provide us. This is because, on the basis of a general collapse of the large objectivities, the decoded and deterritorialized flows of capitalism are not recaptured or co-opted, but directly apprehended in a codeless axiomatic that consigns them to the universe of subjective representation. Now this universe has as its function the splitting of the subjective essence, the identity in nature, into two functions, that of abstract labor alienated in private property that reproduces the ever wider interior limits, and that of abstract desire alienated in the privatized family that displaces the ever narrower internalized limits. The double alienation labor-desire is constantly increasing and deepening the difference in regime at the heart of the identity in nature. At the same time that death is decoded, it loses its relationship with a model and an experience, and becomes an instinct, that is, it effuses in the immanent system where each act of production is inextricably linked to the process of anti-production as capital. There where the codes are undone, the death instinct lays hold of the repressive apparatus and begins to direct the circulation of the libido. A mortuary axiomatic. One might then believe in liberated desires, but ones that, like cadavers, feed on images. Death is not desired, but what is desired is dead, already dead, images. Everything labors in death, everything wishes for death. In truth, capitalism has nothing to co-opt, or rather, its powers of co-option coexist more often than not with what is to be co-opted, and even anticipate it. How many revolutionary groups as such are already in place for a co-option that will be carried out only in the future, and form an apparatus for the absorption of a surplus value not even produced yet which gives them precisely an apparent revolutionary position. In a world such as this, there is no living desire that could not of itself cause the system to explode, or that would not make the system dissolve at one end where everything would end up following behind and being swallowed up. A question of regime. Here are the desiring machines, with their three parts, the working parts, the immobile motor, the adjacent part, their three forms of energy, libido, noumen, and voluptas, and their three syntheses, the connective syntheses of partial objects and flows, the disjunctive syntheses of singularities and chains, and the conjunctive syntheses of intensities and becomings. The schizoanalyst is not an interpreter, even less a theater director, he is a mechanic, a micromechanic. There are no excavations to be undertaken, no archaeology, no statues in the unconscious, there are only stones to be sucked, a la Beckett, and other machinic elements belonging to deterritorialized constellations. The task of schizoanalysis is that of learning what a subject's desiring machines are, how they work, with what syntheses, what bursts of energy in the machine, what constituent misfires, with what flows, what chains, and what becomings in each case. Moreover, this positive task cannot be separated from indispensable destructions, the destruction of the molar aggregates, the structures and representations that prevent the machine from functioning. It is not easy to rediscover the molecules, even the giant molecule, their paths, their zones of presence, and their own syntheses, amid the large accumulations that fill the preconscious, and that delegate their representatives in the unconscious itself, thereby immobilizing the machines, silencing them, trapping them, sabotaging them, cornering them, holding them fast. In the unconscious it is not the lines of pressure that matter, but on the contrary the lines of escape. The unconscious does not apply pressure to consciousness, rather, consciousness applies pressure and straitjackets the unconscious, to prevent its escape. As to the unconscious, it is like the Platonic opposite whose opposite draws near, it flees or it perishes. What we have tried to show from the outset is how the unconscious productions and formations were not merely repelled by an agency of psychic repression that would enter into compromises with them, but actually covered over by anti-formations that disfigure the unconscious in itself, and impose on it causations, comprehensions, and expressions that no longer have anything to do with its real functioning. Thus all the statues, the Oedipal images, the phantasmal mises en scene, the symbolic of castration, the effusion of the death instinct, the perverse reterritorializations. So that one can never, as in an interpretation, read the repressed through and in the repression, since the latter is constantly inducing a false image of the thing it represses, illegitimate and transcendent uses of the syntheses according to which the unconscious can no longer operate in accordance with its own constituent machines, but merely represent what a repressive apparatus gives it to represent. It is the very form of interpretation that shows itself to be incapable of attaining the unconscious, since it gives rise to the inevitable illusions, including the structure and the signifier, by means of which the conscious makes of the unconscious an image consonant with its wishes. We are still pious, psychoanalysis remains in the pre-critical age. Doubtless these illusions would not take hold if they did not benefit from a coincidence and a support in the unconscious itself that ensures the hold. We have seen what this support was: primal repression, as exerted by the body without organs at the moment of repulsion, at the heart of molecular desiring production. Without this primal repression, psychic repression in the proper sense of the word could not be delegated in the unconscious by the molar forces and thus crush desiring production. Repression, properly speaking, profits from an occasion without which it could not interfere in the machinery of desire. 36 In contrast to psychoanalysis, which itself falls into the trap while causing the unconscious to fall into its trap, schizoanalysis follows the lines of escape and the machinic indices all the way to the desiring machines. If the essential aspect of the destructive task is to undo the Oedipal trap of repression, properly speaking, and all its dependencies, each time in a way adapted to the case in question, the essential aspect of the first positive task is to ensure the machinic conversion of primal repression, thereto in an adapted variable manner. Which is to say, undoing the blockage or the coincidence on which the repression properly speaking relies, transforming the apparent opposition of repulsion, the body without organs / the machine's partial objects, into a condition of real functioning, ensuring this functioning in the forms of attraction and production of intensities, thereafter integrating the failures in the attractive functioning, as well as enveloping the 0 degree in the intensities produced, and thereby causing the desiring machines to start up again. Such is the delicate and focal point that fills the function of transference in schizoanalysis, dispersing, schizophrenizing the perverse transference of psychoanalysis. 5. The second positive task. We cannot, however, allow the difference in regime to make us forget the identity in nature. There are fundamentally two poles, but we would not be satisfied if we had to present them merely as the duality of the molar formations and the molecular formations, since there is not one molecular formation that is not by itself an investment of a molar formation. There are no desiring machines that exist outside the social machines that they form on a large scale, and no social machines without the desiring machines that inhabit them on a small scale. Nor is there any molecular chain that does not intercept and reproduce whole blocks of molar code or axiomatic, nor any such blocks that do not contain or seal off fragments of molecular chain. A sequence of desire is extended by a social series, or a social machine contains desiring machine parts within its workings. The desiring micromultiplicities are no less collective than the large social aggregates, they are strictly inseparable and constitute one and the same process of production. From this point of view, the duality of the poles passes less between the molar and the molecular than to the interior of the molar social investments, since in any case the molecular formations are such investments. That is why our terminology concerning the two poles has necessarily varied. At times we contrasted the molar and the molecular as the paranoiac, signifying, and structured lines of integration, and the schizophrenic, machinic, and dispersed lines of escape, or again as the staking out of the perverse reterritorializations, and as the movement of the schizophrenic deterritorializations. At other times, on the contrary, we contrasted them as the two major types of equally social investments, the one sedentary and biunivocalizing, and of a reactionary or fascist tendency, the other nomadic and polyvocal, and of a revolutionary tendency. In fact, in the schizoid declaration I am of a race inferior for all eternity, I am a beast, a black, we are all German Jews. The historico-social field is no less invested than in the paranoiac formula, I am one of your kind, from the same place as you, I am a pure Aryan, of a superior race for all time. From the viewpoint of the unconscious libidinal investment, all the oscillations from one formula to the other are possible. How can this be? How can the schizophrenic escape, with its molecular dispersion, form an investment that is as strong and determined as the other? And why ain't there two types of social investment that correspond to the two poles? The answer is that everywhere there exist the molecular and the molar, their disjunction is a relation of included disjunction, which varies only according to the two directions of subordination, according as the molecular phenomena are subordinated to the large aggregates, or on the contrary subordinate them to themselves. At one of the poles the large aggregates, the large forms of gregariousness, do not prevent the flight that carries them along, and they oppose to it the paranoiac investment only as an escape in advance of the escape. But at the other pole, the schizophrenic escape itself does not merely consist in withdrawing from the social, in living on the fringe, it causes the social to take flight through the multiplicity of holes that eat away at it and penetrate it, always coupled directly to it, everywhere setting the molecular charges that will explode what must explode, make fall what must fall, make escape what must escape, at each point ensuring the conversion of schizophrenia as a process into an effectively revolutionary force. For what is the schizo, if not first of all the one who can no longer bear all that, money, the stock market, the death forces, Nijinsky said values, morals, homelands, religions, and private certitudes. There is a whole world of difference between the schizo anu the revolutionary, the difference between the one who escapes, and the one who knows how to make what he is escaping escape, collapsing a filthy drainage pipe, causing a deluge to break loose, liberating a flow, resecting a skis. The schizo is not revolutionary, but the schizophrenic process in terms of which the schizo is merely the interruption, or the continuation in the void is the potential for revolution. To those who say that escaping is not courageous, we answer, what is not escape and social investment at the same time? The choice is between one of two poles, the paranoiac counter-escape that motivates all the conformist, reactionary, and fascisizing investments, and the schizophrenic escape convertible into a revolutionary investment. Maurice Blanquat speaks admirably of this revolutionary escape, this fall that must be thought and carried out as the most positive of events. What is this escape? The word is poorly chosen to please. Courage consists, however, in agreeing to flee rather than live tranquilly and hypocritically in false refuges. Values, morals, homelands, religions, and these private certitudes that our vanity and our complacency bestow generously on us, have as many deceptive sojourns as the world arranges for those who think they are standing straight and at ease, among stable things. They know nothing of this immense flight that transports them, ignorant of themselves, in the monotonous buzzing of their ever-quickening steps that lead them impersonally in a great immobile movement. An escape in advance of the escape. Consider the example of one of these men who, having had the revelation of the mysterious drift, is no longer able to stand living in the false pretenses of residence. First he tries to take this movement as his own. He would like to personally withdraw. He lives on the fringe. But perhaps that is what the fall is, that it can no longer be a personal destiny, but the common lot. 37. In this regard, the first thesis of schizoanalysis is this: every investment is social, and in any case bears upon a socio-historical field. Let us recall the major traits of a molar formation or of a form of gregariousness, herd instinct. They effect a unification, a totalization of the molecular forces through a statistical accumulation obeying the laws of large numbers. This unity can be the biological unity of a species or the structural unity of a socius. An organism, social or living, is composed as a whole, as a global or complete object. It is in relation to this new order that the partial objects of a molecular order appear as a lack, at the same time that the whole itself is said to be lacked by the partial objects. In this way desire will be fused to lack. The myriad breaks flows that determine the positive dispersion in a molecular multiplicity are fitted over vacuoles of lack that perform this fusion in a statistical constellation of a molar order. Freud demonstrated clearly in this respect how one went from psychotic multiplicities of dispersion, founded on the breaks or schizas, to large vacuoles determined globally, of the neurosis and castration type. The neurotic needs a global object in relation to which the partial objects can be determined as a lack, and inversely. 38. But on a more general level, the statistical transformation of molecular multiplicity into a molar constellation is what organizes lack on a large scale. Such an organization belongs essentially to the biological or social organism species or socius. There is no society that does not arrange lack in its midst, by variable means peculiar to it. These means are not the same, for example, in a despotic type of society, or in a capitalist society where the market economy raises them to a degree of perfection unknown before capitalism. This welding of desire to lack is precisely what gives desire collective and personal ends, goals, or intentions instead of desire taken in the real order of its production, which behaves as a molecular phenomenon devoid of any goal or intention. Nor must it be thought that the statistical accumulation results from chance, or that it is a random result. This accumulation is on the contrary the fruit of a selection exerting its force on the elements of chance. When Nietzsche says that the selection is most often exerted in favor of the large number, he inaugurates a fundamental intuition that will inspire modern thought. For what he means is that the large numbers or the large aggregates do not exist prior to a selective pressure that might elicit singular lines from them, but that, quite on the contrary, these large numbers and aggregates are born of this selective pressure that crushes, eliminates, or regularizes the singularities. Selection does not presuppose a primary gregariousness, gregariousness presupposes the selection and is born of it. Culture as a selective process of marking or inscription invents the large numbers in whose favor it is exerted. That is why statistics is not functional but structural, and concerns chains of phenomena that selection has already placed in a state of partial dependence, the Markov chains. This can even be seen in the genetic code. In other terms, forms of gregariousness are never indifferent, they refer back to the qualified forms that produce them by creative selection. The order is not gregariousness selection, but on the contrary, molecular multiplicity forms of selection performing the selection molar or gregarious aggregates that result from this selection. What are these qualified forms? Formations of sovereignty, as Nietzsche said, that play the role of totalizing, unifying, signifying objectivities, that assign organizations, lacks, and goals. The full bodies determine the different modes of the socius, veritable heavy aggregates of the earth, the despot and capital. Full bodies or clothed substances, which are distinguished from the full body without organs or the naked matter of molecular desiring production. 39 If we wonder where these forms of force come from, it is evident that they are not to be explained in terms of any goal or end, since they are what determines goals and ends. The form or quality of a given socius, the body of the earth, the body of the despot, the body of capital money, depends on a state or degree of intensive development of the productive forces, insofar as these forces define a man-nature independent of all the social formations, or rather common to them all, what the Marxists term the givens of useful labor. The form or quality of the socius is therefore itself produced, but as the unengendered, that is, as the natural or divine precondition of production corresponding to a given degree to which it affixes a structural unity and apparent goals, to which it falls back, and whose forces it appropriates, thereby determining the selections, the accumulations, and the attractions without which these forces would not assume a social character. It is indeed in the sense that social production is desiring production itself under determinate conditions. These determinate conditions are thus the forms of gregariousness as associus or full body, under whose effect the molecular formations constitute molar aggregates. Now we can present the second thesis of schizoanalysis. Within the social investments we will distinguish the unconscious libidinal investment of group or desire, and the preconscious investment of class or interest. The latter passes by way of the large social goals, and concerns the organism and the collective organs, including the arranged vacuoles of lac. A class is defined by a regime of syntheses, a state of global connections, exclusive disjunctions, and residual conjunctions that characterize the aggregate being considered. Membership in a class refers to the role in production or anti-production, to the place in the inscription, to the portion that is due the subjects. The preconscious class interest itself thus refers to the selections of flows, to the detachments of codes, to the subjective remains or revenues. And from this viewpoint it is indeed true that an aggregate comprises practically only a single class, that class which has an interest in a given regime. The other class can constitute itself only by a counter-investment that creates its own interest in terms of new social aims, new organs and means, a new possible state of social syntheses. Whence the necessity for the other class to be represented by a party apparatus that assigns these aims and means, and effects a revolutionary break in the preconscious domain, the Leninist break, for example. In this domain of preconscious investments of class or interest it is therefore easy to distinguish what is reactionary or reformist, or what is revolutionary. But those who have an interest, in this sense, are always of a smaller number than those whose interest, in some fashion, is had or represented. The class from the standpoint of praxis is infinitely less numerous or less extensive than the class taken in its theoretical determination. Whence the subsisting contradictions within the dominant class, i.e., the class pure and simple. This is obvious in the capitalist regime where, for example, primitive accumulation can take place only for the benefit of a restricted fraction of the whole of the dominant class. But it is just as obvious for the Russian Revolution, with its formation of a party apparatus. This situation is not at all adequate, however, for resolving the following problem: why do many of those who have or should have an objective revolutionary interest maintain a preconscious investment of a reactionary type? And more rarely, how do certain people whose interest is objectively reactionary come to effect a preconscious revolutionary investment? Must we invoke in the one case a thirst for justice, a just ideological position, as well as a correct and just view, and in the other case a blindness, the result of an ideological deception or mystification? Revolutionaries often forget, or do not like to recognize, that one wants and makes revolution out of desire, not duty. Here as elsewhere, the concept of ideology is an execrable concept that hides the real problems, which are always of an organizational nature. If Reich, at the very moment he raised the most profound of questions, why did the masses desire fascism, was content to answer by invoking the ideological, the subjective, the irrational, the negative, and the inhibited, it was because he remained the prisoner of derived concepts that made him fall short of the materialist psychiatry he dreamed of, that prevented him from seeing how desire was part of the infrastructure, and that confined him in the duality of the objective and the subjective. Consequently, psychoanalysis was consigned to the analysis of the subjective, as defined by ideology. But everything is objective or subjective, as one wishes. That is not the distinction to be made passes into the economic infrastructure itself and into its investments. Libidinal economy is no less objective than political economy, and the political no less subjective than the libidinal, even though the two correspond to two modes of different investments of the same reality as social reality. There is an unconscious libidinal investment of desire that does not necessarily coincide with the preconscious investments of interest, and that explains how the latter can be perturbed and perverted in the most somber organization, below all ideology. Libidinal investment does not bear upon the regime of the social syntheses, but upon the degree of development of the forces or the energies on which these syntheses depend. It does not bear upon the selections, detachments, and remainders effected by these syntheses, but upon the nature of the codes and the flows that condition them. It does not bear upon the social means and ends, but upon the full body as socius, the formation of sovereignty, or the form of power for itself, devoid of meaning and purpose, since the meanings and the purposes derive from it, and not the contrary. It is doubtless true that interests predispose us to a given libidinal investment, but they are not identical with this investment. Moreover, the unconscious libidinal investment is what causes us to look for our interest in one place rather than another, to fix our aims on a given path, convinced that this is where our chances lie since love drives us on. The manifest syntheses are merely the preconscious indicators of a degree of development, the apparent interests and aims are merely the preconscious exponents of a social full body. As Klossowski says in his profound commentary on Nietzsche, a form of power is identical with the violence it exerts by its very absurdity, but it can exert this violence only by assigning itself aims and meanings in which even the most enslaved elements participate. The sovereign formations will have no other purpose than that of masking the absence of a purpose or a meaning of their sovereignty by means of the organic purpose of their creation, 40 and the purpose of thereby converting the absurdity into spirituality. That is why it is so futile to attempt to distinguish what is rational and what is irrational in a society. To be sure, the role, the place, and the part one has in a society, and from which one inherits in terms of the laws of social reproduction, impel the libido to invest a given socius as a full body, a given absurd power in which we participate, or have the chance to participate, under the cover of aims and interests. The fact remains that there exists a disinterested love of the social machine, of the form of power, and of the degree of development in and for themselves. Even in the person who has an interest and loves them besides with a form of love other than that of his interest. This is also the case for the person who has no interest, and who substitutes the force of a strange love for this counter-investment. Flows that run on the porous full body of a socius, these are the object of desire, higher than all the aims. It will never flow too much, it will never break or code enough, and in that very way. Oh, how beautiful the machine is! The officer of In the Penal Colony demonstrates what an intense libidinal investment of a machine can be, a machine that is not only technical but social, and through which desire desires its own repression. We have seen how the capitalist machine constituted a system of immanence bordered by a great mutant flow, non-possessive and non-possessed, flowing over the full body of capital and forming an absurd power. Everyone in his class and his person receives something from this power, or is excluded from it, insofar as the great flow is converted into incomes of wages or of enterprises that define aims or spheres of interest, selections, detachments, and portions. But the investment of the flow itself and its axiomatic, which to be sure requires no precise knowledge of political economy, is the business of the unconscious libido, inasmuch as it is presupposed by the aims. We see the most disadvantaged, the most excluded members of society invest with passion the system that oppresses them, and where they always find an interest, since it is here that they search for and measure it. Interest always comes after. Anti-production effuses in the system, anti-production is loved for itself, as is the way in which desire represses itself in the great capitalist aggregate. Repressing desire, not only for others but in oneself, being the cop for others and for oneself, that is what arouses, and it is not ideology, it is economy. Capitalism garners and possesses the force of the aim and the interest, power, but it feels a disinterested love for the absurd and non-possessed force of the machine. Oh, to be sure, it is not for himself or his children that the capitalist works, but for the immortality of the system. A violence without purpose, a joy, a pure joy in feeling oneself a will in the machine, traversed by flows, broken by schizas. Placing oneself in a position where one is thus traversed, broken, fucked by the socius, looking for the right place where, according to the aims and the interests assigned to us, one feels something moving that has neither an interest nor a purpose. A sort of art for art's sake in the libido, a taste for a job well done, each one in his own place, the banker, the cop, the soldier, the technocrat, the bureaucrat, and why not the worker, the trade unionist. Desire is agape. Not only can the libidinal investment of the social field interfere with the investment of interest, and constrain the most disadvantaged, the most exploited, to seek their ends in an oppressive machine, but what is reactionary or revolutionary in the preconscious investment of interest does not necessarily coincide with what is reactionary or revolutionary in the unconscious libidinal investment. A revolutionary preconscious investment bears upon new aims, new social syntheses, a new power. But it could be that a part at least of the unconscious libido continues to invest the former body, the old form of power, its codes and its flows. It is all the easier, and the contradiction is all the better masked, as a state of forces does not prevail over the former state without preserving or reviving the old full body as a residual and subordinated territoriality. Witness how the capitalist machine revives the despotic state, or how the socialist machine preserves a state and market monopoly capitalism. But there is something more serious. Even when the libido embraces the new body, the new force that corresponds to the effectively revolutionary goals and syntheses from the viewpoint of the preconscious, it is not certain that the unconscious libidinal investment is itself revolutionary. For the same breaks do not pass at the level of the unconscious desires and the preconscious interests. The preconscious revolutionary break is sufficiently well defined by the promotion of a socius as a full body carrying new aims, as a form of power or a formation of sovereignty that subordinates desiring production under new conditions. But even though the unconscious libido is charged with investing the socius, its investment is not necessarily revolutionary in the same sense as the preconscious investment. In fact, the unconscious revolutionary break implies for its part the body without organs as the limit of the socius that desiring production subordinates in its turn, under the condition of an overthrown power, an overthrown subordination. The preconscious revolution refers to a new regime of social production that creates, distributes, and satisfies new aims and interests. But the unconscious revolution does not merely refer to the socius that conditions this change as a form of power, it refers within this socius to the regime of desiring production as an overthrown power on the body without organs. It is not the same state of flows and schizophrenes. In one case the break is between two forms of socius, the second of which is measured according to its capacity to introduce the flows of desire into a new code or a new axiomatic of interest. In the other case the break is within the socius itself, in that it has the capacity for causing the flows of desire to circulate following their positive lines of escape, and for breaking them again following breaks of productive breaks. The most general principle of schizoanalysis is that desire is always constitutive of a social field. In any case desire belongs to the infrastructure, not to ideology. Desire is in production as social production, just as production is in desire as desiring production. But these forms can be understood in two ways, depending on whether desire is enslaved to a structured molar aggregate that it constitutes under a given form of power and gregariousness, or whether it subjugates the large aggregate to the functional multiplicities that it itself forms on the molecular scale. It is no more a case of persons or individuals in this instance than in the other. If the preconscious revolutionary break appears at the first level, and is defined by the characteristics of a new aggregate, the unconscious or libidinal break belongs to the second level and is defined by the driving role of desiring production and the position of its multiplicities. It is understandable, therefore, that a group can be revolutionary from the standpoint of class interest and its preconscious investments, but not be so and even remain fascist and police-like from the standpoint of its libidinal investments. Truly revolutionary preconscious interests do not necessarily imply unconscious investments of the same nature. An apparatus of interest never takes the place of a machine of desire. A revolutionary group at the preconscious level remains a subjugated group, even in seizing power, as long as this power itself refers to a form of force that continues to enslave and crush desiring production. The moment it is preconsciously revolutionary, Such a group already presents all the unconscious characteristics of a subjugated group, the subordination to a socius as a fixed support that attributes to itself the productive forces, extracting and absorbing the surplus value therefrom, the effusion of anti-production and death-carrying elements within the system, which feels and pretends to be all the more immortal, the phenomena of group superegoization, narcissism, and hierarchy, the mechanisms for the repression of desire. A subject group, on the contrary, is a group whose libidinal investments are themselves revolutionary. It causes desire to penetrate into the social field, and subordinates the socius or the form of power to desiring production, productive of desire and a desire that produces. The subject group invents always mortal formations that exorcise the effusion in it of a death instinct. It opposes real coefficients of transversally to the symbolic determinations of subjugation, coefficients without a hierarchy or a group superego. What complicates everything, it is true, is that the same individuals can participate in both kinds of groups in diverse ways, Saint Just, Lenin. Or the same group can present both characteristics at the same time, in diverse situations that are nevertheless coexistent. A revolutionary group can already have reassumed the form of a subjugated group, yet be determined under certain conditions to continue to play the role of a subject group. One is continually passing from one type of group to the other. Subject groups are continually deriving from subjugated groups through a rupture of the latter. They mobilize desire, and always cut its flows again further on, overcoming the limit, bringing the social machines back to the elementary forces of desire that form them. But inversely, they are also continually closing up again, remodeling themselves in the image of subjugated groups, re-establishing interior limits, reforming a great break that the flows will not pass through or overcome, subordinating the desiring machines to the repressive aggregate that they constitute on a large scale. There is a speed of subjugation that is opposed to the coefficients of transversally. And what revolution is not tempted to turn against its subject groups, stigmatized as anarchistic or irresponsible, and to liquidate them? How do we combat the deadly inclination that makes a group pass from its revolutionary libidinal investments to revolutionary investments that are simply preconscious investments or investments of interest, then to preconscious investments that are simply reformist? And where do we even situate such and such a group? Did it ever have revolutionary unconscious investments? The surrealist group, for example, with its fantastic subjugation, its narcissism, and its superego. It can happen that one lone man functions as a Floskis, as a subject group, through a break with the subjugated group from which he excludes himself or is excluded, Artaud the schizo. And where do we situate the psychoanalytic group within this complexity of social investments? Every time we wonder when it started going bad, it is always necessary to trace further back in time. Freud as the group superego, an Oedipalizing grandfather, establishing Oedipus as an interior limit, with all kinds of little narcissuses around, and Reich the marginal, plotting a tangent of deterritorialization, causing the flows of desire to circulate, smashing the limit, breaching the wall. But it is not just a matter of literature or even psychoanalysis. It is a matter of politics, though not, as we shall see, of a program. The task of schizoanalysis is therefore to reach the investments of unconscious desire of the social field, insofar as they are differentiated from the preconscious investments of interest, and insofar as they are not merely capable of counteracting them, but also of coexisting with them in opposite modes. In the generation gap conflict we hear old people reproach the young, in the most malicious way, for putting their desires, a car, credit, a loan, girl-boy relationships, ahead of their interests, work, savings, a good marriage. But what appears to other people as raw desire still contains complexes of desire and interest, and a mixture of forms of desire and of interest that are specifically reactionary and vaguely revolutionary. The situation is completely muddled. It seems that schizoanalysis can make use only of indices, the machinic indices, in order to discern, at the level of groups or individuals, the libidinal investments of the social field. Now in this respect it is sexuality that constitutes the indices. Not that the revolutionary capacity can be evaluated in terms of the objects, the aims, or the sources of the sexual drives animating an individual or a group. Assuredly perversions, and even sexual emancipation, give no privilege as long as sexuality remains confined within the framework of the dirty little secret. It is in vain that the secret is published, that one demands one's right to be heard. It can even be disinfected, treated in a psychoanalytic or scientific manner, yet thereby one stands a greater chance of killing desire, or of inventing forms of liberation for it drearier than the most repressive prison, as long as one has not succeeded in rescuing sexuality from the category of secrets, even if public, even if disinfected, i.e., as long as it has not been rescued from the Oedipal narcissistic origin imposed on it as the lie under which it can merely become cynical, shameful, and mortified. It is a lie to claim to liberate sexuality, and to demand its rights to objects, aims, and sources, all the while maintaining the corresponding flows within the limits of an Oedipal code: conflict, regression, resolution, sublimation of Oedipus, and while continuing to impose a familialist and masturbatory form or motivation on it that makes any perspective of liberation futile in advance. For example, no gay liberation movement is possible as long as homosexuality is caught up in a relation of exclusive disjunction with heterosexuality, a relation that ascribes them both to a common Oedipal and castrating stock, charged with ensuring only their differentiation in two non-communicating series, instead of bringing to light their reciprocal inclusion and their transverse communication in the decoded flows of desire, included disjunctions, local connections, nomadic conjunctions. In short, sexual repression, more insistent than ever, will survive all the publications, demonstrations, emancipations, and protests concerning the liberty of sexual objects, sources, and aims, as long as sexuality is kept consciously or not within narcissistic, Oedipal, and castrating coordinates that are enough to ensure the triumph of the most rigorous censors, the grey gentleman mentioned by Lawrence. Lawrence shows in a profound way that sexuality, including chastity, is a matter of flows, an infinity of different and even contrary flows. Everything depends on the way in which these flows, whatever their object, source, and aim, are coded and broken according to uniform figures, or on the contrary taken up in chains of decoding that resect them according to mobile and non-figurative points, the flow schizophrenes. Lawrence attacks the poverty of the immutable identical images, the figurative roles that are so many tourniquets cutting off the flows of sexuality: fiancé, mistress, wife, mother. One could just as easily add homosexuals, heterosexuals, etc. All these roles are distributed by the Oedipal triangle: father, mother, me, a representative ego thought to be defined in terms of the father-mother representations, by fixation, regression, assumption, sublimation, and all of that according to what rule? The law of the great phallus that no one possesses, the despotic signifier prompting the most miserable struggle, a common absence for all the reciprocal exclusions where the flows dry up, drained by bad conscience and ressentiment. Sticking a woman on a pedestal, or the reverse, sticking her beneath notice, or making a model housewife of her, or a model mother, or a model helpmeet. All mere devices for avoiding any contact with her. A woman is not a model anything. She is not even a distinct and definite personality. A woman is a strange soft vibration on the air, going forth unknown and unconscious, and seeking a vibration of response. Or else she is a discordant, jarring, painful vibration, going forth and hurting everyone within range. And a man the same. 41. Let's not be too quick to make light of the pantheism of flows present in such texts as this. It is not easy to de-Oedipalize even nature, even landscapes, to the extent that Lawrence could. The fundamental difference between psychoanalysis and schizoanalysis is the following: schizoanalysis attains a non-figurative and non-symbolic unconscious, a pure abstract figural dimension, abstract in the sense of abstract painting, flows schizas or real desire, apprehended below the minimum conditions of identity. What does psychoanalysis do, and first of all what does Freud do, if not maintain sexuality under the morbid yoke of the little secret, while finding medical means for rendering it public, for making it into an open secret, the analytic Oedipus. We are told, see here, it's quite normal, everybody's like that, but one continues to embrace the same humiliating and degrading conception of sexuality, the same figurative conception as the censors. It is certain that psychoanalysis has not made its pictorial revolution. There is a hypothesis dear to Freud: the libido does not invest the social field as such except on condition that it be desexualized and sublimated. If he holds so closely to this hypothesis, it is because he wants above all to keep sexuality in the limited framework of Narcissus and Oedipus, the ego and the family. Consequently, every sexual libidinal investment having a social dimension seems to him to testify to a pathogenic state, a fixation in narcissism, or a regression to Oedipus and to the pre-Oedipal stages, by means of which homosexuality will be explained as a reinforced drive, and paranoia as a means of defense. 42 We have seen on the contrary that what the libido invested, through its loves and sexuality, was the social field itself in its economic, political, historical, racial, and cultural determinations. In delirium the libido is continually recreating history, continents, kingdoms, races, and cultures. Not that it is advisable to put historical representations in the place of the familial representations of the Freudian unconscious, or even the archetypes of a collective unconscious. It is merely a question of ascertaining that our choices in matters of love are at the crossroads of vibrations, which is to say that they express connections, disjunctions, and conjunctions of flows that cross through a society, entering and leaving it, linking it up with other societies, ancient or contemporary, remote or vanished, dead or yet to be born. Africas and Orients, always following the underground thread of the libido. Not geohistorical figures or statues, although our apprenticeship is more readily accomplished with these figures, with books, histories, and reproductions, than with our mommy. But flows and codes of socius that do not portray anything, that merely designate zones of libidinal intensity on the body without organs, and that are emitted, captured, intercepted by the being that we are then determined to love, like a point sign, a singular point in the entire network of the intensive body that responds to history, that vibrates with it. Never was Freud more adventurous than in Gradiva. In short, our libidinal investments of the social field, reactionary or revolutionary, are so well hidden, so unconscious, so well masked by the preconscious investments, that they appear only in our sexual choices of lovers. A love is not reactionary or revolutionary, but it is the index of the reactionary or revolutionary character of the social investments of the libido. The desiring sexual relationships of man and woman, or of man and man, or woman and woman, are the index of social relationships between people. Love and sexuality are the exponents or the indicators, this time unconscious, of the midinal investments of the social held. Every loved or desired being serves as a collective agent of enunciation. And it is certainly not, as Freud believed, the libido that must be desexualized and sublimated in order to invest society and its flows. On the contrary, it is love, desire, and their flows that manifest the directly social character of the non-sublimated libido and its sexual investments. For those looking for a thesis topic on psychoanalysis, one should not suggest vast considerations on analytic epistemology, but modest and rigorous topics such as the theory of maids or domestic servants in Freud's thought. There are some real indices in such areas. On the subject of maids who are present everywhere in the cases studied by Freud, there occurs an exemplary hesitation in Freudian thought, a hesitation too quickly resolved in favor of what was to become a dogma of psychoanalysis. Philippe Girard, in unpublished remarks that seem to us to have a wide application, situates the problem at several levels. In the first place, Freud discovers his own Oedipus in a complex social context that brings into play the older half-brother from the rich side of the family, and the thievish maid as the poor woman. Secondly, the familial romance and fantasy activity in general will be presented by Freud as a veritable drift of the social field, where one substitutes persons of a higher or lower rank for the parents, the son of a princess kidnapped by gypsies, or the son of a poor man taken in by bourgeois, Oedipus was already doing this when he claimed a low birth of servant parents. Thirdly, the rat man not only installs his neurosis in a social field determined from one end to the other as military, he not only makes it revolve around a form of torture originating in the Orient, but also in this very field he causes his neurosis to oscillate between two poles constituted by the rich woman and the poor woman, under the effect of a strange unconscious communication with the unconscious of the father. Lacan was the first to emphasize these themes, which were enough to challenge the whole of Oedipus, and he shows the existence of a social complex where the subject at times attempts to assume his own role but at the price of a splitting of the sexual object into a rich woman and a poor woman, and at other times ensures the unity of the object, but this time at the price of a splitting of his own social function at the other extremity of the chain. Fourthly, the wolf man demonstrates a marked taste for the poor woman, the peasant girl on all fours washing some clothes, or the servant scrubbing the floor. 43. The fundamental problem with regard to these texts is the following: must we see, in all these sexual social investments of the libido and these object choices, mere dependences of a familial Oedipus? Must we save Oedipus at all costs by interpreting these investments and object choices as defenses against incest? Thus the familial romance, or Oedipus's own wish to have been born of poor parents who would cleanse him of his crime. Must these be understood as compromises and substitutes for incest? Thus in the wolf man, the peasant girl as a substitute for the sister, having the same name as she, or the girl on hands and knees, working, as a substitute for the mother surprised in the coitus scene, and in the rat man, the disguised repetition of the paternal situation, making it possible to enrich or impregnate Oedipus with a fourth symbolic term charged with accounting for the splittings through which the libido invests the social field. Freud makes a firm choice of this last direction, all the more firm in that, according to his own confession, he wants to set things straight with Jung and Adler. And after having ascertained in the wolf man case the existence of an intention of debasing the woman as love object, he concludes that it is merely a matter of a rationalization, and that the true underlying determination almost always leads us back to the sister, to the mommy, considered as the only purely erotic motives. Taking up the eternal refrain of Oedipus, the eternal lullaby, he writes, "A child pays no regard to social distinctions, which have little meaning for it as yet, and it classes people of inferior rank with its parents if they love it as its parents do." 44. We always fall back into the false alternative where Freud was led by Oedipus, and then confirmed in this position by his controversy with Adler and Jung. Either, he says, you will abandon the sexual position of the libido in favor of an individual and social will to power, or in favor of a prehistoric collective unconscious, or you will recognize Oedipus, making of it the sexual abode of the libido, and you will make daddy-mommy into the purely erotic motive. Oedipus, the touchstone of the pure psychoanalyst, on which to sharpen the sacred blade of a successful castration. Yet what was the other direction, glimpsed for a moment by Freud apropos of the familial romance, before the Oedipal trapdoor slams shut? It is the direction rediscovered, at least hypothetically, by Philippe Girard: there is no family where vacuoles are not arranged, and where extrafamilial breaks are not manifest, by means of which the libido is engulfed in order to sexually invest the non-familial, i.e., the other class, as determined under the empirical rubrics of the richest and the poorest, and sometimes both at once. Wouldn't the great other, indispensable to the position of desire, be the social other, social difference apprehended and invested as the non-family within the family itself? The other class is by no means grasped by the libido as a magnified or impoverished image of the mother, but as the foreign, the non-mother, the non-father, the non-family, the index of what is non-human in sex, and without which the libido would not assemble its desiring machines. Class struggle goes to the heart of the ordeal of desire. The familial romance is not a derivative of Oedipus, Oedipus is a drift of the familial romance, and thereby of the social field. It is not a question of denying the importance of parental coitus, and the position of the mother, but when this position makes the mother resemble a floor washer, or an animal, what authorizes Freud to say that the animal or the maid stand for the mother, independently of the social or generic differences, instead of concluding that the mother also functions as something other than the mother, and gives rise in the child's libido to an entire differentiated social investment at the same time, as she opens the way to a relation with the non-human sex. For whether the mother works or not, whether the mother is from a richer or poorer background than the father, etc., has to do with breaks and flows that traverse the family, but that overreach it on all sides and are not familial. From the start we wonder if the libido knows father-mother, or rather if it makes the parents function as something entirely different, as agents of production in relation to other agents in socio-desiring production. From the point of view of libidinal investment, parents not only open to the other, they are themselves countersect and divided by the other who defamilializes them according to the laws of social production and desiring production. The mother herself functions as rich woman or poor woman, maid or princess, pretty girl or old lady, animal or blessed virgin, and all at once. Everything passes into the machine that causes the properly familial determinations to disintegrate. What the orphan libido invests is a field of social desire, a field of production and anti-production with its breaks and flows, where the parents are apprehended in non-parental functions and roles confronting other roles and other functions. Does this amount to saying that the parents have no unconscious role as such? Of course they have an unconscious role, but in two quite specific ways that deprive them even more of their supposed autonomy. In accordance with the distinction made by embryologists with regard to the egg between the stimulus and the organizer, parents are stimuli having an indifferent value that trigger the allocation of gradients or zones of intensity on the body without organs. It is in relation to the parents that in each case wealth or poverty will be situated, the relative richest or poorest, as empirical forms of social difference, so that within this difference the parents again appear, allocated to such end, such a zone, but under a different rubric from that of parents. And the organizer is the social field of desire, which alone designates the zones of intensity, with all the beings that populate these zones and determine their libidinal investment. Secondly, the parents as parents are terms of application that express the reduction of the social field invested by the libido to a finite aggregate of destination, where the destination finds nothing but impasses and blockages consonant with the mechanisms of psychic and social repression active in this field. Oedipus, such is Oedipus. In each of these senses, the third thesis of schizoanalysis posits the primacy of the libidinal investments of the social field over the familial investment, both in point of fact and by statute, an indifferent stimulus at the beginning, an extrinsic result at the point of arrival. The relation to the non-familial is always primary, in the form of sexuality of the field in social production, and the non-human sex in desiring production, gigantism and dwarfism. One often has the impression that families have understood the lesson of psychoanalysis only too well, even from far off or by osmosis. In the air of the times, they play at Oedipus, a sublime alibi. But behind all this, there is an economic situation, the mother reduced to housework, or to a difficult and uninteresting job on the outside, children whose future remains uncertain, the father who has had it with feeding all those mouths, in short, a fundamental relation to the outside of which the psychoanalyst washes his hands, too attentive to seeing that his clients play nice games. Now the economic situation, the relation to the outside, is what the libido invests and counter-invests as sexual libido. One gets off on flows and the breaks in these flows. Let us consider for a moment the motivations that lead someone to be psychoanalyzed. It involves a situation of economic dependence that has become unbearable for desire, or full of conflicts for the investment of desire. The psychoanalyst, who says so many things about the necessity for money in the cure, remains supremely indifferent to the question of who is footing the bill. For example, the analysis reveals the unconscious conflicts of a woman with her husband, but the husband is paying for his wife's analysis. This isn't the only time we encounter the duality of money, as a structure of external financing and as a means of internal payment, along with the objective dissimulation that it comprises, essential to the capitalist system. But it is interesting to find this essential concealment, miniaturized, occupying a place of honor in the analyst's office. The analyst talks about Oedipus, about castration and the phallus, about the necessity of assuming one's sex, as Freud says, the human sex, and the necessity for the woman to renounce her desire for the penis and for the man to renounce his male protest. We maintain that there is not one woman, more particularly, not one child, who can as such assume her or his situation in a capitalist society, precisely because the situation has nothing to do with the phallus and castration, but directly concerns an unbearable economic dependence. And the woman and the children who succeed in assuming do so only by detours and determinations completely distinct from their being woman and their being child. Nothing to do with the phallus, but much to do with desire, with sexuality as desire. For the phallus has never been either the object or the cause of desire, but is itself the castrating apparatus, the machine for putting lack into desire, for drying up all the flows, and for making all the breaks from the outside and from the real into one and the same break with the outside, with the real. Too much always penetrates from the outside, where the analyst is concerned, too much penetrates into his office. Even the closed familial scene appears to him to be an excessive outside. He promotes the pure analytic scene, an office Oedipus and an office castration, that should be its own reality, its own proof, and that, contrary to the movement, proves itself only by not working, by being interminable. Psychoanalysis has become quite a stupefying drug, where the strangest personal dependence allows the clients to forget, during the time spent in sessions on the couch, the economic dependencies that drive them there in the first place, a bit like the way the decoding of flows entails a reinforcement of bondage. Do these psychoanalysts who are Oedipalizing women, children, blacks, and animals know what they are doing? We dream of entering their offices, opening the windows and saying, "It smells stuffy in here, some relation with the outside, if you please." For desire does not survive cut off from the outside, cut off from its economic and social investments and counter-investments. And if there is, to use Freud's terms, a purely erotic motive, it is certainly not Oedipus that harbors it, nor the phallus that actuates it, nor castration that transmits it. The erotic, the purely erotic motive pervades the social field, wherever desiring machines are agglutinated or dispersed in social machines, and where love object choices occur at the meeting place of the two kinds of machine, following lines of escape or integration. Will Aaron leave with his flute, which is not a phallus, but a desiring machine and a process of deterritorialization? Let us suppose that we are granted everything, it will only be granted afterward. It is only afterward that the libido would invest the social field, and that it would participate in the social and the metaphysical. Which permits the preservation of the fundamental Freudian position, according to which the libido must be desexualized in order to perform such investments, but begins with Oedipus, me, father and mother, the pre-Oedipal stages relating structurally or eschatologically to the Oedipal organization. We have seen that this conception of the afterward implied a radical misunderstanding with regard to the nature of the actual factors. For either the libido is caught up in molecular desiring production and knows nothing of persons, just as it knows nothing of the ego, even the most undifferentiated ego of narcissism, since its investments are already differentiated, but differentiated according to the prepersonal regime of partial objects, of singularities, of intensities, of gears and parts of machines of desire, where one would have a hard time recognizing mother or father or me. We have seen how contradictory it was to invoke the partial objects, and to make of them representatives of parental persons or the supports of familial relations, or on the other hand the libido invests persons and an ego, but is already caught up in a social production and social machines that do not merely differentiate them as familial beings, but as derivatives of the molar aggregate to which they belong under this other regime. It is indeed true that the social and the metaphysical arrive at the same time, in accordance with the two simultaneous meanings of process, as the historical process of social production and as the metaphysical process of desiring production. But they do not come afterward. Lindner's painting again asserts its presence, where the turgid little boy has already plugged a desiring machine into a social machine, short-circuiting the parents, who can only intervene as agents of production and anti-production in one case as in the other. There is only the social and the metaphysical. If something crops up afterward, it is certainly not the social and metaphysical investments of the libido, the unconscious syntheses, rather, on the contrary, it is Oedipus, narcissism, and the entire series of psychoanalytic concepts. The factors of production are always actual, and are so from the tenderest age. Actual does not signify recent as opposed to infantile, but rather in action, as opposed to what is virtual and will come about under certain conditions. Oedipus is virtual and reactional. Let us consider the conditions under which Oedipus arrives, an aggregate of departure transfinite, constituted by all the objects, agents, and relations of socio-desiring production is reduced to a finite familial aggregate as an aggregate of arrival, a minimum of 3 terms, which one can and even must augment, but not to infinity. Such an application in fact presupposes a 4th, extrapolated, mobile term, the symbolic abstract phallus, charged with performing the folding or the correspondence, but this application effectively operates on the 3 persons who constitute the minimum familial constellation, or on their substitutes father, mother, child. One does not stop there, since these 3 terms tend to be reduced to 2, either in the scene of castration where the father kills the child, or in the scene of the terrible mother where the mother kills the child or the father. Then from 2 we pass to 1 in narcissism, which in no way precedes Oedipus but is its product. That is why we speak of an Oedipal narcissistic machine, at the end of which the ego encounters its own death, as the 0 term of a pure abolition that has haunted Oedipalized desire from the start, and that is identified now, at the end, as then eidos. 4, 3, 2, 1, 0 Oedipus is a race for death. Since the 19th century, the study of mental illnesses and madness has remained the prisoner of the familial postulate and its correlates, the personological correlate and the egoid postulate, le postulat moique. We have seen, following Foucault, how 19th century psychiatry had conceived of the family as both cause and judge of the illness, and the closed asylum as an artificial family charged with internalizing guilt and with instituting responsibility, enveloping madness no less than its cure in a father-child relationship everywhere present. In this respect, far from breaking with psychiatry, psychoanalysis transported its requirements outside the asylum walls, and first imposed a certain free, intensive, phantasmal use of the family that seemed particularly suited to what was isolated as the neuroses. But the resistance of the psychoses on the one hand, and the necessity for taking into account a social etiology on the other hand, has led psychiatrists and psychoanalysts to redeploy under open conditions the order of an extended family, which is still believed to possess the secret of the illness as well as its cure. After the family has been internalized in Oedipus, Oedipus is externalized in the symbolic order, in the institutional order, in the community order, the sectorial order, etc. This progression contains a constant of all modern attempts at reform. And if this tendency appears in its most naive form in community psychiatry aimed at adjustment, the therapeutic return to the family, to the identity of persons and the integrity of the ego, the whole works being blessed by successful castration in a sacred triangular form, the same tendency in more disguised forms is at work in other trends. It is not by chance that Lacan's symbolic order has been diverted, utilized for grounding a structural Oedipus applicable to psychosis, and for extending the familial coordinates beyond their real and even imaginary domain. It is not by chance that institutional analysis has difficulty in maintaining a position against the reconstitution of artificial families where the symbolic order, embodied in the institution, reforms group Oedipuses, with all the lethal characteristics of the subjugated groups. What is more, anti-psychiatry has sought the secret of a causality at once social and schizophrenic in the redeployed families. This is perhaps where the mystification appears most clearly, because anti-psychiatry, by certain of its aspects, was the most suited to break with the traditional familial reference. What does one see, in fact, in the American familialist studies pursued by anti-psychiatrists? Completely ordinary families are baptized as schizophrenogenic, as well as completely ordinary familial mechanisms, and an ordinary familial logic, i.e., neuroticizing at worst. In so-called schizophrenic familial monographs, everyone easily recognizes his own daddy, his own mommy. For example, Battison's double impasse or double bind, where is there a father who doesn't simultaneously transmit the two contradictory injunctions, let's be friends, son, I'm the best friend you've got, and watch out, son, don't treat me like one of your buddies? There is nothing there with which to make a schizophrenic. We have seen in this sense that the double impasse in no way defined a specific schizophrenogenic mechanism, but merely characterized Oedipus in the whole of its extension. If there is a veritable impasse, a veritable contradiction, it is the one into which the researcher himself is led, when he claims to assign schizophrenogenic social mechanisms, and at the same time to discover them within the order of the family, which both social production and the schizophrenic process escape. This contradiction is perhaps especially perceptible in Lang, because he is the most revolutionary of the anti-psychiatrists. At the very moment he breaks with psychiatric practice, undertakes assigning a veritable social genesis to psychosis, and calls for a continuation of the voyage as a process and for a dissolution of the normal ego, he falls back into the worst familialist, personological, and egoic postulates, so that the remedies invoked are no more than a sincere corroboration among parents, a recognition of the real persons, a discovery of the true ego or self, as in Martin Buber. 45. Even more than the hostility of traditional authorities, perhaps this is the source of the actual failure of the anti-psychiatric undertakings, of their co-option for the benefit of adaptational forms of familial psychotherapy and of community psychiatry, and of Lang's own retreat to the Orient. And is it not a contradiction on another level, but analogous, when some, attempting to hasten the teaching of Lacan, place it back on a familial and personological axis, whereas Lacan assigns the cause of desire in a non-human object, heterogeneous to the person, below the minimum conditions of identity, escaping the intersubjective coordinates as well as the world of meanings. Long live the Endem view, for if we follow the detailed account by the ethnologist Turner, the Endem view doctor alone has been able to treat Oedipus as an appearance, a decor, and to go back to the unconscious libidinal investments of the social field. Oedipal familialism, even and especially in its most modern forms, makes impossible the discovery of what one claims nevertheless to be searching for today, schizophrenic social production. In the first place, it is futile to affirm that the family expresses more profound social contradictions, for one confers on it a value as microcosm, gives it the role of a necessary relay for the transformation of social into mental alienation. What is more, one acts as if the libido did not directly invest the social contradictions as such, and in order to awaken, needed these contradictions translated according to the family code. By that very fact, one has already substituted a familial causation or expression for social production, and finds oneself back within the categories of idealist psychiatry. Whatever one's stake in all of this, society is thereby justified. All that remains to contest it with are vague considerations on the sick nature of the family, or more generally still, considerations on the modern way of life. One has therefore glossed over what is essential, that society is schizophrenizing at the level of its infrastructure, its mode of production, its most precise capitalist economic circuits, and that the libido invests this social field, not in a form where it would be expressed and translated by means of a family microcosm, but in the form where it causes its non-familial breaks and flows, invested as such, to enter into the family, hence, that the familial investments are always a result of the socio-desiring libidinal investments, which alone are primary. Finally, that mental alienation refers directly to these investments and is no less social than social alienation, which refers for its part to the preconscious investments of interest. Not only does one thereby fail to correctly evaluate social production in its pathogenic nature, but secondly, one also fails to understand the schizophrenic process in its relationship with the schizophrenic as a sick person. For one attempts to neuroticize everything. And doubtless one thus conforms to the family's mission, which is to produce neurotics by means of its Oedipalization, its system of impasses, its delegated psychic repression, without which social repression would never find docile and resigned subjects, and would not succeed in choking off the flow's lines of escape. We don't feel any need to attach the slightest importance to psychoanalysis's claim to cure neurosis, since, for it, curing consists of an infinite maintenance, an infinite resignation, an accession to desire by way of castration and of the establishment of conditions where the subject is able to spread, to pass the sickness to his offspring, rather than dying celibate, impotent, and masturbatory. Again, perhaps it will be discovered that the only incurable is the neurotic whence interminable psychoanalysis. It is a cause for self-congratulation when one succeeds in transforming a schizo into a paranoiac or a neurotic. Such a transformation perhaps entails many misunderstandings. For the schizo is the one who escapes all Oedipal, familial, and personological references. I'll no longer say me, I'll no longer say daddy mommy, and he keeps his word. Now the question is, first, if that is what makes him ill, or if on the contrary that is the schizophrenic process, which is not an illness, not a breakdown but a breakthrough, however distressing and adventurous, breaking through the wall or the limit separating us from desiring production, causing the flows of desire to circulate. Lang's importance lies in the fact that, starting from certain intuitions that remained ambiguous in Jaspers, he was able to indicate the incredible scope of this voyage. With the result that schizoanalysis would come to nothing if it did not add to its positive tasks the constant destructive task of disintegrating the normal ego. Lawrence, Miller, and then Lang were able to demonstrate this in a profound way. It is certain that neither men nor women are clearly defined personalities, but rather vibrations, flows, schizas, and knots. The ego refers to personological coordinates from which it results, persons in their turn refer to familial coordinates, and we shall see what the familial constellation refers to in order to produce individuals in its turn. The task of schizoanalysis is that of tirelessly taking apart egos and their presuppositions, liberating the prepersonal singularities they enclose and repress, mobilizing the flows they would be capable of transmitting, receiving, or intercepting, establishing always further and more sharply the schizas and the breaks well below conditions of identity, and assembling the desiring machines that counteract everyone and group everyone with others. For everyone is a little group, un groupuscule, and must live as such, or rather, like the Zen tea box broken in 100 places, whose every crack is repaired with cement made of gold, or like the church tile whose every fissure is accentuated by the layers of paint or lime covering it, the contrary of castration, which is unified, molarized, hidden, scarred, unproductive. Schizoanalysis is so named because throughout its entire process of treatment it schizophrenizes, instead of neuroticizing like psychoanalysis. What makes the schizophrenic ill, since the cause of the illness is not schizophrenia as a process? What transforms the breakthrough into a breakdown? It is the constrained arrest of the process, or its continuation in the void, or the way in which it is forced to take itself as a goal. We have seen in this sense how social production produced the sick schizo, constructed on decoded flows that constitute its profound tendency or its absolute limit. Capitalism is constantly counteracting this tendency, exorcising this limit by substituting internal relative limits for it that it can reproduce on an ever-expanding scale, or an axiomatic of flows that subjects this tendency to the harshest forms of despotism and repression. It is in this sense that contradiction installs itself not only at the level of the flows that traverse the social field, but at the level of their libidinal investments, which form the flow's constituent parts between the paranoiac reconstruction of the state and the positive schizophrenic lines of escape. Thereafter three possibilities emerge. First, the process is arrested, the limit of desiring production is displaced, travestied, and now passes over into the Oedipal subaggregate. So the schizo is effectively neuroticized, and it is this neuroticization that constitutes his illness, for in any case neuroticization precedes neurosis, the latter being the result of the former. Or, second, the schizo resists neuroticization and Oedipalization. Even the use of modern resources, the pure analytic scene, the symbolic phallus, structural foreclosure, and the name of the father do not succeed in taking on him. Here again, in these modern resources, what a strange use is made of Lacan's discoveries. Lacan, who was the first on the contrary to schizophrenize the analytic field. In this second case the process, confronted with a neuroticization that it resists, but that suffices to block it on all sides, is led to take itself as an end. A psychotic is produced who escapes the delegated repression, properly speaking only to take refuge in primal repression, closing the body without organs around itself and silencing his desiring machines. Catatonia rather than neurosis, catatonia rather than Oedipus and castration, but it is still an effect of neuroticization, a counter-effect of one and the same illness. Or the third case, the process sets to turning round in the void. Since it is now a process of deterritorialization, it can no longer search for and create its new land. Confronted with Oedipal reterritorialization, an archaic, residual, ludicrously restricted sphere, it will form still more artificial lands that, barring an accident, accommodate themselves in one way or another to the established order, the pervert. After all, Oedipus was already an artificial sphere, O family. And the resistance to Oedipus, the return to the body without organs, was still an artificial sphere, O asylum. So that everything is perversion. But everything is psychosis and paranoia as well, since everything is set in motion by the counter-investment of the social field that produces the psychotic. Again, everything is neurosis, since it is an outcome of the neuroticization that runs counter to the process. Finally, everything is process, schizophrenia as process, since it is against schizophrenia that everything is measured, its peculiar trajectory, its neurotic arrests, its perverse continuations in the void, its psychotic finalizations. Inasmuch as Oedipus arises out of an application of the entire social field to the finite familial figure, it does not imply just any investment of this field by the libido, but a very particular investment that renders this application possible and necessary. That is why Oedipus seemed to us a paranoiac's idea before being a neurotic's feeling. In fact, the paranoiac investment consists in subordinating molecular desiring production to the molar aggregate it forms on one surface of the full body without organs, enslaving it by that very fact to a form of socius that exercises the function of a full body under determinate conditions. The paranoiac engineers masses, and is continually forming large aggregates, inventing heavy apparatuses for the regimentation and the repression of the desiring machines. Doubtless it is not hard for him to appear reasonable, by appealing to collective interests and goals, reforms to be brought about, sometimes even revolutions to be made. But madness breaks through, beneath the reformist investments, or the reactionary and fascist investments, which assume a reasonable appearance only in the light of the preconscious, and which animate the strange discourse of an organization of society. Even its language is demented. Listen to a Secretary of State, a general, the boss of a firm, a technician. Listen to the great paranoiac din beneath the discourse of reason that speaks for others, in the name of the silent majority. The explanation is that, beneath preconscious goals and interests, a uniquely unconscious investment rises up that embraces a full body for itself, independently of all aims, and a degree of development for itself, independently of all reason, that very degree and no other. Don't take another step, that very socius and no other, hands off. A disinterested love of the molar machine, a veritable enjoyment, with all the hatred it contains for those who do not submit to the molar machine, the entire libido is at stake. From the point of view of libidinal investment, it is clear that there are few differences between a reformist, a fascist, and sometimes even certain revolutionaries, who are distinguished from one another only in a preconscious fashion, but whose unconscious investments are of the same type, even when they do not adopt the same body. We can't go along with Maud Manani when she sees the first historical act of anti-psychiatry in the 1902 decision granting Judge Schreiber his liberty and responsibility, despite the recognized continuation of his delirious ideas. 46 There is room for doubting that the decision would have been the same if Schreiber had been schizophrenic rather than paranoiac, if he had taken himself for a black or a Jew rather than a pure Aryan, if he had not proved himself so competent in the management of his wealth, and if in his delirium he had not displayed a taste for the socius of an already fascisizing libidinal investment. As machines of subjugation, the social machines give rise to incomparable loves, which are not explained by their interests, since interests derive from them instead. At the deepest level of society there is delirium, because delirium is the investment of associates as such, beyond goals. And it is not merely the despot's body to which the paranoiac lovingly aspires, but the body of capital money as well, or a new revolutionary body, the moment it becomes a form of power and gregariousness. To be possessed by this body as well as possessing it, to engineer subjugated groups for which one becomes so many cogs and parts, to insert oneself into the machine to find there at last the enjoyment of the mechanisms that pulverize desire, such is the paranoiac experience. Now Oedipus appears to be a relatively innocent thing, a private kind of thing to be treated in the analyst's office. But we ask precisely what type of unconscious social investment Oedipus presupposes, since psychoanalysis does not invent Oedipus, psychoanalysis is content to live off Oedipus, to develop and promote it, and to give it a marketable medical form. Inasmuch as the paranoiac investment enslaves desiring production, it is very important for it that the limit of this production be displaced, and that it pass to the interior of the socius, as a limit between two molar aggregates, the social aggregate of departure and the familial subaggregate of arrival that supposedly corresponds to it, in such a way that desire is caught in the trap of a familial psychic repression that comes to double the weight of social repression. The paranoiac applies his delirium to the family and to his own family, but it is first of all a delirium of races, ranks, classes, and universal history. In short, Oedipus implies within the unconscious itself an entire reactionary and paranoiac investment of the social field that acts as an Oedipalizing factor, and that can fuel as well as counteract the preconscious investments. From the standpoint of schizoanalysis, the analysis of Oedipus therefore consists in tracing back from the son's confused feelings to the delirious ideas or the lines of investment of the parents, of their internalized representatives and their substitutes, not in order to attain the whole of a family, which is never more than a locus of application and reproduction, but in order to attain the social and political units of libidinal investment. With the result that all familialist psychoanalysis with the psychoanalyst at the fore warrants a schizoanalysis. Only one way to spend time on the couch, schizoanalyze the psychoanalyst. We have maintained throughout that, by dint of their difference in nature with regard to the preconscious investments of interest, the unconscious investments of desire had sexuality as an index in their social scope itself. Which does not mean, of course, that one need only invest the poor woman, the maid, or the whore to have revolutionary loves. There are no revolutionary or reactionary loves, which is to say that loves are not defined by their objects, any more than by the sources and aims of the desires and the drives. But there are forms of love that are the indices of the reactionary or the revolutionary character of the investment made by the libido of a socio-historical or geographic field, from which the loved and desired beings receive their definition. Oedipus is one of these forms, the index of a reactionary investment. And the well-defined figures, the well-identified roles, the clearly distinct persons, in short the image models of which Lawrence spoke, mother, fiancée, mistress, wife, saint, or whore, princess and maid, rich woman and poor woman are dependents of Oedipus, even in their reversals and their substitutions. The very form of these images, their configurations, and the whole of their possible relations are the product of a code, or of a social axiomatic to which the libido addresses itself through them. Persons are simulacra derived from a social aggregate whose code is unconsciously invested for itself. That is why love and desire exhibit reactionary, or else revolutionary, indices, the latter emerge on the contrary as non-figurative indices, where persons give way to decoded flows of desire, to lines of vibration, and where the cross-sections of images give way to schizas that constitute singular points signs with several dimensions causing flows to circulate rather than cancelling them. Non-figurative loves, indices of a revolutionary investment of the social field, and which are neither Oedipal nor pre-Oedipal since it all amounts to the same thing, but innocently ano-Oedipal, and which give the revolutionary the right to say, Oedipus. Never heard of it? Undoing the form of persons and the ego, not in behalf of a pre-Oedipal undifferentiated, but in behalf of ano-Oedipal lines of singularities, the desiring machines. For there is indeed a sexual revolution, which does not concern objects, aims, or sources, but only machinic forms or indices. The fourth and final thesis of schizoanalysis is therefore the distinction between two poles of social libidinal investment, the paranoiac, reactionary, and fascicizing pole, and the schizoid revolutionary pole. Once again, we see no objection to the use of terms inherited from psychiatry for characterizing social investments of the unconscious, insofar as these terms cease to have a familial connotation that would make them into simple projections, and from the moment delirium is recognized as having a primary social content that is immediately adequate. The two poles are defined, the one by the enslavement of production and the desiring machines to the gregarious aggregates that they constitute on a large scale under a given form of power or selective sovereignty, the other by the inverse subordination and the overthrow of power. The one by these molar structured aggregates that crush singularities, select them, and regularize those that they retain in codes or axiomatics, the other by the molecular multiplicities of singularities that on the contrary treat the large aggregates as so many useful materials for their own elaborations. The one by the lines of integration and territorialization that arrest the flows, constrict them, turn them back, break them again according to the limits interior to the system, in such a way as to produce the images that come to fill the field of immanence peculiar to the system or this aggregate, the other by lines of escape that follow the decoded and deterritorialized flows, inventing their own non-figurative breaks or schizzas that produce new flows, always breaching the coded wall or the territorialized limit that separates them from desiring production. And to summarize all the preceding determinations, the one is defined by subjugated groups, the other by subject groups. It is true that we still run up against all kinds of problems concerning these distinctions. In what sense does the schizoid investment constitute, to the same extent as the other one, a real investment of the socio-historical field, and not a simple utopia? In what sense are the lines of escape collective, positive, and creative? What is the relationship between the two unconscious poles, and what is their relationship with the preconscious investments of interest? We have seen that the unconscious paranoiac investment was grounded in the socius itself as a full body without organs, beyond the preconscious aims and interests that it assigns and distributes. The fact remains that such an investment does not endure the light of day, it must always hide under assignable aims or interests presented as the general aims and interests, even though in reality the latter represent only the members of the dominant class or a fraction of this class. How could a formation of sovereignty, a fixed and determinate gregarious aggregate, endure being invested for their brute force, their violence, and their absurdity? They would not survive such an investment. Even the most overt fascism speaks the language of goals, of law, order, and reason. Even the most insane capitalism speaks in the name of economic rationality. And this is necessarily the case, since it is in the irrationality of the full body that the order of reasons is inextricably fixed, under a code, under an axiomatic that determines it. What is more, the bringing to light of the unconscious reactionary investment as if devoid of an aim, would be enough to transform it completely, to make it pass to the other pole of the libido, i.e., to the schizo-revolutionary pole, since this action could not be accomplished without overthrowing power, without reversing subordination, without returning production itself to desire, for it is only desire that lives from having no aim. Molecular desiring production would regain its liberty to master in its turn the molar aggregate under an overturned form of power or sovereignty. That is why Klossowski, who has taken the theory of the two poles of investment the furthest, but still within the category of an active utopia, is able to write, every sovereign formation would thus have to foresee the destined moment of its disintegration. No formation of sovereignty, in order to crystallize, will ever endure this prize to conscience, for as soon as this formation becomes conscious of its imminent disintegration in the individuals who compose it, these same individuals decompose it. By way of the circuitous route of science and art, human beings have many times revolted against this fixity, this capacity notwithstanding, the gregarious impulse in and by science caused this rupture to fail. the day humans are able to behave as intentionless phenomena, for every intention at the level of the human being always obeys the laws of its conservation, its continued existence, on that day a new creature will declare the integrity of existence. Science demonstrates by its very method that the means that it constantly elaborates do no more than reproduce, on the outside, an interplay of forces by themselves without aim or end, whose combinations obtain such and such a result. However, no science can develop outside a constituted social grouping. In order to prevent science from calling social groups back in question, these groups take science back in hand. Integrated into the diverse industrial schemes, its autonomy appears strictly inconceivable. A conspiracy joining together art and science presupposes a rupture of all our institutions and a total upheaval of the means of production. If some conspiracy, according to Nietzsche's wish, were to use science and art in a plot v/whose ends were no less suspect, industrial society would seem to foil this conspiracy in advance by the kind of mise en scene it offers for it, under pain of effectively suffering what this conspiracy reserves for this society, i.e., the breakup of the institutional structures that mask the society into a plurality of experimental spheres, finally revealing the true face of modernity, an ultimate phase that Nietzsche saw as the end result of the evolution of societies. In this perspective, art and science would then emerge as sovereign formations that Nietzsche said constituted the object of his counter-sociology, art and science establishing themselves as dominant powers, on the ruins of institutions. 47. Why this appeal to art and science, in a world where scientists and technicians and even artists and science and art themselves work so closely with the established sovereignties, if only because of the structures of financing? Because art, as soon as it attains its own grandeur, its own genius, creates chains of decoding and deterritorialization that serve as the foundation for desiring machines, and make them function. Take the example of the Venetian school in painting. At the same time that Venice develops the most powerful commodity, capitalism, bordering an state, that grants it a large degree of autonomy, its painting apparently molds itself to a Byzantine code where even the colors and the lines are subordinated to a signifier that determines their hierarchy as a vertical order. But toward the middle of the 15th century, when Venetian capitalism confronts the first signs of its decline, something breaks out in this painting. What would appear to be another world opens up, an other art, where the lines are deterritorialized, the colors are decoded, and now only refer to the relations they entertain among themselves, and with one another. A horizontal or transverse organization of the canvas is born, with lines of escape or breakthrough. Christ's body is engineered on all sides and in all fashions, pulled in all directions, playing the role of a full body without organs, a locus of connection for all the machines of desire, a locus of sadomasochistic exercises where the artist's joy breaks free. Even homosexual Christs. Organs become direct powers of the body without organs, and emit flows on it that the myriad wounds, such as Saint Sebastian's arrows, come to cut and cut again in such a way as to produce other flows. Persons and organs cease to be coded according to hierarchized collective investments. Each person, each organ has a merit all its own, and tends to its own affairs. The infant Jesus looks from one side while the Virgin Mary listens from the other. Jesus stands for all the desiring children, the Virgin stands for all the desiring women. A joyous activity of profanation extends beneath this generalized privatization. A painter such as Tintoretto paints the creation of the world like a race represented in its whole length with God himself on the sidelines, giving the starting signal across the track as the figures speed away in a transversal direction. Suddenly a painting by Lotto surges forth that could just as easily be from the 19th century. And of course this decoding of the flows of painting, these schizoid lines of escape that form desiring machines on the horizon, are taken up again in scraps from the old code, or else introduced into new codes, and first of all into a properly pictorial axiomatic that chokes off the escapes, closes the whole constellation to the transversal relations between lines and colors, and reduces it to archaic or new territorialities, perspective, for example. So true is it that the movement of deterritorialization can only be grasped as the reverse side of territorialities, even the residual, artificial, or factitious ones. But at least something arose whose force fractured the codes, undid the signifiers, passed under the structures, set the flows in motion, and effected breaks at the limits of desire, a breakthrough. It does not suffice to say that the 19th century is already there in the middle of the 15th, since the same would have to be said of the Byzantine code underneath which strange liberated flows were already circulating. We have seen this in the case of the painter Turner, and his most accomplished paintings that are sometimes termed incomplete. From the moment there is genius, there is something that belongs to no school, no period, something that achieves a breakthrough art as a process without goal, but that attains completion as such. The codes and their signifiers, the axiomatics and their structures, the imaginary figures that come to occupy them as well as the purely symbolic relationships that gauge them, constitute properly aesthetic molar formations that are characterized by goals, schools, and periods. They relate these aesthetic formations to greater social aggregates, finding in them a field of application, and everywhere enslave art to a great castrating machine of sovereignty. There is a pole of reactionary investment for art as well, a somber paranoiac Oedipal narcissistic organization. A foul use of painting, centering around a dirty little secret, even in abstract painting where the axiomatic does without figures, a style of painting whose secret essence is scatological, an Oedipalizing painting, even when it has broken with the Holy Trinity as the Oedipal image, a neurotic or neuroticizing painting that makes the process into a goal or an arrest, an interruption, or a continuation in the void. This style of painting flourishes today, under the usurped name of modern painting, a poisonous flower, and brought one of Lawrence's heroes to speak much like Henry Miller of the need to have done with pouring out one's merciful and pitiful guts, these flows of corrugated iron. 48. The productive breaks projected onto the enormous unproductive cleavage of castration, the flows that have become flows of corrugated iron, the openings blocked on all sides. And perhaps this, as we have seen, is where we find the commodity value of art and literature, a paranoiac form of expression that no longer even needs to signify its reactionary libidinal investments, since these investments function on the contrary as its signifier, an Oedipal form of content that no longer even needs to represent Oedipus, since the structure suffices. But on the other, the schizo-revolutionary pole, the value of art is no longer measured except in terms of the decoded and deterritorialized flows that it causes to circulate beneath a signifier reduced to silence, beneath the conditions of identity of the parameters, across a structure reduced to impotence, a writing with pneumatic, electronic, or gaseous indifferent supports, and that appears all the more difficult and intellectual to intellectuals as it is accessible to the infirm, the illiterate, and the schizos, embracing all that flows and counterflows, the gushings of mercy and pity knowing nothing of meanings and aims, the art-taught experiment, the Burroughs experiment. It is here that art accedes to its authentic modernity, which simply consists in liberating what was present in art from its beginnings, but was hidden underneath aims and objects, even if aesthetic, and underneath recodings or axiomatics, the pure process that fulfills itself, and that never ceases to reach fulfillment as it precedes art as experimentation. And the same will be said of science. The decoded flows of knowledge are first bound in the properly scientific axiomatics, but these axiomatics express a bipolar hesitation. One of the poles is the great social axiomatic that retains from science what must be retained in terms of market needs and zones of technical innovation, the great social aggregate that makes the scientific subaggregates into so many applications that are characteristic of and that correspond to it. In short, the set of methods that is not content to bring scientists back to reason but anticipates any deviance on their part, imposes a goal on them, and makes scientists and science into an agency perfectly subjugated to the formation of sovereignty. For example, the way in which non-determinism was only tolerated to a point, then ordered to make its peace with determinism. But the other pole is the schizoid pole, in whose proximity flows of knowledge schizophrenize, and not only flee across the social axiomatic, but pass beyond their own axiomatics, generating increasingly deterritorialized signs, figures schizas that are no longer either figurative or structured and reproduce or produce an interplay of phenomena without aim or end, science as experimentation, as previously defined. In this domain as in the others, isn't there a properly libidinal conflict between a paranoiac Oedipalizing element of science, and a schizorevolutionary element? That very conflict that leads Lacan to say there exists a drama for the scientist. J.R. Meyer, Cantor, I will not draw up an honor roll of these dramas that sometimes lead to madness. A list that could not include itself in Oedipus, unless it were to call Oedipus in question 49. Since, in point of fact, Oedipus does not intervene in these dramas as a familial figure or even as a mental structure, its intervention is determined by an axiomatic acting as an Oedipalizing factor, resulting in a specifically scientific Oedipus. And in contrast to Lautrémont's song that rises up around the paranoiac Oedipal narcissistic pole, a rigorous mathematics, arithmetic, algebra, geometry, imposing trinity. Luminous triangle. There is another song, zero schizophrenic mathematics, uncontrollable and mad desiring machines. In the capitalist formation of sovereignty, the full body of capital money as the socius, the great social axiomatic, has replaced the territorial codes and the despotic overcodings that characterized the preceding formations, and a molar, gregarious aggregate has formed, whose mode of subjugation has no equal. We have seen on what foundations this aggregate operated, a whole field of immanence that is reproduced on an always larger scale, that is continually multiplying its axioms to suit its needs, that is filled with images and with images of images, through which desire is determined to desire its own repression, imperialism, an unprecedented decoding and deterritorialization, which institutes a combination as a system of differential relations between the decoded and deterritorialized flows, in such a way that social inscription and repression no longer even need to bear directly upon bodies and persons, but on the contrary precede them, axiomatic, regulation and application, a surplus value determined as a surplus value of flux, whose extortion is not brought about by a simple arithmetical difference between two quantities that are homogeneous and belong to the same code, but precisely by differential relations between heterogeneous magnitudes that are not raised to the same power. A flow of capital and a flow of labor as human surplus value in the industrial essence of capitalism, a flow of financing and a flow of payment or incomes in the monetary inscription of capitalism, a market flow and a flow of innovation as machinic surplus value in the operation of capitalism, surplus value as the first aspect of its immanence, a ruling class that is all the more ruthless as it does not place the machine in its service but is the servant of the capitalist machine. In this sense, a single class, content for its part withdrawing incomes that, however enormous, differ only arithmetically from the worker's wages income, whereas this class functions on a more profound level as creator, regulator, and guardian of the great non-appropriated, non-possessed flow, incommensurable with wages and profits, which marks at every step along the way the interior limits of capitalism, their perpetual displacement, and their reproduction on an always larger scale, the movement of interior limits as the second aspect of the capitalist field of immanence, defined by the circular relationship great flux of financing, reflux of incomes in wages, afflux of raw profit, the effusion of anti-production within production, as the realization or the absorption of surplus value, in such a way that the military, bureaucratic, and police apparatus finds itself grounded in the economy itself, which directly produces libidinal investments for the repression of desire, anti-production as the third aspect of capitalist immanence, expressing the twofold nature of capitalism, production for production's sake, but under the conditions of capital. There is not one of these aspects, not the least operation, the least industrial or financial mechanism that does not reveal the insanity of the capitalist machine and the pathological character of its rationality, not at all a false rationality, but a true rationality of this pathological state, this insanity. The machine works too, believe me. The capitalist machine does not run the risk of becoming mad, it is mad from one end to the other and from the beginning, and this is the source of its rationality. Marx's black humor, the source of capital, is his fascination with such a machine, how it came to be assembled, on what foundation of decoding and deterritorialization, how it works, always more decoded, always more deterritorialized, how its operation grows more relentless with the development of the axiomatic, the combination of the flows, how it produces the terrible single class of grey gentlemen who keep up the machine, how it does not run the risk of dying all alone, but rather of making us die, by provoking to the very end investments of desire that do not even go by way of a deceptive and subjective ideology, and that lead us to cry out to the very end, long live capital in all its reality, in all its objective dissimulation. Except in ideology, there has never been a humane, liberal, paternal, etc., capitalism. Capitalism is defined by a cruelty having no parallel in the primitive system of cruelty, and by a terror having no parallel in the despotic regime of terror. Wage increases and improvements in the standard of living are realities, but realities that derive from a given supplementary axiom that capitalism is always capable of adding to its axiomatic in terms of an enlargement of its limits. Let's create the New Deal, let's cultivate and recognize strong unions, let's promote participation, the single class, let's take a step toward Russia, which is taking so many toward us, etc. But within the enlarged reality that conditions these islands, exploitation grows constantly harsher, lack is arranged in the most scientific of ways, final solutions of the Jewish problem variety are prepared down to the last detail, and the third world is organized as an integral part of capitalism. The reproduction of the interior limits of capitalism on an always wider scale has several consequences. It permits increases and improvements of standards at the center, it displaces the harshest forms of exploitation from the center to the periphery, but also multiplies enclaves of overpopulation in the center itself, and easily tolerates the so-called socialist formations. It is not kibbutz-style socialism that troubles the Zionist state, just as it is not Russian socialism that troubles world capitalism. There is no metaphor here, the factories are prisons, they do not resemble prisons, they are prisons. Everything in the system is insane. This is because the capitalist machine thrives on decoded and deterritorialized flows, it decodes and deterritorializes them still more, but while causing them to pass into an axiomatic apparatus that combines them, and at the points of combination produces pseudocodes and artificial reterritorializations. It is in this sense that the capitalist axiomatic cannot but give rise to new territorialities and revive a new despotic state. The great mutant flow of capital is pure deterritorialization, but it performs an equivalent reterritorialization when converted into a reflux of means of payment. The third world is deterritorialized in relation to the center of capitalism but belongs to capitalism, being a pure peripheral territoriality of capitalism. The system teems with preconscious investments of class and of interest. And capitalists first have an interest in capitalism. A statement as commonplace as this is made for another purpose. Capitalists have an interest in capitalism only through the tapping of profits that they extract from it. But no matter how large the extraction of profits, it does not define capitalism. And for what does define capitalism, for what conditions profit, theirs is an investment of desire whose nature unconscious libidinal is altogether different, and is not simply explained by the conditioned profits, but on the contrary itself explains that a small-time capitalist, with no great profits or hopes, fully maintains the entirety of his libidinal investments, the libido investing the great flow that is not convertible as such, not appropriated as such non-possession and non-wealth, in the words of Bernard Schmidt, who among modern economists has for us the incomparable advantage of offering a delirious interpretation of an unequivocally delirious economic system, at least he goes all the way. In short, a truly unconscious libido, a disinterested love, this machine is fantastic. If one keeps in mind the tautological statement made above, one can then understand that people whose preconscious investments of interest do not, or should not, go in the direction of capitalism, can maintain an unconscious libidinal investment consonant with capitalism, or that scarcely threatens it. In the first case, they confine and localize their preconscious interest in wage increases and the improvement of the standard of living. Powerful organizations represent them, which get nasty as soon as the nature of their aims is questioned. It's clear that you're not workers, you have no idea whatsoever of real struggles. Let's attack profits for a better management of the system, vote for a clean Paris welcome. Mr. Brezhnev. And how, indeed, could one fail to find one's interest in the hole where one has sunk it, at the heart of the capitalist system? Or else, in the second case, there is truly a new investment of interest, new aims that presuppose another body than that of capital money. Those exploited become conscious of their preconscious interest, and this interest is truly revolutionary, a major break from the standpoint of the preconscious. But it is not enough for the libido to invest a new social body corresponding to these new aims, in order for it to perform a revolutionary break at the unconscious level with the same mode as the preconscious break. In fact, the two levels do not function in the same mode. The new socius invested by the libido as a full body can very well function as an autonomous territoriality, but one that is caught and wedged in the capitalist machine, and is localizable in the field of its market. For the great flow of mutant capital repels its limits, adds new axioms, and maintains desire within the mobile framework of its expanded limits. There can be a preconscious revolutionary break, with no real libidinal and unconscious revolutionary break. Or rather, the order of things is as follows: there is first a real libidinal revolutionary break, which then shifts into the position of a simple revolutionary break with regard to aims and interests, and finally reforms a merely specific reterritoriality, a specific body on the full body of capital. Subjugated groups are continually deriving from revolutionary subject groups. One more axiom. This is no more complicated than in the case of abstract painting. Everything begins with Marx, continues on with Lenin, and ends with the refrain, "Welcome, Mr. Brezhnev." Is this still a case of revolutionaries speaking to another revolutionary, or rather a village clamoring for a new prefect? And if one were to ask when it all started to go bad, how far back must we go for an answer? Back to Lenin, back to Marx? So true is it that the various investments, even when opposed, can coexist with one another in complexes that are not the province of Oedipus, but that do concern the socio-historical field, its preconscious and unconscious conflicts and contradictions, about which it can only be said that they fall back on Oedipus, Marx the father, Lenin the father, Brezhnev the father. Fewer and fewer people believe in all this, but it makes no difference, since capitalism is like the Christian religion, it lives precisely from a lack of belief. It does not need it, a motley painting of all that has been believed. But the reverse is also true, capitalism is constantly escaping on all sides. Its productions, its art, and its science form decoded and deterritorialized flows that do not merely submit to the corresponding axiomatic, but cause some of their currents to pass through the mesh of the axiomatic, underneath the recodings and the reterritorializations. Subject groups in their turn derive from subjugated groups by way of ruptures in the latter. Capitalism is continually cutting off the circulation of flows, breaking them and deferring the break, but these same flows are continually overflowing, and intersecting one another according to schizophrenes that turn against capitalism and slash into it. Capitalism, which is always ready to expand its interior limits, remains threatened by an exterior limit that stands a greater chance of coming to it and cleaving it from within, in proportion as the interior limits expand. That is why the lines of escape are singularly creative and positive. They constitute an investment of the social field that is no less complete, no less total than the contrary investment. The paranoiac and the schizoid investments are like two opposite poles of unconscious libidinal investment, one of which subordinates desiring production to the formation of sovereignty and to the gregarious aggregate that results from it, while the other brings about the inverse subordination, overthrows the established power, and subjects the gregarious aggregate to the molecular multiplicities of the productions of desire. And if it is true that delirium is coextensive with the social field, these two poles are found to coexist in every case of delirium, and fragments of schizoid revolutionary investment are found to coincide with blocks of paranoiac reactionary investment. The oscillation between the two poles is a constituent aspect of the delirium. It appears, however, that the oscillation is not equal, and that as a rule the schizoid pole is potential in relation to the actual paranoiac pole. How can we count on art and science except as potentialities, since their actuality is easily controlled by the formations of sovereignty? This results from the fact that the two poles of unconscious libidinal investment do not maintain the same relationship, nor the same form of relationship, with the preconscious investments of interest. On the one hand, in fact, the investment of interest fundamentally conceals the paranoiac investment of desire, and reinforces it as much as it conceals it. It covers over the irrational character of the paranoiac investment under an existing order of interests, of causes and means, of aims and reasons, or else the investment of interest itself gives rise to and creates those interests that rationalize the paranoiac investment, or yet again, an effectively revolutionary preconscious investment fully maintains a paranoiac investment at the level of the libido, to the extent that the new socius continues to subordinate the entire production of desire in the name of the higher interests of the revolution and the inevitable sequences of causality. In the other case, the preconscious interest must on the contrary discover the necessity for a different sort of investment, and must perform a kind of rupture with causality as well as a calling in question of aims and interests. In each case the problem is different. It is not enough to construct a new socius as full body, one must also pass to the other side of this social full body, where the molecular formations of desire that must master the new molar aggregate operate and are inscribed. Only by making this passage do we reach the revolutionary break and investment of the libido. This cannot be achieved except at the cost of, and by means of a rupture with, causality. Desire is an exile. Desire is a desert that traverses the body without organs and makes us pass from one of its faces to the other. Never an individual exile, never a personal desert, but a collective exile and a collective desert. It is only too obvious that the destiny of the revolution is linked solely to the interest of the dominated and exploited masses. But it is the nature of this link that poses the real problem, as either a determined causal link or a different sort of connection. It is a question of knowing how a revolutionary potential is realized, in its very relationship with the exploited masses or the weakest links of a given system. Do these masses or these links act in their own place, within the order of causes and aims that promote a new socius, or are they on the contrary the place and the agent of a sudden and unexpected eruption, an eruption of desire that breaks with causes and aims and overturns the socius, revealing its other side? In the subjugated groups, desire is still defined by an order of causes and aims, and itself weaves a whole system of macroscopic relations that determine the large aggregates under a formation of sovereignty. Subject groups on the other hand have as their sole cause a rupture with causality, a revolutionary line of escape, and even though one can and must assign the objective factors, such as the weakest links, within causal series that made such a rupture possible, only what is of the order of desire and its eruption accounts for the reality this rupture assumes at a given moment, in a given place. 50. It is clear how everything can coexist and intermix, in the Leninist break, for example, when the Bolshevik group, or at least a part of this group, becomes aware of the immediate possibility of a proletarian revolution that would not follow the anticipated causal order of the relations of forces, but that would singularly precipitate things by plunging into a breach, the escape, or revolutionary defeatism. In reality, everything coexists, still hesitant preconscious investments in the case of some people who do not believe in this possibility, revolutionary preconscious investments in those who see the possibility of a new socius but maintain it in an order of molar causality that already makes of the party a new form of sovereignty, and finally unconscious revolutionary investments that perform a real rupture with causality in the order of desire. And in the same people the most varied kinds of investments can coexist at such and such a moment, the two kinds of groups can interpenetrate. This is because the two groups are like determinism and freedom in Kant's philosophy, they indeed have the same object and social production is never anything other than desiring production, and vice versa, but they don't share the same law or the same regime. The actualization of a revolutionary potentiality is explained less by the preconscious state of causality in which it is nonetheless included, than by the efficacy of a libidinal break at a precise moment, a schis whose sole cause is desire, which is to say the rupture with causality that forces a rewriting of history on a level with the real, and produces this strangely polyvocal moment when everything is possible. Of course the schis has been prepared by a subterranean labor of causes, aims, and interests working together. Of course this order of causes runs the risk of closing and cementing the breach in the name of the new socius and its interests. Of course one can always say after the fact that history has never ceased being governed by the same laws of aggregates and large numbers. The fact remains that the schis came into existence only by means of a desire without aim or cause that charted it and sided with it. While the schis is possible without the order of causes, it becomes real only by means of something of another order, desire, the desert desire, the revolutionary investment of desire. And that is indeed what undermines capitalism. Where will the revolution come from, and in what form within the exploited masses? It is like death when it will be a decoded flow, a deterritorialized flow that runs too far and cuts too sharply, thereby escaping from the axiomatic of capitalism. Will it come in the person of a Castro, an Arab, a Black Panther, or a Chinaman on the horizon? A May 68, a homegrown Maoist planted like an ancho right on a factory smokestack. Always the addition of an axiom to seal off a breach that has been discovered. Fascist colonels start reading Mao, we won't be fooled again. Castro has become impossible, even in relation to himself. Vacuoles are isolated, ghettos created, unions are appealed to for help, the most sinister forms of dissuasion are invented, the repression of interest is reinforced. But where will the new eruption of desire come from? 51. Those who have read us this far will perhaps find many reasons for reproaching us, for believing too much in the pure potentialities of art and even of science, for denying or minimizing the role of classes and class struggle, for militating in favor of an irrationalism of desire, for identifying the revolutionary with the schizo, for falling into familiar, all too familiar traps. This would be a bad reading, and we don't know which is better, a bad reading or no reading at all. And in all probability there are far more serious reproaches to be made, which we haven't even thought of. As for those we have named, we hold in the first place that art and science have a revolutionary potential, and nothing more, and that this potential appears all the more as one is less and less concerned with what art and science mean, from the standpoint of a signifier or signifieds that are necessarily reserved for specialists, but that art and science cause increasingly decoded and deterritorialized flows to circulate in the socius, flows that are perceptible to everyone, which force the social axiomatic to grow ever more complicated, to become more saturated, to the point where the scientist and the artist may be determined to rejoin an objective revolutionary situation in reaction against authoritarian designs of a state that is incompetent and above all castrating by nature. For the state imposes a specifically artistic Oedipus, a specifically scientific Oedipus. Secondly, we have not at all minimized the importance of preconscious investments of class or interest, which are based in the infrastructure itself. But we attach all the more importance to them as they are the index in the infrastructure of a libidinal investment of another nature, and that can coincide as well as clash with them. Which is merely a way to pose the question, how can the revolution be betrayed? Once. It has been said that betrayals don't wait their turn, but are there from the very start, the maintenance of paranoiac unconscious investments in revolutionary groups. And if we put forward desire as a revolutionary agency, it is because we believe that capitalist society can endure many manifestations of interest, but not one manifestation of desire, which would be enough to make its fundamental structures explode, even at the kindergarten level. We believe in desire as in the irrational of every form of rationality, and not because it is a lack, a thirst, or an aspiration, but because it is the production of desire, desire that produces real desire, or the real in itself. Finally, we do not at all think that the revolutionary is schizophrenic or vice versa. On the contrary, We have consistently distinguished the schizophrenic as an entity from schizophrenia as a process. Now the schizophrenic as entity can only be defined in relation to the arrests, the continuations in the void, or the finalist illusions that repression imposes on the process itself. This explains why we have only spoken of a schizoid pole in the libidinal investment of the social field, so as to avoid as much as possible the confusion of the schizophrenic process with the production of a schizophrenic. The schizophrenic process, the schizoid pole, is revolutionary, in the very sense that the paranoiac method is reactionary and fascist, and it is not these psychiatric categories, freed of all familialism, that will allow us to understand the politico-economic determinations, but exactly the opposite. And then, above all, we are not looking for a way out when we say that schizoanalysis as such has strictly no political program to propose. If it did have one, it would be grotesque and disquieting at the same time. It does not take itself for a party or even a group, and does not claim to be speaking for the masses. No political program will be elaborated within the framework of schizoanalysis. Finally, schizoanalysis is something that does not claim to be speaking for anything or anyone, not even in fact, especially not for psychoanalysis, nothing more than impressions, the impression that things aren't going well in psychoanalysis, and that they haven't been since the start. We are still too competent, we would like to speak in the name of an absolute incompetence. Someone asked us if we had ever seen a schizophrenic. No, we have never seen one. If someone reading this book feels that things are fine in psychoanalysis, we're not speaking for him, and for him we take back everything we have said. So what is the relationship between schizoanalysis and politics on the one hand, and between schizoanalysis and psychoanalysis on the other? Everything revolves around desiring machines and the production of desire. Schizoanalysis as such does not raise the problem of the nature of the socius to come out of the revolution, it does not claim to be identical with the revolution itself. Given a socius, schizoanalysis only asks what place it reserves for desiring production, what generative role desire enjoys therein, in what forms the conciliation between the regime of desiring production and the regime of social production is brought about, since in any case it is the same production, but under two different regimes. If, on this socius as a full body, there is thus the possibility for going from one side to another, i.e., from the side where the molar aggregates of social production are organized, to this other side, no less collective, where the molecular multiplicities of desiring production are formed, whether and to what extent such a socius can endure the reversal of power such that desiring production subjugates social production and yet does not destroy it, since it is the same production working under the difference in regime, if there is, and how there comes to be, a formation of subject groups, etc. If someone retorts that we are claiming the famous rights to laziness, to non-productivity, to dream and fantasy production, once again we are quite pleased, since we haven't stopped saying the opposite, and that desiring production produces the real, and that desire has little to do with fantasy and dream. As opposed to Reich, schizoanalysis makes no distinction in nature between political economy and libidinal economy. Schizoanalysis merely asks what are the machinic, social, and technical indices on a socius that open to desiring machines, that enter into the parts, wheels, and motors of these machines, as much as they cause them to enter into their own parts, wheels, and motors. Everyone knows that a schizo is a machine, all schizos say this, and not just little Joey. The question to be asked is whether schizophrenics are the living machines of a dead labor, which are then contrasted to the dead machines of living labor as organized in capitalism. Or whether instead desiring, technical, and social machines join together in a process of schizophrenic production that thereafter has no more schizophrenics to produce. In her Lettre Auxiliary Ministres, Maud Manani writes, one of these adolescents, declared unfit for studies, does admirably well in a third-level class, provided he works some in mechanics. He has a passion for mechanics. The man in the garage has been his best therapist. If we take mechanics away from him he will become schizophrenic again. 52. Her intention is not to praise ergotherapy or the virtues of social adaptation. She marks the point where the social machine, the technical machine, and the desiring machine join closely together and bring their regimes into communication. She asks if our society can handle that, and what it is worth if it can't. And this is indeed the direction the social, technical, scientific, and artistic machines take when they are revolutionary. They form desiring machines for which they are already the index in their own regime, at the same time that the desiring machines form them in the regime that is theirs, and as a position of desire. What, finally, is the opposition between schizoanalysis and psychoanalysis, when the negative and positive tasks of schizoanalysis are taken as a whole? We constantly contrasted two sorts of unconscious or two interpretations of the unconscious, the one schizoanalytic, the other psychoanalytic, the one schizophrenic, the other neurotic Oedipal, the one abstract and non-figurative, the other imaginary, but also the one really concrete, the other symbolic, the one machinic, the other structural, the one molecular, microphysical and micrological, and the other molar or statistical, the one material, the other ideological, the one productive, the other expressive. We have seen how the negative task of schizoanalysis must be violent, brutal, defamiliarizing, de-Oedipalizing, decastrating, undoing theater, dream, and fantasy, decoding, deterritorializing, a terrible curettage, a malevolent activity. But everything happens at the same time. For at the same time the process is liberated, the process of desiring production, following its molecular lines of escape that already define the mechanics task of the schizoanalyst. And the lines of escape are still full molar or social investments at grips with the whole social field, so that the task of schizoanalysis is ultimately that of discovering for every case the nature of the libidinal investments of the social field, their possible internal conflicts, their relationships with the preconscious investments of the same field, their possible conflicts with these, in short, the entire interplay of the desiring machines and the repression of desire. Completing the process and not arresting it, not making it turn about in the void, not assigning it a goal. We'll never go too far with the deterritorialization, the decoding of flows. For the new earth, in truth, the earth will one day become a place of healing, is not to be found in the neurotic or perverse reterritorializations that arrest the process or assign it goals. It is no more behind than ahead, it coincides with the completion of the process of desiring production, this process that is always and already complete as it proceeds, and as long as it proceeds. It therefore remains for us to see how, effectively, simultaneously, these various tasks of schizoanalysis proceed. It is also within the perspective of marginal phenomena that the problem, nevertheless fundamental, of the communication of unconsciouses was posed, first by Spinoza in Letter 17 to Bolling, then by Myers, James, Bergson, etc. Elias Canetti, Crowds and Power, New York, Viking Press, 1960, p. 434, his mind was dominated by four kinds of crowds, his army, his treasure, his corpses, and his court, and, with it, his capital. He juggled with them ceaselessly, but only succeeded in increasing one at the expense of another. Whatever he did there was always one crowd which he managed to preserve. In no circumstances did he ever cease to kill. The heaps of corpses piled up in every province of his empire. In the article of 3913 on the unconscious, Freud shows that psychosis causes small multiplicities to intervene, as opposed to neurosis, which requires a global object, for example, the multiplicity of wholes. But Freud explains this psychotic phenomenon solely by invoking the power of verbal representation. Raymond Rouyer, La Jeunesse de Formes Vivantes, Paris, Flamney-Orion, 1958, pages 80-81. Taking up certain arguments of Bauer, Schrödinger, Jordan, and Lilly, Rouyer shows that the living is directly coupled to the individual phenomena of the atom, beyond the mass effects that appear in the internal mechanical circuits of the organism as well as in the external technical activities. Classical physics only concerns itself with mass phenomena. In contrast, microphysics naturally leads to biology. Starting from the individual phenomena of the atom, one can in fact go in two directions. Their statistical accumulation leads to the laws of common physics. But as these individual phenomena become complicated through systematic interactions, all the while keeping their individuality at the core of the molecule, then at the core of the macromolecule, then of the virus, then of the one-celled organism, by subordinating the mass phenomena one is led all the way to the organism that, no matter how large, remains in this sense microscopic. FP 54. These themes are developed at length by Ruyer in Néofinalisme, Paris, Presses Universitaires de France, 1952. Alan Wallace and Harry Roberts, in Statistics, A New Approach, New York, Free Press of G&Co, 1956, define the law of large numbers as follows: the larger the samples, the less will be the variability in the sample proportions. The basis of the law of large numbers is that for an improbable event to occur n times is improbable to the nth degree, p. 123, the larger the groups averaged, the less the variation, p.159. And the consecutive sequences will be swamped by a large number of subsequent observations, CLH, C. Tippett, Statistics New York, Oxford University Press, 1943, p. 87. Translator's note. Jacques Monod, Chance and Necessity, see reference note 27, pages 77 to 78. And pages 90 to 98, with the globular protein we already have, at the molecular level, a veritable machine, a machine in its functional properties, but not, we now see, in its fundamental structure, where nothing but the play of blind combinations can be discerned. Randomness caught on the wing, preserved, reproduced by the machinery of invariance and thus converted into order, rule, necessity. Plus on the Markov chains and their applications to the living species as well as to cultural formations, see Ruyer la genèse des formes vivantes, ch. 8. The phenomena of surplus value of code are clearly explained in this perspective of semi-fortuitous sequences. Several times Ruyer compares this with the language of schizophrenia. Lipozzandi, Experimental Diagnostics of Drives, New York, Gruen and Stratton, 1952. Zondi's work was the first to establish a fundamental relationship between psychoanalysis and genetics. See also the recent attempt by André Green, in terms of the advances made in molecular biology, Repetition et Instinct de Mort, Revue Francaise de Psychanalyse, May 1970. All of Reich's last studies, biocosmic and biogenetic, are summarized at the end of Wilhelm Reich, The Function of the Orgasm, reference note 22, ch. 7. The primacy of sexuality over generation and reproduction comes to be based on the cycle of sexuality, mechanical tension, electrical charge, etc., which leads to a division of the cell, pages 282 to 86. But very early in his work Reich reproached Freud for having abandoned the sexual position. It was not only the dissidents from Freud who abandoned this position, it was Freud himself, in a certain fashion, a first time when he introduces the death instinct, and begins to speak of eros instead of sexuality, Reich, pages 124 to 27, next, when he makes anxiety into the cause of sexual repression, and no longer its result, p. 136, and more generally when he comes back to a traditional primacy of procreation over sexuality, p. 283, thus, procreation is a function of sexuality, and not vice versa, as was hitherto believed. Freud had maintained the same thing with respect to psychosexuality, when he separated the concepts sexual and genital. But for a reason I was not able to understand, he later stated that sexuality in puberty is in the service of procreation. Here Reich is obviously referring to Freud's Schopenhauerian or Weissmannian texts, where sexuality comes under the sway of the species and the German, for example, on Narcissism, an introduction, in Collected Papers, London, Hogarth Press, Volume 4, pages 36 to 38. Freud, 3 Case Histories, reference note 42, pages 164, persons who have not freed themselves completely from the stage of narcissism, who, that is to say, have at that point a fixation which may operate as a disposing factor for a later illness, are exposed to the danger that some unusually intense wave of libido, finding no other outlet, may lead to a sexualization of their social instincts and so undo the work of sublimation which they had achieved in the course of their development. This result may be produced by anything that causes the libido to flow backwards, i.e., that causes a regression. Paranoiacs endeavor to protect themselves against any such sexualization of their social instinctual cathexes. W. G. Niederland discovered and reproduced Schreber's father's machines, see especially, Schreber, Father and Son, Psychoanalytic Quarterly, Volume 28, 1959, pages 151-69. Quite similar instruments of pedagogical torture are to be found in the Kant Essai de Segur, thus the good behavior belt, with an iron plate for the back and an iron rod to hold the chin in place. Comedies et Proverbs, on ne prend pas les mouches. For a definition of transduction with respect to production and representation, see Interview with Guattari in Diacritics, a review of contemporary criticism, Fall 1974, p. 39, signs work as much as matter. Matter expresses as much as signs. Transduction is the idea that, in essence, something is conducted, something happens between chains of semiotic expression, and material chains. Translators. Note. Plus Didier Anciaux distinguishes between two periods in particular, 1906 to 1920, which constitutes the great period of mythological works in the history of psychoanalysis, then a period of relative discredit, as Freud turns toward the problems of the second topography. Translators note, the ID, ego and superego, and the relationships between desire and institutions, and takes less and less of an interest in a systematic exploration of myths, Freud et la mythologie, Incidences de la Psychanalyse, No. 1, 1970, pages 126-29. Objectites, this term corresponds to the German Objektitat. The following definition appears in Vocabulaire technique et critique de la philosophie, Paris, Presses Universitaires de France, 1968. The form in which the thing in itself, the real, appears as an object. Translators. Note. Plus it cannot be said, therefore, that psychoanalysis adds a code, a psychological one, to the social codes through which histories and mythologists explain myths. Freud pointed this out apropos dreams. It is not a question of a deciphering process according to a code. In this regard see Jacques Derrida's comments in L'écriture et la différence, Paris, Editions du Seuil, 1967, pages 310 ff. It is doubtless true that dream writing works with a mass of elements codified in the course of an individual or collective history. But in its operations, its lexicon, and its syntax, a purely idiomatic residue remains irreducible, that must carry the whole weight of the interpretation, in the communication among unconsciouses. The dreamer invents his own grammar. Michel Foucault shows that the human sciences found their principle in production and were constituted on the collapse of representation, but that they immediately re-establish a new type of representation, as unconscious representation, the order of things. See reference note 14, pages 352-67. Didier Anciaux, Freud et la mythologie, pages 124, 128, Freud grants myth no specificity. This is one of the points that have most seriously encumbered the subsequent relations between psychoanalysts and anthropologists. Freud undertakes a veritable leveling. The article on narcissism, an introduction, which constitutes an important step toward the revision of the theory of the drives, contains no allusion to the myth of Narcissus. André Green goes very far in the analysis of the representation theater structure. Unconscious Relations, Un et Trop, Paris, Editions de Minuit, 1969, Prologue, especially p. 43, concerning the representation of the non-represented in representation. However, the criticism that Green makes of the structure is not conducted in the name of production, but in the name of representation, and invokes the necessity for extra structural factors that must do nothing more than reveal the structure. And reveal it as Oedipe. Partial, partial, incomplete. Partial, partios partial, biased, as a biased judge. We have chosen to translate objets partiels throughout as partial objects rather than as part objects, as in Melanie Cagin, in anticipation of this point in the book where Deleuze and Guattari shift from Klein's concept of the partial objects as part of, hence as an incomplete part of a lost unity or totality, molar, toward a concept of the partial objects as biased, evaluating intensities that know no lack and are capable of selecting organs, molecular. Translator's note. Plus Lacan, Écrits, see reference note 19, pages 657-59. Serge Leclerc has made a profound attempt to define within this perspective the reverse side of the structure as the pure being of desire, La réalité du désir reference note 26 pages 242-49. In desire he sees a multiplicity of prepersonal singularities, or indifferent elements that are defined precisely by the absence of a link. But this absence of a link and of a meaning is positive, it constitutes the specific force of coherence of this constellation. Of course, meaning and link can always be re-established, if only by inserting fragments assumed to be forgotten. This is even the very function of Oedipus. But if the analysis again discovers the link between two elements, this is a sign that they are not the ultimate, irreducible terms of the unconscious. It will be noticed here that Leclerc uses the exact criterion of real distinction in Spinoza and Leibniz: the ultimate elements, the infinite attributes, are attributable to God, because they do not depend on one another and do not tolerate any relation of opposition or contradiction among themselves. The absence of all direct links guarantees their common participation in the divine substance. Likewise for the partial objects and the body without organs, the body without organs is substance itself, and the partial objects, the ultimate attributes or elements of substance. Lacan, Écrits, 5, see reference note 19, p. 819, for want of this signifier all the others would represent nothing. Serge Leclerc shows how the structure is organized around a missing term, or rather a signifier of lack. It is the elective signifier of the absence of a link, the phallus, that we find again in the unique privilege of its relation to the essence of lack, an emblem of difference par excellence, the irreducible difference, the difference between the sexes. If man can talk, this is because at one point in the language system there is a guarantor of the irreducibility of lack, the phallic signifier, la réalité du désir, see reference note 26, p. 251. How strange all this is! David Cooper, Alienation Mental et Alienation Sociale, Recherches, December 1968, pages 48-49. Social alienation comes for the most part to overlap the diverse forms of mental alienation. Those admitted into a psychiatric hospital are admitted not so much because they are sick, as because they are protesting in a more or less adequate way against the social order. The social system in which they are caught thereby comes to reinforce the damages wrought by the familial system in which they grew up. This autonomy that they seek to affirm with regard to a micro-society acts as an indicator of a massive alienation performed by society as a whole. Michel Foucault, La Folie, l'absence d'œuvre, la table ronde. May 1964. Everything that we experience today in the mode of the limit, or of strangeness, or of the unbearable, will have joined again with the serenity of the positive. From a letter by Mozart, cited by Marcel Moore, Le Dim Mozart et le monde aux causes, Paris, Galliard, 1971, p. 124, having come of age, he found the means of concealing his divine essence, by indulging in scatological amusements. Moore shows convincingly how the scatological machine works underneath and against the Oedipal cage. In his study on Objet Magique, Sorcellerie et Fetishism in Noir L. Revue de Psychanalyse, No. 2, 1970. Pierre Bonnaf clearly demonstrates in this respect the inadequacy of a notion like that of a fragmented body. There is indeed a fragmenting of the body, but not at all with a feeling of loss or degradation. Quite to the contrary, as much for the holder as for the others, the body is fragmented by multiplication, the others no longer have to do with a simple person, but with a man to the x plus y plus z power whose life has been immeasurably increased, dispersed while being united with other natural forces. Since its existence no longer rests at the center of its person, but has hidden itself in several far-off and impregnable locations, pages 166-67. Von Aff recognizes in the magic object the existence of the three desiring syntheses, the connective synthesis, which combines the fragments of the person with those of animals or plants, the included disjunctive synthesis, which records the man-animal composite, the conjunctive synthesis, which implies a veritable migration of the remainder or residue. On the impossibility of immediate qualitative conversions, and the necessity for going by way of neutral energy, see Sigmund Freud, The Ego and the ID, trans. Joan Riviere, New York, Norton, 1961. This impossibility, this necessity is no longer understandable, it seems to us, if one agrees with Jean Laplanche that the death drive has no energy of its own, Vet Mort en Psychanalyse Paris, Fiamarian, 1970, p. 211. Therefore the death drive could not enter into a veritable dualism, or would have to be confused with the neutral energy itself, which Freud denies. Maurice Daub, Studies in the Development of Capitalism, CCH3 reference note 70, p. 178, there are reasons why the full flowering of industrial capitalism demands, not only a transfer of titles to wealth into the hands of the bourgeois class, but a concentration of the ownership of wealth into much fewer hands. On the group and its rupture or skis, see Jean-Pierre Fay, Éclats, Change, No. 7, p. 217, what counts, what is effective in our opinion, is not such and such a group, but rather the dispersion or the diaspora produced by their splinterings, éclats. Also pages 212-13, on the necessarily polyvocal character of subject groups and their writing. See L. of John Cage's work, and his book Silence, Middletown, Con, Wesleyan University Press, 1961. The word experimental is apt, providing it is understood not as descriptive of an act to be later judged in terms of success and failure, but simply as of an act the outcome of which is unknown, p. 13. And regarding the active or practical notions of decoding, of deconstruction, and of the work as a process, the reader is referred to the excellent commentaries of Daniel Charles on Cage, Musique et Anarchie, in Bulletin de la Société Française de Philosophie, July 1971, where there is violent anger on the part of some participants in the discussion, reacting to the idea that there is no longer any code.